I clearly awakened the Sharingan, which can unleash powerful genjutsu, but I am mocked by my archenemy as a cripple with a red-eye disease. This is because the ocular abilities in this world are only at a sewer level, not only lacking any offensive capabilities but also gradually causing the awakened user to go blind. This also means that those with awakened ocular abilities will eventually become blind, worse off than ordinary people. Seeing the usually self-important principal frowning, even the school beauty who actively pursued me had a cold expression. However, I remained calm and secretly delighted. The untapped power of the eye technique in this world is indeed weak. But as a transmigrator, I know the power of the Sharingan, the unstoppable black flames of Amaterasu, the invincible defense of Susanoo, the supreme genjutsu of Tsukuyomi, and the limitless resurrection of Izanagi. It is like an invincible hexagonal warrior with no weaknesses. It doesn't look like a low-level trash ability no matter how you look at it. Just as I was about to leave the awakening platform, a sudden voice called out to me, stopping me in my tracks. A waste at the first level of awakening still wants to be with the school beauty? Come and fight me one-on-one if you dare. I looked closely and saw that it was Li Xingliang, the pursuer of the school beauty. The surrounding students started to join in the teasing. Fortunately, he had rejected the school beauty's pursuit before. You see, Lin Luoxue, the school beauty, has awakened an SSS level summoning ability. Otherwise, it would be like a good cabbage being snatched by a pig. I calmly ignored Li Xingliang and walked past him, heading towards Lin Luoxue's cold and disappointed gaze. I felt extremely frustrated because just a few days ago, she had publicly proposed to me, causing me to have many enemies for no reason. I thought my concession would resolve the situation, but Li Xingliang continued to mock me, saying that I was just a blind man hiding behind women and couldn't be considered a real man. This made my already hot-tempered self unable to suppress my anger any longer. But just as I was about to retaliate, an emotionless synthesized voice echoed in my mind, ding. Accept Li Xingliang's challenge, reward 1 point in strength attribute, proactively admit mistake, reward 3 points in agility attribute. At first, I was happy, but then my expression turned bitter. Shouldn't I be rewarded with 3 points in attribute for accepting the challenge? However, in an instant, I adjusted my state, turned around, and walked towards Li Xingliang. Seeing my expression, Li Xingliang became serious, clenched his fists, and prepared for battle. But in the next second, amidst his shock, I knelt down in front of all the classmates. Li Dullo, you have a B-level talent, and you even have a rare transformation ability. I am not even worthy to shine your shoes. Please spare me. This made the students who were ready to watch the show look at me with disdain. Lin Luoxue, who was standing aside, furrowed her eyebrows. The person she was engaged to, as set by her grandfather, turned out to be so unbearable. If it weren't for his parents' great favor to her family, she would never have any intersection with this waste for the rest of her life. At this moment, Li Xingliang didn't expect that I would directly admit defeat. He became angry and laughed, saying, Luoxue, this is the person worth proposing to? I think he's just a shameless coward. After speaking, he wanted to leave in a carefree manner, leaving Lin Luoxue standing awkwardly in place, her face turning pale. Meanwhile, I knelt on the ground and started laughing loudly because at that moment when Li Xingliang turned around, the +3 agility attribute had already been added to me. Feeling the surge of heat within my body, I stood up amidst the astonished expressions of my classmates and called out to Li Xingliang. Li Xingliang, with his hands in his pockets, looked at me disdainfully, his eyes as if looking at a dog. Did I let you go? Get down on your knees. Before he could react, I kicked him to the ground. However, Li Xingliang had already awakened his B-level wind ability. I saw him quickly get up from the ground, and behind him appeared the phantom of a 4-winged demon wolf, assuming a fighting stance. He glared at me with a gloomy face, and the onlookers around were all stunned. They thought I had awakened some kind of garbage supernatural power and had a split personality. One moment I was begging on my knees, and the next moment I started to fight back. The principal on the platform sat leisurely on the steps, not bothered by the commotion. Although the school did not allow bloodshed, private fights to a certain extent were still acceptable. After all, the young people in this world would eventually go to the front lines to fight, so the earlier they developed a fighting spirit, the better. At the same time, Li Xingliang and I charged towards each other. I saw the 4-winged demon wolf phantom behind him constantly emitting energy fluctuations, which doubled his speed and more. Without hesitation, I activated my own Sharingan. The originally black and white eyes instantly turned blood red, and 2 black tomo gradually formed. At the moment when the Sharingan was activated, Li Xingliang only felt a chill that pierced his heart. The whole world seemed to turn blood red. Fortunately, this feeling quickly disappeared. Li Xingliang quickly rushed towards me and then unleashed a twisted smile, throwing a punch at me. However, the scene he imagined of me being knocked down to the ground did not happen. I just slightly tilted my head and avoided the blow. I didn't give him any time to react. I lifted my leg and kicked towards Li Xingliang's groin. Immediately, a non-human, piercing scream echoed throughout the entire playground. I looked at Li Xingliang, who was kneeling on the ground in pain, with no sympathy on my face. I turned around and prepared to leave, while he endured the soreness and watched my departing figure with a fearful look in his eyes. It was terrifying that a pair of eyes could easily predict my actions. The surrounding classmates were all shocked. They never expected that a guy who awakened some trashy writing will I could easily defeat Li Xingliang, who had awakened a B-level superpower. Among them, Lin Luoxue was the most surprised. She looked at my figure and began to ponder. It seems that there must be some reason why her grandfather insisted on her marrying him. At this moment, as the farce has come to an end, the principal finally stood up from the steps. Now everyone has returned to the classroom, and there are still important matters to be discussed. Please have 2 people assist Li Xingliang to the infirmary for a checkup. A few minutes later in the classroom, I sat there with a helpless expression on my face, while a cute short-haired girl next to me stared at me with big watery eyes. That kind of look is like an ugly beast, and this person is my deskmate, Nguyen. The matter between you and Lin Luoxue has been widely discussed. Some people say that she is pregnant with your child and that's why she proposed to you, while others say that you are gay and that's why you rejected her. Are these things true or not? Nguyen couldn't help but ask me curiously. Hearing her words, I suppressed the urge to curse and pretended to be calm. No wonder the boys in school don't like me. These rumors are getting more and more outrageous. As for why Lin Luoxue proposed to me, even I don't know. Just when she was annoyingly harassing me, our homeroom teacher, Yi Qianwen, walked into the classroom with long strides. Awakening your abilities is just the beginning. The real moment that will change your lives is the college entrance examination 2 months later. If you don't cultivate your realm to the human level within 2 months, even if you have SSS level superpowers, you won't be able to enter university. Next, we will get to the point and start teaching you the basic breathing technique. As soon as the students hear about the breathing technique, they all show excited expressions. They have known since they were young that they can only become stronger by learning the breathing technique. However, without awakening their special abilities, they cannot practice it at all. Suddenly, Yi Qianwen takes out a mechanical pen from her pocket and without waiting for everyone's reaction, it emits a strong flash. Immediately, a few hundred words of breathing techniques appeared in everyone's mind. Subconsciously, I adjusted my breathing according to the methods and the techniques. In the next second, everything around me became unreal, and my consciousness was in a state of nothingness. At the same time, there was a faint mist surrounding me. While everyone else had their eyes closed, studying the basic breathing techniques, Yi Qianwen suddenly exclaimed. She felt a spiritual fluctuation in the classroom. It's worth noting that it takes at least half a day for a beginner to master the breathing techniques, but she immediately grasped it and had already started practicing. With such terrifying talent, as long as the level of supernatural ability is not too trash, there will definitely be some achievements in the future. However, after she scanned the surroundings, her gaze unexpectedly stopped on me. Yi Qianwen felt very regretful. The pupil system's supernatural ability was ultimately too weak. Even if it was a D-level supernatural ability, it would become different when combined with this terrifying talent. Just as Yi Qianwen was still lamenting, I discovered that my spiritual power had already reached the human level. Perhaps it was because I was a transmigrator, so it would be easier for me to cultivate absorption techniques. At the same time, the students gradually opened their eyes. They were discussing how difficult it is to learn the breathing technique. So far, no one has mastered it. Yi Qianwen saw that everyone had awakened and considered both awakening and the breathing technique to be completed. There was no need to continue staying at school. Everyone should go back to their respective homes. After leaving the school gate, I walked on the street lost in thought. Just when I had just opened my Sharingan and fought against Li Xingliang, I was surprised to discover another use of the Sharingan. It turns out that it can see the flow of the opponent's spiritual power within their body. In my original world, the Sharingan could see the direction and color of chakra within the opponent's body. I never expected that coming to this world would allow me to see spiritual power. Soon, a new idea appeared in my mind. Since I can see someone's spiritual power, can I also see the aura that can increase my combat power? After the changes in the world, many dimensional spaces appeared on the blue star, and the spiritual energy that enhances the abilities of fighters is a product of those spaces. However, after years of baptism in the dimensional space, the spiritual energy often forms a transparent crystal on the surface, making it impossible for fighters to explore it through their mental power. Only by removing this crystal layer can they unleash their true power. When the crystals are removed, people discover that most of the weapons have lost their spiritual energy and become scrap metal. Only a small portion still possess spirituality. As a result, the industry of selling these unsealed spiritual weapons has emerged. After all, less than 1% of the weapons have spirituality, so it is better to let some fools gamble on them, just like gambling on stones. The profits from this are more than double compared to normal sales. In my contemplation, I suddenly had a bright idea. Perhaps I could really give it a try. So I immediately turned around and headed to the most famous ghost market in my city. As for why I didn't go to a regular exchange, the main reason was that I didn't have much money. After about half an hour of walking, the bustling ghost market appeared before my eyes. I saw carpets lining both sides of the street, with various weapons wrapped in crystals on top of them. I was very skeptical if this place really had any spiritual energy. Could it all be fake and inferior products? But since I was already here, I decided to make the best of it. I took out the sunglasses from my pocket and put them on to disguise the peculiarities when activating my Sharingan. So I wandered around the ghost market for about 10 minutes, but still didn't find any signs. Just when I was doubting whether my speculation was correct, a stall not far away caught my attention. One of the weapons on the stall was emitting a faint light under the Sharingan. I was overjoyed, but I remained calm on the surface. I pretended to accidentally walk up to this stall, where the stall owner was a monk wearing a robe and a scar on his forehead. When he saw me, a naive little kid, his eyes lit up. He thought to himself that he couldn't let this little lamb slip away. He said to me, "Little donor, if you're interested in any of these spiritual weapons, just let me know. I won't hide it from you, these weapons were brought out from the ruins by the elders of our sect. If it weren't for the recent need to rebuild the Buddha's golden body in the temple, I wouldn't have brought them out to sell." After listening to the monk's spiel, I disdainfully pursed my lips. Besides the shining dagger on the stall, everything else was just a pile of junk. So, I pretended to casually browse through the items, and finally picked up the dagger and asked, "Master, how much for this dagger?" The monk quickly waved his hand and said, "Donor, you are mistaken. Monks don't talk about money, only fate. As long as it's 18,000 yuan, it's yours." My mouth twitched as I immediately started bargaining. "Will you sell it for 18? Unexpectedly, the monk didn't hesitate at all and said, "Sold. Let's consider it making a friend. Little donor, I also have relics left by the Buddha himself. Would you like them for 88,000 yuan? I quickly threw 20,000 yuan in front of the monk, then tucked the dagger into my pocket and left with full concentration. But my heart couldn't stop pounding. With this ability, wouldn't I be able to get rich overnight by wandering through the dimensional space of ancient battlefields? Afterwards, I wandered around the ghost market for nearly 20 minutes, almost scanning through all the stalls, but I couldn't find a single spiritual artifact, so I could only return to my dilapidated home with the only spoils of war. The next day, after practicing all night, I arrived at the classroom early, only to find that all my classmates had already arrived. I was the last one to arrive. After I took my seat, the beautiful and charming Yi Qianwen stood up at the podium and began to speak. "After practicing all night, I believe you have all learned the breathing technique and experienced the benefits of cultivation." As soon as she finished speaking, there was an immediate chorus of agreement from below. While practicing the breathing technique, an image of a bowl appeared in my mind, and inside it was a drop of spiritual energy condensed. All the students were chattering and discussing, saying that they saw a bowl. Only I looked around in confusion because there was no bowl in my spiritual world. Instead, there was an endless void, which made me feel very lost. However, before I could think too much, Yi Qianwen took out a pile of shining crystals from her spatial ring and introduced them to us. She said that these were fragments of crystal cores, which contained special energy that could be absorbed by the human body and converted into spiritual power. One crystal core could be equivalent to several days of intense cultivation. As soon as she finished speaking, a crystal core fragment appeared in front of each of us. I held it in my hand and began to mobilize my spiritual power. In just 10 minutes, my spiritual power increased by a drop. It was worth noting that I had only gained a drop of spiritual power throughout the entire previous night. Suddenly, my eyes started to turn red. This efficiency was indeed very fast, but the price of one crystal core was as high as 100,000. It seems that I need to speed up my money-making efforts. As soon as the school bell rang, I hurriedly ran out of the classroom, and my destination was Tianfu Commercial Bank. Tianfu Commercial Bank is one of the top commercial banks in the Dragon Kingdom, with branches in various cities, including second-tier cities. The business scope also covers all the needs of awakeners. Not only do they sell unsealed spiritual artifacts, but they also deal with genuine spiritual artifacts. Moreover, they can guarantee that the unsealed spiritual artifacts are obtained from ancient battlefields, so they won't be as chaotic as the ghost market. As soon as you enter the business, a beautiful lady in formal attire will greet you. "Hello sir, what would you like? I can introduce you to something." I directly pulled out the hidden dagger from my bosom and cautiously said, "I don't know if you accept weapons here." As the woman looked at the dagger I took out, a hint of imperceptible disdain appeared in her eyes. What kind of proper weapon could a poor student bring out? However, she still maintained a smile and declined. I was somewhat surprised, so I shattered the crystal on the outside of the dagger and then infused a trace of spiritual power into it. The originally inconspicuous dagger instantly emitted a cold brilliance of spiritual energy. "You don't accept spiritual weapons either?" The expression on the woman's face suddenly became fascinating. Although spiritual energy is not rare enough to be encountered once in 100 years, it is not something that an ordinary family can produce. Moreover, most people would not sell their spiritual artifacts, but keep them for their own use. She quickly expressed that the spiritual energy was too precious and that she did not have the right to decide. Then she led me upstairs. The second floor was completely different from the magnificent first floor, and it had a more classical and elegant atmosphere. An old man dressed in traditional Chinese clothing was sitting in a chair, sipping tea. After the woman explained the situation to the old man, he immediately put down his teacup and smiled at me, saying, "Young friend, you have been disrespectful. Could you please take out the spiritual artifact and let this old man have a look?" When I took out the dagger, the old man immediately took it in his hand and examined it. The dagger emitted a stronger light in his hand than it did in mine before. It turned out to be a low-grade superior spiritual artifact. My Tianfu trading company offered 1 million to acquire it. This price, there will definitely not be a second one in this city. I was completely shocked. I have lived for 18 years, and I haven't even seen 100,000, let alone 1 million. Without any hesitation, I directly agreed, fearing that the old man would change his mind. The old man immediately burst into laughter, and a few minutes later, I understood why he was laughing. It was because my goal this time was to sell the dagger and buy a crystal box. Sure enough, after buying 10 crystal cores at the store, the 1 million that had just come into my hands returned to the old man. As I turned around and looked back at the gate of Tianfu Commercial House with 10 crystal cores in my pocket, I secretly vowed that when I had money, I would definitely buy all the unsealed spiritual artifacts inside and sell them back. However, this method was too conspicuous and could easily be discovered by others. Before having the ability to protect myself, I cannot do this. I clenched my empty pockets and hurriedly rushed home. I couldn't wait to start practicing, but what I didn't realize was that not far behind me, there was a young man with yellow hair coldly staring at my back. By this time, the sky had already darkened. When I turned into an alley, the originally dim environment became even darker. I was still immersed in the joy of buying the crystal nucleus, but suddenly felt an unfriendly gaze coming from behind me. Turning around, I saw a young man in his mid-20s with yellow hair standing at the alley entrance, looking at me with a smirk on his face. In his hand, there was a blazing flame, casting flickering shadows on his face. Just then, the voice of the system suddenly appeared, "Ding! Fight the yellow-haired guy to the end, reward, 10 points of strength attribute. Beg the yellow-haired guy for mercy and hand over the crystal nucleus, reward, 3 Tomo Sharingan." Seeing the reward of the second option, I couldn't help but curse. I didn't expect the system to be so generous. I had just awakened the double Tomo Sharingan a few days ago, and now it was going to be upgraded to the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Seeing my shocked expression, the yellow-haired guy thought he had scared me and felt quite proud. He said, "I awakened a D-level fire attribute ability. Not something you little brat can compare to. Hand over what you bought from Tianfu Commercial House obediently, and I might let you go." I immediately knelt down, with a pleasing expression, took out all 10 crystal nuclei from my pocket, and handed them to him. "Big brother, spare me. Everything is here, you decide." Huang Mao was shocked. He thought I would only bring out some ordinary treasures, but he didn't expect me to start with a crystal core worth millions. Greedily, Huang Mao took all the crystal cores into his arms and then, true to his word, turned around and ran away without laying a hand on me. However, just as he turned around, the 3 Tomo Sharingan awarded by the system also arrived. In an instant, my originally black and white eyes suddenly turned blood red, and the 2 Tomo also evolved into 3 Tomo. Unfortunately, the yellow-haired person did not witness this strange scene. I let out a wicked laugh and shouted at the back of the person with yellow hair, "Wait a moment, don't leave yet." Hearing my shout, the person with yellow hair turned around, appearing very impatient, and said, "Kid, is there something else you want from me?" I smiled playfully and said, "Robbery. Hand over everything you have." Huang Mao didn't react immediately, his eyes filled with confusion. Then he let out a disdainful laugh and looked at me with sinister eyes. Suddenly, flames appeared in his hands, and with a slight force from his feet, he charged towards me. Feeling the heat wave rushing towards me, I remained motionless, with only a pair of eerie blood-red eyes spinning wildly. Just as Huang Mao was about to throw a punch at me, he suddenly fell to his knees in pain. He felt as if something was blocking his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe. Not only that, but he also felt that there was something alive in his throat, crawling out bit by bit from his throat. In the next second, Huang Mao uncontrollably opened his mouth, and a crow with pitch-black feathers and blood-red eyes actually flew out from his mouth, flapping its wings and flying into the air. Crow? Yellow Hair looked at the scene in horror, not understanding what was going on, why this crow felt so familiar to him. Looking at the crow's blood-red eyes, he seemed to understand, and then he raised his head angrily and looked at me standing in front of him. "What exactly is your ability? How can you make creatures appear out of thin air from my body?" I ignored his hysteria and stood before him like an emperor, looking down on him coldly. By now, the sky had completely darkened, and the empty alleyway seemed even more eerie. Huang Mao realized that he could no longer see my face clearly. Only a pair of blood-red eyes emitted an eerie glow. His face was twisted and contorted, and anger roared within him. Impossible, how could I be scared by a high school student? Suddenly, the flames that had previously extinguished in his hands reignited, and unexpectedly, he threw a punch towards my abdomen. In the next second, his hand, engulfed in flames, pierced right through me. Huang Mao couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She had actually succeeded in her surprise attack so easily. She immediately regained her previous calmness, realizing that it was just a paper tiger that had scared her so much. But in the next second, her pupils contracted and the previously calm expression on her face turned into intense fear. Surprisingly, not a single drop of blood flowed from the body that had been pierced through. Instead, it suddenly exploded and turned into countless crows scattering in all directions, leaving behind a ground covered in black feathers. Huang Mao's face turned pale, and she sat down on the ground, kicking her feet repeatedly, trying to distance herself from those eerie eyes. He stepped back while pointing at the crazy Sharingan in the air, saying, "I know now. You're not human. You're a ghost." Returning to reality, I stood still in my original position, but strangely, Huang Mao still maintained the same expression as when I first called out to him. It turned out that when he turned his head to look at me, he had already fallen under the influence of my Sharingan illusion, although he was unaware of it. It was still somewhat difficult for him to forcefully activate the Mangekyo Sharingan with his current mental strength. To explain the scene where Huang Mao was trapped in the illusion would take a long time, but in reality, it was only a few seconds. However, even so, I had already expended more than half of my mental strength. Seeing that my mental strength was running low, I couldn't afford to waste any time. I quickly arrived in front of Huang Mao, who was still trapped in the illusion, his face filled with infinite fear. I didn't care about any of that. I kicked him directly, knocking him out and causing him to fall to the ground. Then, I searched Huang Mao from head to toe and found that besides his own 10 crystal nuclei, he only had a few $100s. This guy's performance was really poor. I pursed my lips and disdainfully cursed, "Poor ghost," before leaving in a hurry. The next day, as soon as it was bright, the unconscious Huang Mao was discovered by the city guards and taken to the nearest hospital. Inside the hospital, Huang Mao was being questioned by the city guards. Although this incident is not a big deal, as city guards, they cannot overlook any clues. After all, their mission is to protect the safety of Yunchue City. The consequences would be unimaginable if a monster managed to infiltrate. Moreover, recently, a member of the White Lotus sect appeared in the city, whose strength is extremely mysterious. Although the guards were dispatched to pursue and capture this person, they still managed to escape at the cost of severe injuries. At this moment, Huang Mao kept repeating that he encountered a ghost with blood-red eyes, and that his whole body could transform into a crow and fly away. This made the members of the guard team feel inexplicable, unanimously believing that Huang Mao's mind was unclear at the moment, and they could only come back to inquire in a few days. At this moment, I have also completed a night of cultivation, but I have only absorbed 3 crystal cores. It seems that my breathing technique is still too basic, and I must find a way to obtain a better breathing technique to improve efficiency. What I didn't know is that even if I have a better absorption method, no one dares to continuously absorb the spiritual power in the crystal nucleus like I do. If it were someone else, their head would explode. According to the calculation of a normal ability user, reaching 1000 points of spiritual power would make one a D-rank ability user. But I have already reached 1022 points, and there is still no sign of promotion. Putting aside my wild thoughts, I tidy up my clothes and head towards the school. In fact, at this point, there is nothing left to learn at school. Everything depends on my own cultivation. 3 days have passed like this, and I have absorbed all 10 crystal nuclei in my hand. My spiritual power has reached 3185, and my realm has finally become D-rank stage 1. All my physical attributes have doubled. At this moment, I am walking slowly in the dilapidated corridor as usual. Since the crystal nuclei have been used up, I didn't rush back home after a few steps today. Instead, I leisurely walked upstairs. But just then, I heard footsteps behind me. A man, about 1.8 meters tall, wearing a hood, was walking towards me. The dim environment made it impossible for me to see his appearance clearly. I instinctively frowned. I have lived in this place for more than 10 years, and I have no impression of this man. Moreover, I can sense a chilling aura from him. When I arrived at the door of my 3rd-floor home, a man brushed past me and quickly walked towards the 4th floor, directly entering the apartment. This made me even more puzzled. The elderly widow, Grandma Lu, who lived upstairs, had no relatives. Could he be a distant relative of Grandma Lu? Just as I furrowed my brows, feeling that something was not right, a voice from the system echoed in my mind, instructing me to go to the 4th floor and knock on the door, and to enter Grandma Lu's home. The reward was the 8 gates escape technique in the art of body movement, and I could choose to abandon the mission and receive a reward of 5 points in physical fitness. Upon hearing that the reward was the 8 gates escape technique, I didn't feel ecstatic. Instead, my brows formed a character resembling the Chinese character. After all, the system would never reward me with something so valuable for no reason. Something must have happened upstairs. However, Grandma Lu treated me like her own grandson, so even if there was no reward, I should go and take a look. At this moment, the mysterious man upstairs, Tang Yang, was sitting cross-legged, holding a crystal nucleus. Originally, he had received an order from the sect leader to come to Yunhui City to handle an important matter. However, he didn't expect to be discovered by the Yunhui City guard halfway through. He managed to escape from the encirclement after sustaining serious injuries. Looking at the old man on the ground, frozen in ice, Tang Yang's eyes showed no trace of pity. It is your honor to sacrifice your life for the divine sect. Your soul will return to the divine kingdom. The White Lotus sect, to which he belongs, has always claimed to purify the world and bring about the arrival of the divine kingdom. They are active in various corners of the world and have a large group of followers, including many powerful individuals with special abilities. In order to achieve their goals, the White Lotus sect's followers are willing to cooperate with demons and have caused many killings. This has led to them being wanted by the government and becoming a truly evil cult. Tang Yang felt the chaotic sword intent surging within his body, and could only forcefully suppress it with his mental power. Otherwise, this sword intent alone could create several holes in his body. Thud thud thud. Just then, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Tang Yang furrowed his brows, but did not make a sound or pretend that no one was home by not opening the door. His main focus now was on recovering from his injuries, and he didn't want to expose himself due to any unexpected incidents. However, the sound from outside the door did not stop. It continued to knock on the door and call for Grandma Lu to open it. This went on for 5 minutes, and I felt a sense of unease. Grandma Lu, as I remembered, did not go out today. Could something have happened? No one knows if something happened to her while she was alone at home. Should I call the police? Upon hearing that I was going to call the police, Tang Yang finally couldn't sit still. If the police come, it's fine, but he's afraid of attracting the city guards. Then he would have no way to escape. As I raised my hand again to knock on the door, the old iron door finally opened a crack, revealing a middle-aged man with a gloomy expression in front of me. I pretended to be stunned, then suddenly realized, you must be the son of Grandma Lu that she often mentioned. Where is Grandma Lu? Tang Yang's mouth lifted slightly, and he nodded with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Yes, I am her son. She's not feeling well today and is resting in the house. I'll tell you when she's feeling better. Upon hearing the man in front of me admit that he is Grandma Lu's son, a hint of coldness appeared in my eyes. Grandma Lu must be in trouble. However, I maintained a calm expression and pretended to be eagerly concerned. Grandma Lu is actually sick, so I must go in and take a look. From a young age, both of my parents passed away. She treated me like her own grandson. When Tang Yang heard that I was an orphan, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Since I am an orphan, it should be easy to handle. Disappearing in this world shouldn't attract anyone's attention. Come in quickly, I'll go wake her up to meet you. I walked in without any hesitation, smiling innocently. I arrived at the bedroom familiarly, but my smile froze instantly. I saw Grandma Lu on the floor of the bedroom, already frozen by a huge block of ice, seemingly lifeless. At the same time, with a loud bang, the middle-aged man closed the door, completing the mission and rewarding the 8 gates escape technique. As the reward sound rang out, Tang Yang's figure also appeared at the bedroom door. Your Grandma Lu has returned to the embrace of the Eternal Mother, and next, I will also accompany you on a journey to reunite you both in the divine realm. After saying these words, Tang Yang's expression no longer looked gloomy, but instead was filled with fanaticism and morbidity. I bravely looked at him, and his eyes emitted a faint red light in the darkroom, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell, staring at the food in front of him. This startled Tang Yang, who was originally lost in his own thoughts. After a while, he snapped back to reality and coldly chuckled, "An eye technique ability? Huh? They are all useless showpieces." The temperature in the room dropped instantly, even the air I exhaled turned into white mist. Just then, an ice cone quickly flew towards me. Although this move is not very powerful, it can instantly freeze opponents weaker than oneself, until they freeze to death or suffocate. Tang Yang is confident in his own strength at the empty stage realm, so dealing with a high school student is a piece of cake. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changes. The ice pillar that was attacking me suddenly twists a few times and in the blink of an eye, it transforms into a giant python the size of a bull. Immediately after, it turns its head and bites towards Tang Yang himself. This scene happens too quickly, and Tang Yang doesn't have time to react. He can only instinctively raise his arm to defend himself. No, soon he realized that he had fallen into an illusion. Although he was deeply trapped in my illusion, the gap in our abilities was too great. In just a moment, he broke free from the illusion. From the moment he entered, I sensed a dangerous aura from this man. So even though I activated my Sharingan, I didn't let my guard down. 8 inner gates. First gate, open. Instantly, my spiritual power spread throughout my body, causing my blood to boil. I quickly exerted force with my feet to dodge the incoming ice spikes, and in the blink of an eye, I kicked Tang Yang and arrived by his side. At the same time, he had just broken free from the illusion and felt the whistling sound in his ears. His face changed, and an ice wall appeared in front of me. The next second, I shattered the ice wall with my immense strength, but it also blocked my powerful strike. Tang Yang, who almost fell into a trap, had a gloomy face. The sweat on his forehead showed that his heart was not calm at the moment. He didn't expect to almost die at the hands of a high school student. Well done, kid. Let's see if you can play the role of a tiger disguised as a pig with me. I saw him reach into the empty space with his right hand, and an ice knife appeared, fiercely slashing towards me. I didn't choose to directly confront it and quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, I noticed that my body was already covered in ice crystals. I couldn't even imagine what would happen if I were hit. Tang Yang looked at me with a gloomy expression and said, "Kid, I admit that you're strong among your peers, but unfortunately, I am a void stage powerhouse." With that, the ice knife in his hand emitted a cold light. Looking at the frenzied Tang Yang, I remained indifferent. Is the void stage impressive? Second gate, rest gate, third gate, life gate, open. Fledgling is not afraid of tigers. Young Tang sneered, thinking that the youngster in front of him had no idea how powerful the empty stage was. Just as the ice shards in the sky were about to wrap Meng Hang up, Meng Hang's blood seemed to boil, causing his entire body to turn red and wrapping a faint layer of green light around the outside of his body. Boom! With a loud bang, Meng Hang ejected out, sending out a huge force that crushed the entire floorboards. Yang Tang only felt his eyes blur as Meng Hang's figure actually disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Meng Hang's voice with mockery came from behind him. Empty rank, that's it? Yang Tang's face changed drastically, not understanding why the teenager's speed had increased so much in an instant. Ice barrier. Not daring to think too much, he quickly activated his supernatural ability, wanting to condense an ice barrier behind him to block Meng Hang's attack. Too slow. With a cold shout, Meng Hang kicked out, and a sonic boom actually sounded in the air. Yang Tang only felt a huge force coming from him, as if he had been hit by a large truck traveling at high speed, and his body involuntarily flew backwards. Boom! The old wall was directly hit with a hole, and Yang Tang's figure still didn't stop, flying towards the outside of the building. Without the slightest hesitation, Meng Hang kicked his feet and chased him out as well. Kicked out of the building, Yang Tang sprayed a mouthful of blood in midair, trying to adjust his posture. However, at this time, he was in the air, without a single borrowing point, and could only watch himself fall downwards. Fortunately, he was only on the 4th floor, so even if he fell, he wouldn't cause too much damage thanks to his physical strength. Yang Tang thought to himself, I didn't think that the tiny Yunshui city, apart from the SSS rank Lin Luoxue, actually hid such a demon, that he could cross the ranks and defeat himself, an empty ranked ability user. Little brute, I'll play with you again when I escape from Cloudwater City and recuperate from my injuries. He had now begun to think about how to escape after he fell to the ground in a moment. Although Meng Hang's kick had made his original injuries worse, he was still confident that he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. If I really can't use the lives of the people on the entire street as blackmail, a desperate strike from the empty rank, I don't believe they'd dare to let so many people bury me with them. Although countless thoughts flashed through Yang Tang's mind, only a few seconds had actually passed. His body was still suspended in the air, just about to fall downwards. Just then, his originally grim eyes blossomed, and he realized that a silhouette glowing with a light green color had appeared beside him. There was no need to guess to know that it was Meng Hang again. Looking at Meng Hang, who was like a maggot in his tarsus, Yang Tang cursed in his heart. He thought Meng Hang would jump straight down and wait for him on the ground, so he would have time to think about countermeasures. Unexpectedly, this kid didn't follow the rules and actually ran directly next to himself. Looking at Meng Hang's expressionless face, a chill involuntarily rose in his heart. Bang! Meng Hang, who was also suspended in the air, kicked again, directly kicking out Yang Tang's body. At the same time, Meng Hang's body quickly fell to the ground. Boom! Bending his legs, he exerted another force upwards, and the ground instantly collapsed. He utilized the force of this recoil to transform into a residual shadow once again. Being hit by this kick, Yang Tang's body once again smashed uncontrollably towards the opposite side of the building. Just before his body hit, Meng Hang's body had already arrived above his head again. How could it be so fast? Just as the mind just missed the governor this thought, he heard the teenager in front of him faintly say, "Empty step, just this?" The airborne Meng Hang raised his right foot high in the air and smashed it hard against Yang Tang's stomach. Whoosh boom! The ground cracked inch by inch, instantly being smashed out into a huge pit about a meter deep. Yang Tang was lying in the air like mud, the blood in his mouth lying outward like no money. At this point, all the bones in his body had been shattered by Meng Hang's kick, and he couldn't move a muscle. He stared unbelievably at the teenager in the air, not believing that he was able to escape from Zhao Sanpang's hands, and that he would actually fall into the hands of a high school student today. Looking at the dying middle-aged man in the pit, Meng Hang did not intend to stop there. With his feet in the air, he was actually able to leverage his strength in the air and swoop down as if he were stepping on a wall. With the huge impact of the high-speed dive, Meng Hang landed another knee on Yang Tang's body. The impact was so great that Yang Tang's body bowed like a prawn, and a mouthful of blood sprayed Meng Hang all over his body, which seemed to be laced with broken meat from his internal organs. Kid, the White Lotus sect won't let you go. Wait for the White Lotus sect's sanctions against you. I'm about to return to the embrace of Old Mother Lifeless, and you will receive Old Mother's most horrific punishment. Ha ha ha. Cough. Ha. Yang Tang laughed madly, and then was silent again. Only the fear of death was no longer in his eyes, only infinite fervor remained. Meng Hang, who cares about his crazy words before death, see the person under the body finally did not breathe, which will be relieved down, will be 8-door recluse put away. Just this put away does not matter, a sense of weakness instantly surged throughout the body, he uncontrollably fell to the ground, Will Tang Yang's body under the body. What followed was an incomparably sharp pain. He clenched his teeth fiercely, resisting the wave after wave of pain that came like a wave, trying not to make a sound. Is this the side effect of the 8-gate transportation armor? Meng Hang thought so before he lost consciousness. And at the same time, he vaguely heard the system's voice. Ding! Host crosses the ranks and kills an empty rank ability person, rewarded with double divine might. Kaleidoscope writer's eyes. Kill shop begins. Time returned to a few minutes ago. Su Xiaoxiao was a webcasting livestreamer, and with her beautiful appearance and big personality, she had gained nearly 1 million fans on the internet. Originally, she usually live-streamed indoors, only today, she made a date with her friends to come out for dinner, so she became an outdoor anchor. Brothers, I'm interesting enough to come out to eat and still think of you. In a moment to show you guys those girlfriends of mine, although a little worse than me, but they are all great beauties. Don't say that I'm not being polite, fat water doesn't flow into outsiders' fields, let the brothers in the live broadcast room open their eyes first. Hearing her say that, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room brushed up. It has to be my family Xiao Xiao, something is really on ah. Don't look, don't look. Seeing Xiao Xiao is enough, other women will only affect the speed of my sword drawing. Upstairs is right. As long as she doesn't open her mouth, she's my goddess. Right at this moment, a loud sound came, scaring the passers-by walking below with a jolt, all stopping to look up. Su Xiaoxiao was no exception, and was scared out of her wits by the loud noise. Fortunately, her mental quality was quite good, and she immediately slowed down. As a network anchor, she had a natural instinct for heat. She had a premonition that she would come across big news today, so she quickly flipped her cell phone screen and aimed it at the place where the sound came from upstairs, only to see a person break through the wall, while a figure whose entire body was glowing with green light and whose face could not be seen also appeared as if out of thin air. Crap, so fast. How did that figure with green light appear? The scene where Meng Hang appeared happened to be captured by Su Xiaoxiao's camera, causing a commotion in the live broadcast room. Good fellow, it's a speed faculty ability user, right? How else could he be so fast? The one who was kicked is also miserable. The wall was smashed out of a big hole. What kind of hatred and what kind of grudge must this be? Before the people in the live broadcast room could finish, the next action of the figure with green light made the crowd in the live broadcast room suck in cold air. The crowd only saw that the middle-aged man who was knocked out of the house was kicked again, and then the figure with green light disappeared into the air. Where are the people? Where are the people? Anchor, the shooting level is not good. Can't even shoot people's silhouettes. At this moment, Su Xiaoxiao's mouth grew up with a shocked expression. It's not that he can't be photographed, it's that he's too fast for a cell phone to capture. With Su Xiaoxiao's eyesight, she could only see a flash of green light, unable to keep up with Meng Hang's figure at all. Hearing her explanation, the live broadcast room once again exploded. I'll go, too fast for a cell phone to capture? What realm of ability person must this be? It has to be at least empty rank, and it has to be an ability and speed to do it. Holy shit, empty rank. God's fighting, God's fighting. Fighting, no, it can't be considered fighting. The one-sided abuse came and went quickly, ending with a loud bang after tens of seconds. The ground was smashed with earth and rocks, but fortunately, the passers-by who were onlookers had already withdrawn more than 10 meters, and there were no people who were injured by mistake. When Meng Hang cancelled the 8-door recluse, the crowd only looked out of the green light of the silhouette is actually just a handsome-looking teenager. Ilu, a big grass, just now who said that at least is empty rank ability person? Have you ever seen such a young ability person? Good guy, still wearing a high school uniform, should be a high school student. Are all the students nowadays so perverted? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It's only been a few days since this senior class held the awakening ceremony. How could they reach the empty rank? It's unreasonable. Maybe people are naturally awakened. I can't believe I'm speechless. 10 minutes after Meng Hang fainted, the city protector team arrived in great numbers, led by the very same middle-aged man who was in the hospital that day. At this time, there were more and more people watching, surrounding Meng Hang. The members of the city guard quickly dispersed the crowd and drew a boundary line around them. When the middle-aged man saw the corpse in the pit, he first froze, then his face changed drastically. It's the remnants of that demonic sect? There was another look of disbelief when he saw that it was actually a teenager above him. No, it couldn't have been this teenager who killed. Although this person was injured by the city lord, he is at least an empty stage powerhouse. The other team members around them were also murmuring, speculating on how exactly Yang Tang died. At this time, one of the team members who had just finished inquiring about the situation from the surrounding crowd walked back dully and said to the middle-aged man, "Captain, it's clear, it really was this teenager who killed the remaining members of the demon cult. I'll go, how old is he? If only we could recruit this teenager into our team. Don't think about it, look at the dress or a high school student, in the future there will definitely be a great future. How would he be willing to harbor in this small city of ours?" After the shock, the city guard personnel quickly dealt with the battlefield and carried Meng Hang to the ambulance to send him to the hospital. Seeing that there was no more action to watch, the crowd of onlookers dispersed, and the surroundings instantly became empty. Although the crowd dispersed, the battle was recorded and sent online by the viewers of Su Xiaoxiao's live broadcast, and it quickly hit the hot search. "I'll go, so fast. An ordinary high school student can actually have such speed, he's hung up. Is this the gap between me and a genius? The speed is actually so fast that even cell phones can't record it." Lin Luoxue ended her cultivation for the day and used her free time to take out her cell phone and take a look at what was new on the internet. Due to her SSS rank talent, coupled with her family's solid conditions that provided her with the required essence cores, she had now reached the late human stage and was only half a step away from stepping into the Earth stage. Even with her heart, she couldn't help but be a little excited. Just after opening her cell phone, a video on the #1 hot search caught her attention and curiously clicked on it. When he saw the unrivaled speed and power of the green silhouette, although there was a little surprise in his heart, it wasn't to the point that it could surprise her. After all, there were countless strong people in the Dragon Kingdom, and although air-rank powerhouses were powerful, they weren't that rare. It was only when she saw the final scene that her eyes involuntarily widened. Why did it feel like this figure was so familiar? Wait a minute. It was Meng Hang. Lin Luoxue sprang up from the bed with an unbelievable expression. She rubbed her eyes vigorously and dragged the progress bar to the last part, wanting to be sure again. How is it possible? It's only been a few days since his awakening. How could his strength reach this level? Comparing the strength shown by Meng Hang in the video with her own current strength, she helplessly realized that she had no chance of winning at all. Yi Qianwen ended the day's lessons, took a beautiful bath, wrapped in a towel and walked out of the bathroom. At this time, her long wet hair was casually draped down. Her perfect curves were on display. Ah, comfortable. Plopping down on the bed and letting out a slight moan, Yi Qianwen felt that there was no more relaxing time than this moment. Ding! Seeing a tweet from Weibo, she habitually clicked in. Originally, Yi Qianwen's eyes that still had some disorientation in them became more and more fixed the more she looked at it, and in the end, it turned into confusion, bewilderment, and incredulity. This is Meng Hang? My student Meng Hang? It can't be, he's only an E-grade talent. Well, it must just be a look-alike. No, I must ask him properly tomorrow at school. Li Xingliang was gripping his cell phone fiercely at this moment, veins rippling on his brain. Impossible, he's just an E-ranked loser, how could he suddenly become so powerful? Li Xingliang had originally wanted to re-challenge Meng Hang in the next 2 days to get back what he had lost in front of the entire school a few days ago. It was just that after seeing this video, the shock to him was so great that he couldn't even bring up a hint of a challenge. City Lord's Mansion. Zhao Sampang was comfortably drinking tea when a figure pushed the door in panic. It was none other than the middle-aged man from the city protectors. Seeing such a flustered figure of Lu Zhaoliang, Zhao Scatterpole's face showed a hint of helplessness. I say, old Luo, a person who is almost 40 years old, how come you are still a bit composed like a 20-something-year-old brat? You need to learn from me in this regard, to be able to do the Tarzan collapse on the top without changing your face. Lu Zhaoliang's face showed a hint of embarrassment and he could only give a sarcastic smile before continuing. What the city lord said is true, it's just that I've lost some of my composure because the demon cult's demon has died today. Hearing that the remaining demon cult's demon who had been injured by himself 2 days ago had died, Zhao Scatterpole's eyebrows couldn't help but raise before he said in a somewhat smug manner. Ha, everything was as expected by Laozi. How could an empty-ranked ability person resist one of Laozi's swords? Tell me, old Lu, did he die in the end because his sword chi penetrated his body? Hearing Lord City Lord say this, Lu Zhaoliang's face couldn't help but become even more embarrassed. My lord, he didn't die because of sword chi penetrating his body, but was killed by someone. The corners of Zhao Sampang's mouth twitched, but he still barely managed to maintain his Lord City Lord's majesty.
Haha, I was just joking with you just now. An ability user who can kill an empty rank. Which one of our experts in the city guard discovered his trail and struck?
My lord, it's not someone from our city guard, but a high school student.
Well, high school students are good, heroes are young. Wait, high school student?
Zhao Scatterpun, who was still calm and unperturbed, suddenly raised his voice pitch a few points, and all his fat meat shook with him.
A high school student kills an air-ranked ability? Did you read that correctly?
This battle record is something that even the naturally awakened geniuses from those great worlds in the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't necessarily be able to do. Seeing this astonished look on the city lord's face, Lu Xiaolin couldn't help but secretly laugh in his heart. Saying good calm, Taishan collapsed on the top without changing color. My lord, it has been checked out clearly, it is indeed a high school student from the 3rd middle school.
Third middle school?
Hearing that it was a student from the 3rd middle school, Zhao Scatterpun raised his eyebrows. A student of the 3rd high school, and just awakened can kill an air rank powerhouse, although it's a severely injured air rank ability user, that's not something that can be matched with a newly awakened student.
Unless it's that little girl child who awakened her SSS rank talent, then it makes sense.
Zhao Sanpang said to himself with a look of sudden realization. Lu Xiaoliang couldn't stand his look of wild guessing and directly tapped on a video saved in his cell phone and handed it to him, and opened his mouth next to him to explain. Meng Hang, 18 years old, both parents dead, currently living on his own. The awakening at the Awakening Conference a few days ago was an E-rank pupil type ability, and guessing by the contest between him and his classmates, it should be an illusion type.
Zhao Sanpang looked at the ghost-like figure within the video, his head a bit unresponsive. You're telling me that it's an illusionary type of psychic ability? Did he use his supernatural ability to hypnotize the people watching the video?
The more Zhao Scatterpun watched, his face became more and more grave, until the video of just over 10 seconds was finished, still silent for a long time. When Lu Xiaoliang saw that he didn't say anything, he didn't dare to open his mouth to ask, so he could only stand aside silently. It was only after a long half-day that Zhao Sanpang opened his mouth again. It should be making use of some secret technique to forcefully increase one's physical quality. It's just that this kind of secret technique usually has a lot of side effects, right? How is this kid? Nothing serious, right? City Lord, don't worry, if he relies on his own self-healing, he won't be able to get out of bed without a few months. I've already sent the Wood Systems ability person to treat him, there are 2 or 3 days to recover almost.
Lu Xiaoliang hesitated and continued. City Lord, do we need to notify the operator side to take down this video?
With the White Lotus sect's crazy style of doing things, if they see this video, it's hard to say what they'll do. Hearing him say this, Zhao Sanpang's aura changed, making people shudder, and was out of place with his bloated figure. A cold smile appeared on his greasy, obese face, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his green bean-sized eyes. A bunch of shrunken head turtles, if they dare to show their heads again, it's just right to directly chop its head off. And just as Zhao Sanpang was discussing the White/Lotus/sect, inside a secret stronghold of the White/Lotus/sect, there were a few people shivering and kneeling on the ground, while a man without a white beard and with a gloomy face was looking at Meng Hang's video with a gloomy face. There was not a single sound in the room other than the sounds of the fight in the video. Until the video ended, the atmosphere in the room became even more gloomy, and even the sound of sweat dripping from the foreheads of the people kneeling on the floor could be heard. I don't know how long it took, just as the crowd was about to be driven crazy by the oppressive atmosphere, the feminine youth finally spoke. Well, my White/Lotus sect's hallowed empty stage expert was actually beaten by a high school student without the ability to fight back.
Fine. The feminine youth's tone was flat, with little rise and fall.
But the few people kneeling on the ground lowered their heads a little deeper when they heard this.
That punk Yang Tang deserved to die.
Originally, I was worried that too many of us entering the city would be detected by that crazy pig Zhao Scatterpang. I didn't expect that this loser not only didn't succeed in assassinating that SSS rank Lin Luoxue, but was also killed in the street with a high school student.
Now it's good, we become the joke of the other rudiments.
You say what's the use of me wanting you guys? The more he said, the more angry he got. Qiu Guang roared angrily and slapped his big hand. The marble table beside him was like a bubble and instantly turned into crumbs. The crowd below didn't dare to utter a single breath, only one person gritted his teeth and opened his mouth.
Helm Master, calm your anger, we will enter the city overnight and kill that kid in the video and that genius who awakened the SSS rank.
Listening to what this person said, not only did Qiu Guang not subside his anger, but he became even angrier. Can you guys grow some brains? Right now, Zhao Scatterpang can't say that he has already laid a dragnet, just waiting for us to stick our heads in? The face of the person who spoke before also changed, and said with some indignation,
then we're just going to eat a dumb loss?
Qiu Guang suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled grimly. Is the reputation of the White/Lotus/sect not something that can be tarnished by a brat whose hair hasn't even grown? Shame must still be washed away with blood, and I'll make the lives of the entire Yunchue city people pay for it.
Alright, you guys go down first, I'll have my own plan for this matter. After saying that, he waved his big hand and dismissed the crowd. And Shou Guang took a step and disappeared into the room. The aura revived, the world changed, and the original highway connecting the city to the city had long since turned into a dense forest. Except for those with great aptitude abilities who were not afraid of the powerful demonic beasts in the depths of the forest, they dared to fly through directly in the air. More people still needed to take a specialized train, shuttling through the passages opened up by countless great abilities after countless hours of effort. Yunchuei City was no exception. There was a sprawling mountain range just to the southwest of it, and no one knew just how many demonic beasts were coiled within it. When Shou Guang reappeared, he had already appeared in front of the mouth of a huge cave deep within the mountain range. With a wave of his big hand, dozens of corpses appeared out of thin air. As far as the eye could see, there were both old and young among these corpses, and a pungent smell of blood poured out. The cave that was originally dark and could not be seen inside suddenly lit up with two lantern-sized blood-red lights. At the same time, a huge suction force arose out of nowhere from inside, sucking all these corpses into the cave. The next moment, numbing sounds of swallowing food came from inside the cave. Shou Guang, however, had his hands behind his back and looked at all of this indifferently. After a few minutes passed, the sound of swallowing food disappeared. Then a huge python with a length of tens of feet and a blood-red body crawled out from the cave, and the two lantern-sized bloodlights just now were actually just its two eyes. Fourth-ranked demonic beast, Red Blood Python. The red blood python lowered its head and looked at Shou Guang, who was like a mole cricket, and actually spat out human words. How long has it been since I've tasted this kind of flavor? It's still your human's flesh and blood that's the most delicious. Looking at the towering red blood python, a hint of displeasure appeared in Shou Guang's eyes. A beast was just a beast, actually daring to look down on himself. A fourth-ranked demonic beast was equivalent to a U-ranked ability person, but with his pride, a brute was a brute. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to fulfill the great plan of the holy sect, he wouldn't care to cooperate with these beasts that drank blood. I don't like your condescending attitude, Shou Guang said coldly. Oh, the red blood python wasn't angry either, and a hint of anthropomorphic teasing appeared in its huge triangular eyes. Seeing as you brought me blood food, I'll reluctantly accommodate you. Saying that, his body rapidly shrunk, finally turning into a monster of about 2 meters with a human head and snake body. When Shou Guang, who originally had a bashful face, saw this scene, his face changed drastically. You've advanced to the 5th rank. Chapter 19 Reward. Shou Guang's face was shocked as he subconsciously took a step back. Being able to transform a part of your body into a human form was the ability of a 5th-ranked demonic beast, so the red blood python in front of him should be called the Red Blood Demon King. Don't look at his heart's disdain for demonic beasts, but this was predicated on the premise that the abilities were equal. Now that this beast in front of him had actually advanced to the 5th rank, it would be tantamount to seeking skin with a tiger. Strongly calming himself down, Shou Guang, as if he didn't see the teasing eyes of the red blood python, lightly coughed twice and said, "Cough. It was me who was a bit abrupt just now, but still, I hope that you will honor the agreement between our divine sect and the demon emperor and be able to help each other." The red-blooded demon king stretched out its slender snake core and licked its lips, looking greedily at the human in front of him. The blood and flesh of a U-ranked ability person could be much tastier than that of an ordinary person. If it wasn't for the existence of the demon emperor, he would have eaten the human in front of him. There's nothing to do. I don't know what is the purpose of Servant Lord Shou's visit this time. Seeing that the red-blooded demon king didn't bother with himself because of what happened just now, Shou Guang secretly sighed in relief and smiled. Of course there is something to ask for your help. My sect wants to sacrifice the souls of the entire city of Cloudwater City to Old Mother, so I want to ask for your help. The red blood demon king's eyes widened, his triangular eyes staring at the human in front of him in disbelief. Are you lifeless sect crazy? Although Cloudwater City is only a small city, it still has a population of several million. If you guys really want to massacre the city, the Dragon Kingdom will not let you go. Shou Guang didn't care about the red blood demon king's shock and continued. You don't have to worry about this. Right now, the human race has Huan rank experts sitting around except for a few big cities. Huan rank experts and above are basically at the frontline battlefields. When the time comes, I'll stall the Jiao Scatterpang, and even if some other city lords come to your aid, they won't be a match for you. We'll have plenty of time to exterminate the entire Cloudwater City. The Red Blood Demon King narrowed his eyes and pondered for a long time. Back then, I managed to escape that madman's pursuit and hid in this Cloudwater mountain range for nearly 10 years. With just these few words of yours, you want me to risk being discovered by him to go out? Isn't your lifeless sect a bit too arrogant? Shou Guang smiled confidently. Don't worry about this, as long as you agree to go out, we will use the White Lotus secret technique 10,000 Ghosts Blood Refining Formation and use the essence blood of millions of people to practice an essence blood pill. I believe that with this essence blood pill, your strength will again improve drastically.
The essence blood pill was the product of the lifeless sex evil method of refining, capable of increasing the strength of an ability. The more essence blood contained in it, the better the effect, and even the red-blooded Demon King had heard of its great name. Refining an essence blood pill with the essence blood of 1,000,000 people. Thinking of this, the red blood Demon King couldn't help but have a great light in its eyes. At its level, a small step up in realm was extremely difficult. With this essence blood pill, I believe that my own realm, which has not been refined for a long time, will be greatly improved. This risk is worth taking. The big deal is that after this incident, he escaped from the range of the human race, and he will be a good man again. Thinking about this, the Red Moon Demon King no longer had a trace of hesitation. Alright, it's settled. Then his eyes narrowed, staring grimly at Xiao Guang. If you don't keep your promise by then, don't blame this king for turning the other cheek. Chao Jun opened his eyes after a beautiful sleep. Ever since he surprisingly and inexplicably changed his stuttering problem after the encounter in the alley, he felt that life was so good. Chao Jun sat up and stretched comfortably. His injuries had basically healed and he would almost be discharged today. Turning his head to look at the hospital bed next to him, he realized that there was an extra person and looked at him for a few more moments, then he retracted his eyes with a disdainful skim. On the hospital bed was a teenager with clear-cut angles and handsome looks, but his face was extremely pale. Chao Jun couldn't see this kind of white boy. Why can they rely on their face to eat, while they can only rely on their strength? Just the next moment, sitting down, he stiffened, as if he thought of something horrible. Chao Jun mechanically turned his head slowly again, his eyes widened, staring in some disbelief at the teenager on the bed next to him. Ah! A heartbreaking scream came from the entire hospital room all of a sudden. He chased after him. Doctor, I want to be discharged. After saying that, he couldn't even put on his shoes and ran towards the outside of the hospital room. Woken up by this ear-piercing scream, Meng Hang slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Meng Hang only felt weak and his head hurt like it was exploding. Looking around, he realized that he was actually in the hospital and couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Worthy of being Emperor Kai's 8 gates of transportation, the strength after opening it certainly increases by a large margin, but the after effects are also obvious. And then couldn't help but look forward to it. If only we could have pillar's cells, then wouldn't this problem be perfectly solved? Shortly after he awakened, a bloated fat man with a center parting hurriedly walked in, followed by a vast group of people. The bloated fat man looked at Meng Hang appreciatively, and spoke in the middle of Meng Hang's dumbfounded face. Hello little Meng, introduce yourself, I'm Zhao Sanpang, the city lord of Yunxue City. This time you have made a great achievement, you actually killed a remaining member of the lifeless sect alone. You know that was an empty stage ability, what a hero. Meng Hang stared at Zhao Sanpang with an odd expression on his face, suddenly wanting to laugh a little. 3 fat? This stature, this head shape, this name, it makes him not think of a certain character from his previous life. I didn't realize that Cloudwater City's city lord was actually so comical. Zhao Scatterpole looked at the teenager in front of him with a dull expression and thought that he hadn't slowed down from the great battle, so he didn't care and continued to smile. In light of the fact that you defied life and death and managed to kill an empty ranked ability, the Cloudwater City government has decided to reward you with 10 essence cores and 10 tubes of branching back spirit liquid. I hope that you will cultivate well in the days to come, and strive to win glory for Cloudwater City in the college entrance exams. With that, he pulled out an anciently decorated ring and handed it to Meng Hang. The things are all inside, and also, this space ring is also considered a reward, so I'm giving it to you all together. Hearing the reward, Meng Hang couldn't help but widen his eyes. 10 essence cores alone were worth $1 million, and each spirit recovery liquid was also worth $100,000, which added up to a total of $2 million. Although this spatial ring didn't know what grade it was, the lowest grade was worth $500,000. Meng Hang instantly felt like his value had skyrocketed, and he was on his way to the pinnacle of his life, winning over a rich white woman. The people behind Zhao Sanpang also began to talk to each other. I didn't expect the city lord, who has always been stingy, to be so generous this time. This is more than $2 million going out. My 1 month's salary is only 1 essence core, this reward tops my salary for 2 years. Hey, people are more angry than people. If you can kill an empty ranked ability, you can also be rewarded with these things. Forget I said that. City Lord is polite. Killing the remaining members of the White Lotus sect is the responsibility of every one of our citizens. Meng Hang straightened his back and put on a righteous look. Meng Hang then suddenly covered his forehead, displaying a look of severe pain. It's just that City Lord has exhausted my spiritual power for this battle. Can you give me a reclaiming spirit liquid to restore my spiritual power first? The people present were dumbfounded, and even Zhao Scatterpond huffed. I just gave you 10 god recovery liquids and you didn't use them, and this turn of events is still asking me for them? Are young people nowadays so shameless? Thinking so, but he still had to maintain his city lord's majesty. and could only forcefully resist the urge to curse out, pulling out another divine recovery liquid from his spatial ring and handing it to Meng Hang.
Haha, little Meng, you recuperate well, the rewards that should have been given to you have also been given to you, you rest well, we won't bother you anymore. After a few more polite words, Zhao Sanpang turned his head and left. He was afraid that Meng Hang would say again which hurt and blackmail himself a little more. Hey, okay. City Lord and all the adults, I'm not going to go down to see you all off since I'm physically unable to do so. Well, back to God Liquid to get hands. Meng Hang immediately transformed a look, which there is just now the appearance of spiritual power overdraft. Crowd. When the crowd left in great numbers, Meng Hang was the only one left in the ward, and it suddenly became quiet. Gudong! Gudong! Feeling that his head was groggy, Meng Hang didn't hesitate and swallowed the rejuvenation liquid in his hand in one gulp. He only felt a surge of energy go straight to his head. It was as if a bucket of cool water had been poured over his head, and his entire being instantly became lucid. Good stuff, good stuff, Meng Hang muttered to himself, greedily stroking the glass bottle that was only empty. It was worthy of being a must-have item for traveling at home and exploring the city. It could be said that having it was an extra life at some point. Moving his body around a bit, Meng Hang realized that his body was no longer in any serious trouble, and with his mental strength also recovered, he expected to be discharged from the hospital today. There were only 10 days left before the college entrance exams, and he didn't want to spend his time delayed in his hospital bed. Hey, right. Meng Hang slapped his palm. He vaguely remembered that when he was unconscious, the system seemed to remind him to open something. System, open the personal attributes panel. Okay. Meng Hang was speechless for a while. How do I feel that this system is getting more and more unorthodox? Ding. The system opens. Host, Meng Hang. Ability, Kaleidoscope Sharpening Will Eyes, Dual Divine Might, SS Grade. Mental Power, 3185, First Stage. Strength, 79. Agility, 91. Physique, 81. At this moment, if there were outsiders in the room, they would have seen that at this moment, Meng Hang had a demented look on his face, and there were a few drops of crystal liquid at the corners of his mouth. Boy, this is the advancement of the Kaleidoscope Writer's Will Eye? In the original, the dual divine might sharing will eyes could be said to be a bug-like existence, and Kakashi had only used the trial version once. In other words, now as long as Meng Hang had enough spiritual power, he could fully utilize the full power of the dual divine might. How could this not make him excited? Ha! With a soft eek, Meng Hang realized that there was another kill shop next to his personal attributes panel. System, what is this kill shop? For every demonic beast or ability person that the host kills, they will receive corresponding points. Every kill of an Earth-ranked ability person or corresponding demonic beast rewards 1 point, empty rank rewards 50 points, U rank 2,500 points, and Huan rank 25,000 points. The higher the points, the rarer the items or abilities that can be exchanged. Of course, the points will decrease based on the host's realm increasing. Hearing this, Meng Hang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and tap the kill shop open in anticipation. Only to see a wide array of items displayed in the kill shop. The more Meng Hang looked at it, the more he was shocked, and his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Current points, 50. Magic Knife 1000 Blades, 50 points. As the host is opening the kill shop for the first time, this item is used as a newbie benefit. The next time the store is opened, the Magic Blade 1000 Blades redemption points will be restored. Great Self-Realization Breathing Technique, 500 points. 5 Attributes of Spiritual Power Gold, 1000 points. 5 Attributes of Spiritual Power Wood, 1000 points. 5 Attributes of Spiritual Power Water, 1000 points. 5 Attributes of Mental Energy Fire, 1000 points. Spiritual Attributes Earth, 1000 points. Shadow Divergence, 2000 points. Fireball Technique, 2000 points. Eternal Kaleidoscope Moon Reading, 50,000 points. Eternal Kaleidoscope Amaterasu, 50,000 points. Pillar Cell, 50,000 points. Numb. Completely numb. Meng Hang felt his blood boiling all over his body. This is a proper opening. As long as he had enough points, he was confident that he could decapitate even a god. Points. Points. This is forcing me to go out of the city to kill demonic beasts. Looking at his 50 points, Meng Hang hesitated. Should he save them up and exchange them together for something good, or should he just exchange them first? His heart crossed, what comes to hand is his own, and he directly chose to redeem the demonic blade 1000 blades. Only offense, no defense, unrivaled in the world. The corner of Meng Hang's mouth quirked. Defense? Doesn't exist. With the dual divine might, he still needed defense? This blade was simply prepared for himself. In the next moment, a long knife with a black hilt and a blade emitting a lavender glow appeared in Meng Hang's hands. Meng Hang gently stroked the blade, and an icy coolness came from between his fingers. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the blade was indeed composed of countless fragments. Swinging it gently, a sound of breaking wind came from it. The more Meng Hang looked at it, the more he liked it, and played with it in his hands for nearly 10 minutes before taking it back into space. Of course, this space didn't mean taking back the spatial ring, but rather the foreign space that unleashed divine might. Meng Hang himself has space, how would he still look at the space ring that is less than a cubic meter of small place? Looking at the time, it was only about 8 in the morning. Being idle, he simply took out an essence core and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. Around 5 in the afternoon, feeling that he was no longer in any trouble, he asked for his own clothes from the nurse and hurried towards home. This daylight was immersed in the joy of the great harvest and cultivation, forgetting one particularly important thing. His home had been demolished by himself. Forcing himself to endure the heartache, he directly called a cab and rushed towards his home. It was important to know that he was usually a master who could take public transportation and definitely not take a taxi. As soon as he got out of the car, Meng Hang first froze, surveyed the surroundings, determined that the driver did not send him to the wrong place, before staring with a face of dismay at the old building in front of him, where he had lived for almost 20 years. The original dilapidated walls had become brand new, even the paint on the outside was freshly brushed on. Not to mention the holes that he kicked out, not a trace of which could be seen for a long time. Just as Meng Hang was dismayed and didn't know what was happening, a cry of surprise came from his side. "Agu, isn't this little Meng? Didn't you go into the hospital? How come you came out after only one day?" Meng Hang turned his head to see that it turned out to be his own Aunt Lin from downstairs. Aunt Lin stared at the teenager in front of her with a surprised face. Yesterday, when she saw Meng Hang kill that White/Lotus sect, she almost didn't recognize that powerful and ruthless teenager as the child she had watched grow up. But although surprised, there was no fear or alienation within. In this era, although it looked peaceful, that was relative. A warrior violates the prohibition with his martial arts. Once a person had extraordinary strength, they would always use their abilities to challenge the law. Not to mention the prying eyes of demonic beasts outside. So the people of this world were sort of accustomed to this sort of thing, and didn't feel fear because Meng Hang had killed someone on the street. On the contrary, a strong strength would make people respect him even more. Why are you coming out here if you're not properly recuperating from your injuries? Is it because you're worried about spending too much money on hospitalization? You child, you've had high self-esteem since you were a child. When I let you come to my house for dinner when I was little, you'd rather starve than come. Now too, if you have any difficulties, just tell Auntie, I can still afford to pay for your hospitalization. Looking at Aunt Lin's broken and caring face, Meng Hang couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart and hurriedly interrupted her. Aunt Lin, don't worry, I was discharged from the hospital after I recovered from my injuries. Is it still difficult to earn money with my current strength? Listening to Meng Hang's explanation, Aunt Lin then let go of her heart, and, right Aunt Lin, I haven't been back for just a day, how come the house has changed so much? Hearing Meng Hang's question, Aunt Lin explained to him with a proud face. Little Meng, you don't know, you can be considered the man of the hour in Yinchuan City right now. The city lord has already issued an announcement about you, praising you for not fearing danger and killing the White/Lian/cult/remnants of the Empty Order. This house is the one that the city lord specially arranged for the earth ability person to patch up overnight. I usually see you as soft and weak, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Meng Hang smiled awkwardly, but in his heart, he was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that fat man who looked greasy on the outside to have such a delicate mind. Returning home, seeing that the room that had become a mess due to the fight had been cleaned up, his heart couldn't help but feel a trace of gratitude towards Xiao Sanpang. After hastily placing down a bowl of noodles to eat, Meng Hang didn't rest for the night because of yesterday's fight. Instead, he took out his essence core and began to cultivate again. Coming to this world allowed him to see a different world. The opening of the system gave him the opportunity to see the scenery at the top of this world. If this wasn't hard work, then it really was hopeless. There were no words for the night. The next day Meng Hang dressed as usual and rushed towards school. But unlike usual, no matter if he was walking on the street or taking the bus, the people around him all stared at him as if they were seeing some rare species and whispered. This made Meng Hang twist all over, feeling like he had turned into a monkey being viewed in a zoo. Hey, look, isn't he the one who killed White/Lian/teaching/ in yesterday's video? Where? It's somewhat similar, but it doesn't feel like it. That teenager in the video had a chilling killing intent on his face. This person is white and clean, looks like he was pampered at home. It's also true, how could he not be injured when he fought with an air-ranked ability person, and was discharged from the hospital and went to school so quickly? Of course, there were also people who held a different view. I'm sure it's him. I've watched that video no less than 10 times, I can recognize him even if he's burnt to ashes. Keep your voice down, what if he hears you? Don't forget that he's a genius who can kill empty ranked ability users, and he's still burnt to ashes. If he hears you and beats you up, you won't even have a place to cry. Meng Hang pretended that he didn't hear the conversations around him and accelerated his pace towards the school. Originally, he thought that he would be able to clear his head when he entered the school, but he didn't expect the students to be even crazier. Holy shit! Meng Hang came to school. A cry of alarm caused the playground, which was still orderly, to become chaotic. Where's my idol? No one can steal it from me. Meng Hang will be my man from now on. Pull yourself together, he's the one who even rejected the school beauty Lin Luoxue. Would he look at you? No wonder he rejected Lin Luoxue in the first place. Now he does seem to have proud capital. How is it impossible? Maybe he just likes this old lady. Likes you for what? On your 180 pounds? Or on your F-class talent? Shin Feng, say that again if you have the guts. I'll fight you today. Originally, because of Lin Luoxue's matter made him a household name in the whole school, there wasn't a single person who didn't recognize him. Adding to the fact that he got things the day before yesterday, even the city lord himself sent out a proclamation honoring him, and that video that exploded on the internet, once again pushing him to the tip of the wind. Some of the people who were familiar with Meng Hang had gathered around to ask him about the specifics of that day. I say Meng Hang, quickly tell the brothers what exactly happened that day. How did you run into the people of the white/Lian/teaching/? And also, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Is not open hanging. Where did you buy that hanging from? Introduce it to me. I'll go and get one too. Looking at his classmates surrounding him in the middle, Meng Hang couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. This early in the morning, can't let yourself be quiet for a while. Before he could reply, a stocky, tall boy squeezed in from behind the crowd. Who is it? No eyes. What are you squeezing for? The person who was squeezed down cursed and turned his head. But as soon as he saw the visitor, his complexion changed drastically, and he stiffly held back the next series of nationalisms. The person who came was no one else, it was the one with the highest talent among the senior students of this session of the 3rd middle school besides Lin Luoxue. Taihu, Class A alien ability, power transcendence. In fact, greatest psychic ability was already considered the top of the line amongst the students of the past 3 middle schools. Nay, this year, a demon like Lin Luoxue came out, and then Meng Hang came out behind him to mess things up, causing outsiders to subconsciously ignore him. But the outsiders mentioned here are people outside the school. It doesn't mean that the students of the 3rd middle school haven't heard of his name. Unleashing his A-rank supernatural ability, his power supercharged, he was completely a humanoid ferocious beast. The most crucial thing was that he was a fighting maniac. As long as he could get into his eyes, he would challenge the other party at any cost, regardless of whether the other party promised or not, he would fight first. And never mercy. There are a few times if it is not the school teacher to stop, it is not good to say that the opponent directly led him crippled. So the students see him like seeing the plague, have to back away, afraid to be his eyes. Taihu stared straight at Meng Hang, his blazing eyes seeming to melt Meng Hang. Meng Hang shuddered at the look, and goosebumps rose all over his body. This student, I'm straight, I'm not good at this. Meng Hang's words caused Taihu to react to the fact that he was a bit out of line, and he quickly straightened his demeanor and said, Hello, my name is Taihu. Hearing that the person in front of him was Taihu, Meng Hang raised his eyebrows. He had also heard of this person's great name long ago, and had probably guessed Taihu's purpose this time. Meng Hang pretended to show a hint of surprise and nodded in response. I watched the video of you killing the empty ranked ability, you're very strong. People at home say that you used some secret technique to exert such terrifying power, but that doesn't matter. Whether it's a secret technique or not, that's part of your strength. I also want to feel the power of killing an empty ranked ability user today, so I'm going to challenge you. Taihu briefly introduced himself and didn't ink out his purpose directly. Meng Hang helplessly held his forehead, knowing that this was the thing. To be honest, right now Meng Hang really couldn't look at all these house battles in the school. It's not like they can kill people and save points, and there's no benefit, so isn't it good that they have that time to cultivate? As if hearing Meng Hang's heart, the system's voice also appeared at this moment. Ding! System open. Accepting Taihu's challenge, no reward. Rejecting Taihu's challenge, 10 points of physical attributes will be rewarded. Hearing the options given by the system, Meng Hang all but laughed. Just tell me to reject it. It was obvious at a glance what Meng Hang would choose, so he immediately opened his mouth to reject it. I'm really sorry, I just went through a big battle the day before yesterday, and my body is still weak, so I really can't accept your challenge. Ding! Mission accomplished, rewarded with 10 points of physique attribute. Hearing him say that, the smile on Taihu's face not only didn't disappear but became even more hideous. You can't say whether it's false or not, I have to try to know. After saying that, the muscles of his whole body instantly expanded, and his original height of nearly 1.9 meters directly turned into a small giant of nearly 3 meters, just like a faded Hulk. Today you have to take it even if you don't. With a loud roar, he threw up his huge fist and smashed it towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang frowned, not expecting Taihu to actually make a move when he said he would, and quickly took a step backward, not choosing to take it hard. In fact, he could completely Divine Might to avoid this strike, but Divine Might's skills were too perverse,
and he didn't want to expose them prematurely yet.
Boom! Sand and rocks flew about.
Taihu's punch was extremely powerful, directly smashing out a huge deep pit where Meng Hang had just stood. When Meng Hang saw this scene, his expression, which was still bland, instantly sank. From the power, it seemed that Taihu's punch had no intention of holding back at all.
Even a late human stage ability person wouldn't dare to take this punch hard. Oomph, gave you face.
With a cold snort, the Sharingan eye was unleashed. Of course, Meng Hang only unleashed his three-hooked jade sharpening will eye. He didn't want to use a bull's knife to kill a chicken, and against just a late human ranked ability, he didn't care to utilize his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes yet. Meng Hang's brown eyes instantly turned blood red, and the three jade symbols slightly rotated. Taihu, who didn't score a hit, didn't care, but stood in place after the blow and looked provocatively at Meng Hang. But right at this moment, he suddenly felt that the originally noisy playground was all of a sudden devoid of sound, and the silence was terrifying. Before he could react, boundless darkness swept in and surrounded him. Taihu surveyed his surroundings, and found that he could no longer see anything but darkness around him, and even the classmates around him had disappeared. At this moment, he felt like he was in a black hole, putting his eyes into nothingness, coupled with the dead silence made him gasp for breath.
No, there's someone else.
With a gloomy face, Taihu realized that not all people had disappeared. Not far from him Meng Hang was still staring straight at him, along with a pair of crimson eyes. In this out-of-reach environment, Meng Hang's pair of reddish eyes are so weird, staring at Taihu's whole body chills.
In the next moment, Taihu opened his eyes wide and looked at Meng Hang with some incredulity.
Only to see a pair of eyes on Meng Hang's body suddenly open, their blood-red pupils staring straight at him. This is not all, the second pair. The third pair. In just a few seconds, Meng Hang's body was already filled with densely packed eyes. Not only that, the entire pitch-black space had hundreds of pairs of eyes open, staring at Taihu with their emotionless crimson eyes in unison. At this moment, Taihu finally stopped being calm and looked at all of this with a pale, fearful face. Although he had vaguely guessed that Meng Hang was using an illusion department ability, the scene before him was simply too bizarre.
Pretending to be a god, is that all you've got?
After being stared at by these eyes for nearly half a minute, Taihu, who was already sweating profusely, finally couldn't stand up to this pressure, and his feet shot up, charging straight at Meng Hang. Whether it's an illusion or not, as long as we defeat the person who unleashed this ability, everything in front of us will be solved. With this thought in mind, Taihu, who had arrived in front of Meng Hang, did not hold back in the slightest and kicked at his head. The sound of breaking air rose at first, and the air currents generated by the tremendous force blew Meng Hang's hair a bit out of place. But Taihu realized that he didn't dodge. Instead, he revealed a weird smile to himself.
This smile immediately made his scalp numb.
Just the arrow on the string had to send, kicked out the foot has been unable to retract the force, can only swear to give himself courage.
Laughing Nemo laugh, give me death to come. Bang!
The foot that was like a cannonball kicked directly at Meng Hang's body. Just one hit. Taihu did not show joy. Instead, his face changed greatly and he quickly retreated backward. It turned out that Meng Hang who was kicked didn't fly backwards. Instead, his body shattered like glass, and then turned into countless black crows. What was different from ordinary crows was that these crows had blood-colored eyes. Flocks of crows circled in the air and did not fly away, but stared at Taihu below. Looking at these crows, Taihu actually absurdly felt mockery from them. It was just like the look in Meng Hang's eyes when he looked at him just now. Just as Taihu raised his head and stared at the crows in the air in a daze, he suddenly felt a tightness under his feet and hurriedly looked down. Without knowing when, a giant python the thickness of an adult man's arm actually appeared out of nowhere under his feet. This python was earth-colored and quickly wrapped around Taihu's feet and climbed up his thighs. In just the blink of an eye, the python wrapped Taihu's entire body in a death grip, making him unable to move. Taihu's forehead veins rippled, his whole body muscles gnarled, wanting to break free from the python with his terrifyingly huge strength. However, no matter how hard he tried, the python's body was like an iron chain made of steel. The python's head stood in front of Taihu spitting out cores, a pair of triangular eyes staring eerily at him. The python spat out its core on Taihu's face, and he could even clearly smell the fishy odor emanating from the python's mouth.
How could it be so real? In the next moment, Taihu's eyes blinked.
The python's body hadn't changed, only its head had actually turned into Meng Hang's appearance. Without giving Taihu a chance to react, the human-headed, snake-bodied Meng Hang actually opened his mouth at a weird angle like a snake, and revealed a pair of sharp fangs to bite towards Taihu's neck.
Ah! A mournful scream echoed in this pitch-black space, and in the outside world. The crowd that had originally leapt forward had long been impatiently waiting and began to whisper. The flowers I'd been waiting for have all become thankful. Is it a fight or not? I'll withdraw if not. That's right, the two of them have been standing there for almost 5 minutes. In the end, is it a fight or is it a frown? Hold back a bit more, maybe this is a fight between masters. They're both watching each other and are looking for an opportunity. I'll go, real or fake, I'm believable. Ah, Right at this moment, Taihu, who was originally standing still, suddenly showed panic on his face and let out a shriek, sitting on his butt on the ground. This cry scared all the people present and subconsciously backed up a few more steps. Crap! What is the situation this is? How did Taihu lie down? What did Meng Hang do to knock down Taihu, who has A-class psychic abilities? Could it be that these two were in a celestial battle just now, and Taihu was undefeated and lost? A boy narrowed his eyes and rubbed his chin with his hand as if he had seen it all. Pull yourself together, just now you said that the two of them were observing each other, and now it's a celestial battle. The other boy struck out unmercifully. Sitting on the ground, Taihu's originally lax eyes slowly regrouped and froze as he looked around for a long time before reacting. Meng Hang looked at Taihu sitting on the ground with a slight smile and said, "This is considered a win for me, right?" Hearing Meng Hang's question, Taihu's face was unsightly, and although he was unwilling in his heart, he still nodded. "You win! Wow!" Taihu's answer caused the surrounding people to clamor, all revealing unbelievable colors. The big man with A-ranked psychic abilities lost just like that? What the hell did the two of them just do? How did Taihu lose? Impossible, impossible. How could Meng Hang, an E-ranked gifted ability user, make Taihu admit defeat without making a move? I would have recognized it if he had won using the secret technique he used that day against the air-ranked ability user. The key is that he won too bizarrely. In fact, the crowd of onlookers still thought that Taihu had a better chance of winning at first. After all, it was widely believed that Meng Hang had performed some sort of secret technique that day, but the side effects of secret techniques were also extremely large, and none of them thought that he would use them in this kind of normal competition. But the result was really unexpected. Not only did he not use a secret technique, but he was able to make Taihu admit defeat just by standing in place, which was something they couldn't understand. Hearing Taihu admit defeat, Meng Hang nodded with satisfaction and put away his sharpening will eyes before turning his head to leave. Wait! But just as Meng Hang turned his head, Taihu's voice rang out behind him again. Meng Hang turned his head with some impatience and asked, "What's wrong again?" Taihu, who had already stood up, had his teeth clenched, and his face was filled with a look of unwillingness. "Although I admit defeat, I'm not convinced." Meng Hang rolled his eyes, thinking in his heart that if it wasn't for the system's temptation, who would have the time to ink him here? He didn't give Taihu any face either, and directly opened his mouth to dislike him. "Whether you serve or not has nothing to do with me." Taihu's face reddened at his words, but he still said unforgivingly, "I admit that your illusion is very strong, and I'm convinced of my loss. But what kind of man is it to play with illusions? Real men should fight with their fists." Illusion? When did Meng Hang awaken his illusionism ability? The crowd started talking again. From Taihu's words they realized the reason why he had inexplicably lost. Meng Hang was so thunderstruck by his words that his white eyes rolled up to the sky. "You two arm it. On the battlefield it doesn't matter what means you use to kill the enemy. Who cares what method you use? Then I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll rely on you every day. Follow you in class, follow you after class, follow you in the restroom, follow you at home, I'll follow you even if you find a girlfriend." Meng Hang laughed at his rogue words. "You're crazy, aren't you? Well, they all call me Wu Crazy. You're not a martial madman, you're a scoundrel." Meng Hang opened his mouth to mock. Taihu didn't care in the face of Meng Hang's taunts, shrugging his shoulders with an air of a dead pig. "Damn it, fuck." These words were not spoken by Meng Hang, but a system voice appeared in his head. "Old man can't stand to watch. System on. Defeat Taihu with physical arts. 5 attribute points awarded for all attributes. 5 attribute points deducted for all attributes in case of failure." Shit, fuck. This time it wasn't the system that said it, but rather Meng Hang shouted out excitedly after hearing the system's reward. This was a reward of 5 attribute points for each attribute. Meng Hang's eyes were a little red as he looked at Taihu as if he was seeing a plate of food. Come, don't you want to fight? Today I'll let you know why the peach blossoms are that red." First door open. Second door open. At once, his entire body was enveloped by a light green energy. Opening to the third gate against an upper human-ranked powerhouse would kill the opponent in seconds. Opening the second gate against a late human-ranked Tai who was already giving him face. Meng Hang raised his arm and hooked his hand towards Taihu. The meaning of provocation was self-evident, almost shouting, "Come over here." Used it. Meng Hang really used the secret technique from that day. It seems that this secret technique doesn't do much damage to the body, otherwise why would he use it so easily? That's not necessarily true. Look at Taihu's shameless look. If it were you, could you not be angry? That's true, just now he had that scoundrel look. If I could beat him he would have gone up and slapped him twice. The people around them couldn't help but see Meng Hang actually using the 8 gates of transportation in their eyes, knowing that this time there was finally going to be a good show to watch. Who do you guys think would win if the two of them fought? I say, can you ask some leveled questions? Meng Hang's secret art is in existence that can take out air-ranked ability users in seconds. Although Taihu is an A-ranked ability then, don't forget that his realm is still only human rank,
you should ask how many moves Taihu can last under him.
Then how many moves do you guys think Taihu can last under Meng Hang? I think 5 minutes. After all, someone else's psychic ability is A-ranked, so how can we give him some face? 3 minutes, no more.
Taihu didn't get angry because of Meng Hang's provocative actions, instead, his eyes revealed endless battle intent. Although his heart was incomparably excited, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Ah! With a wild roar, Taihu's body was covered in sinews, and the muscles on his entire body had unexpectedly increased by another circle, completely becoming a muscle monster.
Is Meng Hang ready? I'm coming. Ha!
The berserk Taihu didn't directly charge towards Meng Hang like the crowd expected, but instead roared at him. Holy shit, how much power must this muscle explode? Anyway, blowing a few of us to death with a single punch is no big deal. This sense of oppression alone makes my legs tremble. I don't know if Meng Hang can withstand Taihu's blow. That said, why did Taihu yell out if he didn't hurry up and strike? To subdue Meng Hang with his aura? Then who knows, maybe the muscles have grown into his head and he has no IQ. Not hearing their whispers, his eyebrows twisted as Taihu yelled at himself and his body instantly dodged to the side. The moment he dodged, a wave of air brushed past him, instantly blasting a small tree behind Meng Hang that was as thick as a man's ring to smithereens. Crap! The crowd of onlookers let out a gasp of surprise, shocked by Taihu's sudden maneuver.
It's still possible to do this? How much power would have to instantly erupt from within the body to send out such a powerful wave of chi?
Worthy of being an A-ranked ability, a common roar can send out such a bizarre yet powerful strike. If it were me, I wouldn't even be able to catch this roar. Just as Meng Hang dodged, Taihu's eyes lit up and he roared in his heart.
Good chance!
With his feet powered up, he leapt towards Meng Hang's body with lightning speed. Don't look at Taihu's body covered in muscles at this time, but it doesn't look bulky at all. Instantly leaping to Meng Hang's head, his right leg lifted high, and slammed down fiercely towards the top of his head.
Battle axe!
Feeling the overwhelming wind pressure coming from the top of his head, this time Meng Hang did not dodge, but raised his right arm to block upwards.
Bang!
A thick thigh like an elephant's leg collided with an ordinary arm, actually creating a wave of air that spread in all directions.
Ka snort! Meng Hang stood still in place, still standing tall like a pine or cypress.
However, due to Taihu's kick being too powerful, it directly caused the tiles on the bottom of Meng Hang's feet to shatter by inches.
Hiss!
The aftershocks created by the two men exchanging blows caused the surrounding people to suck in their breaths. What kind of perverts were these two people? It had only been a few days since their awakening, and their strength was already terrifying to such an extent.
This can't be.
Seeing that his kick had actually failed to produce any effect on Meng Hang, waves of shock surged through Taihu's heart. He naturally knew the strength of Meng Hang's unleashed secret art, so he didn't hold back in the slightest, and went straight for his strongest strike. He didn't expect to be able to defeat Meng Hang with this move, but in his estimation, it would more or less harm Meng Hang, and he really didn't expect him to take his attack so easily. Facing the roguelike Taihu, Meng Hang didn't give him any face and directly opened his mouth to taunt.
With this amount of strength, what makes you challenge me?
You can't do this either, you've grown so big for nothing. Why are you acting like you haven't eaten? Use your milk strength. Even with Taihu's face, he was furious at Meng Hang's words.
When had he been mocked like this by his own hallowed A-ranked ability user? You can say I'm shameless, you can say I'm bullying people, but you can't say I can't. A man couldn't say no. Meng Hang, don't be complacent, it's not certain who can't.
With that, he wanted to continue charging towards Meng Hang. But before he could do so, his eyes blinked and Meng Hang's figure in front of him actually disappeared out of thin air.
Back there.
I don't know who yelled out, and only then did Taihu feel the sound of the breaking wind coming from behind him as an afterthought. He screamed bad and couldn't think twice before dodging to the side. Only then was he able to dodge Meng Hang's incoming punch.
Yeah, reaction is quite fast.
Meng Hang lightly eeped, not expecting Taihu to react so quickly. But he didn't care too much, taking advantage of Taihu's lack of strength. His right hand changed from a fist to a grab, and grabbed Taihu's right arm.
Dare to compare strength with me?
Taihu, who was grabbed by Meng Hang's arm, was not surprised, but rather delighted.
Compare your strength with yourself? I'm afraid you've forgotten what kind of ability I have? Class A ability, Power Mania.
The thing he was most afraid of was comparing his strength with others. However, the next moment, he despairingly felt an unrivaled strength coming from those slender hands on his arms.
Meng Hang's subsequent movements stunned everyone, and they didn't dare to utter a single breath.
Only to see Meng Hang, who had grabbed Taihu's right arm, surprisingly pick up the 3-meter-tall human-sized ferocious beast as if it were a chicken, and then ruthlessly slammed it onto the ground.
Bang, bang, bang.
Taihu was like a broken rag, being flung around by Meng Hang and then viciously smashed on the ground. Smashed dozens of times, the surrounding asphalt road has been smashed into smithereens. Meng Hang this only to solve this breath, no longer care as a dead dog like Taihu. At this time, Taihu lying on the ground motionless, eyes godless. With his physique did not suffer multiple injuries, just this result he could not accept.
He was actually killed in seconds, or in the aspect of strength that he was most proud of. At this moment, the playground was silent, and the crowd looked at Meng Hang as if he were a monster. Which one of you two is a strength alien? In the future, the title of humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex will be given to you. After nearly 2 minutes of silence, the crowd finally clamored like a pot exploding. Holy shit, so strong. Is this the strength to kill an empty ranked ability? Perverted, too perverted. With this secret technique, what need is there for supernatural abilities? One can directly use physical techniques to fuck up ability users. I don't know what kind of luck Meng Hang had in picking up this kind of secret art. Let's not think about it. Cool. The unruly and heroic voice of the system came out of Meng Hang's head, who had just finished the battle. Dare to call out the old man's host. If you don't teach him a lesson, he really doesn't know whose father is. Meng Hang sweated profusely. What's this all about? How does it feel like this system of his is getting more and more unorthodox? That, Brother Tuanzi, can we keep a low profile? Low key? Doesn't exist. A celebrity said it well. People without strength need to lay low. How come I haven't heard which celebrity said that? Lu Xun. Meng Hang had a head full of black lines. You're farting. Lu Xun, his old master, didn't say that. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward the host with an increase of 5 attribute points in all attributes. With the battle settled, Meng Hang put away the 8 gates of evasion. The crowd only saw Meng Hang, who had put away his secret arts, suddenly turn pale and stagger, about to fall to the ground. A silhouette flashed by and came to Meng Hang's side, holding him steady. The crowd fixed their eyes on him, and it was actually Lin Luoxue. In fact, Lin Luoxue had been mixing in the crowd to watch Meng Hang's fight, and had been horrified by the strength he had displayed. Just now, when she saw Meng Hang's unsteady feet about to fall, she didn't think much about it and subconsciously stepped forward to help him. Although he hadn't fulfilled his grandfather's dying wish, after all, Meng Hang's grandparents had been kind to his own grandfather, so if he could help, he would do so. Is it alright, Meng Hang? Let me take you to the infirmary. Meng Hang pretended to be weak and waved his hand as he spoke. No big deal, this is just the aftermath of me using the secret art. Although the secret art is powerful, it does come at the cost of longevity. The longer the secret art is used, the more power it exerts, and the more my life force is consumed. Just that short few minutes of fighting just now consumed nearly over a month of my lifespan. But other than that, it doesn't cause much damage to my body. I'm just a little weak now that I've exhausted my spiritual power. Once the crowd heard his words, they shook their heads regretfully. It was actually a secret art that used life force as a cost. This couldn't help but discourage people. If this secret technique was used too much, it might just crunch past one day. Who would accept that? The envious glances that the crowd had originally cast toward Meng Hang had turned into pity, teasing, regret, and so on. Once Lin Luoxue heard this, she was also a bit anxious for him and hurriedly advised. Meng Hang, the strength that the short-time secret technique gives you is certainly fascinating, but it's not a long-term solution. After all, you're still young, your future in the future is unlimited, there's no need to rely on secret arts. His words just now were naturally a bunch of nonsense on his part. With his current physical quality, in fact, even if he cast the 3rd gate of the 8 gates of transportation again, he wouldn't pass out from the pain like before. The reason why he had to say that was because it was a sin to harbor a jade, and if there were no after effects of such a heaven-defying secret art, it would definitely cause all the forces to covet it. Even if he said that now, there was no certainty that certain people would no longer have any thoughts about the 8 doors transported armor. Listening to Lin Luoxue's elder-like teaching, Meng Hang felt his head getting big and didn't understand why she was so concerned about himself. Could it be because of my brother's unrivaled charm? Meng Hang thought somewhat narcissistically. Well, what you said, Lin student, is very true, I'll keep it in mind. You care about me so much, I actually refused your marriage proposal in the first place, or else the two of us. Before he could finish, Lin Luoxue had already turned red, fiercely pinched him on the arm, said a rogue, then no longer cared about him and turned her head away. Meng Hang looked at her back a little confused. At first you forced me to slash Hun, now how to say that I am a hooligan. The crowd watching the two flirting, especially the boys, have revealed envy. Worthy of being the one who refused the goddess to force slash Hun, is bullish, actually molested her in front of so many people. My generation model I am not as far as him. In a fairly luxuriously decorated office, the two were standing in front of the window overlooking the scene. The principal's face was constrained, standing respectfully at one side, while the person at the head had a bloated figure, precisely the Cloudwater City's city lord, Zhao Sanpang. The corners of Zhao Scatterpole's mouth hooked slightly as he looked down at the battle below with satisfaction, his eyes full of praise. I say old Lin you've picked up a treasure this year. Not only do you have an SSS-ranked genius in Lin Luoxue, these two students are also rare and good seedlings. Hearing the city lord's praise, Lin Xiaowen also couldn't help but show pride on his face, but on his lips he still said modestly, City lord is too kind, the strength that Meng Hang just exerted was certainly powerful,
but he also said just now that it was at the cost of consuming his life force, and that he couldn't use it too much if it wasn't a crisis situation. Zhao Scatterpole also showed pity on his face. Yes, it's a pity that this secret art. Originally I wanted to find that kid in a while to discuss whether he could sell the secret art to me. But what I'm most concerned about isn't the secret art, but his pair of eyes. At the mention of Meng Hang's pair of eyes, Lin Xiaowen also nodded with a grave expression on his face. Zhao Scatterpole continued. I remember that what he awakened during the awakening ceremony was an E-rank pupil-related ability, right? That's right, Lord City Lord. But judging from the situation just now, to be able to make that Taihu kid get hit by an illusion without him realizing it, and to make it impossible for him to struggle out, it's obvious that that Meng Hang kid's psychic ability isn't as simple as E-rank. Lin Xiaowen also looked puzzled. At that time, the awakening ceremony was hosted by me personally. I was watching him awaken his powers with my own eyes. There's no reason for it to go wrong, unless... Saying this, Lin Xiaowen seemed to think of something. His words ended abruptly, looking at Zhao Sanpang with an unbelievable expression, as if he was waiting for his affirmation. Lin Xiaowen narrowed his eyes and nodded. I'm thinking the same thing as you. If I'm not wrong, what this kid has awakened is probably an extremely rare global ability. Hearing the city lord's affirmation, Lin Xiaowen's face turned red, and his eyes were filled with the color of ecstasy. In that case, our third middle school might come out with 2 SSS-ranked geniuses at the same time? Old Lin, don't get too happy too early. Although there's a high possibility that Meng Hang has awakened a global ability, no one knows where the end of his growth will be. It could be SSS rank, or it could be a rank. And it takes time for the growth of an alien ability, so we all need to put our minds at ease. What the city lord said is, the crowd sent Taihu, who was lying on the ground, into the infirmary. Injuries from competitions were considered commonplace for the students here. The only difference this time was that this time it was Taihu who was sent to the infirmary. In the past, he would have been the only one to send someone else to the infirmary. Alright, it's almost time. Seniors rushed to the gym. A teacher's voice rang out from the loudspeaker. As if the crowd already knew, they rushed towards the gym. Only Meng Hang was dumbfounded and hurriedly dragged his tablemate, Nguyen, from the crowd and asked, "What's the point of going to the gym? You're not practicing today. You don't know?" Nguyen looked at him with a puzzled face, then remembered that he didn't come to school yesterday due to an injury and hurriedly explained. Today is the senior year send-off assembly. In fact, right now there is no difference between us practicing at school and practicing at home on our own, and even practicing together will disrupt the cultivation plans of certain classmates. That's why the school has decided that until these days of the college entrance exams, we don't have to come back to school. Meng Hang nodded indistinctly and was extremely happy in his heart. Originally, he was still thinking about what excuse to use to take a leave of absence from school. He couldn't just say that he had gone out of town to hunt demonic beasts, then the school would definitely not agree. This world schools pay great attention to exercise, so the high school's gymnasium covers an extremely large area. Accommodating several hundred people can be said to be more than enough. As soon as the students entered, they were subdued by the scene in front of them. Originally empty and simple, purely for the students to practice, the gymnasium at this time is actually like a 5-star banquet hall. The huge diamond chandelier on the ceiling shed a gentle light, and the tables were filled with food, drinks, and red wine for the students to choose. The most conspicuous thing was the huge stage at the front of the venue, where neon lights emitted colorful light, rendering the place incomparably gorgeous. Wow! It's New Year's Eve. Once they entered, the crowd couldn't help but let out a gasp. Lin Xiaowen walked to the front of the stage unhurriedly, picked up the microphone and began his speech. I still have vivid memories of the scene when you all enrolled in school. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly, and in the blink of an eye you'll be graduating and moving towards a broader stage. Sooner or later, the eagles will soar into the sky, and the future is yours. This era of ours is not peaceful. The cruelty of the battlefield on the first line of heaven needs to be experienced by you all personally. So this era does not allow us to be ashamed of those martyrs on the battlefield. May you all continue to open up and advance with superior wisdom, strong will, and fearlessness. But there is tension and relaxation in cultivation. Life is not only about cultivation, there is also the passion of youth. That's why the school organized this event. I hope you guys can put down all your baggage and enjoy yourselves today. The tomorrow of the Dragon Kingdom is yours. I hope that all of you can shine in the future. After saying that, Lin Xiaowen bowed deeply to the stage. In an instant, the entire venue applauded for a long time. The students all looked at the stage to get the principal with tears in their eyes. After Lin Xiaowen's speech, all the teachers withdrew from the venue, leaving the place truly for the students. At first the crowd is still a little constrained. The atmosphere of the venue is filled with embarrassment. But after all, they are young people. A few glasses of wine, the atmosphere became lively. Some people even drank red face, through the strength of the wine talk. There are also people who take advantage of the alcohol to high school. 3 years of secret love has long been confessed. Some people warmly embrace. There are also some people left the scene forlornly. Youth is beautiful,
there are young love, there are innocent friendship. When the atmosphere reached its peak, some people even ran to the stage and expressed their inner feelings with songs. The songs expressed their reluctance, love, sadness, various emotions. Just as the crowd was immersed in this parting reluctance, a person suddenly shouted from the venue, "Meng Hang, as a celebrity of our school, go up and sing a song too." In fact, he was right. From the very beginning of the school flower's confession to the latter's killing of an airstage powerhouse in a row, he could be said to be the man of the moment in the third middle school. Meng Hang was also infected by the mood of the venue at this time, and didn't push back, walking to the stage with a big smile. "Meng Hang, what song are you going to sing? I'll play the accompaniment for you." A student who volunteered to be behind the curtain opened his mouth and asked, "No need, I'll just play the guitar myself." Meng Hang smiled and picked up one of the guitars on the stage. Students in the previous generation were highly competitive, and parents were afraid that their children would lose out at the starting line, so they let them learn various talents from a young age. Meng Hang was no exception, a talent that had never had a chance to be utilized when he came here, and today he could finally use it. To bring you a song you at the same table, I hope that you can remember the friendship of the 3 years of high school in the days to come. Saying that, his fingers lightly plucked the strings of the piano, and a simple melody rang out, instantly tantalizing the crowd present to get their heartstrings. Tomorrow will you remember the diary you wrote yesterday? Tomorrow will you still think of you who used to love to cry? Who went to the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who put up your long hair? Who made your dowry? Simple guitar melody, shallow lyrics, but exactly the hidden darkness of many people's hearts. Unlike most of the current pop music that was filled with commercial flavors, Meng Hang's low and slightly vicissitudes poetic rendition silenced the entire banquet hall. The crowd was immersed in the melodious song for a long time, and some even had tears in their eyes long ago. Tablemate Nguyen stared blankly at Meng Hang in front of the stage, a few drops of crystalline liquid unconsciously flowing down. Could it be that this song was sung for me? Is this what he meant? Was it because of me that he rejected Lin Luoxue in the first place? I actually didn't realize it at all. Fool, why didn't you tell me? Lin Luoxue under the stage at this time stared blankly at Meng Hang on the stage, her eyes a little lax. Meng Hang's low voice slowly sang the memories of youthful adolescence into her heart like a narrative. She didn't expect Meng Hang to not only be unquestionable in terms of strength, but also to be so talented in this aspect of singing. When the song ended, Meng Hang bowed slightly and walked off the stage. Until the song ended, the stage remained silent. The crowd's eyes were confused and moist, recalling the 3 years of their high school career in dribs and drabs. Pop, pop, pop. I don't know who slowed down first and clapped intermittently. The sound instantly dragged the others back from their reminiscing thoughts, and they also began to applaud desperately. In a flash, the entire venue applauded thunderously and endlessly. Some people secretly wiped away the tears in their own eyes and opened their mouths. This song is just too good. Obviously there's no flashy rhetoric, no gorgeous music, but it's sung to my heart in every innings. Whoa, I'm so sad to leave you guys. Everyone don't forget me in the future. Don't worry, we're friends for life. Wooya, I want to tell you that we've been at the same table for 3 years, and I've always liked you. The person who was originally still a little embarrassed to confess to his favorite was deeply moved by this song, and finally couldn't suppress his inner feelings and loudly confessed to his favorite. He didn't want to regret his life and really watch his favorite person being put on a wedding dress by someone else several years later. The girl named Wooya's face was filled with tears as she said excitedly, "Bastard, you're finally willing to open your mouth. Do you know how long I've been waiting?" The two then embraced each other tightly, not caring that there were still outsiders present. "Lin Luoxue, I like you, be with me." There was a fairly handsome-looking boy who saw that the confession really worked and also gathered the courage to confess to Lin Luoxue. "Lin Luoxue, I like you too. I'll do my best to give you happiness." Another person saw that someone actually confessed to his goddess, or willing, he also shouted out loud. With these two people start, those who were secretly in love with Lin Luoxue were also dumbfounded and joined the confession brigade as well. All of a sudden, the entire venue was shouting Lin Luoxue, "I like you." The culprit, Meng Hang, looked at the scene in front of him with a dumbfounded look on his face, not realizing that his song would cause such a big reaction. At this time, a young girl timidly came to Meng Hang's side and stammered, Meng Hang, I recorded the video of you singing just now. Can I send it to you online? I'm sure with this song, you'll be on fire." Meng Hang thought about it and felt that it wouldn't affect him much, so he agreed. Hearing Meng Hang's agreement, she happily ran away, took out her cell phone and sent the video she had just made to the internet. She had a premonition that this song would definitely explode on the internet. The farewell party continued until the afternoon, when the crowd finally finished venting their inner reluctance before bidding farewell to each other reluctantly. Meng Hang also followed his classmates to say goodbye to his homeroom teacher, during which, needless to say, there were some touching scenes of reluctance to part. After all this, when Meng Hang walked out of the school, it was already around 5 p.m.
What he didn't know yet was that his songyu at the same table had already caused a huge stir on various online platforms. What kind of immortal song is this? The simple words actually brought tears to my eyes. The first listen do not know the meaning of the song, and then listen to the song is already a person, so miss the original youthful light. After listening to this song, those who sink in the bottom of the heart of all kinds of will suddenly come to mind. Fuzzy face began to clear, unfamiliar voice gradually familiar. I feel that the memory of my youth in this song was awakened. The boy who sings is a trainee of which company? I suddenly don't feel so disgusted with fresh meat. Why haven't I heard this song before? Did the boy write it himself? Talent in face, the entertainment industry nowadays lacks such a clear stream. Xiaoyi finally returned to her house after a busy day. As the most popular female star of the contemporary era, she was fully developed in film, television, and song, and had a large group of loyal fans, and could be said to be a frequent visitor to online hot searches. As long as she had the slightest activity, she would become the center of attention for the whole nation. Today was the day her third album was released, and she knew she would definitely top the hot search list. Xiaoyi excitedly opened her cell phone, only to see that her face stiffened when she saw the hot searches, and a nameless anger surged from her heart. Her own hair album news actually only ranks second. The first is actually a song that she has never heard of, called something like You at the Same Table. Xiaoyi didn't understand, with her current hotness, why would a song be hotter than herself? Suppressing the fire in her heart, she clicked in. She wanted to see who in the end had spent a lot of money to buy the hot search, and was actually able to suppress herself. Clicking on the video, it was a handsome boy wearing a high school uniform. When the boy gently strummed the strings, for some reason, Xiaoyi's heart inexplicably fluttered. Will you remember tomorrow, the diary you wrote yesterday? The simple lyrics, the melodious melody, unknowingly opened her long dusty door gradually. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who put your hair up in a bun? Who made your wedding clothes? When she heard this, Xiaoyi touched her cheeks, not knowing when she had already burst into tears. After so many years of crawling around in the entertainment industry and seeing the darkness of society, she had long since ceased to be that youthful young girl. But this song played, but it brought back memories of that wonderful time on campus, and that wonderful him. Are you okay? Xiaoyi's eyes were confused and she muttered. She clicked on the comment and left this paragraph below. Anyone who knows this teenager, I want to ask the author of this song to write a song for me. Xiaoyi's comment was like a boulder thrown into the middle of a lake, splashing huge waves. Holy shit, Xiaoyi actually commented. With V, it's a real person. I didn't expect this song to draw Xiaoyi's in. Due to Xiaoyi's comment, the heat about Meng Hang was once again pushed to another climax. At this time, Meng Hang didn't realize that he had caught fire all over the internet on a whim. Returning home, he didn't rush to cultivate, but instead made preparations for tomorrow's trip out of the city. He went to the supermarket to buy the necessary mineral water, food and other items, plus his own clothes, shoes and so on, a brain thrown into the space. After all, he didn't know how many days he would stay outside the city, so he still had to make a foolproof plan. Waiting for him to pack all the luggage and hastily eat a mealtime has nearly 8 o'clock, the sky has also darkened. Listening to the principal's speech had touched him quite a lot. Since his awakening, he had either been cultivating or fighting with others, and hadn't rested for a day. Cultivation is about one thing and one thing at a time, not just cultivating is a good thing. So he wasn't going to cultivate today, and nourished his spirit to be in the best condition for tomorrow. Meng Hang sat on his bedboard and suddenly realized that he actually didn't know what to do without cultivating. After thinking about it, since he didn't know what to do, he might as well go out for a walk. Taking off his school uniform and changing into a set of casual clothes, he walked downstairs. He didn't take a taxi or public transportation either, he just walked aimlessly and looked at the surrounding scenery. Although Yunxue City was only a third-tier city, the prosperity of the city could not catch up with those big cities. However, the greenery here was very good, and the lush parks intertwined with the skyscrapers gave it a unique flavor. Meng Hang walked forward while enjoying the scenery around him. He didn't have a destination, he just wanted to simply walk forward and return when he got tired. After an unknown amount of time, Meng Hang was attracted by a moving song and unconsciously stopped in his tracks. It was a song sung by a girl, and the singer's voice was clean, refreshing and ethereal. In contrast, her voice was not only not soft, but extremely explosive, which surprised Meng Hang. Looking up, it was actually a music bar, and it seemed that the source of the song was the resident here. After hesitating for a moment, Meng Hang still didn't suppress the singer's curiosity and raised his steps to walk in. This clear bar is not the kind of place that focuses on bouncing, so the environment is not only not noisy but especially elegant. People who come here after work want to relieve the fatigue of the day, so call up 3 or 5 friends to have a drink and talk about life. Meng Hang just walked in and realized that the bar was already full. All the patrons were looking at the singer singing on the stage with fascination, as if they had been sucked out of their souls by the wonderful person on the stage. Holy shit, is it that attractive?
Meng Hang secretly lamented and also cast his gaze on the person singing on stage. Only to see the stage of the girl's skin is snow, eyes like a clear water. Looking at the time, there are some elegant and high temperament, so that people are self-consumed, ashamed of themselves, do not dare to blaspheme. Especially a pair of tight jeans plus a simple white shirt, will be her exquisite curves show. Meng Hang was also attracted by the looks of the girl on stage for a few seconds. It was just that the more he looked, the tighter his brows wrinkled, becoming extremely odd in the end. How is it her? Since listening to Meng Hang's song during the day, Lin Luoxue's mood couldn't be calmed for a long time. It wasn't that she was overwhelmed with love for Meng Hang because of one song, but because her own biggest hobby was also singing. Before she was awakened, she took advantage of her vacation time to secretly find a part-time job as a resident singer in a bar behind her family's back. Lin Luoxue's family was one of the best in Yunxue City, so it wasn't because she wanted to make money that she went to work part-time, she simply wanted to find a stage to sing for others to hear. It's just that after she awakened her SSS-ranked psychic ability, both the school and her family were full of hope for her. It was an expectation but also a heavy pressure. Lin Luoxue didn't want to let down the expectations of the people around her, so after her awakening she practiced day and night, even giving up her biggest hobby. It was only when she listened to Meng Hang's songs that her love for singing finally became overwhelming, so she came here to sing again tonight. Just as Lin Luoxue was immersed in the joy that singing brought her, her voice couldn't help but lurch as her afterglow caught a glimpse of the person who walked in at the door. How did he come here? Fortunately, her professionalism was still quite high, just a pause in her countenance then returned to normal and continued to sing. Meng Hang didn't expect that the grand schoolgirl, awakening SSS-level genius was actually stationed at the bar, so first his face was odd, followed by a teasing face. He didn't despise Lin Luoxue because of this job, but simply found it interesting. Not in a hurry to leave, he casually found a corner to sit down, ordered 2 beers, and slowly appreciated her singing. Listening to her melodious singing, Meng Hang unknowingly drank 4 bottles of beer, and his head was actually slightly dizzy. He didn't know if it was because the alcohol was too strong or Lin Luoxue's voice was too intoxicating. This asshole is actually not leaving. Seeing that Meng Hang didn't leave and instead drank his wine, Lin Luoxue couldn't wait to give him 2 punches. But there was no way around it, having already agreed with the bar owner to sing 5 songs tonight. And Lin Luoxue also knew that many of the people here were regular customers of the bar, all of whom had heard that she was back again and had rushed over tonight on purpose. If she just gave up, it wouldn't be smashing the scene of the boss here. So with a stiff upper lip, she finally finished all 5 songs, and then hurriedly walked off the stage towards Meng Hang. When Meng Hang saw Lin Luoxue walking towards him, he smiled slightly and raised his hand to greet her. But Lin Luoxue didn't give him a chance to open his mouth, yanking up his arm and pulling him towards the back door of the hotel. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why did you come up here and make a move on me? Wait, I haven't checked out yet. Brotherly, put his spending tonight on my account. After Lin Luoxue shouted, she continued to pull Meng Hang towards the back door. Meng Hang felt the power coming from his arm and couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. Worthy of being an SSS-ranked ability, this power without activating his abilities was actually so high. Just as Meng Hang was secretly surprised, he didn't know that Lin Luoxue was actually even more surprised. What's the situation? My realm is at the Earth rank, plus the attribute bonus that the supernatural ability brings to my body. He can actually fight me hard. This asshole definitely has something still hidden from us. Lin Luoxue also ignored Meng Hang's resistance, and kept dragging him to the back of the bar in the middle of an alleyway before dropping her hand. Meng Hang pretended to be a poor little girl, covering his chest with both hands and looking at Lin Luoxue in horror. You, what are you dragging me here for? I'm telling you, if you dare to mess around I'll yell molestation. Lin Luoxue was amused by his look, and also matched his feigned ferocity, saying fiercely, "You scream, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out." After saying this, Lin Luoxue waved her little pink fist and warned Meng Hang, "You have to keep the matter of me being stationed at the bar a secret for me. If I find out that you've told others about it with your big mouth, don't blame me when the time comes, humph." Although there is nothing dishonorable about being stationed at a bar, but after all, it is still a bad influence for a high school student to come to such a place. Hearing that Lin Luoxue had dragged herself out because of this matter, Meng Hang hurriedly nodded. He wasn't some kind of big tongue, so naturally he wouldn't have nothing to say to others. Seeing that his attitude was still sincere, Lin Luoxue nodded with satisfaction. "Count on your kid to be sensible, let's go. I'll treat you to dinner sometime, just as a thank you for keeping things secret for me. This let yourself go?" Meng Hang was a bit reluctant and said, "Just now the words have come to this point. You do not do something to me more or less a little disrespectful to me." Lin Luoxue's pretty face turned red at Meng Hang's shameless words, and she lightly spat. "Bah, rascal." Seeing Lin Luoxue's petulant appearance couldn't help but make Meng Hang want to tease her, so he pretended to be secretive and said, "Let me tell you, There are cats in my house that can only do backflips. Do you want to go take a look? Lin Luoxue's eyes widened in disbelief. A cat can red flip? Really? Is that cat in your house some kind of demonic beast?
Meng Hang was directly rendered speechless by her naive appearance, not realizing that this little ninny had such contrasting moments. Only after a long time did Lin Luoxue react to the fact that Meng Hang was tricking himself into going to his house, and with her slender little hand, she pinched Meng Hang's arm fiercely, threatening viciously. Bastard, if you keep molesting me like that, I'll really be rude to you. Don't forget that I'm an SSS ranked ability. Even if you use that secret technique, you're not necessarily my opponent. Goo. With a cry of pain, Meng Hang hurriedly begged for mercy.
Goddess Lin is right. I definitely won't dare next time. How dare there be a next time?
Unconsciously, the relationship between the two became much more cordial in this scuffle.
The young couple flirting here is envious of the others.
Tonight is just the right time to send the two of you on your way together, and you'll have a companion in the Yellow Springs roadkill. A cold voice suddenly rang out, and at the same time, a man in a black robe with an unrecognizable face appeared in the shadows at the end of the alley. Meng Hang and the two of them both sensed that this person was not coming from a good place, and their faces were solemn as they questioned loudly.
Who are you?
Lifeless old mother, vacuum hometown. The person who killed my white/Lien/cult, this name is always not given a pass by the system. In the future, it will be changed to the lifeless cult. Won't think that things are just going to go away. Hearing that it was actually someone from the lifeless sect, Lin Luoxue took a step forward and protected Meng Hang behind her. Meng Hang, don't make a move. Your secret technique has too many side effects. It's enough for me to make a move. Kid is blessed with good fortune. Such beauties actually step forward to protect you. I don't know what kind of luck you've gotten. But you don't have to fight. Neither of you two can escape tonight. Saying that, with a wave of his right hand, the sound of breaking wind rose at first, and a wind blade came towards the two of them. Feeling the power of the wind blade, Lin Luoxue's face was solemn again.
Empty ranked ability person.
Not daring to be careless, the space behind her twisted and a fire-bathed phoenix flew out of it.
Phoenix!
The black-robed man let out a cry of surprise, and even Meng Hang behind Lin Luoxue smacked his lips. Worthy of being an SSS grade summoning department ability, this came up to summon a legendary divine beast.
Sorrow!
The fire phoenix that flew out of the void let out a sharp chirp, and a blazing flame in its mouth instantly condensed, charging straight at that wind blade. Boom! The two berserk energies collided in mid-air, generating a tremendous amount of energy that directly toppled the surrounding buildings, leaving only an empty space. Even the tavern next to it was not spared. Seeing this scene, although Lin Luoxue felt guilty, she didn't say anything. It was a time of life and death. There was no time for her to think about anything else. Worthy of being an awakened SSS ranked genius, actually able to block this strike of mine. However, killing this kind of top genius is the most fulfilling. Saying that, his right hand slashed forward, and a wind blade that was several times larger than before coalesced, the violent energy contained within it causing Lin Luoxue's heart to be shocked.
Late empty stage. Meng Hang run, I can't catch it.
As an early Earth ranked ability user, Lin Luoxue was confident that she could fight or even defeat him with her SSS ranked ability. But the black-robed man was surprisingly a late air ranked ability user, which could not be made up for by relying on her powers alone. At this moment, although Lin Luoxue wanted to dodge, but the speed of the huge wind blade was too fast, and it unexpectedly came in front of her in an instant.
This is going to die. Seeing that she could no longer dodge, Lin Luoxue showed a look of despair. AI.
Right at this moment, Lin Luoxue suddenly heard a soft sigh coming from behind her, and then surprisingly realized that the space around her actually began to distort.
What the hell?
She only felt her eyes blink, and when she reacted again, she realized that she was already in an unfamiliar space. This was followed by another blur of the eyes, and she was actually somehow standing behind Meng Hang. And that huge wind blade was actually behind them, and the huge power directly cut a 10-meter gully in the ground behind them. At this time, Meng Hang's red eyes had a blood tear slowly left. It was the launch of the divine might. Lin Luoxue teleported to a different space to save her life. Originally, he didn't want to be exposed too soon, but he couldn't save her from death. With a pale face, Meng Hang took out a divine recovery liquid and drank it, and only then did his face improve. He hadn't thought that teleporting this person into an alien space would consume so much, directly consuming 2/3 of his mental energy. As for the damage brought to him by the kaleidoscope sharing willy, since it was only the first time he used it, the side effects were not yet obvious. Lin Luoxue stared blankly at Meng Hang in front of her, gratitude and shock in her eyes. How could she not have imagined that the person who needed her protection just now had actually saved her life now?
Meng Hang, were you the one who saved me just now?
Meng Hang didn't turn around, and only spoke faintly. I'll explain it to you after I've resolved the remaining members of the lifeless sect. At this moment, the black-robed man stood in shock, his eyes filled with shock. Little beast, what the hell are you? Why can you still activate spatial powers?
As the party who was teleported away, Lin Luoxue didn't understand what had happened, but the black-robed man had clearly seen the entire process. Meng Hang, whose face had recovered, looked at the black-robed man cheaply and said, "You come over and catch me, if you can catch me, I'll hee. Behind him, Lin Luoxue's brain a black line flashed. "What time is it? Can you be decent?" Originally idle black-robed man at this time finally no longer calm, shouted, "Old Six, make a move, this little beast has an oddity." As soon as the words fell, Lin Luoxue's side unexpectedly appeared out of thin air as a silhouette, holding a short blade that directly stabbed towards her neck. Surprisingly, it was a change system ability person, a born killer, lurking around the duo for many hours, just for this moment of certain death. "Watch out!" Meng Hang's face changed drastically, and he directly opened the third gate of the 8 gates of transportation. His speed skyrocketed, and he instantly came to Lin Luoxue's side. With a forceful push, he directly pushed her out. Lin Luoxue, who flew out backwards, however, saw that the place where she was originally standing had been replaced by Meng Hang, and the dagger that was supposed to slash her throat had stabbed straight into Meng Hang's neck. Meng Hang! In midair, Lin Luoxue let out a heartbreaking scream, tears gushing out wildly from her eyes. "He actually willingly took that knife hard in order to save me." At this moment, Lin Luoxue's mind wandered over these words, and a flutter arose within her heart. With a plopping sound, Lin Luoxue fell hard onto the top of the ruins, splattering a cloud of dust. The full force of an air-ranked powerhouse's strike, and aimed at Meng Hang's fatal part. Meng Hang had no chance of surviving. Not caring about her tattered white shirt, she hurriedly got up and was about to go forward to fight with the 2 people from the lifeless sect to avenge Meng Hang's death. Even if they both died, they would not mind. "Hey!" Only when her gaze went to where Meng Hang was standing, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks, a bit confused as to what was happening, only to see Meng Hang standing intact, holding a long, purple-colored sword. On the other hand, the person who had just sneaked up on him, his body had already been cut in half, and he fell in a bloody heap next to Meng Hang's feet. And the black-robed man stood not far away, his eyes filled with horror. What is this again? Lin Luoxue felt that her brain was a bit inadequate. Meng Hang had brought her too many unbelievable things tonight, to the point that it made her a bit numb. The scene returned to the moment Lin Luoxue fell to the ground. This assassin of the lifeless sect possessed a chameleon-like ability, able to turn himself into the color of his surroundings and merge with it, making it undetectable. This killer didn't expect Meng Hang to react so quickly that he pushed Lin Luoxue away from such a close distance, causing himself to miss. It was a good thing that these 2 killers were killing anyone. Killers are about killing with a single blow. Looking at Meng Hang, who was close at hand, the killer laughed hideously, and with a twist of his dagger, he directly stabbed at Meng Hang's neck artery. Just as the dagger stabbed into Meng Hang's neck, the killer smiled morbidly, sucking deeply in anticipation of the thrill of blood bursting onto his face. But the next moment, the dagger passed through his body without the obstructive feeling of the blade piercing into his flesh, which couldn't help but make the killer's brain stutter slightly. "UTM Old Six, you really deserve your name." Meng Hang was furious in his heart. He actually didn't notice that he actually had someone lurking around him all the time, which made him fearful. The magic blade Thousand Blades instantly appeared in his hand, taking advantage of the moment this Old Six froze and slashed down. Killer Old Six merely froze for less than a second. The light of the slashing blade made his scalp numb, and a threat of death came over him. However, Old Six was worthy of being an air rank expert, a long-experienced assassin, and instantly reacted, raising his dagger to block. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. The purple long blade in Meng Hang's hand unexpectedly shattered a gap where it touched the dagger, but the entire blade actually strangely did not have 2 halves, still maintaining its original appearance, slashing at Old Six. The Thousand Blades infused with spiritual power was incomparably sharp, and it actually directly split Old Six's body in 2. Holy shit, so strong! Meng Hang hadn't expected the blade to be so sharp, and had resolved the late empty stage expert with a single slash. He wasn't proud of it, knowing that this encounter was won because of his own bizarre abilities, catching this killer off guard. The battle between the 2 was a long story, but it was actually only a few seconds, so fast that even the black-robed man didn't react, and his companion's soul had already returned to the west. "Little beast, what kind of monster are you? And what the hell is that knife of yours? You can't afford to play, you're open." The black-robed man was hysterically heckling loudly, trying to cover up his inner fear in this way. Originally, the helmsman had sent them 2 late empty stage experts to deal with 2 high school students, one of whom was also an assassin who made a living out of assassination, and the 2 of them had been a bit indignant at first, feeling that they were too big for their britches. But who would have thought that this little monster's abilities were actually so bizarre, which caused a few moments of panic to grow in his heart. Wind Blade Chaos. The black-robed man condensed his entire body's spiritual power to use his own best trick. Countless wind blades whistled past, and wherever they passed, they all turned into smithereens, and continued to charge towards Meng Hang. Boom! 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 The densely packed wind blades seemed as if they didn't want to be paid to split at the place where Meng Hang stood. In an instant, flying sand and smoke rose up in all directions, shrouding Meng Hang's body within the smoke, making it impossible to see his silhouette. Seeing that Meng Hang actually stood still and didn't hide, the black-robed man couldn't help but show a look of ecstasy as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Unconscionable little brute, this move of mine is something an ordinary U-ranked expert would have to avoid, and you actually dare to take it with your body, you don't know what you're doing. What did you say? It was too noisy just now, I didn't hear it clearly. A faint voice came from the smoke, and then the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the figures inside. Only to see that within 10 meters centered on Meng Hang, the ground had sunk nearly 5 meters. And Meng Hang, who was standing in the center of the pit, was actually unharmed, even his clothes didn't have a single tear. The black-robed man's laughter came to a screeching halt, replaced by fear of the unknown, and with a cold sweat pouring from his forehead, he actually turned his head and ran without saying a word. He was going to tell the helmsman that the SSS-ranked Lin Luoxue was not the greatest threat to the lifeless sect, but rather this Meng Hang in front of him. The black-robed man's speed was extremely fast, rushing out dozens of meters in a few dodges. Although Meng Hang's ability was bizarre, he didn't believe that little monster could catch up to his own dang late air-ranked ability person as far as speed was concerned. You wait, little beast, your death is not far off. When the time comes, you will be sacrificed to the lifeless elder mother along with the entire Cloudwater city. Escaping and still so noisy. Meng Hang jumped out of the deep pit and stabbed his ears, with a bashful face and no intention of getting up to chase. Run, can you run? My pants are off, and this is what you're showing me? Divine might. The kaleidoscope sharing while I was unleashed. Meng Hang's left eye focus coalesced on the distant black-robed man's head. Space was distorted for a moment. Bang! Only to see that the distant black-robed man's head, which was still moving at a high speed, actually suddenly disappeared, and blood gushed out from the neck's severed opening like a fountain. The black-robed man's body ran forward a few more steps due to inertia, and then collapsed onto the ground with a thud, no more sound. He didn't understand how he had died until he died. After resolving the two people from the lifeless sect, Meng Hang's face turned pale and his feet stumbled as he hastily withdrew his ability. Heartbroken, he took out another divine recovery liquid from space and drank it before his face gradually improved. Divine Might Unleashed was really too consuming of mental power, and every time he opened space to send someone else into a different dimension he would directly drain his own mental power. It seems like we'll have to prepare more divine return liquid in the future. Then his eyes lit up as he thought of something. Meng Hang first came to the side of the one called Old Six and unceremoniously removed the spatial ring from his right hand. Then he picked up the dagger that had fallen to the side and similarly placed it in the space ring. This dagger was a spirit weapon to the naked eye, so Meng Hang naturally wouldn't let it go. Afterwards, he ran out a few dozen meters and put away the black-robed spatial ring before arriving in front of Lin Luoxue. At this time, Lin Luoxue had not yet recovered from the great shock and looked straight at Meng Hang. Meng Hang shook his hand in front of her eyes and said, "Although I'm handsome, there's no need to look at me like this. If you really don't see enough, I can reluctantly go home with you, so you can see enough at once." Lin Luoxue didn't care about Meng Hang's flirting, and mechanically stretched out her hand and pinched Meng Hang hard on his arm. Ow! With a miserable scream, the pain caused Meng Hang to jump backward a few meters. Lin Luoxue, are you crazy? Lousy just saved you, this in turn actually pinched me. You're unloading on me. No, I'm not scolding myself for being a donkey. Lin Luoxue, you crossed the river and broke the bridge. Meng Hang rebuked loudly. At this time, Lin Luoxue's eyes gradually gained a gleam in her eyes, nodded, and muttered to herself. He knows it hurts, so he's not dreaming. Hiss, then if it's not a dream how does it feel even more unbelievable? Lin Luoxue then opened a pair of big watery eyes and looked at Meng Hang with incomparable shock. Meng Hang, tell me the truth. What kind of supernormal ability did you awaken? This is a long story, so listen to my long story. The thing is like this. Boom, boom. Just as Meng Hang was still thinking about how he was going to stonewall his way out of this, a few booms came from the distance, drawing the duo's attention over. It was then that they realized that it wasn't just the area near them that had been reduced to rubble. As far as the eye could see, there were flames from time to time in all parts of Cloudwater City. Lin Luoxue's face changed greatly as she exclaimed, "This is the lifeless sect attacking the city in force? Have they gone crazy?" Meng Hang couldn't help but look up when he realized that the place with the loudest roar was actually the sky. Boom! 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 The roar was unceasing, but Meng Hang could only see the light generated by abilities colliding in the pitch-black sky from time to time, but he just couldn't see what was actually happening. Right wheel eye. Out of curiosity, Meng Hang unleashed his Sharingan eyes to gaze at the sky again. With the powerful dynamic vision of his Sharingan eyes, he finally saw two people in the sky attacking each other at a speed invisible to the naked eye. And the energy glow that appeared then and there was the aftermath of the collision between the two. Hiss. Feeling the power of the duo, Meng Hang couldn't help but suck in his breath. There was no need to think about it to know that these two must be U-ranked or above. U-ranked powerhouses were as terrifying as this. When the two finally separated after another collision, they stood in the air, facing each other. One of them was obese, but he was holding a long, slender sword, and Meng Hang could tell at a glance that this person was none other than Cloudwater City's city lord, Zhao Sanpang. The other person was a young man with no white beard and a feminine face. The young man was so thin and weak but was holding a huge long sword that Meng Hang almost thought that these two people had taken the wrong weapon from each other during the battle. Zhao Scatterpole looked at the flames below and couldn't help but sneer. Sins of the Lifeless Sect, I didn't think you guys would really dare to attack Yunxue City. I will definitely let you guys have no return today. At this time, Xiao Guang's face was somewhat ugly. Although on the outside it appeared that the two were between the strengths of Bo Zhong, only he himself knew that his strength was one step weaker than finding a fatty Zhao. Hee, fatty Zhao, don't just talk big, let's see the truth under our hands. Good. Xiao Guang, let's end the feud between us today. Open heaven. Zhao Sanpang shouted, and the long sword in his hand erupted with an incomparably dazzling light. With one swing of the sword energy carried the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, as if it was really going to cut open the gates of the heavens with a single stroke, and chop towards Xiao Guang. Feeling the strong and dominating sword, Xiao Guang was also incredibly grave and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Only to see his body's spiritual energy flowing, his whole body's muscles expanding one by one, and in the blink of an eye, he turned from a slim youth into a 3-meter-tall giant man. Xiao Guang gripped the giant sword with both hands and slashed out. Soul break! The blade aura was similarly wrapped in 10,000 pounds of force as it met the incoming sword aura. The blade on and sword on met in the air, instantly generating a huge glow that illuminated the entire sky for a short period of time. The aftermath spread in all directions, and even Meng Hang's clothes, which were far away from the two, were blown around by the energy. In the next second, the blade light dissipated, while the sword aura wrapped in the remaining aftermath continued to chop towards Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang's face changed drastically, and he hastily raised his sword to block it. PFF. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and like a cannonball, he descended from a high altitude at great speed, ruthlessly smashing into the ruins on the ground. Cough. Xiao Guang lay amongst the ruins and coughed out 2 more mouthfuls of blood uncontrollably as he looked at Zhao Scatterpang, who was looking down at him from the sky, but a hint of cunning was strangely revealed in his eyes. He mobilized his last few bits of spiritual energy in his chest and shouted out, "The hour has come, start the formation." Xiao Guang's voice was deafening, like the sound of Brahma surprisingly reverberating through this Yunxue city. Woo woo woo. As soon as his words fell, the sound of ghostly whistles rang out of thin air. Countless black mists appeared around Yunxue City, enveloping the entire Yunxue City. Seeing this scene, Zhao Sanpang's face changed drastically, his forehead veins rippling. 10,000 ghost refining blood formation. Xiao Guang, you actually want to refine all the millions of people in the entire Yunxue City, aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath? Xiao Guang really didn't care in the face of his questioning. My lifeless sect only recognizes the lifeless old mother. I never believe in any heavenly punishment. I have killed countless people in my life, and to this day I am not still alive and well. Then today, I'll do the right thing for heaven. After saying that, Zhao Sanpang slashed at Xiao Guang with his sword. Seeing the attacking Zhao Sanpang, Xiao Guang finally changed his face dramatically and shouted, "Red Blood Demon King, what are you waiting for if you don't show up at this time? Do you really have to wait for me to die before you're willing to strike? Heh, how could this king be willing to let you die? I'm still waiting for you to offer up the red blood pill." As soon as these words came out, all the people of Yunxue City, including Zhao Sanpang, felt a nameless pressure that overwhelmed them. As soon as the words fell, the already dark sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Right in the midst of these dark clouds, 2 beams of blood-red light appeared, as if they were a pair of blood moons. Below, no matter if it was the people of the Supreme Sect or the people of Cloudwater City, they all stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the sky. What is that in the sky? Why did a pair of blood moons appear? The appearance of a vision must be an omen of great evil. Someone exclaimed. But just when people didn't figure out what exactly was above their heads, a huge snake head poked out from the clouds, coldly looking down below. And that pair of blood moons turned out to be just a pair of eyes of the giant python. Demon beasts have invaded. The faces of the people changed drastically, shouting in terror and running in all directions. The entire city was filled with an atmosphere of panic. For so many years, it wasn't as if Yunxue City hadn't experienced demonic beasts attacking the city, it was the beast tide that had been experienced once or twice. But no matter which time it was, it didn't bring a huge sense of oppression to Yunxue City as this time. Demon python dozens of feet in size in the clouds hidden, as if the real dragon is weaving clouds and rain. Unfortunately, it wasn't a good fortune that came to bring rain, but a demon that harvested the lives of the people of Yunxue City. The python that poked its head out opened its bloody mouth and a huge suction force arose from the sky. The ground began to fly sand and rocks as if it was a typhoon, uprooting trees and flying them into the sky. Countless people were also attracted by this huge force and drifted towards the sky. Some of them grabbed the buildings around them in an attempt to resist this force. Unfortunately, they were useless and could only watch as they were sucked into the air along with the buildings. The Red Blood Demon King's huge mouth was like a bottomless black hole, coming and sucking everything into it. This mouth alone had nearly sucked hundreds of people into it. The threat that high-level demonic beasts pose to humans could be seen from this, and with just a single breath, so many lives were lost. Seeing this scene, Zhao Scatterpole's eyes were crimson, his teeth clenched and cackled as he shouted at the sky. "You're that Red Blood Demon Python from back then, you actually dare to come out. You're not afraid that Martial King will slaughter this beast of yours with a single slash." The Red Blood Demon King, who had swallowed hundreds of lives, hiccuped in satisfaction and poked his body all the way out, slowly descending to the ground. It was then that people clearly saw that the demonic python was dozens of meters long and as tall as a dozen stories. The red-blooded demonic python that landed on the ground merely swung its tail, and the nearby skyscrapers collapsed in an instant, turning into ruins. The people near the buildings desperately ran outwards and around, but there were still countless people who were smashed to death by the boulders. Strangely, the blood of all the dead people did not seep into the ground, but was pulled by a force and converged into the air, forming a scarlet blood bead. The sky was filled with black mist and 10,000 ghosts hissed. The ground was in disrepair, corpses were everywhere, and the entire Yunxue city seemed to have turned into a Shura hell at this moment. Zhao Sanpeng's eyes were wide with rage, his heart was dripping blood as he watched the city he had guarded turn into such a scene. Sinful beast, die! Although Zhao Scatterpole could already tell that the red blood demon python in front of him was already a fifth-order demon beast, he still didn't have the slightest fear. At this moment, Fatty Zhao's obscene aura was gone, and instead, he revealed an aura of a strong man who would never return. With a flash, Zhao Fanpeng came to the side of the red-blooded demon king and poured his spiritual energy into his long sword, stabbing it straight into the body of the demon python. The red-blooded demon king looked at the human who was like an ant, and his triangular eyes were full of mockery. Even the light of a glowing fire dared to compete with the white moon. His own fifth-ranked demon was not comparable to a U-ranked ability user. Ding! In the next second, the sound of gold and iron clanking resounded. Zhao Sanpeng was shocked to find that his spirit weapon, which had been unbeatable, chopped at the scales of the demon python with only a few sparks, leaving a shallow white mark. A mole cricket is a mole cricket. The red blood demon king laughed coldly, and his huge tail wrapped in a mountainous aura slapped towards him. Feeling this heaven-destroying strike, Zhao Sanpeng didn't dare to take it hard, and his body flickered in succession, dodging the strike. Boom! This tail slammed down and the entire ground began to shake. Zhao Sanpeng didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this blow hit him. Taking out a few god recovery liquids from his storage space, if he had his usual miserly character, he would never use them as a last resort. But now it was like he didn't want money, directly pouring it into his mouth. Open heaven! Zhao Sanpeng, who had dodged the red blood demon king's strike, knew that he couldn't hurt it with ordinary means, so he directly used his strongest means. A sword light chopped out, sword chi raging, cutting through space and chopping at the red-blooded demon king's gigantic body. Put! Blood splattered, the red blood demon king's sturdy scale armor was instantly sliced through a huge opening, and blood couldn't stop gushing outwards. Griffin, you seek death. It didn't expect that its fifth-ranked great demon would actually be decapitated by a U-ranked human, and it couldn't help but be furious in its heart. Ow! With an angry roar, the sound wave directly turned into a wave that scattered out in all directions. Ah! Bang! Bang! Hearing this roar, countless people covered their ears tightly with their hands and kneeled on the ground in pain. However, this still couldn't withstand the immense power of the sound wave, and heads exploded one by one. The blood of the dead people all converged into the blood-red bead in the air, making its color even more vivid. The red blood demon king looked at Zhao Shekpang grimly, and a dark light suddenly flashed from his mouth, instantly arriving in front of Zhao Shekpang's body and rushing towards his heart. This dark light came really fast. When he realized it was already on its way to his side, he didn't have time to think about it at all. Is this how I'm going to die? I'm sorry for the people of Cloudwater City. A tear crossed the corner of his eye between life and death, not because of the fear of losing his life right away, but the guilt of not protecting the millions of people of Cloudwater City. Divine might! Just then, a faint voice came from his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already standing beside a teenager. And the place where he had just stood had been corroded by a stream of venom to create a deep, bottomless pit, with curls of purple smoke still filling outwards from within. Zhao Sanpeng couldn't help but touch the cold sweat on his forehead, his heart fearful. At the same time, he was secretly shocked at the strength of the young man in front of him. Being able to save himself so easily from the hands of a fifth-order demonic beast, and looking at the situation, this person still possessed extremely rare spatial abilities. He couldn't help but think back to when such an extraordinary character had appeared in Yunshui City. But due to the darkness of the sky, he could not see the specific appearance of the person in front of him, and could only arch his hand and say, "A great favor is not appreciated. I, Zhao Scatterpang, will always remember in my heart the kindness of saving my little brother's life today. It's fine, just remember to give me 100,000 or 200,000 essence cores as compensation in the future." Hearing this lazy voice, Zhao Sanpang grew his mouth, his eyes almost staring out, incredibly shouting, "Meng Hang?" Chapter 32, The Power of the Six Paths Sail. Meng Hang was also extremely helpless at this time. When he saw such a terrifying demonic beast, his first thought was to run, as far away as possible. A demonic beast of this realm was no longer something that he, a small trash of the earth stage, could fight against. What? Use divine might? As far as he could go right now, distorting the range of space to hit the red-blooded demon king's body was no less than snapping quick meat off his own body with a buckling ear spoon. Meng Hang estimated that just by using divine might uninterruptedly, his own blindness would just make his opponent feel pain. As for Susanoo, he felt that if he really used it, it would be no problem to deal with that demonic python. But with his current pitiful mental power, as long as he dared to use it, he would be able to perform a great bearing to the red-blooded demonic python. As for how to bear it, of course, it was the head blowing up so magnetic. Ding! System open. Help Zhao Sanpang hunt the red blood demon king. Success, reward the host with the 13 knives. Failure, the host's kaleidoscope eyes will be withdrawn. Meng Hang, who was just about to escape, had his body lurched, and his face was so gloomy that it could have dripped water. System, UXXXXXX. Meng Hang came up with a set of nationalisms, cursing the system's ancestors. Although it was also unknown if this system had any ancestors. Overlord clause. Naked bullying terms. A ground-ranked ability person himself to participate in a battle of someone else's high-ranked ability person? Meng Hang seriously doubted that the 2 tails of meat on his body would be enough for the red blood demon python to stuff its teeth. Don't be in a hurry, old iron, I haven't finished yet. Ignoring Meng Hang's tirade, the system said unhurriedly, "Given that the gap between you and the demon python is too large, this system is now on promotional sale. Not 99.98. Don't 998. Now only 98. Just 98. The 6 Paths of Power experience card to take home. 98 points of killing value can't be bought without losing, can't be bought without being fooled, letting you experience the feeling of invincibility for once. Crap. This is okay? Are you a comedian invited by monkeys?" Listening to this passionate sales pitch from the system, Meng Hang's eyes were dumbfounded, and once again, he was conquered by this oddball system. After checking his killing points, it was exactly 100 points, which was still gained from killing those 2 lifeless sect empty rank ability users just now. Brother Tubular, I'm really tethered to Q. You actually left me 2 kill points. Meng Hang said without tears. Don't look at him outwardly hurting for this amount of kill points, but in fact, his heart had long been overjoyed. That was the 6 paths. As long as he obtained the power of the 6 paths, he was confident that he could activate Susanoo. What was the experience of sitting on a mountain of treasure but not being able to spend it? Meng Hang had been itching for a long time, and this time he could finally feel it in advance. He no longer hesitated and immediately accepted the system's temptation. Luoxue, you go home first, I'll go help City Lord Zhao. What? You're going to help City Lord? Lin Luoxue immediately lost her color when she heard Meng Hang's words and hurriedly advised. Are you crazy? I admit that you're very strong right now, fighting 1 against 2 and still killing 2 air rank ability users in seconds. But the battle there is no longer something we can participate in at this level, it's a 5th rank demonic beast. Looking at Lin Luoxue's anxious appearance, Meng Hang laughed bitterly in his heart. You think I don't know who told me to get stuck with such an unreliable system? Although he thought so in his heart, on the surface, he showed a look of deep understanding. His eyes looked around Cloudwater City, which had mostly turned into ruins, and his eyes were filled with sadness. Cloudwater City has been nurtured for 18 years, but now it has been destroyed by the demonic beasts to this state. But I can't do anything about it. My heart is filled with guilt. When a great man is born in heaven and earth, there is something to do and something not to do. Since I've come across something like this today, I'm going to contribute my meager abilities to fight the demonic beast to the death, even if it means sacrificing my life. This passage of Meng Hang's righteous words directly moved Lin Luoxue to tears in her eyes. Meng Hang, I didn't expect you to be such a selfless and noble person. Compared to you, I'm still too far behind. Meng Hang, whose face was comparable to a city wall, was somewhat complacent by Lin Luoxue's compliments, but his face was still incomparably grave. My goal is to be a noble person, a selfless person, a person who is free from lowly tastes. The system's voice resounded in Meng Hang's mind. Meng Hang, you're a real dog. Do you dare to be more shameless? Dog, Nima, I didn't realize that you were also the best of my tribe. I'm much less than you. Lin Luoxue gently bit her silver teeth after hearing his words and said with determination, I'll accompany you. Meng Hang hurriedly waved his hand to interrupt Lin Luoxue's words. Don't, big sister, you're really just going to die if you go. You saw just now, I've awakened my spatial ability. Even if I can't fight, I can still run. If you go, I still have to worry about you. Lin Luoxue held her small mouth incomparably aggrieved. She was at least an SSS class genius. How could she be said to be so useless by Meng Hang? But thinking carefully, what he said was really not wrong, and going by herself would really only bring him trouble. Alright then, you must be careful. After a pause, Lin Luoxue seemed to have made a great awakening before continuing to speak. As long as you can come back alive, I promise to give you a little surprise. What surprise? You'll know by then. Meng Hang didn't dwell on it too much, and directly opened the 8 gates of transportation, rushing with all his might towards the place where Zhao Sanpang was fighting with the red-blooded Demon King. Looking at Meng Hang's back, Lin Luoxue's eyes were filled with reluctance. Be sure to come back. Tonight's scene replayed in his mind. Meng Hang had pushed himself out of the way despite the danger he was in, and he stood in front of her, his upright back giving her peace of mind. Unconsciously, Lin Luoxue's heart quietly opened up to Meng Hang. Meng Hang's face became incomparably gloomy as he traveled along the way. Both sides of the road were lined with corpses that had been smashed to death by falling buildings, as well as those whose heads had been shattered by the Red Blood Demon King's voice. There were men kneeling on the ground crying out their wives' names in grief, and there were children helplessly searching for their moms and dads in the rubble. This tragic scene was like a large, invisible hand that clutched Meng Hang's heart fiercely. You deserve to die. Endless killing intent erupted in Meng Hang's eyes, and his speed skyrocketed again as he continued to rush. When he arrived at the place where the one man and one demonic beast were fighting, he happened to see the scene where the dark light attacked Zhao Sanpang. Kaleidoscope sharing will I open. Divine might. With no time to think, Meng Hang's line of sight directly coalesced on Zhao Sanpang's body, teleporting him to his side in the nick of time. Zhao Sanpang was first slightly stunned when he saw that the visitor was actually Meng Hang, and then his face changed drastically. Brat, what are you doing here? I'll hold it back, you hurry up and go. Although Meng Hang's airborne powers had really taken him by surprise, but because of this, he was even more unable to let Meng Hang risk his life. If such a genius fell here, his heart was even more upset. Without caring about Zhao Sanpang, Meng Hang looked at the distant behemoth and said coldly, Little Loach, you seek death. Little Loach? Zhao Sanpang on the side looked at Meng Hang as if he was looking at a monster. Beating him to death, he didn't expect this young man to dare to call the Fifth Order Demon King Little Loach. Are all the young people nowadays so crazy? Zhao Sanpang thought in an inopportune manner. He really couldn't think of who had given Meng Hang the backbone to dare to say this. If the system knew what was going through Zhao Sanpang's mind right now, it would have probably said, From lousy. Zhao Sanpang hurriedly stepped forward to cover Meng Hang's mouth, fearing that he would say something else that would irritate the red-blooded Demon King. He wasn't afraid that Meng Hang would anger the Red Blood Demon King and get himself involved, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to block its furious strike, and Meng Hang wouldn't be able to run away in the end and be accounted for here. The blood of Meng Hang's generation should be spilled on the frontline battlefields, not here. The Red Blood Demon King was also confused by Meng Hang's faint words. Me, a Fifth Order demon? Tens of meters long? You, a 1.8-meter mole calling me a little loach? Who gave you that confidence? It was a little unsure of itself as it was shocked by Meng Hang's calm aura, and suspected that Cloudwater City was hiding an expert of the Huan rank or higher. Otherwise, who was he to dare talk about himself like that? It was ready to turn around and run if it really was an expert above the Huan rank. Even back then, he was able to escape from that person's hands, so he was still very confident in his escape kung fu. It was just that when it covered Meng Hang with the massive spiritual power of a 5th-rank demonic beast, its expression was suddenly wonderful. Nani? Earth rank? The red-blooded Demon King seriously suspected that it had misread the situation and used its spiritual power to check once more. Still Earth rank? This time he was incomparably sure that he hadn't misread it. The Red Blood Demon King laughed, furious. Little Loach? No one had dared to call themselves that for how many years? The last time he remembered someone calling himself that was that lunatic. Back then, when it was being chased by that lunatic up to the sky and into the ground, that person also called itself Little Loach behind it. But it didn't dare to talk back at that time. It just desperately ran away like a lost dog. No, a lost snake. I don't have any way to refute that madman calling me a little loach. What gives you the right to be a trash of the earth rank? A wave of humiliation that had been suppressed for years, anger was all evoked by Meng Hang's words. You're the one who's a mole. Your entire family are all mole crickets. Die for this king. The red light in the red-blooded Demon King's eyes blossomed as he opened his bloody mouth and lunged towards Meng Hang. He wanted to crush this bastard who dared to call himself a loach in the most primitive way. As the fishy wind pounced on his face, Zhao Sanpeng's face changed greatly, and he was about to reach out and tug Meng Hang to escape. Brother Tuzi, redeem the power of the 6 paths. Alright, old iron. In an instant, a majestic force filled the entire body. Instantly, an unrivaled aura appeared from Meng Hang's body, and no wind rose up on the flat ground to blow in all directions. Zhao Sanpeng, who had wanted to reach out and grab Meng Hang, was directly hit by a huge force and flew out a dozen meters backwards, falling heavily to the ground. Feeling the pressure coming from Meng Hang's body, Zhao Sanpeng was incomparably shocked. How the hell is this the pressure that an earth rank should have? What's the situation? This kid was all pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger before. This wasn't all. Before he could slow down from the shock, the next scene was like a thunderbolt resounding above his head, shaking his scalp. With the support of the power of the 6 paths, Meng Hang's spiritual power instantly doubled countless times, and a vast ocean directly appeared in his spiritual world. Meng Hang emitted light blue flames around him, and the flames quickly outlined the form of a giant skeleton. That wasn't all. The skeleton's form continued to expand, and azure-colored flesh and blood began to be born outside of its body. At the end of the day, it turned into a big tengu that was nearly 100 meters tall, clad in armor, and had wings at the back. The same text novel. If it is not consistent with the original, please bear with me. Compared to the full-bodied Susanoo that was 100 meters tall, the red-blooded demon king that was a few dozen meters tall was really like a loach. I Nima. Numb. Completely numb. Zhao Sanpeng's obese face turned red, his eyes stared round, his mouth opened wide, and even his hair stood on end because of shock. What kind of supernormal ability is this? What kind of operation is this? Dharma phase heaven and earth? Just what realm of ability could cast such a huge mana heaven and earth? The appearance of Susanoo shocked the entire Yunshui city. The people who were still running away and crying all looked up at the huge figure in disbelief, not understanding how another huge thing came out. Lin Luoxue, who was on her way home, also noticed this phenomenon and couldn't help but show a shocked look. For some reason, she had a feeling that this giant was related to Meng Hang. Shaking her head, she forcibly suppressed this unrealistic thought. How could it be? How could this extraordinary existence be something Meng Hang could cast? Meng Hang looked at the light blue flames around him and felt the energy that was constantly bursting out from within his body. His heart was appalled. Worthy of being a full-bodied Susanoo, the compulsion is high. Meng Hang then looked at the red-blooded demon king below who was shivering, his eyes filled with mockery. What, call you a little loach and you're not willing? At this moment, the red-blooded demon king was also numb, not understanding why things had changed so quickly. It was clearly a mole cricket of the earth rank. How in the blink of an eye had it become an existence that it looked up to? Hearing Meng Hang's question, its hideous face actually revealed anthropomorphic flattery. A great man, no, a great demon king could bend and bend, save his life before saying anything else. Can, you are right, I am a little loach. If you feel unsatisfied, the little one can be even smaller. After saying that, the Red Moon Demon King's body really shrunk a few more points. Below, Zhao Scatterpole listened to the conversation between the one man and one beast with confused eyes, countless grass nymphets running through his heart. Hey, you're a 5th order great demon, okay? Where's your aura as a demon king? Do you dare to have some face? Meng Hang was also rendered speechless by its shameless appearance. He felt that he was already shameless enough, but he didn't realize that this demonic python was even more shameless than him. Right at this moment, a cold light flashed in the Red Moon Demon Python's triangular eyes. It didn't believe that just because he was soft, Meng Hang would spare himself and laugh off what he had done today. It struck first. Countless mauve energies converged in its mouth, forming a huge purple orb. Give face. Meng Hang snorted coldly, and a shuriken appeared in his Susanoo's hand, flinging it towards the red-blooded demon king. Divine Might Rapier. Just as the purple energy ball condensed, the hand sword had also arrived in front of the demon python. At the same time the hand sword struck the demon python, the space around it began to distort, surprisingly transferring the energy ball along with the Red Moon Demon King's head without a trace. Put! Thick columns of blood gushed out, shooting straight up into the sky and turning into a rain of blood as it fell to the ground. Plop! The corpse of the demon python that had lost its power to support itself pressed heavily on the ground, splashing up smoke and dust several feet high. The 5th order demon king, equivalent to a 1 stage power, was killed in seconds by Meng Hang just like that. At this moment, Meng Hang was controlling the great Tengu form of Susanoo floating in the air. It was truly like a demonic species in the heavens and a Teyukai god on earth. This Susanoo. Bullish. Qiu Guang felt like he was dreaming as he hid in a corner not far away. A 5th-ranked demonic beast, died so easily? Dreaming, must be dreaming. He muttered and whispered, his eyes full of panic. Run, have to run quickly. At this moment, Qiu Guang didn't have any of his previous vigor, and like a lost dog, he wanted to sneak away. Unfortunately, his actions were still discovered by Zhao Sanpeng, and he was instantly enraged. Bastard, you still want to run. The lifeless sect colluded with the demonic beasts to slaughter the people. Today you're all bound to die, none of you can escape. Saying that, the long sword pointed straight at Xiao Guang's throat. At this time, Xiao Guang had already been scared by the 100-meter-high Susanoo, and no longer had any intention of resisting, but only wanted to run away, and did not dare to take this blow from Zhao Sanpang. Meng Hang stood at the head of the Susanoo, still feeling the power of the 6 paths that brought him strength. He regretted that he only experienced it once this time. If he really possessed the power of the 6 paths, then he would really be able to kill gods and Buddhas, and he would be able to kill people in a chaotic manner. The movement on Zhao Sanpang's side caught his attention. When he saw Zhao Shekpang's long sword immediately stabbing Qiu Guang, his heart was moved. From the beginning when the two exchanged blows in the sky, he could tell that this person from the lifeless sect was at the very least an expert of the same level as Zhao Scatterpang, a U-rank powerhouse. What did this indicate? Points. This was a large amount of killing points. How could Meng Hang just watch the points that were so close at hand, just slip away from his hands? He was the best at stealing heads and whatnot. Divine might. In the next moment, Qiu Guang's headless body collapsed to the ground without another sound. Hiss. Zhao Sanpang sucked in a cold breath. Although it wasn't his head that was twisted off, he still couldn't suppress the cold air rising straight up from the bottom of his heart. Of course, he could guess that it was Meng Hang who had twisted off Qiu Guang's head, but this ability of Meng Hang's was truly too bizarre. Zhao Sanpang put himself in his shoes for a moment, and if it was him who encountered this move, he didn't have the confidence to dodge it either. What the hell is this kid's origin? Ha. Points in hand. Just as Meng Hang was still rejoicing, he only felt an emptiness in his body, and the 6 paths of power experience time unexpectedly disappeared at this time. At the same time, without the support of the 6 paths of power's massive spiritual power, the sequel no form also instantly dissipated. This is the end? Meng Hang was shocked. From the time he unleashed the power of 6 paths to the time he resolved the red-blooded Demon King, it was only a few minutes back and forth. One's 100 points could be used for such a short period of time? He then only felt an air beneath his feet, and his body instantly descended. It was only then that he remembered that he was at a height of 100 meters, and now that he was without his Susanoo, this fall would not be reduced to meat paste. Divine Might. Meng Hang hurriedly unleashed Divine Might, wanting to teleport himself to a different dimension. However, he helplessly realized that even though he had used the power of the 6 paths, the battle had still drained his spiritual energy, which was not enough to allow him to open a foreign space and teleport himself there. System, your ass. Why didn't you tell me earlier that the time to redeem the power of the 6 paths was so short, so that I could prepare? You're deliberately punking me, aren't you? 80,000. Touch. The system's unhurried voice rang out from Meng Hang's head. Playing mahjong? Who are you a system playing mahjong with? Countless grass mud horses raced through Meng Hang's mind as he plummeted rapidly. I say Tai Zi, how long do you want to experience 98 killing points? I'm already very conscientious here, okay? It's true that cheap is no good. Meng Hang cursed angrily in his heart. Old iron, hurry up and earn points. This amount of points you have isn't even enough for me to lose in a game of mahjong. What? You're using my kill points to play mahjong? This time Meng Hang was really shocked, feeling like he knew something extraordinary. The system also realized that it had let its mouth slip, and didn't make a sound no matter how much Meng Hang asked. Meng Hang's body was still descending at great speed, but he hadn't yet reached the U-rank in his realm, so he couldn't fly through the air. U-rank? Flying in the air? Meng Hang's eyes lit up, and he shouted loudly towards Zhao Sampo. City Lord help, I don't know how to fly. Zhao Sanpang stared at Meng Hang in his descent with a confused expression, the corners of his mouth twitching. You've just secured a 5th order great demon, and last second you secured a U-order powerhouse, and now you're telling me that you don't know how to fly? If you can't fly, should I be able to? I think I'm even less worthy of being able to fly. I thought so, but Zhao Sanpang didn't dare to delay at all. If he really fell to his death, he'd be a sinner for the ages. With one step, his body rose up in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Meng Hang's side, grabbed his arm, and slowly landed on the ground. When Zhao Sanpang placed him on the ground, Meng Hang directly went limp like a dead dog. City Lord, my mental energy is severely overdrawn. Quickly give me 2 bottles of God recovery liquid. As soon as Zhao Scatterpole heard his words, his small green bean-like eyes instantly turned thievishly. Didn't I just give you 10 bottles 2 days ago, so take them out and use them first. I already used up mine in the battle just now. What the hell? Meng Hang was instantly furious, and his voice tone was raised a few points. I'll believe the hell out of you. You're the head of a city, and you're still almost back to the divine liquid. How is it not worse? Even if I'm a city lord, that divine recovery liquid would have to be something I'd have to spend money on myself at the Heavenly Mansion Trading House. Zhao Scatterpole replied pitifully. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang's anger became even more unbearable. The feeling was that this Zhao Sanpang did not have the divine recovery liquid,
but was heartbroken about his own money.
I say old Zhao, you're being too inconsiderate. I at least saved your life just now, and helped Cloudwater City exterminate a 5th-rank demon, and you're doing this to me now?
Zhao Sanpang was so out of temper at his dislike that he could only take out 2 divine liquid returns from his storage space and hand them to Meng Hang in a heartbroken manner. Good guy, I asked for 2 bottles and you really gave me 2. Meng Hang cursed this iron rooster in his heart, then without hesitation, he put 1 bottle into his spatial ring before drinking the other in one gulp. Seeing this action of his, Zhao Sanpang's forehead was filled with black lines, secretly saying that he had met his match today. Several hours later. Since the Red Blood Demon King was dead, the helmsman of the Lifeless Sect was also dead. The other remaining members of the Lifeless Sect were leaderless and were quickly surrounded and killed by the city protectors led by Zhao Scatterpole. Without the control of the Lifeless Sect, the 10,000 ghosts refining blood formation outside of Yunshui City also lost its effect, and the black mist that covered the city dissipated, along with the severe ghost-like whistling sound. Although the dust had settled, Meng Hang stood on top of a ruin, looking at the displaced refugees. The sadness in his heart was still unavoidable. Before this, he had heard countless people talk about the harm of demonic beasts and the crimes of the Lifeless Sect. But as a person who had traveled from a peaceful world, he hadn't really seen those things and couldn't empathize with them. Until today, looking at the city that was ravaged by a natural disaster, he truly realized why humans and demonic beasts were immortal. The Lifeless Sect and the Fifth Order Demon King had teamed up to attack Yunshui City, causing thousands of people to lose their lives and countless people to lose their homes and stray from their homes, shocking the entire country. How many years had it been since the Dragon Kingdom had experienced such a tragic disaster within its borders? The top management of the Dragon Kingdom was enraged and issued an order to purge the remaining members of the Lifeless Sect and sweep away the demonic beasts. Countless experts poured out their nests, sweeping the mountain ranges outside the major cities of the demonic beasts. Wherever you rank above the demonic beasts, not a single one will be left behind. For a while, the whole country was at a loss, and the Lifeless Sect was like a street rat that everyone shouted at. In just a month's time, the country's many rudders were uprooted and suffered heavy losses. Of course, this is an afterthought. The next day, Meng Hang woke up early after a night's sleep. Only when he opened his eyes, he was shocked to find that his original 5.2 eyes were actually a bit nearsighted. This result couldn't help but scare Meng Hang into a cold sweat. The side effects of the kaleidoscope writer's will eyes were truly terrifying, and it was fortunate that he hadn't used them too many times, or else he would really go blind one day. In the future, it's better to try not to use the sharing will eye until it's absolutely necessary. Meng Hang thought with fear. Right, the reward for killing the Red Blood Demon King yesterday hasn't been checked yet. Brother Tubby, hurry up and give me the reward. Ding! Reward has been issued, please check with the host. Meng Hang's mind resounded with the system's voice. Life-snatching 13 blades, supreme blade technique. A knife out to amaze the world, 2 knives out to sob the gods, 3 knives out to PDD to cut success, 13 knives all out. Dare to let the gods of the heavens fall to earth. 13 life-snatching knives? What the hell? What era is it, and such an earthy name? But 3 knives to slash PDD successfully, that's indeed quite impressive. When the quest was released last night, Meng Hang was only concerned about how he could kill the Red Blood Demon King. How could he care about the reward? Now that he saw the reward, Meng Hang felt a great sense of loss. He had thought that at least he would be rewarded with some kind of eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye or pillar cell. Earth? Your whole family is dirt. Hearing Meng Hang's disdainful tone, the system angrily retorted. What do you know? This is a move that I was inspired by a certain sound and created with all my heart and soul, and you're actually calling it earthy. What the hell, you created a sword technique? Lousy worked hard last night to fight a 5th-ranked demon, and in the end, the reward I received was a stance you created? When Meng Hang realized that this reward was actually created by the system itself, he instantly quit. Don't worry, if the system produces something, it will be a fine product. Meng Hang was unwilling to make much of a fuss over this matter, and opened the kill shop beautifully. Old me killed a 5th Order Demon King and a U-Order ability person yesterday. This is a large amount of points. Self-reliance and abundance of food, it's still up to you. Looking at the 2 points in the kill shop, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction. Wait a minute, how is it still 2 points? Meng Hang reacted at once, and his eyes were filled with anger. System, you give me out, where are my points? Points? What points? The system asked with an innocent face. Don't get sloppy with me here, where are my points from killing the Red Blood Demon King and the Lifeless Sect's ability person yesterday? I say Tai Z, you're thinking of farts to eat. That was only killed by you by virtue of the power of the 6 paths, it's not by virtue of your own strength, so why should I give you points? What the hell? What kind of fallacy is this? What's wrong with relying on the power of the 6 paths? Wasn't that person killed by me in the end? You didn't say you couldn't rely on external forces in the first place. Hearing the system say that, Meng Hang instantly quit and started yelling. Didn't I say that at the time?
Playing mahjong really delays things. The system was a bit vain, muttering in a voice that Meng Hang couldn't hear, and then said in a serious voice, "Not before, now at it." "What? It can still do that?" "All interpretive rights belong to this system." Meng Hao was directly exasperated by the system's words, and said through gritted teeth, "Fine, fine, you're marvelous, you're noble." An hour later, Meng Hao stood in front of an ancient building. His argument with the system won, with the system being shameless. Whoever called monopolization the truth, it wasn't like Meng Hang could drag it out and beat it up. So he changed his mindset and came directly to Zhao Sanpeng's mansion, ready to knock him out and get back all the losses he suffered at the system. Knock knock knock. After waiting for a while, Zhao Sanpeng opened the door sleepily. "Who is it, knocking on the door this early in the morning?" Zhao Sanpeng said impatiently. Last night's battle had already exhausted him, and after the battle, he had a meeting all night to study the arrangements for the refugees and the reconstruction of the city. He had just closed his eyes to take a nap when he was awakened by a knock on the door. Once he saw that it was Meng Hang, he was first stunned, then asked with some curiosity, "Meng Hang? Why are you here? Come on in." Zhao Sanpeng leaned his obese body to the side and invited Meng Hang in. Meng Hang, who walked into the house, didn't beat around the bush, rubbed his hands together and said with a sarcastic smile on his face, "I said, old Zhao, there's no big deal about coming here today." Last night, Meng Hang also saw what kind of virtue Zhao Sanpeng was, and the tall image of the city lord was gone, so he didn't treat him politely today. Being called old Zhao by an 18 or 19-year-old student, there were black lines floating across Zhao Scatterpole's forehead. But having seen Meng Hang's strength last night, he didn't dare say anything. "What about the main thing I came here for today? It's actually just one thing, the 120,000 essence cores you promised me yesterday. Is it possible to give them to me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Scatterpole's eyes, which were originally still somewhat sleepy, instantly widened. "Brat, don't talk nonsense. When did I promise to send you essence cores? Besides, I just couldn't scrape together that many essence cores even if I sold the entire Cloudwater City." Seeing that Zhao Sanpeng didn't admit it, Meng Hang covered his heart and said with feigned grief, "I carried the gun for Cloudwater City. I even saved you last night, and you actually treated the hero who saved Yunchue City like this." Zhao Sanpeng was rendered speechless by his words. How shameless is this, coming up and boasting about being a hero? Although he thought so, in the end, it was indeed Meng Hang who had saved the entire Cloudwater City, so Zhao Sanpeng gritted his teeth as if he had made a great determination. "Then I'll reward you with 5 essence cores." "How many?" Meng Hang rose up with an open heart and stared angrily at this iron rooster. "I've carried guns for Cloudwater City, and I saved your life, and now you're dismissing me with 5 essence cores? That's 10. No, 50. Why don't you go rob the fucker? 15. 45 pieces. In the end, after some bargaining between the two of them, Zhao Sanpeng agreed to give Meng Hang 20 essence cores, plus 10 bottles of spirit recovery liquid, and 2 being Dan. This being Dan was also a good thing, containing a large amount of wood energy, and could quickly repair body injuries in a short period of time. Meng Hang contentedly waved his hand with the lifeless Zhao Sanpeng and said, "Lord City Lord, go back quickly, don't catch a cold early in the morning." Zhao Sanpeng stood at the gate, gritting his teeth and staring at Meng Hang's back, his hands clenched and creaking. "This time it's a big loss. Brat, if you don't make a name for our Yunchue City on this college entrance exam, you'll see how I'll clean you up." Meng Hang left the Zhao Sanpeng mansion and didn't go home again. Everything that should be prepared had already been prepared, so he rushed directly towards the outside of the city. Just as he left the city, a video also appeared on the internet and was quickly and widely spread. The very beginning of the video was the image of a huge demonic python with scarlet eyes poking its head out of the clouds. Those 2 eyes like a red moon, as well as the huge body that was hidden in the dark clouds, even through the screen, it gave people an endless sense of oppression. Holy shit, is this the demonic beast that attacked Cloudwater City last night? It's so big. A 5th-rank demonic beast, equivalent to a 1-rank expert, surprisingly so terrifying. I do admire the blogger. The first thing in this situation is actually not to run, but to take out his cell phone to shoot a video. Is this deceased currently okay? Everything is normal in front of the tomb, and he can still go online and send videos. Some people were shocked at the terror of the Red Blood Demon King, while others teased the blogger for having a big heart. The video continued, and when the crowd of netizens saw the power of the demon python just opening its mouth and the power of a single suction, as well as its angry roar, which caused countless people to die under his mouth, everyone fell silent. On the one hand, there was the shock of the 5th-rank demon's strength that was like a natural disaster, and there was also the anger at the demonic beast's wanton slaughter of its compatriots. To dare to slaughter the city in such a wanton manner, is this beast bullying my human race to have no one? If it's not my race, its heart will be different. The government is still too merciful. It should have slaughtered all the demonic beasts outside the city. Isn't there any great power out there to exterminate this demonic beast? Just watching this beast act so recklessly? Do you think that Huan rank experts are big cabbages that come out just like that?
Other than some big cities that have Huan rank experts sitting around, most of the high-ranked abilities are on the front lines fighting the demon race. And the Huan rank experts in those big cities are too far away from Cloud Water City, so distant water cannot quench the thirst of the near.
A big demon's destructive power is so terrifying, I really can't imagine how hard it will be for those warriors to fight against the demonic beasts that are ravaging the front lines. Crap, what is this thing? Just as the crowd was still worried for the future of humanity, a 100-meter-tall giant appeared out of thin air on the screen, coldly staring at the red blood demon king below. Appeared! A strong human has appeared. The crowd excitedly swiped up on their pop-up screens. What the hell is this supernatural ability? It looks so awesome. Looks so awesome? Can you please remove the 3 words looks? Although it's not good to estimate specifically on the video, but this giant has to be nearly 100 meters anyways, 1 foot down and 1/3 of the city can be destroyed. Afterwards, he only saw that the mysterious giant just casually struck, and the red blood demon king instantly exploded. This naked crushing strength drew another gasp from the crowd. Holy shit, a 5th order demon was just seconded like that? When did another such powerful strong person come out from our Dragon Kingdom? It's not good to say that it's our Dragon Kingdom's bottom card, which doesn't come out easily and specializes in things like this. Does anyone know who he is? It's been said that it's the Dragon Kingdom's undercard. How could anyone possibly know? A man who walks in the darkness, a man who keeps company with loneliness. Mom, I'm in love. When this video came out, it instantly shocked the entire internet, and everyone was shocked at the terrifying strength of the giant that appeared at the end. It was a pity that the blogger was shooting from too far away and didn't capture who exactly was exerting the divine power. The protagonist of the video, on the other hand, was standing before a deep forest. As Meng Hang looked around, the forest was filled with ancient trees that covered the sky. A few hissing roars of unknown beasts came from inside from time to time, making the already gloomy forest even more eerie and terrifying. After letting out a long breath and gripping the demon blade thousand blades in his hand, Meng Hang took a step into this paradise of demonic beasts. Just as his silhouette disappeared into the depths of the dense forest, 2 men and a woman came to the place where Meng Hang had just stood. The 2 men were dressed in black suits, and appeared to be very capable, and the woman among them was actually wearing a cheongsam, with a pair of long, slender legs showing. One of the bald hunks glanced at the odd woman and frowned as he said, "You may yell, I don't care how you dress and seduce the white boy within the city. But outside the city, this outfit of yours seriously affects your movements, and when the time comes, if it's because you didn't fulfill the family head's account, you know what the consequences are. Don't blame me for not reminding you." The cheongsam woman gently glanced at the bald big man. Just this one glance alone displayed 10,000 flavors. "Don't worry, Bosley, I still have a sense of the weight of things. Besides, if 3 of us mid-air stage ability users can still miss when we surround a high school student, then we don't need to live. Don't be careless, don't forget that kid was the one who had directly secured that empty rank ability person from the lifeless sect by utilizing a secret technique." The one who spoke was another man dressed in a black suit. Hearing him say that, the cheongsam woman skimmed her mouth in disdain. "I say, Elder Wu, can you change your timid and cautious character? The events of that day have already been investigated. That whooshing cult's waste was only an early empty stage ability user, and he was also seriously injured by Zhao Sanpang, so his ability couldn't be utilized by 20%, which is why that kid picked up the slack. The family had sent 3 of us mid-rank ability users to prevent accidents. What else do you have to worry about?" The man called Wu Laoer still wanted to retort, but was stopped by the bald man. "Alright, silence." After saying that, the bald man took out a special phone and dialed a string of phone numbers. "Do, da, da." After ringing 3 times, a middle-aged man's voice with a low voice rang out from the other end of the phone. "Speak. Family Master, Meng Hang has walked into the mountain range. Well, no matter what means are used, we have to pry the secret art out of that kid's mouth. As for that kid, do it clean." The tone of the person on the other end of the walkie-talkie was indifferent, as if they were talking about something insignificant. "Understood." Putting away the walkie-talkie, the bald man took a look at the other 2, especially the cheongsam woman. "Did you hear what the family head said? The secret technique on this kid is extremely important to the family head. If we miss, we'll just dig a hole here and bury ourselves." The cheongsam woman also put away the contempt she felt just now, and her expression also became incomparably grave. Only then did the bald big man nod in satisfaction and said to Wu Laoer, "Laoer, you're an expert in wild tracking, although it's only an E-grade talent olfactory enhancement, but this ability is incomparably used in the wild. I'll rely on you for the tracking, never let this kid slip away." Wu Laoer nodded. In terms of fighting he wasn't good at it, but when it came to tracking, the other 2 couldn't beat their horses. "Don't worry boss, I'll take care of this." After saying that, he sniffed his nose and led the 2 towards the dense forest. "Put.
Just as Meng Hang was walking through the woods, a black shadow came at him like a sharp sword. Meng Hang didn't hesitate, and sheathed his long blade. The purple blade light flashed and directly chopped the black shadow into 2 pieces. Sheathing the 1,000 blades, Meng Hang then saw that it was a rodent rat. Meng Hang skimmed his lips, another first-order primary demonic beast. He had been attacked quite a bit along the way, but probably due to the outskirts of the forest, all of the ones that had appeared were first-order demonic beasts, and they hadn't added even a single point to his score. Meng Hang took out his cell phone and looked at the time. From the time he entered the forest it had been nearly half an hour. It could be said that there was no gain, which made him upset. Just as he was about to raise his steps and continue walking forward, a clattering sound rang out from the originally silent woods. The trees around him then seemed to come to life as their branches began to wriggle and elongate, coming at Meng Hang like countless slender vipers. What the hell? At first, he thought that he had encountered an attack from some demonic beast, and his body backed up extremely quickly to avoid this first wave of attacks. However, the vines that had materialized from this tree branch were like maggots that paid for his bones, and they continued to sweep towards him in an all-encompassing manner. This time, Meng Hang's face really changed. The entire forest seemed to have awakened from its slumber, holding great malice towards this outsider. He even saw the depths of the forest, where countless vines converged into a wave that surged towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang only felt his scalp tingle as he watched this scene, his face unbelievable. What level of wood ability was this? At the very least, he didn't believe that a demonic beast below the 5th rank could do it. Kaleidoscope sharing will I. Not daring to hesitate much, Meng Hang was ready to directly unleash his dual divine might and dodge this terrifying blow first. Ha! A soft eek. When he opened his kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes, he suddenly detected a hint of abnormality. Meng Hang then drifted off, let out a cold laugh, put his kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes away, and stood still. Countless vines instantly arrived in front of him and bullied their way up, directly binding Meng Hang to death. Cluck cluck cluck. A few soft laughs came from the surrounding shrubs, and then Meng Hang saw 3 people walk out of the shrubs unhurriedly. The visitors were none other than the 2 men and 1 woman who had been following him. The Cheongsam woman laughed lightly, then said disdainfully, "I was also high on this brat," striking out with the strongest blow. "I told you that the family head is a bit fussed. Dealing with a high school student actually sent the 3 of us. However, this little brother is quite pretty. In a moment, let my sister have a good look at him." Saying that, he also stretched out his slender tongue and licked his scarlet lips. The remaining 2 also didn't expect this trip to go so smoothly, and a relaxed expression appeared on their faces. "Let's get down to business first. You can play with this kid however you want after we're done in a bit," the bald man said as he stared at Meng Hang. Seeing the trio looking at themselves, Meng Hang put on a look of shock and overwhelm and opened his mouth to ask, "You? Who are you guys and why are you sneaking up on me?" Meng Hang's acting skills could be described as extremely high. Tears were already welling up in his eyes as if they were going to flow out in the next moment. "Feel free to mention whatever requests you guys have. As long as you don't kill me, I'll agree to whatever you guys want," Meng Hang said eagerly. The 3 people led by the bald man all skimmed their mouths in disdain, belittling Meng Hang a few more points. Originally, they had thought that someone who could fight to the death with the remaining members of the lifeless sect would at least be a teenager with a strong heart. Who knew that the teenager in front of them was so bad that he almost wet his pants just after encountering danger? But this was just as well. Being greedy and fearful of death made it easier to get what they wanted out of him. "Kid, do you want to die or live?" Hearing this question from the bald man, Meng Hang couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. What kind of idiotic question was this? Which person would answer wanting to die? Although his heart spat, on the surface, he still put on a glimmer of hope that emerged from his eyes. "Big brother, I want to live. I want to live." Wu Laosan sneered in his heart. This kid is still too young and hasn't experienced the social beatings. Whether you want to die or live today, you won't be able to walk out of this forest. The bald big man nodded in satisfaction and continued. "Very well, kid, your attitude is something I like. As long as you hand over that secret art that can stimulate human potential, I can spare your life." Meng Hang suddenly realized that he was running towards this. He had already made the side effects of the 8-gate transportation armor a big deal already, but he didn't expect that it would still be coveted by certain people. "You guys actually came for it. This is my family's secret technique. It's impossible to pass it on to outsiders." Seeing that Meng Hang was actually uncooperative, the bald man's expression instantly darkened. "Kid, don't give your face away. We have many ways to make you beg for your life and beg for your death." Meng Hang pretended to hesitate, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he opened his mouth and said, "It's fine to let me speak, but you have to tell me who sent you." "It's fine, as long as you tell us the secret technique, I'll tell you what you want to know." The bald man thought that Meng Hang was holding on to the idea of coming back for revenge later when he had accomplished his cultivation, so he secretly sneered and perfunctorily returned, "Well, good. Kid, I advise you not to bargain." "Hey, promised?"
The three men opened their eyes wide, somewhat unresponsive. They had thought that Meng Hang would still have to argue a bit and demand that they explain their origins before handing over the secret method. Meng Hang's promise to do so quickly made them all feel a hint of abnormality. But right now Meng Hang was a fish on a sticky board, at their mercy, so they still forced down the trace of doubt in their hearts. Those who know the time are wise. In a moment you'll hand over the secret method, and your sister will definitely love and dote on you. The Cheongsam woman's charming eyes were like hooks, as if she wanted to hook Meng Hang's soul out. I said. Meng Hang lowered his head, his whole body was wrapped up in the tree vines, unable to move a bit. I say you sister Meng Hang, who had originally lowered his head, jerked his head up. Sharing will I, open. The three of them were shocked at this moment. Meng Hang, who was originally unable to move, his entire body turned into countless crows, flying in all directions, and the vines that bound him seemed to have come back to life, only this time it wasn't pouncing on Meng Hang, it was pouncing on the other three. The roiling vines swooped down, and in an instant, the three of them were bound and unable to move. The bald man who was tied up used all his strength to try to break free from the vines, but he found that the vines were like a chain, extremely strong. Seeing that he couldn't break free, the bald man angrily shouted to the Cheongsam woman beside him. Stinky bitch, let you use illusion to trap this kid, how did you turn around and trap ourselves? At this moment, the flag-robed woman's face was pale and unbelievable in her eyes. It wasn't me. My illusion was countered. At the same time, the crows that had originally dispersed reassembled in front of the three of them. Meng Hang's figure reappeared and stared at the trio with a pair of crimson eyes. Unself-conscious, actually daring to play with illusions in front of the Sharingan eyes. It turned out that the trio had not used any wood-based powers to keep Meng Hang under control, but rather the Cheongsam woman had unleashed her illusion-based powers to make Meng Hang mistakenly think that he was entangled in vines. When Meng Hang opened his sharing will eyes, he felt a special fluctuation in the spirit of the space around him, and realized that he had been hit by an illusion. His heart was in the right place, so he simply didn't resist, wanting to see what the sneak attacker had in mind. Looking at the three people trapped by the illusion in front of them, Meng Hang also did not say more nonsense, and directly drew out 1,000 blades to one of them to chop. After all, villains die from talking too much, and it's one to be resolved first. The purple blade light flashed. A line of blood appeared at the neck of the black-robed man called Wu Laosan, and then blood gushed out like a trickle. Wu Laosan's eyes widened incredulously, his eyes were filled with panic, not understanding why things had reversed so quickly. Obviously 1 second the teenager was a lamb to be slaughtered, the next second how did he become a butcher with a butcher's knife in his hand? Save! Save! Blood gushed out of Wu Laosan's mouth, his mouth slurred as he tried to say something. Nay, his throat had been cut off, and he couldn't say a complete sentence, and then he fell to the ground powerlessly, and after struggling for a few moments, he was no longer silent. The other two saw the scene also changed greatly in color, not expecting the teenager to be so ruthless, not giving them any chance to explain at all. Bite your tongue! After the shock, the Cheongsam woman immediately reacted and shouted to the bald man, then without hesitation, she bit her tongue. A stream of crimson blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth, and the Cheongsam woman instantly broke free from the illusion by virtue of this sharp pain and quickly backed away. Hearing the Cheongsam woman's voice, the bald big man didn't hesitate either and similarly bit through his tongue to break free from the illusion. The bald big man who broke free from the illusion had veins rippling up on his forehead, and his eyes were red as he stared at Meng Hang and shouted, "We've already promised you that we won't hurt your life, so why did you kill us without saying a word?" Facing the bald man's questioning, Meng Hang merely laughed, his eyes full of sarcasm. "We're all adults, do you believe those words you just said yourself? Besides, from the moment you dared to hit me with your ideas, you should have been prepared to be decapitated by me. At a young age, where did you get such a killing spirit?" The bald big man was secretly shocked in his heart, not understanding how a high school student who hadn't even graduated yet could be so decisive in killing. Knowing that the matter could not be resolved, the big man was not polite either. Taking advantage of the gap between Meng Hang's words, he directly activated his supernatural ability to prepare for a sneak attack. Ground surge. The soil under Meng Hang's feet suddenly shifted, and instantly countless earth spikes stabbed out from the ground. If he hadn't reacted, these earth spikes would have directly pierced through Meng Hang's body. Unfortunately, the result was a huge disappointment to the bald man. Right when he had just unleashed his supernatural ability, Meng Hang had actually already sensed something strange and retreated backward, easily dodging the blow. Long as a man, how come he always likes to be the oldest six and likes to sneak attacks? Meng Hang stared at the bald big man with some exasperation. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, the flow of spiritual energy within the bald big man's body was clear to him. So when the bald big man mobilized his spiritual energy, he already knew that this old six was going to make a sneak attack. "You may Yao, what are you waiting for if you don't make a move yet?" 3 empty rank intermediate ability users sneak attacking an earth rank ability user, and in the end, they were still killed by someone else who killed one of them back. which made the bald big man at this time have no bottom at all in his heart. Therefore, he no longer cared about face, and urged the flag-robed woman to take action together to prevent this kid from making any more trouble. The flag-robed woman also knows that now is a crisis moment, hands pinch knots, to start the illusion again. Understanding Meng Hang's bizarre methods, she no longer had the luxury of hoping that she could control him with just her illusions. When masters fought, just a few seconds of disorientation could determine a person's life or death. So she only hoped that she could trap Meng Hang for a second is a second, providing the bald man with an opportunity. At the same time the Cheongsam woman was preparing to unleash her illusion, Meng Hang instantly sensed the difference and snorted coldly. Big boobs and no brain, you actually don't have a long memory. Writer's eye, magic illusion shackle hangs art. Instantly, the Cheongsam woman felt as if a few huge iron nails had penetrated her body, leaving her nail dead in place, unable to move. At the same time, she clearly knew that what she had been hit by was an illusion-type ability, but for some reason, she could actually clearly feel the pain of the nails penetrating her body. Ah! An agonizing cry, the immense pain prevented her from concentrating her mental powers. What happened? Hearing the flag-robed woman's agonizing cry, thin beads of sweat were already flowing out of the bald big man's forehead. The spirit system's ability was just too bizarre. He was afraid that if he didn't pay attention, he would also fall into Meng Hang's way, and then he would really be screaming for help. Boss Lu, this kid's eyes are weird, don't look at his eyes, the Cheongsam woman said as she endured the excruciating pain. She was worthy of being a psychic alien, and after only a few exchanges, she realized that all of Meng Hang's abilities came from that pair of bizarre eyes. Hearing the Cheongsam woman's reminder, there was a brilliant light shooting out from the eyes of the bald man who had originally had an ugly expression on his face. The unknown was the most frightening, and knowing the weakness of his opponent's abilities made him regain his confidence. Eyes shifted downward, no longer locking eyes with Meng Hang, only looking at the lower half of his body. Late as late, the bald man no longer delayed, pulling out a long knife from his spatial ring, his feet powered up and slashed at Meng Hang. Ding! Meng Hang raised his sword and blocked it. The two long knives collided together, immediately emitting the sound of gold and iron clanking together. Meng Hang only felt a huge force coming from the blade, and his body involuntarily took a few steps backward. Seeing that he had the advantage, the bald man's eyes suddenly shone brightly, and his confidence grew by a few more points. In the end, this kid in front of him was merely an Earth-ranked ability user. Although his ability was weird, it was still not enough to look at in front of absolute strength. He was unforgiving, countless knife lights flashed and kept slashing at Meng Hang. Choke! 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 Meng Hang was losing ground, and even his right hand, which was holding the blade, had begun to go numb. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Without using his Sharingan eyes, his realm was still too low, and he was still too overwhelmed against air-ranked ability users with his physical strength alone. On that day, he could instantly kill two late-stage empty order abilitators by relying on the double Divine Might's ability to open up, but the side effects of the kaleidoscope eyes were too great, and he didn't dare to use them indiscriminately unless it was a matter of life and death. Looking at the bald man, Meng Hang's eyes revealed a cold light. You're damn well not finished. Seizing an opportunity, a knife slashed out. Only this time, there was no sound of gold and iron clashing between the long knives, but rather, the 1,000 blades in Meng Hang's hand strangely broke out of a gap. Meng Hang turned his head slightly, narrowly dodging the bald man's long knife that cut through the 1,000 blades. And even though the magic blade 1,000 blades had broken from the center, it still maintained its original shape as it hacked at the bald man. How is it possible? What kind of weapon is this? The bald big man said incredulously with a shocked look on his face. He didn't understand what kind of origin this teenager in front of him had. Not only did he have a strong secret technique and bizarre supernormal abilities, even the weapon he used was so peculiar. Seeing that the purple long knife was about to cut himself into two, in the nick of time, the bald big man emitted a light yellow light throughout his body. With a bang, the magic blade 1,000 blades actually made a crunching sound as it hacked at his body. Meng Hang frowned, seeing that the blow was fruitless, he withdrew his long sword and retreated backwards. The light yellow light faded from the bald man's body, and his entire body was revealed to be covered in earth-colored armor. Ha 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 ha, kid, you're not the only one with special abilities. This body armor of mine, which was condensed from earth essence, is sturdy and incomparable. It's the late empty stage abilities that don't want to break through easily, let alone you. Meng Hang looked at his armor that looked like a turtle shell and pondered slightly. With his current realm, there was absolutely no hope of winning against the bald man by relying on the physical arts alone, so it seemed that he could only open the 8 gates of transported armor. 8 gates of recluse armor, the first gate. Hey, old iron, wait a minute. Just as he was about to open the 8 doors of transported armor, the system's voice actually sounded at this time. Meng Hang's eyes lit up. Usually at this time to open the system is definitely to send him a plugin, so some excitement asked. Brother Tuzi, what task is there to say directly? Don't be polite with my little brother.
There is no mission, just want you to use the set of life-snatching 13 blades that was rewarded to you. Now this is the right time, so you can feel how strong the power of Grandmaster's original blade technique is.
Meng Hang was filled with black lines. I say Unity son, you're going a bit overboard here. I'm in a life and death battle with someone here, and you're actually going to make me use your unreliable blade technique. What if it doesn't work well? Not me, Tai Z, when have I ever punked you? You actually don't believe me.
The system said with some exasperation.
When you pit me is still less.
The system was a bit weak and didn't respond to him anymore. Instead, he turned his head and released a quest.
Ding! System open.
Use life-snatching 13 blades to decapitate the bald man, rewarding the host with plus 5 points for the strength attribute. Failure, deduct 5 points from the host's strength attribute.
Nima, do you have any professional ethics? Can you even release a mission like this? Seeing this mission, Meng Hang's eyes widened and he couldn't help but curse.
But this time, no matter how much he cursed, the system didn't make another sound. At this time, the bald man had already attacked him again. Meng Hang gritted his teeth and put up a fight. In the end, if he really couldn't beat him, the big deal was to tough it out and turn on divine might once more. Meng Hang held the 1,000 blades in his hand and poured his spiritual energy into it. Ha, kid, don't need to struggle, you can't break through my defenses with your current realm. Meng Hang ignored him and continued to mobilize his spiritual energy. The life-snatching 13 blades emphasized the merging of force and chi, and intent, to achieve the realm of the unity of the human blade. The entire heaven and earth seemed to stand still, the leaves of the trees stopped making rustling sounds, the birds kept their wings spread out on the branches, and even the bald man held his long sword in his hand and stopped in place.
Long lovesickness is a long memory. Short lovesickness is infinite.
The surroundings resumed once again, the rustling of the leaves resounded, the birds on the branches had also flown into the sky, and the bald big man had also arrived in front of him, lifting his sword and about to slash down.
The first knife. Acacia.
As soon as the knife came out, the wind and clouds changed color, a wave of air swept up around Meng Hang, bringing up countless fallen leaves on the ground, as if it was a small tornado. A blade of chi chopped out horizontally, and the protective armor was chopped up like thin paper, passing through the bald man's body without any hindrance, and continued to chop forward.
Ka-ching! Ka-chop!
Countless thick trees were chopped off by this saber chi, and in the end, it actually left behind an open space of more than 10 meters.
And at this moment, the bald man, standing dumbfounded in front of Meng Hang did not move, and the long knife that was raised high did not fall. Until a few seconds later, the lower half of his body was still standing in place, while the upper half of his body was slanting downward. The bald big man whose entire body was wrapped in hard armor was unexpectedly chopped in two just like this. Crap! Crap! Two cries of shock rang out at the same time.
The first crap was from Meng Hang, who didn't expect this blade to be so powerful. And this was only the first blade, he didn't dare to imagine what the power of all 13 blades would be. Maybe it's really like what the system said, it can really cut down the gods in the sky to mortal dust.
And the second sound of crap was actually issued by the system. Nima, unlucky system, I knew you were punking me.
Meng Hang cursed the system as he took out a tube of divine recovery liquid and frantically poured it into his mouth. As soon as he heard the system's exclamation, he instantly realized that it didn't have a bottom before either, and that it was using himself as a guinea pig.
Don't care about these details. Just tell me if this might is overbearing or not, and if it's bullish or not. Hearing this, Meng Hang was speechless and nodded approvingly.
After settling this side, Meng Hang cast his gaze wistfully on the Cheongsam woman who was still controlled by the yoke air technique. At this moment, Yu Meow's face was pale and incomparable, her upper and lower teeth clashing and cackling. Where was the flavorfulness she had at the beginning? The shock that this blade gave her was too great, and she couldn't imagine how such a stunning yet incomparably terrifying blade could have been issued from the hands of an Earth-ranked ability user. Seeing the Cheongsam woman in such a state, Meng Hang couldn't help but get playful and hook her chin with his hand.
Yo, good sister, it's really a turn of the tide. Just now it was still me being trapped, how did it turn so quickly into you being trapped while I'm standing here?
Yu Meow's pale face barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she said to Meng Hang.
Good brother, my sister has eyes and doesn't know your methods. You're an adult, just let sister off the hook.
Meng Hang nodded silently, thinking to himself that you guys really don't know my methods. If you knew that the red-blooded demon king was also killed by me, you would have run away without a trace. Don't intervene, didn't my sister just say that she wanted to have fun with my brother after the matter was over? You haven't told me how to play yet.
Upon hearing this, a glimmer emerged in Yu Meow's eyes, thinking in her heart.
All men in the world are really the same, as long as they are panting, there is no one who is not horny. Although this kid in front of me is incomparably strong, but in the end, he is just a high school student who hasn't experienced the fledglings of male and female love. With this shot from my old lady, I will definitely be able to make him delirious and worship under my stone skirt. Thinking of this, her face that was originally shrouded in fear once again became incomparably charming,
exhaling her breath like an orchid, she said to Meng Hang. So little brother likes this mouth, early with sister said well. As long as the brother you can spare my life, then I am your people, what you want to do on what to do, sister must serve you well. Saying that, she also didn't forget to straighten up the rippling scenery in front of her chest. Meng Hang's cheeks flushed crimson and his breathing became ragged. Is that true? Yumei Yao took a look at Meng Hang's already moved heart, and blew a fragrant breeze to Meng Hang's face before continuing. See what you're saying, I've fallen into your hands now, how dare I lie to you? And I've learned a room technique in my early years, so I'll make sure that I can make my brother wanna die. The fragrant breeze brushed his face, Meng Hang seemed to be swept away by desire, and his breathing became a bit rougher again. Alright, I promise you, as long as you tell me who sent you guys, I'll let you go. Upon hearing these words, Yumei Yao was instantly silent. Things had come to this point, her own life was about to be saved, so of course she wouldn't still care about the person behind the curtain. She was just afraid that after she spoke up, Meng Hang would kill herself with a knife. After hesitating for a moment, Yumei Yao still opened her mouth and asked, what if I tell you about the person behind the curtain and you kill me? Meng Hang returned without a care in the world. You've also learned about my mental faculty's supernatural ability. I can completely control you with my mental power and make you give everything away. Letting you explain yourself is also a test of your attitude. Then with an evil smile, he gently brushed over Mei Yao's cheeks with his hand and continued. Besides, I'm still looking forward to experiencing my sister's room skills. How could I be willing to kill you? Yumei Yao believed that she still had an unrivaled charm for men, especially this kind of chick in front of her. And looking at Meng Hang's expression that didn't seem to be faked, her heart crossed and she opened her mouth. We're from the Zhang family of Yunshui City. Meng Hang raised his eyebrows and continued to ask. The Zhang family, one of the three great families of Cloudwater City? That's right. I'm still curious as to why you guys are still interested in this secret art when I've clearly stated its side effects. Yumei Yao smiled to herself. My good brother, I've seen you kill people without even blinking. How could you ask such a childish question? The Zhang clan is perfectly capable of training a batch of dead soldiers to cultivate this secret art. With this batch of dead soldiers, the Zhang family's future is limitless. As for the issue of consuming longevity, the most worthless thing in this world is human life, and the Zhang family is perfectly capable of cultivating countless dead soldiers. Meng Hang drifted off, lamenting that he was still young. Good brother, I've said all the things, can you release me? Aha, that's for sure. Put. A long purple blade directly penetrated Yumei Yao's body. Yumei Yao's eyes widened, and there was a look of disbelief in her eyes. 4. Why? At this time, Meng Hang's eyes were clear, which still had the look of a spermatozoa from before. You have said that the most worthless thing in this world is human life. You, not, are, human. Yumei Yao used her last ounce of strength to stare resentfully at Meng Hang and said, after which there was not a single sound. Meng Hang looked at her corpse and nodded thoughtfully. They did all say that I am quite a dog. Horses don't get fat without night grass. And Meng Hang certainly wouldn't fall behind in killing and picking up corpses. Pouring out the contents inside the 3 spatial rings in his head, he had harvested a total of 500,000 in cash from the 2 low-grade spiritual weapons, 18 essence stones, 5 bottles of reclaiming liquid, and there was actually a gene potion that could increase their physique. The most unbelievable thing was that when he checked Yumei Yao's space ring, he actually found a lot of spicy underwear and certain toys from inside, which made Meng Hang's mouth go dry. The space ring can actually hold these things. He now somewhat regretted not feeling the room art that Yumei Yao had mentioned. Putting the things that were useful to him into his ring, he didn't keep the rest of the useless ones, and directly threw them down in place like garbage. Just as Meng Hang was happily packing up his loot, there was a beautiful girl standing in front of the dilapidated door of his house, none other than Lin Luoxue. Today's Lin Luoxue was dressed in a floral dress, wearing a pair of canvas shoes on her feet, her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, and she was obviously well dressed. At this moment, Lin Luoxue was pouting, obviously angry over something. She had already learned from other people's mouths that Meng Hang was safe and sound, which made her not help but breathe a sigh of relief, and she was waiting for Meng Hang to contact her early in the morning. But after waiting and waiting, she didn't hear from him, so she picked up her cell phone and took the initiative to call. Who knew that she didn't get through after calling 3 times in a row, which made Lin Luo need to curse Meng Hang countless times in her heart. Asshole, you don't know to tell me when it's okay, am I that non-existent? Seeing that she couldn't get in touch with anyone, and her phone couldn't be reached, Lin Luoxue simply ran to Meng Hang's doorstep to look for him. It's not that Lin Luoxue is not seeing Meng Hang, so she must see him today. Rather, it was because if she didn't see him today, she would have to leave Yunshui City and go to Kyoto University, and she wouldn't know when she would see him again. Dum 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 dum. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. After knocking 3 times in a row and waiting at the door for 5 minutes to make sure that there was really no one at home, Lin Luoxue regretfully walked downstairs. And downstairs at Meng Hang's house,
there was a middle-aged beautiful woman in her 30s waiting for Lin Luoxue.
Lin Luoxue went downstairs and saw the middle-aged beauty woman force a smile and said,
"Teacher has been waiting for a long time, my classmate is not at home, so let's go first." Although Lin Luoxue was smiling, but as a person who had been there before, how could the middle-aged beauty woman not see the despondency in her eyes? She couldn't help but helplessly shake her head. "Luoxue, you are a one-in-a-million genius. Being recruited within Kyoto University will even make you soar. For this relationship you actually don't need to care too much, after all, in the future your identities are too far apart to be fruitless in the future." Being pointed out by her teacher's small inner thoughts, Lin Luoxue's pretty face immediately flushed a layer of redness.
"Teacher, you've misunderstood, Meng Hang and I are just ordinary classmates. And he's really strong, much stronger than even me,"
Lin Luoxue said seriously as she stared into the middle-aged beauty woman's eyes. The middle-aged beauty woman guffawed and didn't take her words seriously, only treating it as a young girl defending her sweetheart.
Well, it's better than even you, an SSS grade genius.
I'll be waiting for him at Kyoto University this year, to see what kind of teenager the person who can steal my family Luoxue's heart is." This time Lin Luoxue didn't retort, but just lowered her head and said with some worry,
"Once he is going to enroll in the Magic City University, what to do?"
The middle-aged beauty shook her head helplessly and didn't retort again, but in her heart she thought,
"Really think that the top university in Dragon Country is a big white cabbage, saying that you can get into it."
Yunchue City Zhang family mansion. Zhang Xiwan was sitting within the luxuriously decorated hall, his eyes slightly closed, his right hand lightly knocking on the armrest.
"Still no news from the three of them?"
"Family master, we have already contacted the three of them multiple times, and there is still no response, so it seems that they are in dire straits." A 60-year-old man respectfully stood beside Zhang Xiwan and replied. Hearing this, Zhang Shuyuan frowned and couldn't help but snort coldly. Three losers, intercepting a high school student can put their own lives on the line. It seems like that kid is indeed eccentric. Pass down the order to put the Zhang mansion under martial law from today onwards, in case that kid comes to retaliate.
"Yes, family master."
After hesitating for a moment, the old man still said,
"Actually, it doesn't necessarily have to be that kid's doing.
The Yunchue mountain range is full of terrifying demonic beasts. It could also be that they were unlucky and encountered an unbeatable demonic beast."
Zhang Xiwan nodded undeniably. "No matter what, it's better to be careful." The following day,
Meng Hang continued to travel through the forest after a night's rest. Just then, his footsteps suddenly lurched as a pungent smell of blood hit his face. Shooing the direction from which the bloody odor came, Meng Hang lowered his body and carefully felt his way over. Gently poking through the bushes, he found a 2-meter-long, third-ranked iron-armored back lizard gnawing on the corpse of a demonic beast that he could no longer see. Quietly pulling out his 1,000 blades, Meng Hang exerted force under his feet, his body instantly shot out, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived behind the iron-armored back lizard. Since Meng Hang was located downwind, the beast did not notice his sneak attack. Meng Hang swiftly slashed down with his long knife in hand, ruthlessly slashing at the back of the iron-armored back lizard. Ding! The blood-splattering scene he had imagined did not appear, and the 1,000 blades slashed at the demonic beast's back as if it was chopping on top of a piece of steel plate, letting out a crunching sound. Ow! Although the slash did not cut through the iron-armored back lizard's scale armor, the tremendous impact still caused it to suffer pain and let out an angry roar. The sound of breaking wind whistled, and before the iron-armored back lizard's body could turn around, its thick tail was already lashing towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang's pupils shrank as he raised his sword to block. A tremendous force came from it, directly jerking him a few meters away with his sword. Shit, what kind of strange force is this? Meng Hang, who flew out backwards, stood up from the ground with great difficulty on his 1,000 blades, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The iron-armored back lizard turned around, a hint of anthropomorphic mockery showing on its face. A mere earth-ranked human also wanted to sneak attack itself. The corners of its mouth grinned back, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Meng Hang could even see light green saliva dripping from the teeth, and it didn't take much thought to realize that the saliva was highly toxic. The iron-armored back lizard stomped on the ground with its hind legs, and then all four of its limbs simultaneously exerted force, opening its bloody mouth and biting at Meng Hang. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed slightly as he coldly looked at the iron-armored back lizard charging towards him. The third gate of the 8 gates of transported armor, the gate of life, open. Spiritual energy instantly converged somewhere in his body, and his body was enveloped in a green glow. Due to the fact that Meng Hang's supernatural ability had been boosted along with a huge increase in his physical quality, coupled with the attribute points rewarded by the system from time to time, he was now able to easily activate the third gate of the 8 gates of transported armor. Bang! Meng Hang's figure directly disappeared in place, directly facing the oncoming iron-armored back lizard. In just an instant, Meng Hang once again arrived in front of it and slashed down. The iron-armored back lizard was first stunned, not expecting the human in front of him to be so fast. Afterwards, a hint of mockery appeared in his eyes. As fast as he was, it was useless to break through his own defenses. With a flash of purple light, the corners of Meng Hang's mouth similarly revealed a cold smile. The power of Meng Hang, who had opened the 8 gates of the transported armor, had skyrocketed by more than a few times, and was no longer comparable to that of just a few moments ago. Put! The sharp 1,000 blades easily broke through the iron-armored back lizard's reinforced scale armor and deeply inserted into its body. Ow! The severe pain directly stirred its animalistic nature, and its eyes instantly filled with blood and turned blood red. Ignoring the intense pain coming from within its body, the iron-armored back lizard opened its huge mouth and bit at Meng Hang at its side. Only when it bit down hard on Meng Hang's body did it realize that it was actually just a shadow. The real Meng Hang had long since arrived behind him, and directly chopped at his neck. As the blade cut through, the huge head of the iron-armored back lizard fell to the ground, and its huge body went limp at the same time, twitching for a few moments and then ceasing to make a sound. Meng Hang let out a long breath and disarmed the 8 gates of transportation. He sighed. In addition to divine might, the means he could use in addition to the 8 gates of evasion were still too few, and he had to save up points to exchange for some more powerful abilities. Right at this moment, Meng Hang's pupils suddenly shrunk, and a huge crisis made his scalp numb. As if he hesitated for another second, he would have to be accounted for here today. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, Divine Might. At the same time, a huge wind blade carrying unrivaled might sliced diagonally through Meng Hang's body. In the next moment, Meng Hang saw all of the trees within dozens of meters in front of him neatly cut off. He viciously turned his head, wanting to see which old six had sneaked up on him again. Only to see a whirlwind rise out of thin air not far from him. The hurricane passed in an instant, and then a demonic beast that was only a meter long and resembled a weasel appeared in front of Meng Hang's eyes. Although this demonic beast is smaller than the previous iron-armored back lizard, the power emitted from its body gives Meng Hang goosebumps. Seeing this demonic beast, Meng Hang couldn't help but have a huge change in color and exclaimed, "Crap, 4th-ranked demonic beast, Scythe Weasel." At the same time Meng Hang was shocked, the Scythe's face also revealed an expression of disbelief. His own wind blade chop had clearly passed through this kid's body, but it was as if it had chopped an empty space, causing no damage to him. "Kid, what kind of supernormal ability is this? It's actually so weird." The Scythe actually spat out human words. Compared to the shock of meeting a 4th-order demonic beast, Meng Hang didn't care too much about it being able to spit out human words. Starting from the 4th-ranked demonic beasts, their IQ was already similar to humans, and they could refine the horizontal bones in their throats to make themselves spit out human words. Meng Hang's face was unsightly, not expecting to actually encounter a 4th-order demonic beast here. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, coupled with Divine Might's perverted spatial ability, that strike just now would have left him dead. Meng Hang despised looking at this 4th-order Scythe Weasel with a look of contempt. "Could you head weasel, dang 4th-order demonic beast, actually sneak attack me an Earth-order ability person?" A 4th-ranked demonic beast, comparable to a U-ranked ability person, which brought great pressure to Meng Hang. But now that it had been forced to use its kaleidoscope sharing wheel eyes and was in an invincible position, it was still afraid of nothing. Hearing Meng Hang's words, the Scythe immediately became furious. "You're the weasel, your whole family is a weasel. I'm a 4th-ranked demon, Scythe Weasel." Weasel? To actually refer to such a noble bloodline of this demon as that lowly creature made it feel unclean. No longer curious about Meng Hang's bizarre supernatural ability, it directly chopped out several wind blades. Worthy of being a 4th-ranked demonic beast, each wind blade was comparable to the full force of the previous wind exalt of the lifeless sect. Swoosh! The wind blades seemed to cut through the void and chopped towards Meng Hang. At this moment, Meng Hang, in the face of this horrifying wind blade, was calm and relaxed, without the slightest intention to hide. In the next second, the wind blades cut through his body one by one, but did not leave a single trace on Meng Hang's body. "What kind of monster are you?" Scythe was shocked, his face unbelievable. "Hey, go to hell and guess." The more times Divine Might was utilized, the more damage it did to the eyes, and Meng Hang didn't have time to ink with it any longer. Divine Might. The Sharingan vision coalesced directly above the upper half of the Scythe's body, and then space began to twist. Bang! The originally alive and kicking Scythe was instantly left in place with only itself remaining. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Meng Hang put away his sharpening will eyes, wiped away the tears of blood that flowed from his eyes, and quickly left this place while enduring the severe pain in his body. The smell of blood in this place was too strong, and he was worried that it would attract any more terrifying demonic beasts. The 2 battles in a row had left him physically and mentally exhausted, especially the battle with Kamikaze, forcing him to use his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes. All he wanted now was to find a good place to rest and bring his body and mind back to their optimal state. It didn't take long for Meng Hang to find a cave and decapitate a 2nd-ranked red gold bear inside that was huffing and puffing, dozing off. He sat down on his knees, took out a bottle of divine recovery liquid, poured it into his mouth, and ate a being Dan before he began to meditate with his eyes closed. Although the spirit recovery liquid could restore his mental strength, he still needed to meditate and rest to replenish his physical energy.
An hour later, Meng Hang opened his eyes and a brilliant light burst out from within.
At this point, he had already recovered to a state of total victory, and the next step was the much anticipated, thrilling moment of redeeming rewards with kill points. Meng Hang had killed a total of 10 second-order demonic beasts and 3 third-order demonic beasts in the past 2 days, earning a total of 160 points.
As for killing those first-order demonic beasts that didn't even have any points, he was too lazy to keep track of how many he had actually killed. Of course, these were just small points. What excited Meng Hang the most was the points brought to him by the 4th-ranked demonic beast, the Scythe Weasel. A full 2,500 points.
Meng Hang had been browsing in the kill shop for nearly half an hour, and a constipated expression couldn't help but spread across his face. For the first time, he felt that having too much of a good thing wasn't a good thing, and the wide array of skills in the kill shop made his eyes glaze over. Moreover, his 2,660 points seemed quite a lot, but on this closer look, he could only choose 2 skills at most. After some heavenly battles, Meng Hang ended up choosing the great self-breathing technique and the instantaneous step from death. He had always disliked the initial breathing method taught at school for being too inefficient in cultivation, and had long coveted this breathing method. However, he had always been shy and could only watch it for such a long time. So this time, the first thing to redeem was this technique.
System, exchange great self-breathing method and instant step. Alright, old iron.
The system's excited voice sounded at Meng Hang's alarm clock. Meng Hang's mouth twitched, and he muttered in his heart.
Why does it feel like you're even more excited than me?
It can't be that you want to use the points I worked so hard for to play mahjong again. The kill points instantly went from 4 digits to single digits, and the usage of the great self-breathing technique and instant steps appeared in his mind. Watching the rewards arrive, Meng Hang rubbed his hands together in excitement and directly took out all the essence cores from his spatial ring. Meng Hang roughly calculated that after killing Yang Tang of the Lifeless sect and obtaining 20 cores, and then blackmailing 20 cores from Zhao Sanpang 2 days ago, plus the 18 cores scavenged from the bald man and his entourage, Meng Hang actually had 58 cores in his hand at this time.
If this was converted into Longhua currency, it would be $5.8 million, a proper millionaire.
Meng Hang's eyes were glowing with color, and with a strong inhalation of the great self-realization breathing technique, the 58 kernels on the ground suddenly appeared as wisps of smoke rushed towards his nose. The original colorful nuclei on the ground turned into powder in an instant. Meng Hang only felt a huge spiritual power surge into his spiritual world like a giant wave. If an outsider were to see this scene at this moment, they would be so shocked by this Taodia-like method of getting cultivation that their eyes would stare out. If a normal person were to have such a huge amount of spiritual energy rush into their brain in an instant, they would absolutely blow their brains out alive. On the contrary, Meng Hang at this moment, not only was nothing happening, but he was enjoying himself. In Meng Hang's internal view, the piece of emptiness in his mental power world had directly turned from a few drops of water into a small puddle due to this influx of mental power.
Brother Tuzi, open the personal attribute panel. Host, Meng Hang. Ability, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Dual Divine Might, SS grade. Spiritual power, 20,585, beginner of the empty stage. Strength, 173. Agility, 192. Physique, 192. Finally, I've reached the empty rank, and my physical attributes have doubled. Looking at his attribute points, Meng Hang was ecstatic, but it didn't take long for his face to collapse again. That was a full 58 essence cores, and it only allowed him to raise himself 1 rank. The more the realm was raised, the more massive the spiritual energy needed. He didn't dare to imagine how many more essence cores he would need in the future to raise again. What Meng Hang didn't know was that if it were anyone else, the spiritual energy he had absorbed this time would be enough for an ability to advance to the early U rank at the very least. However, his spiritual world was really too big, so this amount of spiritual energy was just a drop in the bucket for him. Meng Hang stretched his back and took out his cell phone to see what time it was. In this place, except for special equipment, ordinary cell phones don't even have a signal here, so at most they can be used as a watch to see the date and time. However, after taking out his cell phone, even if Meng Hang presses the screen wildly, the display does not appear to light up. He can only accept the fact that his cell phone is out of power, and now he can't even see the time and date. But the good thing is that in this side of the forest, the dense foliage covers the sky, only a few rays of sunlight shines on the ground, so that although it is daytime here, but also seems exceptionally dark, no, the time is not much use. The only thing that made him a little worried was that there was no concept of time here. He couldn't tell the time at all if he stayed here for a few days, and he was afraid that he would miss the college entrance exam because of that. Brother Tuzi, help me remember the date. I'll take the exam on the 27th. Remind me on the 26th. Okay, this is not a thing. With me you can rest assured. 30,000. How much does this system like to play mahjong? Meng Hang nodded helplessly. Although the system is a little unreliable in some ways,
but it has never fallen off the chain at critical moments. Walking out of the cave, his eyes glazed over and he found that not far away there was an iron-armored back lizard taking a leisurely stroll. Meng Hang lightly laughed. "Count yourself unlucky today, I'll take you for practice." Instantaneous step. He took one step, and his feet shrank underneath him, the distance of a dozen meters surprisingly arriving in the blink of an eye. With a flash of cold light, the third-order demonic beast iron-armored back lizard fell to the ground in response to the sound, and blood flowed out like a trickle. Poor iron-armored back lizard to death also did not understand, their own on a walk how to somehow lose their lives. Meng Hang was very satisfied with his current strength. Originally he needed to open the 8 doors to defeat the demonic beast, now he could easily kill it with just his own strength. He was confident that if he encountered a 4th-rank scythe again, he would have the power to fight even if he didn't use his kaleidoscope sharpening will eyes. Meng Hang raised his eyes and looked at the boundless primitive forest, and a color of excitement appeared in his eyes. "Points, I'm coming." What Meng Hang didn't know was that some mysterious space, the system that was playing mahjong muttered under its breath. The 27th college entrance exam, the 27th college entrance exam. Alas, don't move a cylinder, touch. By the way, what's the number of the college entrance exam? Oh yes, the 28th college entrance examination, the 27th, reminded Meng Hang. Outside. Today the government issued a proclamation that made all the major cities amazed and jealous. Due to the lifeless sect teaming up with a 5th-order demon against, causing great damage to Cloudwater City. The government, after discussing with the major universities together, has now decided to compensate the current high school candidates of Yunchue City, and the major universities have lowered the admission scoreline for the high school students of Yunchue City. Once this news was announced, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. This compensation is a bit big. Yunchue City, this session of students really hit the big time. Why isn't my family from Cloudwater City? I have to take the college entrance exam this year too. But this is a bit unfair to the students from other cities. The same have been practicing hard for many years. With the same scores, why can they get into the university of their choice, while the students from other cities may fall in the ranks? Right, it's unfair. I'm going to appeal. It can't be just them Cloudwater City lowering their scores. We want to enjoy the same treatment. What are you shouting about? It's not like you guys didn't see how miserable Cloudwater City was this time. 1/3 of it was reduced to rubble and thousands of people lost their lives. This is what they traded for with the lives of their friends and family. Would you be willing to do the same in your place? Some people just couldn't stand to watch the online discussion and came out to comment for Yunchue City. Once these words came out, the crowd was silent, and no one cried out unfairly anymore. As the saying goes, if there is a policy at the top, there is a solution at the bottom. Although there are no more keyboard warriors online shouting about what is fair, in reality there are already countless people who have set their eyes on Yunchue City. What? I'm not a citizen of Yunchue City? Who said that? I'll be in a hurry with whoever says that. I've already bought a house in Yunchue City and moved my account there. Why am I not a citizen of Yunchue City? What? I moved here later. I didn't go through that disaster and don't deserve the policy? I came to buy a house in Yushuacheng and donated money and goods here. Why don't I deserve it? If you have the ability, you also come to buy a house, you also come to donate money. For a while, the originally inconspicuous third-tier city instantly became a hot presence. Countless families who have children to take the college entrance exam want to move their household accounts to Yunchue City. Hard to speculate here. Originally more than 3,000 a square foot of housing prices comparable to the Magic City, Kyoto. Finally, the Cloudwater City Lord, who had been quiet, finally spoke out. You guys don't eat too ugly. It's okay to buy a house, it's okay to move your account, but there are only 5 spots in total, so grab them yourselves. Zhao Scatterpole sat in his room, his face sullen, and the newly purchased teacup in his hand was again crushed by him. A bunch of flies that seamlessly don't sting, stinking insects. He finally couldn't suppress his inner rage and cursed. How many people have been casualties in Cloudwater City in exchange for this policy, and those trash actually have the heart to see a seamless fly and grab places with the children here. At first, hearing this announcement sent down by his superiors made his depressing mood after the disaster a lot better. The college entrance exam was 1,000,000 troops crossing a single wooden bridge, and one point could throw off hundreds of competitors. With this policy, this session of Yunchue City students would have a much higher advancement rate, which would be extremely beneficial to their future. But who knew that he hadn't been happy for 2 days before the news of countless people flocking into Cloudwater City to buy houses reached his ears. This made Zhao Sanpeng's face, which had been filled with smiles for the past 2 days, become incredibly ugly again. Not giving a single quota to the people outside would definitely stir up public anger. In the end, after some discussion, Zhao Zhanpeng finally had no choice but to issue a statement allowing 5 places to move their households into Yunchue City. After venting the depression in his heart, Zhao Sanpeng exhaled deeply and said to Lu Zhaoliang beside him, "How's it going? Did they snatch a result for those 5 quotas?" Lu Zhaoliang showed a bitter look on his face and shook his head helplessly, saying to Zhao Sanpeng,
It's out, City Lord. Well, where are they all from? All from Kyoto. These 5 people are all the sons of famous families in the imperial capital, and of the 5, 4 of them have A-class psychic abilities, and the other one is actually S-class. What is it? Hearing Lu Zhiliang's report, Zhao Sanpang, who had just pressed down a bellyful of gas, rose up with fire in his eyes. Why did he come to our small place to grab a quota with an S-rank psychic ability? With his psychic ability, even if he doesn't rely on a drop in points, he'll still be able to get in. Then something came to mind, and only then did the fire in his heart subside a bit more. Definitely can't let them take the top 3. After hesitating for a moment, feeling that there was no bottom in his heart, he changed his words again. Definitely can't let them take the top 2. If the top 5 are all rounded up by outsiders, our Yunchue city won't be able to hold its head up in the country. You go inform Meng Hang and Lin Luoxue, make sure to keep the top 2, and I'll reward them after this is accomplished. Thinking of these 2, the corners of Zhao Sanpang's mouth couldn't help but shed a hint of a smile. Lin Luoxue, needless to say, a SSS grade supreme genius, even the people from the imperial capital weren't enough to look at. As for Meng Hang, right now his scalp still tingled when he thought of that 100-meter tall giant that night. When that kid got serious, he himself was completely abused, not to mention those students. Seeing the smug smile at the corner of Zhao Sanpang's mouth, the bitterness on Lu Zhiliang's face intensified a few points. City Lord, Lin Luoxue was admitted early by Imperial Capital University and was picked up 2 days ago. What, picked up? The corners of Zhao Scatterpole's mouth twitched slightly with a stunned expression, but he had to accept this cruel fact. He couldn't run to the Imperial Capital University and drag Lin Luoxue back again, forcing him to take the college entrance exam. It was good that there was still a Meng Hang pressing the bottom of the box. The top 2 couldn't be guaranteed, at least keep the first, so it wouldn't be too ugly. Then contact Meng Hang and make him have to take first place. Let Meng Hang take first place? City Lord, are you sure you're not mistaken? This time it was Lu Zhiliang's turn to be surprised. That day's battle with the red-blooded Demon King had been fought with the exception of Zhao Sanpang, who was present, and anyone nearby had either been roared to death by the red-blooded Demon King or had long since run far away for fear of the repercussions. So other than Zhao Sanpang, the others didn't know that the 100-meter giant was Meng Hang. So when he heard that the City Lord actually let Meng Hang have to take first place, Lu Zhiliang was astonished. He certainly knew that Meng Hang's strength was considered powerful, but his opponent was a genius from Kyoto, so he really didn't understand what made Meng Hang get first place. Well, that's right, it's Meng Hang, you'll know why when the time comes. Zhao Sanpang revealed a meaningful smile. He couldn't wait to see Meng Hang finish off those so-called geniuses at that time. Yes, City Lord. Although he didn't understand where City Lord got his confidence, he still went out to contact Meng Hang. Not more than a few minutes later, Lu Zhiliang awkwardly walked back in. Why did you come back so quickly? Have you already contacted that kid? Zhao Scatterpole asked with some curiosity. City Lord, the soldiers protecting the city said that the day after the demonic beasts attacked the city, he left the city and went into the mountain range. What the hell? That kid went out of the city to hunt demonic beasts? That bastard blackmailed so many cores from me and didn't hurry up to cultivate. What's wrong with running out at this time? There are only 2 days left before the college entrance exam. If he doesn't come back, all the vegetables will be cold. Hurry up and call him. Called, no signal outside the city, can't get through. Lu Zhiliang said helplessly. Zhao Scatterpang. It's fine, there are still 2 days left. It's still not too late. That kid can't be so big-hearted that he forgot the time of the college entrance exam, he said in a self-congratulatory manner. In Yunchue City, 4 Rolls-Royces were blocked on a congested road. In the back seat of the lead vehicle sat a youth-like man, with a pretty and attractive girl in his arms. The man was 18 or 19 years old, with a slender figure, and his clean and fair face was characterized by a coldness with clear-cut corners, black deep eyes with a charming luster. It was a pity that his lips were slightly thin, showing a hint of meanness. The man took a look at the long, unseen line in front of him, his eyebrows slightly knitted. He had often encountered traffic jams when he was in the imperial capital, and he didn't expect to encounter traffic jams when he came to a third-tier city like this, so he opened his mouth and said to the driver, "Old Zhao, go and see what's going on in front of you." "Okay, young master." The driver, a middle-aged man, returned respectfully and hurriedly got out of the car and jogged forward. "Young Master Hua, there's really no need for you to purposely come to a small city like this to take the entrance exam because of me. With your strength, even in those places in the imperial capital where geniuses converge, there's no problem getting into the 4 prestigious schools." Seeing that no one was in the car, the young girl who leaned her head into the man's arms said. The man called Hua Xiao smiled faintly and used his hand to gently scrape the bridge of the young girl's nose. "Fool, why are you still so polite with me? It's worth it to do all this for you. Although it is forbidden to help each other in the entrance exams, but fear not 10,000 for fear of the unexpected. If anything really happens, I can at least quickly arrive at your side." Although he appeared to have a look of deep affection on the surface, he was sneering in his heart. Although his own S-rank talent was strong, it was still a lot worse compared to his demonic half-brother. If he wanted to compete with him for the position of the family head in the future, he would have to find a strong external aid. Although this silly woman in front of him was only an A-class ability person, her family's strength was on par with his own family. As long as he could marry her, he would have a greater advantage in the fight for the family head in the future. The young girl fluttered a pair of big watery eyes, her eyes filled with emotion. Hua Xiao, it's still you who's the best. Not long after, the driver who went to the front to check the situation rushed back and said to Hua Xiao, Gonzi, in front is an intersection, the traffic jam is caused by too much traffic. After looking at the vehicles in front of him that were still not moving, and looking at the time, he directly spoke. Get all the cars in front of you. That's right, take a few more space rings and load all the cars inside to make way for the road. Okay, Gonzi. Hearing Hua Xiao's somewhat heavenly words, the middle-aged driver didn't reveal any deep colors of shock, as if he had already taken it for granted. Xiao Hua, there's no need to break the bank so much when you first come here. The young girl by his side said. Hua Xiao smiled faintly and said, It looks like it's about to be mealtime. I'd be heartbroken if I made you go hungry for this small matter. Although this statement can raise goosebumps when an outsider hears it, it is particularly flattering to the young girl in front of him, gently kissing him on the cheek. The middle-aged driver came to a private car and politely knocked on the driver's side glass. The window rolled down, and it was a big man with a face full of horizontal meat and a big gold chain hanging from his neck. The big man was already annoyed beyond measure by the traffic jam, and now that he was being knocked on the car window, he naturally didn't have a good face. What's the matter? Speak quickly, old man is annoyed. The middle-aged driver smiled faintly and didn't get angry because of the big man's attitude. My family's young master wants to buy your car, pay as much as you want. Upon hearing this, the big man immediately laughed. Still fucking young master, less pretending to be a big-tail wolf with me. I want $1 million, can you guys afford to give it? The middle-aged driver's smile remained unchanged, directly taking out a suitcase from his spatial ring and throwing it into the car. Exactly 1 million, you count it, if there's no problem you can come down from the car. The big man who still had a ferocious look on his face froze in place and opened the suitcase tremblingly. Inside the box was neatly placed $1 million in cash. This scene made his heart leak half a beat. Shivering, he took out a few bills and carefully checked them to make sure they were real bills. The big man immediately changed his appearance. Brother, I have eyes not recognized Taishan, this car is yours. Do you think we need to go to do a formalities and so on? Our young master mainly likes this car, I can also get him a few more. The price will be according to this on the line. The middle-aged driver was still smiling, but a trace of contempt was unintentionally shown in his eyes. Well, don't say so much nonsense, my young master is in a hurry. Alright, I'll get off here. The big man nodded and hailed while walking to the side of the road, making way for the car. With a wave of his right hand, the middle-aged driver stowed the car in his spatial ring, and without much stop, continued to walk towards another car. After only 10 minutes or so, the originally congested road had become smooth and unobstructed, while both sides of the road were densely filled with people. Even some people cheerfully discuss. Brother, your car was also bought? Not so, my broken car is only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Good guy, that person came up and threw me $1 million to buy my car. There is this good thing I cannot agree to it. Haha, me too. I also don't know which big family's young master is traveling, the row is so big. Who cares, as long as we get the benefits, it's fine. I still hope he comes a few more times. After handling the vehicles, the middle-aged driver respectfully said to Hua Xiao, Young master, it's done. Hua Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Hurry up and go, I'm also a little hungry. After saying that, the sound of cars roaring resounded, and a group of 4 top-class luxury cars left in style, leaving only the crowd to cast envious gazes from where they were. The next morning, Zhao Scatterpole was pacing around the house with his hands behind his back, his head was sweating because of his anxiety. How's it going, old Lu? Did you get in touch with Meng Hang? Lu Zhalian shook his head with an ugly face. Still no word from him. What is this bastard up to? Tomorrow is the college entrance exam, and he's still not back. Send more manpower, even if we have to dig up the mountains outside the city, we have to find him out. Hearing his words, Lu Zhalian hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking with a cruel heart. City Lord, the mountain range is infested with demonic beasts, even empty-ranked ability users don't dare to say that they can retreat in one piece. Will he, a high school student of the Earth rank? He didn't continue, but the meaning of it was self-evident. Zhao Scatterpole let out a cold laugh, without a trace of a worried look on his face. You don't have to worry about this, even if I die inside, that little bastard will be absolutely fine. Countless students cultivated in the cold, and the long-awaited college entrance exams finally came. Zhao Scatterpole stood at the front, looking at the densely packed candidates below. Although his face was smiling, the flash of anxiety in his eyes could not be concealed. quietly asking Lu Zhaoliang next to him. How is it, still no luck? Lu Zhaoliang couldn't help but let out a bitter smile.
Yesterday, we already sent more people to look for it, but the mountain range outside the city is really too big. Trying to find a big living person is really hard as hell. Plus the forest is full of dangers. The brothers don't dare to go too deep. AI, got it, let the brothers retreat back. Sighing softly, Zhao Scatterpole didn't dwell on this matter anymore. He had already done what he could, and it was up to Meng Hang to see if he could make it back. Turning his attention back to the candidates on the stage, he coughed lightly and said slowly, "Alright, the annual college entrance examination is about to begin. This year's college entrance exam is the same as previous years, and is set to be held at the 8475 low-level ancient battlefield. This ancient battlefield in the other dimension has been cleaned out and demonic beasts have been put in as targets for your examinations. Although most of them are low-ranked demonic beasts, it's not easy to say that there are high-ranked demonic beasts out there, so you must pay attention to your own safety and never be careless. Every kill of a demonic beast will gain corresponding points. The higher the demonic beast's rank, the higher the points gained will be. After the exam is over, the points you have gained will be your final grade for the entrance exam. Alright, as a final reminder, you are not allowed to cooperate with each other, trade with each other, or even kill each other during the exam. If found, the results of this exam will be cancelled." Zhao Scatterpole recounted the exam regulations word by word, but his eyes looked to the back of the crowd from time to time, hoping that a familiar figure would rush in. Unfortunately, until the end, when he had finished talking about all of the exam content to be aware of, he didn't find Meng Hang's figure. Looking at his watch and realizing that the time was up, Zhao Sampang had to accept this fact. Sighing, he loudly announced, "Time is up, all candidates enter the ancient battlefield." The teleportation formation opened, emitting a blinding light. The crowd filed in and disappeared in place. After a great feeling of dizziness, the candidates opened their eyes and realized that they were already in the middle of a dense forest. Unlike what they had heard all year round, there were no ancient relics to be found, much less any spirit artifacts left behind, which caused the crowd to slightly regret it. It seemed that this ancient battlefield had indeed been cleaned up. Originally, they were still expecting to pick up some unsealed spirit weapons while taking the exams. Maybe if they were lucky they could open a complete spirit weapon and make a fortune, but now the fantasy was mercilessly shattered. A few hours later, Taihu, with the help of the cover of this shrub, was staring at a third-ranked demonic beast, the Thunder Lightning Tiger, not far away. Originally, he was only at the late stage of the Earth rank, could not be the opponent of the third-ranked demonic beast, but this Thunder Lightning Tiger in front of him had a deep visible bone wound on its body. Obviously it was seriously injured, which made him couldn't help but be overjoyed. As long as he could kill this third-ranked demonic beast, his points would increase by a large margin. With the activation of his alien energy, his two already thick thighs hardened and expanded twice as much, and his right arm that was holding the sword also became muscular and gnarled. The moment Taihu saw the Thunder Light Tiger lower its head to lick its wound, his eyes lit up. It was now. His feet lashed out and his body quickly sprang out, directly slashing at the Thunder Light Tiger's head. It looked like the long blade was about to slash its head, but at that moment, a voice rang out at an inopportune moment. "Be careful!" This shot startled Tiger's scalp, thinking that it was someone reminding him that there were other demonic beasts sneaking around. He didn't dare to attack again and quickly withdrew his sword and retreated, his eyes looking around, making a defensive posture. Silently healing Thunder Tiger was also shocked by the sound of the hair at first, and wanted to endure the severe pain coming from the body to stand up. But before it stood up, a black shadow had already come to its side, and with the sound of air breaking, a kick directly above the Thunder Light Tiger's head. This kick, as if there is 1,000 pounds of force, actually will be the third stage of the Thunder Lightning Tiger. A foot burst head, red and white things dripping all over the ground. The black shadow stopped. It was a person with a big back hair and a figure similar to that of Taihu. When Taihu saw this scene, he immediately realized that this person was not kindly speaking out to remind him. He was clearly trying to scare himself off, so he could take advantage of the opportunity to grab a head. The short-tempered Taihu, who had been angered by this, immediately became furious. "Which school student are you? How dare you rob this master's demonic beast? Are you impatient with life?" The visitor was not intimidated by Taihu's aura, but instead had a teasing face. "Your demonic beast? What, write your name." The quality of people coming out of small cities is low. Upon hearing this, how could Taihu not know this person's identity? He also sarcastically said with contempt, "I told you, when did Cloudwater City come out with such a shameless person? It turns out that you are one of the 5 people rumored to have come from the imperial capital. How come everyone in the imperial capital is as shameless as you?" Being taunted by Taihu like this, the back-headed youth's face was a bit unsettled, and his complexion sank. "Kid, you're very wild. Dare to bet against me?" A parley was a way of settling a conflict between two parties after they had clashed during the exam. A parley requires both parties to agree and apply to the outside world, and after the application is passed both parties can go all out without hurting each other's lives. In the end, the winning party continues to stay here to take the test, while the losing party is to be kicked out of the ancient battlefield, which also means that the test failed. Hearing the two words of betting against each other, Taihu, who was already a martial arts madman, not only didn't show the slightest bit of timidity, but instead was all excited. Good, just what I wanted. Old me has long wanted to learn what the genius from the imperial capital actually has in his repertoire. Without further ado, the two of them simultaneously submitted their betting applications to the watch-shaped machine on their wrists. Not long after, a cold yes came from their wrists at the same time. As soon as the words fell, the two quickly rushed towards each other, and as if they had a telepathic connection, they used their fists to fight each other. Bang! The two fists clashed, and the huge impact unexpectedly created a ripple in the air. Taihu stumbled on his feet and couldn't control himself as he took 2 steps backward. On the contrary, the back-headed youth, his feet did not move, still standing in the same place. As Taihu felt the soreness and numbness coming from his right hand, his eyes actually revealed an even more frenzied color. Well, other than Meng Hang, I haven't encountered anyone among my peers who can overpower me in terms of strength, and I didn't expect to actually run into another one today. Let's have a good fight today. Saying that, his entire body bulged with muscles, and in the blink of an eye, he became a small giant close to 3 meters tall. When the back-headed man saw Taihu's transformation, his eyes also released a flash of excitement. Grade A ability, Power Berserking. Hahaha, looks like I can let go and have a good fight today too. Ka-ching. The surging muscles directly burst through his shirt, and in the blink of an eye, he similarly turned into a small giant with a height of more than 3 meters. The two mountain-like giants looked at each other, and both could see the color of excitement in each other's eyes. After staring at each other, Taihu took the lead, stepping out with a single step, his thick right leg kicking directly at the head of the back-headed youth. The back-headed man raised an eyebrow, his body curved backward strangely, easily dodging this harsh blow. Taihu's kick was able to brush past the back-headed man's face, and the wind pressure generated actually directly blew the trees not far away to smithereens. The 8475 ancient battlefield had long been installed with special monitoring equipment, and no matter where the candidates were, they would be displayed on the large screen in the outside world. And at this moment, the duo's battle had also attracted the gazes of everyone in the outside world. Hiss, so strong. Are all the students nowadays so perverted, kicking a large tree to pieces with just wind pressure? Which school is he from? This one I know. He's the child of my neighbor's third uncle's family's nephew's sister, from the 3rd middle school, and he's a rare A-rank talent, a person said with some complacency. So he's from the same school as that genius student Lin Luoxue. Why haven't I heard of him before? Hey, if A-rank talent was placed in previous years, it would indeed be a rare genius. Unfortunately, this year, Lin Luoxue's SSS rank talent is just too dazzling, and behind it came out Meng Hang, who killed the lifeless sex-empty ranked ability person in seconds, so naturally not too many people have noticed him. When you said that, I suddenly remembered, how come I didn't see those 2 Fengyun students from our Cloudwater city? You don't know yet, Lin Luoxue has already been recruited internally by the Imperial Capital University and was picked up 2 days ago. Holy shit, being recruited internally. Is this the benefits of being a genius? You don't even have to take the college entrance exam? What about Meng Hang? Yeah, where did Meng Hang go? Why haven't I seen him? Saying that, this person quickly swept his eyes over every image on the big screen. Don't think so much, with so many candidates you can't necessarily find them even if you look blindly. It's better to look at the battle between these two. It's about the honor of our Cloudwater city. Backward downward wasted back headman easily dodged this horrible blow, also did not get up, directly took advantage of this position to a magnificent backflip, and borrowed the strength of the backflip to kick towards Taihu's chin. Feeling the wind pressure coming from the bottom to the top, Taihu smiled cruelly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He just stood still, surprisingly not ready to dodge. This death-seeking action of Taihu caused the audience outside to be greatly alarmed, unconsciously shouting out, "Hurry up and dodge! What kind of madness is this kid having? Does he think his jaw is made of iron much? He actually wants to resist this kick." Some even covered their eyes with their hands, unable to bear to see the next scene. Bang! With a loud bang, the next scene directly caused the outside audience to suck in their breath, only to see that Taihu, who had been kicked in the chin, did not fall to the ground from the kick, but remained firmly standing in place. This was not the crowd's greatest surprise. What made the audience's jaws drop was that he actually used his chin to steadily clamp down on the back-headed man's foot. Holy shit, what kind of strange operation is this? It can still be done like this. Worthy of the world of geniuses, ordinary people like us don't understand. The backhead man also didn't expect Taihu to use this hand. His right foot was clamped and he directly fell to the ground with his big head facing downwards. His face was still somewhat smug, but at this moment, it became unsightly. He didn't expect to actually encounter such a pervert in such a small place.
He exerted his feet and tried to pull his right foot out from under his chin. Tiger, which will give him this opportunity, cruel smile. Even so, with the chin clamped, back of the man's feet began to 360-degree circle, and the back of the man is uncontrollably followed by the big head downward rotation up, spinning speed faster and faster, to the end of the almost turned into a residual shadow. After the speed reached the extreme, Tai, whose chin was raised, and the back-headed man was directly thrown out by this huge inertia, and smashed straight into the depths of the forest. Boom! 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 Countless trees fell, and a puff of smoke and dust was stirred up in the depths of the forest. Crap, Nyobi. Strong, too strong. This son has the courage of a man who can't be defeated. A genius from the imperial capital is nothing more than that, but he's still being completely abused by our students from Yinchuan City. The hearts of the people outside finally dropped, and they cheered for their city's geniuses. Even Lu Zhaoliang, who was beside Zhao Scatterpole, had an excited look on his face. Ah, City Lord, we won. Who says that our Yinchuan City students are no match for the geniuses of the imperial capital? But at this moment, Zhao Sampang stared deadpan and did not show a trace of joy. Instead, he said in a grave manner, "The competition isn't over yet." What? Lu Zhaoliang was shocked and hurriedly moved his gaze back above the big screen again. He. Ha 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 ha. A deliberately suppressed low laughter first came from the depths of the smoke-filled forest, and then, as if he finally couldn't control it, he began to let out a wild laugh. Upon hearing this laughter, the cheers of the spectators outside the arena stagnated, and Tai, whose expression also became somewhat grave. When the smoke dissipated, the crowd saw the back-head man standing up with his back intact. At this time, his neat back head was already slightly messy, and there was blood seeping out from the corner of his mouth. But his face showed uncontrollable excitement to the point of being somewhat perverted. "It's me who underestimated you. I didn't expect that the tiny Cloud Water City would still have opponents like you, but that's only as far as it goes." Saying that, he fiercely exerted his strength, his whole body muscles twisted, and it actually seemed as if a weeping evil ghost was formed behind him. The back-headed man was like the king of all beasts at this moment, greedily staring at his prey. Tai, who was stared at by him, and instantly chilled all over his body, and was actually pressed by this aura to stand still and not dare to move. He showed a resolute look on his face and bit down hard on the tip of his tongue with his teeth. It took the sharp pain coupled with the strong smell of blood to make him forcefully suppress the fear in his heart. "What's the point of pretending? Today I will beat you until you are convinced." His feet once again exerted force, like a cannonball rushing towards the back-head man. Tiger Cannon Fist. Tai, whose two fists came out in unison, directly bombarding his chest. Bang! The chi energy directly passed through the back-head man's body, directly shattering the trees behind him. But a strange scene appeared. After suffering such a powerful blow, the back-head man stood still as if nothing had happened. Looking at the cold and sweaty Tai, who in front of him, the corner of his mouth hooked up a hint of mockery. "Just this? Bring out all the strength you have." Upon hearing this, Tai, whose face turned red. "Eat another punch from me." A fist blasted out, but just as the fist was halfway out, it was easily held in midair by a large hand. The back-headed man held the incoming fist with his left hand, and his right hand directly grabbed and held Tai, whose face. "Kid, next time you look for an opponent, keep your eyes peeled and don't mess with someone you can't afford to mess with." Saying that, the right hand holding Tai, whose head slammed downward fiercely. Boom! A huge deep pit directly appeared on the ground, and Tai, who lay inside spitting out blood. The back-headed man looked down at the Tai tiger under his feet and slowly said, "Other than that legendary SSS-ranked genius, I guess you are the strongest one in Cloudwater City, right?" Hearing this, Tai, who revealed a touch of meaningful words. "You're wrong, the strongest isn't me, but Meng Hang. You'd better pray that you don't run into him, or you'll lose miserably." After saying that, his figure slowly disappeared into this space. The spectators outside had long since been silenced at this point, all shocked by the terrifying strength of the back-headed man. A flash of light flashed, and the severely injured Tai, who was teleported out. With a single step, Zhao Scatterpole came directly to his side and fed him a being Dan. Not long after being treated with the powerful medicinal power of the being Dan, Tai, who slowly sat up from the ground. Seeing that the visitor was the city lord, his face had endless shame and despondency. "I'm sorry, city lord, I've disgraced our Cloudwater City." Zhao Scatterpole gently patted his shoulder and softly comforted him. "Don't say that, you've already done very well. It doesn't matter if you don't pass this year, you can repeat a year next year and retake the college entrance exam again. With this A-grade talent of yours, you'll definitely get into the university of your choice next year." Tai, who nodded unwillingly. Inside the ancient battlefield, the muscles on the back-headed man's body slowly contracted and eventually changed back to his normal size. However, he didn't move, still staring at the place where Tai, who disappeared. "Meng Hang? The strongest? I'll be completely abused? Kind of interesting." Once again, that somewhat morbidly excited smile appeared on his face as he muttered to himself. Meng Hang,
as long as you take the college entrance exam in this space, I'll find you. After saying that, he took out a comb and mirror from his spatial ring, and tended to his already messy hair again, before slowly leaving. As for the Meng Hang in his mouth, he was still excitedly hunting demonic beasts in the Yunshui City mountain range. At this moment, Meng Hang was holding a long sword and confronting a huge demonic bull. This demonic beast was nearly 5 meters or so, with a blood-red body, and although it had the appearance of a cow, it had a mouthful of sharp, pointed teeth. Meng Hang had no doubt whether this demonic beast was vegetarian or meat-eating. 4th-ranked demonic beast, Dragon Blood Kue Ox. Legend had it that this ox contained a trace of dragon blood and was extremely powerful, which was why it got its name. People said that the mountains outside of the city were incredibly dangerous, and that there was a danger of losing one's life at any time, but Meng Hang had stayed outside of the city for so many days, and had actually only stumbled upon 2 4th-order demonic beasts, so he didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky. In fact, 4th-order demonic beasts were already terrifying existences for normal ability users. In Yunshui City, it was only a U-ranked expert like Zhao Sanpang who could deal with it, and if anyone else met it in the forest, it would definitely be a dead end. Of course, Meng Hang, the open pervert, didn't count. At this moment, there is a long wound on the buttocks of the Dragon Blood Kue Nyo, so I don't need to think about it, but I know that it must be Meng Hang, this old six, playing sneak attack again. Unlike the last time he encountered the scythe, this time he was the first to discover his opponent. Having already stepped into the empty stage, he was bursting with self-confidence, and when he saw the eyes of the 4th stage demonic beast shining brightly, he launched a sneak attack. However, this Dragon Blood Kue Ox had thick skin and flesh, and didn't receive too much damage from one slash. The Dragon Blood Kue Ox stared viciously at this hateful human in front of it, and a whiteness sprayed out from its nose. It hated this human in front of it. He had a rare day where he didn't kill anything, and he was beautifully lying on the ground to take a nap. Who knew that this human, without saying anything, came up and gave himself a knife in the ass? I don't want to mess with you is already a great mercy. You, an empty stage of the small trash, even dare to sneak attack this beast? Using its front hooves to plow the ground, it sprinted and used its huge double horns with a metallic luster to top Meng Hang. Meng Hang didn't dare to take a 4th-ranked demonic beast, or a 4th-ranked demonic beast famous for its power, and hit it with all its might. His feet gently stepped out, as if a breeze had disappeared in place, and then he came directly behind it, about to slash out. Right at this moment, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Meng Hang. I say brother Teasy, you fucking play mahjong just to play mahjong, you don't have to paste this kind of thing to tell me about it too. What do you think, Teasy? I suddenly remembered that today is the 27th, tomorrow will be the college entrance examination, I'd especially remind you. Okay. When I solve this killing cow I will go back. Wait. Halfway through speaking, Meng Hang suddenly felt a bit wrong, and in the next second, his entire hair branched out. What number did you say today? Young age, how come your ears aren't good anymore? The system said with some impatience. The 27th. You're going to take the college entrance exam tomorrow. Meng Hang grew his mouth, still in disbelief, and continued to ask again. Are you sure it's the 27th today? Is it possible that you remembered the wrong date? What words? What kind of words are you saying? The system was very annoyed with Meng Hang for not trusting him on this matter. I know astronomy from above and geography from below. I know the history of the first 1,000 years and can calculate what will happen in the next 1,000 years. Would I still remember a wrong date? At this time, Meng Hang was trembling with anger, his forehead veins jumping, gritting his teeth and saying one word at a time. That. You. Count. Didn't. Count. Out. Come on. I'm out. Yes. Today. Hi. Exam. At these words, the system also shrieked. What the hell? You are taking the high school exam today? Mahjong delays things, from now on, I will not share the same day with gambling and drugs. The system couldn't stop talking to itself. Meng Hang looked at the sky speechlessly, not knowing exactly how to spit on this unreliable system. All he wanted to do now was sing a song to the system. Listen to me say thank you, because of you, warming the seasons. Feeling Meng Hang's anger that was about to erupt like a volcano, the system hurriedly persuaded him. Tai Zi, not so much. As long as I'm here, I guarantee that you'll end up becoming a Buddha, and that college is fine if you don't go to it. Meng Hang, it actually makes some sense, I'm actually powerless to refute it. The Dragon Blood Kue Ox, which had missed a strike, angrily turned around and was about to continue its attack. However, it found that the opposite side of the originally gangly youth at the moment was like a volcano about to erupt. The oppressive force emanating from his body unconsciously even made the Dragon Blood Kue Nyo secretly shocked, and its body subconsciously retreated backward. It then realized that this action was inappropriate, and anger rose from its heart. Old me, a 4th-rank demonic beast, was actually scared back by an empty rank human. Shame. Thinking about this, its already blood-red entire body turned even redder, and the white smoke coming out of its nose became even thicker. With a roar, the dragon blood Kue ox was about to continue its attack. Only by eating this human in front of him could he wash away the shame of cowardice in his heart just now. At the same time, the system in Meng Hang's head continued to comfort Meng Hang. What do we say now? Why don't we go take a look? Even if we can't get into the exam this year, it's good to go and get some insight. If not, we'll continue to take the exam next year. Meng Hang sighed and didn't say anything else. He couldn't drag the system out and beat it up. It's all ready this time, just rely on my 2 pairs of legs to catch up. Wait until the place where people have started school. Hee, Tai Z, that's not necessarily true. The system smiled cheaply and continued. Isn't there a stupid cow in front of you? A 4-wheel drive can be more than twice as fast as your 2-wheel drive. Meng Hang's eyes lit up. It made sense. 8 gates of transportation, 4th gate, wounded gate open. After advancing to the empty stage, all of his attributes directly doubled, and now his powerful physique could completely support opening the 4th gate of the 8 doors of transportation without causing too much damage to his body. The rapid flow of blood in his body caused Meng Hang's skin to begin to glow red, and his entire body was surrounded by a wave of green energy as a terrifying pressure quickly spread out. The dragon blood Kue ox that was just about to launch its onslaught braked sharply and hardened, plowing 2 grooves in the ground. The aura emitted from this human in front of him made it incomparably fearful, as if it was being targeted by a natural enemy. As long as it dared to move, it would surely die today. Meng Hang, are you moved? Dragon blood Kue ox, it doesn't dare to move, it doesn't dare to move. Meng Hang looked wistfully at the demonic bull in front of him and stomped his right foot hard on the ground, which quickly created a crack that spread to the bottom of the dragon blood Kue's feet. The crack was a meter wide and deep, and the dragon blood Kue ox's eyes widened in disbelief that the power of a single foot was as terrifying as it was. You don't fucking care, come up here and open up and amplify your moves. It jumped up with a startled wail and cursed at Meng Hang. Meng Hang stared wistfully at the dragon blood Kue ox and said coldly, submission or death? Submission. The dragon blood Kue ox didn't hesitate at all and directly shouted out loud. Demonic beasts would never be slaves unless they couldn't beat it. Meng Hang froze, not expecting this demonic beast to be so bottomless, actually choosing to submit without hesitation. However, this was good, saving himself some effort. He gently jumped and directly rode on the back of the dragon blood Kue ox. At first it was still a bit reluctant and tried to resist, but after being directly slapped by Meng Hang and falling to its knees, it completely lost its temper. Ride! Finding a direction, Meng Hang flew out on the demon ox. Worthy of being a 4th-ranked demonic beast, the dragon blood Kue ox rampaged along, not knowing what it meant to turn a corner, and hardened itself to crash out a path through the forest. At that moment, the entire mountain range was in a state of panic, and the low-ranked demonic beasts retreated, fearing that they would somehow die under its hooves. At this time, there was silence outside the teleportation array, and the atmosphere was depressingly terrifying. There was only an hour left before the end of the college entrance exam, but the scores of the 5 people from the imperial capital left the students from Yunxue City far behind. The difference between the 5th and 6th place alone was nearly 500 points, which was undoubtedly a naked slap in the face of Cloudwater City. Robbing your family's qualifications for the college entrance examination, and now standing on your heads and shitting on them, what can you do to me? Right now, the crowd of Yunxue City felt as if they had eaten Ali. Right at this moment, a person suddenly pointed in the direction of a distant mountain range and shouted in horror. Quickly look, what's that? The crowd searched for the sound and looked, only to see smoke and dust in the distance, as if thousands of bulls were rampaging across the mountains, running towards this side. Because of the shadow of the last Red Blood Demon King, there were already people shouting in terror. Beast tide, the demonic beasts are attacking again. The crowd was in disarray, about to scatter in all directions. When Zhao Sanpang, who originally had an iron color, took a look at this scene, his face became even more unsightly. Fortunes come in twos, and misfortunes come in twos. Originally today is exceptionally bad, their city college entrance examination of the top 5 was occupied by outsiders. Their only hope Meng Hang also missed the college entrance examination, and now comes a beast tide, which makes him how can not be annoyed. One step out to the front of the people, long sword sheathed, sword pointing to the place where the smoke and dust rose, shouted, "Where is the city guard?" Yes. The crowd of city protectors who were still maintaining order responded in unison, standing behind him without hesitation. Behind us are the people of Cloudwater City, and in the teleportation array are the future pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if we all die in battle today, we must guard them with me. Can we do it? Can. The crowd chanted in unison, drawing their weapons from their belts and staring ahead as if they were dying. Just when the atmosphere was at its peak, a vision-enhanced alien discovered an abnormality and said with an odd expression on his face, "City Lord, it's not right, it seems like there's only one demonic beast." Chapter 49, Bull Riding Jr. Zhao Scatterpole's right hand that was pointing his sword ahead trembled, and the corner of his eye twitched.
You didn't fucking say it earlier. The atmosphere has been baked to this point, and only now are you telling me that there is only one demonic beast.
As the rolling smoke got closer and closer, the crowd also saw what was in the smoke. Only to see a huge, blood-red, huge demonic bull in the smoke and dust was running wildly towards this side. At the sight of this demonic beast, Zhao Scatterpole's face, which had just relaxed a little, suddenly changed drastically again and shouted,
"Everyone hurry and get out of the way."
The people in the distance dodged away, but the city guard behind him still stubbornly stood still.
"City Lord, we are with you." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Sampang was instantly anxious. "Advance and retreat my ass. This is a 4th-ranked demonic beast, the Dragon Blood Kue Ox. This beast is known for its boundless strength. If I were to put it in normal times, I would still have a chance of winning 1v1 with it, but now that this beast is charging over at such a speed, with its powerful force coupled with its huge inertia, even if I dared to resist it, I would be whisked away into mush, not to mention you guys. You guys hurry up and dodge, I'll go think of a way to slow this beast down, otherwise I'll have to worry about you guys." Seeing that they could only add to the chaos here, the crowd of the city protectors no longer insisted and ran to the sides, nervously watching the city lord's next move. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Kue Ox had its head buried low and was charging forward in a deadly rush, not daring to make a single pause. Meng Hang sat steadily on its back, and although the speed was too fast, causing the ox's back to lurch violently, he was still as steady as Mount Taishan, without a hint of a falling horse, no, a precursor to a falling ox. Meng Hang patted the robust back of the Dragon Blood Kue Ox and said with gentle words, "Old ox, can you speed up a bit more?
If we're delayed and the exam is over by the time we arrive, I'll be ready to eat braised beef tonight to make up for my wounded heart."
Mao!
With a long, mournful cry, the Dragon Blood Kue Ox's nose spewed out a stream of gas, its 4 hooves once again powered up, and its speed once again skyrocketed. Seeing the Dragon Blood Kue Ox that accelerated once again, Zhao Sanpang felt his scalp tingle. What kind of medicine did this stupid bull take, inexplicably charging here? Could it be that there is something here that attracts him? Zhao Scatterpole had an illusion, he didn't know why, but he always felt that he actually heard a hint of aggravation and panic in the demonic bull's bellowing just now. Seeing that the Dragon Blood Kue Ox was getting closer and closer, he stopped thinking about it and infused his spiritual energy into the longsword. Zhao Scatterpang was prepared to use open heaven to directly chop off the beast's limbs and hooves to stop it from continuing forward. He squinted his eyes, estimating the distance between the demonic beast and himself to ensure that his sword chi could attack it. Closer, closer, is now. Already condensing his essence to a point, he was just short of swinging his sword. But right at this moment, the vision-enhanced alien from before suddenly shouted again. "City Lord, there seems to be a person sitting on the back of the Dragon Blood Kue Ox." Zhao Sampang's body lurched as he turned around incredulously and asked, "Are you sure there's a person sitting on its back?" "City Lord, don't worry, I'm not good at fighting, but I'm absolutely fine in the area of scouting. When I say there's a silhouette, there will definitely not be a pair." Ignoring the fact that this person was full of words, Zhao Sampang had a look of disbelief on his face. One had to know that a 4th-ranked demonic beast was comparable to a U-ranked powerhouse and was on the same level as him. Fighting with the Dragon Blood Kue Ox, he was 7 points sure that he could kill it. But to try to take in this demonic beast, that would be impossible. After all, 4th-ranked demonic beasts were already spiritually intelligent. With their pride as demonic beasts, how could they easily submit to humans? There are only 2 ways to subdue a demonic beast. The first is to obtain a demonic beast eggs. Demonic beasts have not yet hatched into their own blood to feed, so that after the shell of the demonic beast will take the initiative to recognize the master. Unfortunately, the eggs of demonic beasts, especially the eggs of high-grade demonic beasts, are too rare, so the number of people who have demonic pets is too small. As for the second type, it was even more difficult than the first. The difference in strength between the capable person and the demonic beast was too great, resulting in the demonic beast not being able to generate a trace of resistance and could only choose to submit. Which big brother is this who has nothing better to do than to run to this small place in Yunshui City to join in the fun and make such a big mess? Zhao Scatterpole thought somewhat breathlessly. The others couldn't help but talk excitedly when they heard that someone had actually used a 4th-ranked demonic beast as a mount. Good lord, which big guy is so big that he actually took a 4th-ranked demonic beast as a mount? That goes without saying, it must be a Huan-rank powerhouse, otherwise how would he have the strength to subdue the Dragon Blood Kue Ox? The key is that there aren't many Huan-rank powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom right now, so why did this big guy come to us for nothing? We'll know if we take a look in a while. At this time, the crowd knew that it wasn't a demonic beast raid, and they no longer panicked, and they all gathered together again, competing to be the first to pad their feet, stretching their necks to probe forward to watch, wanting to catch a glimpse of this bull-riding big brother's elegance, and even the examination room of the examination for a time no one cared. Only a few dozen meters away, Meng Hang saw that the crowd has not dispersed. Know that the examination is not over. This is a sigh of relief. He shouted, phew. The high-speed dragon blood Kueox braked sharply, cutting out more than 10 meters and plowing 2 deep hoofprints on the ground before stopping its huge body. The smoke dispersed, and at this time, without the need for the vision-enhanced alien to remind them again, the crowd could also see the huge demonic beast and the silhouette on it. The crowd hadn't felt it from a long distance away, but now that the dragon blood Kueox had come closer, its huge body and the sense of oppression unintentionally emanating from the high-ranked demonic beast made most of the people present shiver on their legs. Someone gulped, and reluctantly said to the person next to him, "Bro, give me a hand, my legs are a bit soft." "Bro, I really can't help with this favor, I'm already sitting on the ground." Although they had also seen the big world, when that 5th-ranked great demon appeared was to cover the sky, the aura was much stronger than the dragon blood Kuenio. But at that time, after all, it was far away in the sky, which was not as intimidating as it was now standing alive not far away from them. This 4th-order demonic beast is so terrifying, the strength of the big brother on its back should be more terrifying. No, I have to see if this big brother has 3 heads and 6 arms. Hey, how come this big brother looks so young? Maybe high-ranked ability users all have the ability to stay young. No, why do I feel that this person looks so familiar? Someone tilted their head and looked on with a puzzled expression. Why do I feel familiar too? Crap, isn't this Meng Hang? A person reacted and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Meng Hang? Which Meng Hang? Which Meng Hang can it be? It's the one from our Cloudwater city who killed the lifeless sect. Crap, why is it him? After being shouted at, everyone recognized that the person on the bull's back was actually Meng Hang, and the crowd instantly exploded. How could it be? What level is this kid? How could he possibly tame a 4th-ranked demonic beast? I must be dreaming. A high school student can actually tame a 4th-ranked demonic beast. This world is too crazy. A rat can be a bridesmaid for a cat. Some people silently lit a cigarette and said with melancholic eyes, "I smoked a box of cigarettes and didn't understand how he did it." You don't talk about smoking. I smoked a mouthful of firecrackers and didn't even figure it out. I smoked a whole 5 gas cans and didn't figure it out either. It's not right. Shouldn't he be in the college entrance exams now? Why is he only here now? Someone finally noticed the abnormality and couldn't help but ask out in surprise. Hey, I just reacted when you said this. He is also in this senior year. Why didn't he participate in the college entrance exam? It can't be that he missed the time. That's why he caught a 4th-order demonic beast to rush. Meng Hang jumped down from the cow's back. Originally he wanted to kick the dragon blood Kuei cows but the figure of this thing was just too huge, so Meng Hang could only kick it on its legs. Count yourself lucky today. I'll spare you today. But in the future, if I find out that you slaughtered the human race, I will definitely skin you and make soup out of you. Scram! Mao! With a long roar, the dragon blood Kueox was like an amnesty, lamenting the fact that it was finally able to get out of the clutches of this bogeyman, and without a moment's hesitation, it turned its head and ran. Seeing Meng Hang's actions and the dragon blood Kueox's attitude, the crowd was once again speechless. This kid doesn't look that scary from anywhere. You are at least a 4th-order demonic beast. Don't be so humble. Seeing the crowd all look at themselves with different eyes, can't help but be a little embarrassed, can only use the protagonist is always the last to appear to comfort themselves. System, this is also too damn lasted. Meng Hang rubbed his head awkwardly in front of Zhao Sanpang in a somewhat formal manner and scratched his head. Good morning, old Zhao. Zhao Scatterpole was also shocked beyond words by his appearance, but when he thought that Meng Hang was so strong that he actually didn't make it to the college entrance exam, the anger in his heart grew even more intense. The corners of Zhao Scatterpole's mouth twitched as he forced down his inner rage and let out a cold laugh. It's indeed quite early. This sun hasn't even set yet. I don't know what Grand Duke Meng has come here for, to actually have the pleasure of grabbing a cow as a mount. Meng Hang were not able to hear the conspiratorial tone in his words, dryly laughed a few times and said, Old Zhao, what are you talking about? As a senior in Yunshui City, of course I'm here to take the exam. Upon hearing this, Zhao Scatterpole finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and growled. You brat still knows that today is the entrance exam. I thought you died in the mountain range outside the city. I don't know how many people I've sent to look for you in the past 2 days, and now that the exams are about to end, you want to get up and come back. It's not too late. No, I'll go in now and score as many points as I can. Meng Hang is confident that with his current strength to go in can completely push the copy sideways, speed up a little bit and maybe still get a good score. You're thinking about fart eating. Zhao Sanpang skimmed him and continued. There are no rules. Missing time is missing time. Even if I'm your old man today, I can't let you go in for the exam. Old Zhao, let's just talk. You can't take advantage of me. Meng Hang said with some reluctance. In fact, he didn't report hoping that Zhao Sanpang could agree to his request, but he always had to try, and now the last bit of hope was broken. Meng Hang let out a long sigh and could only take one step at a time in the future.
After listening to the conversation between the two, the crowd realized that this Meng Hang actually forgot the time and missed the college entrance exam. How big of a heart does this have to be to forget about time? Just as Meng Hang was sighing, his afterglow glanced somewhere and suddenly froze. Taihu, why are you here too? Did you also forget the time and miss the college entrance exam? Taihu's forehead was filled with black lines, thinking to himself, you think everyone is so big-hearted like you, even such an important day as the college entrance exam can be forgotten. He told Meng Hang what happened, including the country's policy towards Yunchuei City, the people of the imperial capital seizing the quota, Lin Luoxue being recruited by the imperial capital university, and the betting fight, all of which were all told at once. Meng Hang was furious after hearing this. The people from the imperial capital came to seize the quota with us, and actually injured you, making you lose your qualification for the college entrance exam? If this can be tolerated, it can't be tolerated. If uncle can tolerate it, auntie can't either. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Sanpang became even more angry and couldn't help but open his mouth to say angrily, you still have the nerve to say that Lin Luoxue is not here. Originally I was counting on you to earn some face for Yunchuei City, but now it's okay, look at the exam results. Meng Hang looked up towards the scorer on the big screen. First place Hua Qiu, current score, 889. Second place Tu, current score, 852. Fifth place Ruan Su, current score, 760. Meng Hang asked with some lack of confidence. It's not like these top 5 are all the ones from the imperial capital, right? Zhao Sanpang sneered and asked back. What do you think? Meng Hang's neck shrank and he didn't dare to speak again. While everyone's energies were focused on him, a certain inconspicuous corner of the 8475 ancient battlefield, an ordinary-looking student wearing glasses was half-kneeling on the ground, a sickly fervor showing on his face, which still had the same appearance as Cisco earlier. Lifeless elder mother, vacuum hometown. I will sacrifice my soul to the old mother, so that everyone here will be buried with me. After saying that, he used his spiritual power to open the spatial ring, and instantly the pungent, sickening smell of blood filled the air. This spatial ring actually stored a large amount of blood from unknown creatures, and as soon as the spatial channel was opened, it was as if the river bank opened the floodgates and released the water. Countless amounts of blood gushed out and landed on the ground in front of the man with glasses. A strange scene happened, the blood just fell to the ground on the strange quickly seeped in, as if there is something underground greedily sucking these blood. The fact is exactly the same, infiltrated into the underground blood is an invisible force traction continue to flow down. Dozens of meters below the ground of the man with glasses, a humanoid skeleton nearly 10 meters tall was lying flat here. The large amount of blood that seeped into the ground was attracted by this skeleton, constantly converging here, and quickly disappearing into the white bones. With the continuous absorption of this blood, the original white bone slowly grew a little bit of flesh. Points of blood-red flesh attached to the white bone, and even vaguely have meridians appear, so bloody horror scene if ordinary people see, must be directly scared pants. At this moment, as if the skeleton has been buried in the ground for millions of years actually moved a little bit, and 2 groups of ghost flames appeared in the void eye sockets. Just as the ghost fire was generated in the skeleton's eyes, the ground around it for more than 10 meters began to collapse, and the earth and rocks crumbled. A pair of huge skeleton arms reached out from the ground, and as soon as they did, they pinched the man with glasses above them. In the next second, the man with glasses was directly pinched and exploded, and the blood of his entire body was directly absorbed by the white bones. The nearby low-ranked demonic beasts were originally attracted by the strong smell of blood, but now that they felt this horrible aura, they scattered and fled. The skeleton slowly stood up, the ghostly fire in its eyes danced for a few moments, surprisingly yanking a rib from its own body and quickly transforming into a several meters long bone blade. Holding the long knife in his hand, the skeleton giant made a vain slash in the direction of a certain fleeing demonic beast, which instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The skeleton giant took a deep breath, and this mass of blood mist was inhaled into its nose. While absorbing the blood mist, somewhere in his body, a trace of flesh that was difficult to detect with the naked eye grew. Hua Qiu, or Hua Xiao, the only S-ranked ability person among the 5 people of the imperial capital, happened to be nearby and was also attracted by the commotion here, just in time to see the scene of the skeletal giant absorbing the blood of the demonic beast. His face changed drastically, cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead, and without saying a word, he turned his head and ran. Unfortunately, the skeleton giant's gaze was already locked onto his body, and the ghostly fire in his eyes flashed twice as he slashed at Hua Qiu. Obviously, one person and one skeleton were dozens of meters apart, but when the skeleton giant swung a knife in the air, his entire body's hairs broke out in sweat, as if he was about to explode into oblivion in the next moment, just like that demonic beast. Not daring to hesitate any longer, the S-class alien ability was unleashed, biological exchange. Hua Qiu's figure shifted for a while, and his original position suddenly turned into a second-ranked demonic beast that should have escaped in front of him. And he even directly appeared where the second-ranked demonic beast was originally located.
This was precisely the effect of activating the S-class supernatural ability creature exchange. Wherever Huaqiu's eyes reached, as long as it was a creature, he could exchange his form with it at any time, and as long as he had enough spiritual power, there was no limit to the number of times he could exchange. One person and one beast had just exchanged positions when this second-rank demonic beast directly exploded, and this scene directly scared Huaqiu's scalp.
5th rank Bone Demon.
Shouting in shock, he didn't dare to delay, and launched his supernatural ability several times in a row, his figure directly disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. And one by one, the bodies of the demonic beasts exchanged with him exploded, their blood being absorbed by the Bone Demon as much as possible. Seeing that little bug running away, Bone Demon didn't care and changed direction to continue swinging his sword. The skeleton giant was about 10 meters long, but in the forest of the ancient battlefield, any one of the sky-high trees was nearly 20 to 30 meters tall. So although the commotion it caused wasn't small, most of the candidates in the ancient battlefield hadn't yet noticed the commotion here and were still continuing to hunt demonic beasts.
However, the Bone Demon's movements could be captured clearly by the camera.
The crowd stared at the large screen in horror.
Didn't they say that there are only low-level demonic beasts inside? What the hell is this? Also, why does this Bone Demons have a humanoid body, yet it's so huge?
Meng Hang was also looking creepy. How is it that a good college entrance exam has such a bizarre change as soon as he comes?
Could this be the legendary protagonist Sora? Something happens everywhere you go?
He mechanically turned his head and somewhat stammered to Zhao Sanpang.
I say old Zhao, what is this? This thing is also part of the entrance exam?
At this moment, Zhao Scatterpole's lips were dry and cracked, his eyes were straight, staring blankly at the Bone Demon in the big screen, and he didn't hear Meng Hang's question at all.
He couldn't stop murmuring from his mouth. What to do? What to do? All the candidates of Yunchue City can be in there. If something happens to them, how can I explain to their parents? How can I explain to the country? I, Zhao Sanpang, will die 1,000 deaths, and will become a sinner for the ages. Old Zhao.
Zhao Scatterpole suddenly hit a jolt, and was called back from his daze by Meng Hang.
What did you say? I'm asking you if this is part of the college entrance exam?
Zhao Sanpang shook his head with a bitter smile.
How could it be? This is a 5th rank Bone Demon. I would have to turn my head and run when I see it. How could I let him appear in the college entrance exam?
Then this Bone Demon is?
Meng Hang was a bit puzzled.
The ancient battlefield is a very mysterious place. Who knows what exactly happened thousands of years ago? But the current ancient battlefield still has countless skeletons, and some of them, after countless years, have autonomously generated a spirit, which is what we call a Bone Demon. They can regrow their own flesh and blood by absorbing human or demonic beast blood, and the more flesh and blood they absorb, the stronger they become. But this ancient battlefield prepared for the college entrance exam has long since been cleaned up, so I don't know why a 5th order Bone Demon has suddenly appeared. If we continue to let it continue to develop like this, before the exams are over, the entire alien space of demonic beasts and students will become its sustenance. Speaking of this, Zhao Sanpang's face had become unsightly. Crap, then why don't we hurry to pause the exams and go in to save the people? Meng Hang was alarmed and eagerly urged.
Zhao Sanpang bitterly shook his head, a deep helplessness showing on his face.
The exam can't end before time is up, and except for those who have a pass, even I can't enter. Students are the pillars of the country, so Dragon Country pays extreme attention to the college entrance exams. Each student's pass is issued by the state uniformly, just to prevent any small-minded people from making small moves.
Then can't Taihu go in again?
When Taihu heard this, he instantly turned pale with fear, and a smile worse than tears appeared on his face.
Big brother, don't pit me. What's the use of me going in? It's not enough for people to stuff their teeth.
Although he was a good fighter, he wasn't a bad head. He wouldn't do something like this that would send people's heads off. Meng Hang ignored him and continued to ask.
Then can't you take his pass and go in?
Zhao Sanpang shook his head helplessly again.
It's useless. How could the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom not think of this aspect?
Every student will be taken by the school before the exam to pick a drop of essence blood and put it into the pass. As long as the essence blood matches, you can only enter the teleportation array. I think you were taken at that time as well. Speaking of this, Zhao Sanpang suddenly froze in place, and then a brilliant light erupted in his eyes. Meng Hang was startled by his appearance and hastily took a few steps back, looking at him warily. Old Zhao, I can tell you, although I am handsome, I am straight, still so straight. Ignoring his gag, Zhao Sanpang asked with a somewhat trembling voice.
Have you taken your pass yet? Meng Hang instantly understood what he was thinking and couldn't help but take a few more steps back.
Don't hit me, that's a 5th order Bone Demon, comparable to a Huan-ranked powerhouse. I'm just giving away my head if I go in. Zhao Sanpang had an excited look on his face at this time, but didn't care what he said, as he wrapped his arms around Meng Hang's neck and whispered in his ear.
If other people don't know, will I still not know? At the time, you could even easily give the 5th order Red Blood Demon King a second, so you would still be afraid of a 5th order Bone Demon? I'm afraid that some of my buddies didn't pay attention, so I'll reiterate it here. The previous sneak attack on the protagonist of the Lin family changed into the Zheng family. If not for the readers to remind, I did not react in Lin Luoxue surname. I really do not want to write so bloody plata. Meng Hang couldn't cry, he knew he would say that. In the beginning, he was converted to the power of the six paths and transformed into a full-bodied Susanoo before giving the Red Blood Demon King a second. With his current self, abusing fourth-order demonic beasts was fine. When he encountered a fifth-order demonic beast, with the kaleidoscope sharing wheel open, he could only say that he was invincible. But the side effects of opening the kaleidoscope sharing wheel for a long period of time was something he couldn't afford. In the spirit of a dead friend of the road, Meng Hang hastily refused. Old Zhao, it's not that I don't want to help. How could that kind of secret art from before be cast just like that? It's something that costs a great deal of money, even lives. Hearing Meng Hang say this, the radiance in Zhao Sanpeng's eyes instantly dissipated again, becoming stagnant. Meng Hang had already said so, and it was impossible for Zhao Scatterpole to force him to exchange his life for the lives of the candidates. Ding! System open. Accept Zhao Sanpeng's request, reward all attribute points plus 30. Refuse and deduct 20 points from each attribute. At this moment, the system's voice rang in Meng Hang's head. Nima, unlucky system, I haven't settled the score with you for my college entrance exams, and now you're trying to screw me over again. I won't accept anything I say this time, even if I deduct attribute points I'll admit it. Meng Hang made up his mind to start being a salted fish now. As long as he swings for the fences, the system can't do anything about it. Hey, Tai Z, don't be in a hurry to reject it. The system said unhurriedly. Pillar Cell experience card, is there any interest in knowing about it? Don't 99998. Don't 9998. Even less 998. Just 200 kill points. Not right, Unity. When the power of the six paths you only want me to 98 kill points, why is only the column cells want me to 200 kill points? Is it with an immortal body? Sorry, you're overthinking it. Then what makes you sell it for more than the power of six paths? Meng Hang instantly quit. Tai Z, what era is this? Do you understand inflation? Meng Hang looked at the points in the kill shop, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. What inflation was bullshit, he was looking at the fact that he only had 200 points left. Although Meng Hang's heart was already dissimulated, his appearance still feigned a face of reluctance. That's not doing it either. There's no points for killing the bone demon, so why would I bother to go through that? The system said back. Tai Z, see what you said. What kind of relationship are we? How can I let you suffer for nothing? In order to make up for delaying your college entrance exam, I promise that as long as you can kill the bone demon, then its points will go to you. Meng Hang's eyes widened as he asked with a look of surprise. Keep your word? Not me, Tai Z. When have I ever pit? When have I ever cheated you? Hearing the system change its tune, Meng Hang smiled coldly. Count on you to still have some self-knowledge. There is no greater sorrow than death in the heart. Zhao Sanpeng's eyes were godless at this time, and he was trying to launch a plea for help to the headquarters. He also knew that by the time the headquarters came, the candidates here would basically be dead, but he couldn't just do nothing and just wait. Zhao Scatterpole had already made up his mind that if things really went that far, he would resign his position as Cloudwater City's city lord and go to the front lines to kill the demon race, not returning until he was dead. Old Zhao, I've made up my mind. I'll go settle this bone demon. Meng Hang, I know that this matter is also difficult for you, and I won't force you. Hey, you promise? Zhao Sanpeng grew his mouth, not understanding how Meng Hang changed his attitude after just a moment. But, the secret technique is harming you. Zhao Sanpeng was about to say something. Meng Hang's eyes stared at the bone demon in the large screen, his eyes firm. If sacrificing me alone can save so many students, I have no choice. If I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Listening to this selfless speech from Meng Hang, tears wetted Zhao Sanpeng's eyes. He didn't realize that a teenager who was usually so unorthodox was so selfless in his heart. He held Meng Hang's hand tightly and said in a moved voice, Little Meng, don't force yourself. If you really jeopardize your life, you can run away and no one will blame you. The crowd in the arena had been paying attention to the movements on this side, and after listening to the duo's conversation, they couldn't help but show a forlorn look in their eyes as well. Although they had just seen the scene not too long ago where Meng Hang had rushed in on a fourth-ranked demonic beast, they hadn't seen his true strength after all. Besides, the bone demon inside was of the 5th rank, not comparable to a 4th-ranked demonic beast. In their opinion, Meng Hang's move was undoubtedly a death sentence. A genius who can subdue a 4th-ranked demonic beast at a young age. Why waste your life with him? A man said regretfully. A swallow sparrow knows the will of a great swan. This might be the difference between some true geniuses and us. It's because of youths like Meng Hang who are not afraid to die that we in the Dragon Kingdom are able to keep the demon race out of the first line of heaven. That's right, after the college entrance exams are over, I'll be sure to erect a monument for Meng in the center of the city to commemorate his bravery and fearlessness. Hey, erecting a monument is okay, I'm still standing here not dead. Countless black lines surged across Meng Hang's forehead. He originally wanted to act like a bee, but as the plot developed, he was sorry for himself if he didn't die. Not wanting to listen to the crowd's comments, Meng Hang took out his pass and resolutely walked towards the teleportation array. In the eyes of outsiders, these few steps of his actually walked out of the wind. Xiao Ruwashi Yishui cold, a strong man once gone, will not return to the heroic. With a flash of light, Meng Hang opened his eyes again and entered the ancient battlefield. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw the densely packed, tall trees that covered the sky, he was instantly confused. In the screen, he felt that the bone demon was huge, but he came in and realized that the space was huge, so where the hell can he find the bone demon? Outside, Zhao Sanpang was also numb. He also only remembered at this moment, did not give Meng Hang as a watch scoring device. That device not only served the purpose of scoring points, it also allowed the people inside and outside to keep talking. Just like when Tai Hu and the Backman were betting against each other, it was Zhao Sanpang who informed that it was possible. Zhou Bo carefully traveled through the forest. Unlike the other candidates who went around looking for demonic beasts, he was carefully avoiding them. He had been physically weak since he was a child, coupled with the fact that what he had awakened was only a great olfactory enhancement. It could be said that he had no combat power, that is, if he encountered a grade 1 demonic beast he would have to take a detour. If it wasn't for the fact that his old man at home was pushing him hard, he didn't even want to participate in the college entrance exam. Hello Zhou Bo, I'm Zhao Sanpang, the city lord of Cloudwater City. The sudden voice almost didn't scare him enough to make him scream out in shock, but he reacted quickly and hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand. He didn't expect the high and mighty Cloudwater City lord to actually contact him, so he hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, "Hello city lord, I'm Zhou Bo, what are your orders? There is a classmate 200 meters southeast of you, I need you to help me find him." Zhou Bo was stunned when he saw that the person the city lord was looking for was actually Meng Hang. He was also a student of the 3rd middle school, so naturally, it was impossible for him not to recognize the famous Meng Hang. It's just that he didn't expect that the exams were almost over, and Meng Hang was actually hanging around the outskirts of the forest just like himself. Through the surveillance, Zhao Sanpang told Meng Hang the location of the bone demon, and discussed with Zhou Bo to let him and Meng Hang act together, so that Zhao Sanpang could conveniently notify Meng Hang of the bone demon's movements at any time in the outside world. At this time, Zhou Bo realized that Meng Hang actually did not participate in the college entrance examination. Finding the right direction, Meng Hang and the two of them directly launched their full strength and ran towards the direction of the bone demon with all their might. Just before running for a few minutes, Zhou Bo stopped with his hands on his knees, panting. Meng Hang's speed was simply too fast, and he needed to fight with all his might to keep up with him. This caused his physical energy to rapidly drain away, and he couldn't hold on without a while. In fact, what he didn't know was that Meng Hang was already taking care of his speed and hadn't even utilized half of his speed. Zhou Bo hesitated for a moment, but still took off the wrist scorer and handed it to Meng Hang. "Meng Hang, I really can't run anymore. Although I don't know what kind of errand you're going on, it must be something very important to have the city lord personally contact you. It's better if you take this, me following you around will only delay your movements." Meng Hang asked strangely, "If I take this, what about your performance in hunting demonic beasts afterward?" Zhou Bo smiled to himself. "I can only run when I encounter a demonic beast, what's there to talk about hunting demonic beasts?" Meng Hang looked deeply at him, knowing that now time is urgent, not the time to be melodramatic, said thanks and directly opened the 3rd door of the 8 doors of transportation to rush. Zhou Bo's mouth widened as he froze in place. He only saw Meng Hang's entire body first glowing with green energy, then he disappeared into a green light. This is the speed a high school student can achieve? Nearly half a bell had passed, and Meng Hang didn't know how much distance he had traveled, only that he was getting closer and closer to the bone demon under Zhao Sanpang's command. Anytime he encountered students midway along this journey, he would remind them to stay as far away from the bone demon's location as possible. After walking for nearly 5 more minutes, Meng Hang saw another boy with a backcombed head and a robust figure walking in the direction of the bone demon. He had to stop and warn the back-haired boy, "Classmate, that direction is dangerous. I advise you not to walk in that direction any further." Tua raised his eyebrows and said with a cold smile, "I still don't believe that an ancient battlefield dedicated to the college entrance exam can have anything that can threaten me. If you say so, I still have to go and take a look." Hearing him say that, Meng Hang looked at him with odd eyes, as if to say, "Dude, you're too armed." Adhering to the principle that good words are hard to resist a damned ghost, Meng Hang was too lazy to ink with him and was about to continue on his way. Just then, the back-headed man seemed to think of something and suddenly called out to Meng Hang, "Hey, kid, wait a minute. Have you heard of Meng Hang?" Meng Hang hadn't wanted to ignore him, and the back man's condescending tone made him very uncomfortable. If he didn't have important matters on his mind right now, Meng Hang would definitely compare notes with this pretentious fan. But hearing this man actually call his name, this couldn't help but make Meng Hang stop in his tracks. Meng Hang turned around and asked curiously, "You're looking for me?" The man with the back of his head was also stunned, not realizing that he had asked on a whim and actually asked for myself. An expression of incomparable excitement then instantly appeared on his face. "You're Meng Hang?" "Yeah, what's the matter?" "Originally, there wasn't much, but when I defeated a student of your rank here just now, he said that you're the strongest student in Yunshui City besides Lin Luoxue." Meng Hang shook his head expressionlessly. What he said was incorrect. Tu Wu raised his eyebrows and said, "I didn't expect you to be quite humble." "That's not true. I mean, even if I add Lin Luoxue, I'm still the strongest." When these words came out, this time it was Tua's turn to have his face turn odd, and then came a burst of wild laughter from him. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. After laughing for almost half a minute, he stopped laughing and wiped the tears that came out of the corners of his eyes from laughing and said, "Are all of you people from Cloudwater City so capable of talking big? You Cloudwater City?" Meng Hang was first stunned, then somewhat reacted and opened his mouth to ask, "From the imperial capital?" Tu Wu smiled and nodded. "Tu, the one who defeated Tai Hu in the gambling match?" "That's right, I didn't realize you already knew about this," he replied with a still relaxed expression. "Oh." Meng Hang let out a long "oh" and took a few more steps towards Tugu's heels, leaving only a fist's worth of distance between the two of them. In fact, Meng Hang's height wasn't too short, being a full 1.8 m, but now Tugu was 1.9 m. When the two stood together, it appeared that Meng Hang's aura was much weaker. Tu Wu lowered his head and looked down on Meng Hang, the color of disdain on his face undisguised. "What, you want to avenge him? I'm always available if you want to fight, we can apply for a bet right now." "Pa!" Before he could finish his words, there was a loud, crisp sound of a big forced fight. Meng Hang at this time, but has not yet closed the third door 8-door recluse, this casually a big then teasing have the weight of 1,000 pounds. Only to see this slap down, Tu Wu's entire face became distorted, and even his features were twisted together. Not only that, his height of 1.9 m was actually slapped by Meng Hang and flew up in the air, as if he was a gyroscope spinning around in the air at high speed, and then fell heavily into the shrubs. Beautiful. What a great thin tease, too damn relieved. The crowd outside who had been following Meng Hang's movements couldn't help but cheer out. Today they could be said to be suffocating beyond measure. It was clearly their own city's college entrance exam, but they were occupied by 5 outsiders in the top 5, and they were also nakedly mocked for having no one in Cloudwater City. Moreover, Tai Hu, an A-class genius, was unable to participate in the college entrance examination this year just because of one of them. Although it was an open and above-board betting match, they were still holding their anger in their hearts. However, they could only ruthlessly suppress this anger in the bottom of their hearts, unable to vent it out. In this world, the strongest man is honored. You want to get back to the scene can be, under the hand to see the real chapter. But if you don't have the ability, then you can only hold it in. Until now, Meng Hang's slap allowed all the anger in their hearts to be vented, only to feel permeable. Zhao Sanpang covered his head helplessly at the side, but the excitement in his eyes could not be concealed. At that time, when the two of them met, he hadn't wanted to remind Meng Hang that this person was Tu Wu. After all, the big picture was important, and there was still a bone demon waiting on that side. But with this slap, he only felt that this day's grievances had dissipated into thin air. Good, brat, just do it, let them know how powerful our Cloudwater City is. At the end of the day, Zhao Sanpang no longer hid it and loudly cheered for Meng Hang. Cough. After a while, the sound of 2 coughs came from the shrubs, and Tu Wu slowly walked out. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and a slap mark was clearly visible on his face. Tu Wu was trembling, his fists clenched and creaking as he tried his best to restrain the anger that was about to erupt and roared fiercely at Meng Hang. "Are you out of your mind? Don't you know that a private sparring match during the college entrance exam will result in your exam slot being cancelled?" "Oh." Meng Hang let out another long "oh." Hearing this "oh," Tu Wu subconsciously quickly covered his face, as if he was afraid Meng Hang would storm up and slap him again. Meng Hang gave him a blank stare and continued. "That's none of my business, I've already been disqualified from the exam." Upon hearing this, Tu Wu's original pair of blood-filled eyes instantly erupted with a flash of brilliance, and he laughed ha ha he. "So, even if I strike now, I won't be punished?" Meng Hang nodded expressionlessly and said, "In principle." Fine, brat, you wait for death." Snap. Another loud big pussy fight. Only to see Meng Hang just casually step forward, surprisingly instantly arriving in front of Tu Wu who was 10 meters away from him. Before he could finish his sentence, he was again slapped by Meng Hang's slap and spun numerous times in the air. Hiss. Countless sounds of cold breaths were heard from the outside world. Hiss, Meng Hang, this kid is not polite. Haven't you ever heard of hitting someone without hitting their face? But hey, I like it. Good guy, how is this kid's figure like a ghost? A single step can span so far. Could this be the legendary shrinking ground? Otherwise, how could people be able to take in a 4th-ranked demonic beast? This strength is just too terrifying. Both sides of Tu Wu's face were on fire and pulling pain. He felt like he was going crazy. Not only did you hit me in the face, you actually gave me a symmetrical one. Since he was a child, he had always stood tall, and had never been the one to abuse others, but today, he was actually slapped twice in a row by a student from a small city. This was nakedly humiliating himself. I want you to die. Tu Wu, who had fallen to the ground, rose up, his entire body instantly expanding into a 3-meter small giant. The robust muscles in his back surged, forming the appearance of a weeping evil spirit. His feet instantly fired, and the huge impact directly caused the ground underneath his feet to start sinking. Tua's massive body brought up violent wind pressure, blowing Meng Hang's clothes hunting. The tree trunk-like right leg directly kicked towards Meng Hang's solar plexus in a sweeping motion. Meng Hang remained expressionless, his hands in his pockets, just casually bending forward. He easily dodged this horrible blow. Toga's kick was empty, and the air chop formed by the huge force of compressed air directly blew several nearby trees to smithereens. It's not over yet. Seeing that his kick was actually avoided so easily by him, Tu Wu let out a roar, and his 2 casserole-sized fists blasted straight at Meng Hang's face, which had just raised its head. Meng Hang still had his hands in his pockets. Seeing the fists getting closer and closer, he actually stood still and didn't dodge, looking like he actually wanted to take this punch hard. Quickly dodge! Ah! Outside, Taihu anxiously shouted out. He felt that Meng Hang was a bit too big for his britches. He had personally felt the power behind the Tua open ghost, and that unrivaled power still made his heart palpitate. Seeing the fist getting closer and closer, Meng Hang finally moved. Only he didn't move back to avoid the punch, but only took out his right hand and placed it against the incoming fist. Meng Hang's fist, compared to Tuga's fist after his transformation, was like an egg compared to a basketball. And it was this tiny fist that, when resisting Tuga's fist, prevented Tuga from advancing any further. Bang! The airwave generated by the 2 fists hitting each other crushed the trees around the 2 of them for several meters. Tree, did I invite you or mess with you? Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Tua's eyes were wide open as he looked at Meng Hang with disbelief. He couldn't believe that his full-force strike had been so easily blocked by this kid. Tu Wu was in a state of madness as he hissed. This is impossible. After shouting, his right arm unexpectedly bulged once more in a circle, attempting to break Meng Hang's resistance in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, despite his strength surging once again, Meng Hang just stood still, like a mountain towering into the clouds, not moving at all. Seeing this thick right arm, Meng Hang actually sked twice, secretly saying, could this be the legendary single 20 years to practice the supreme arcana, the unicorn arm? Unwilling to ink with him any longer, Meng Hang slightly exerted force with his right hand, and Tu Wu's face instantly twisted. It was as if the bones in his right hand were about to be crushed, and the immense pain caused Tu Wu to unconsciously follow Meng Hang's descending right hand and slowly kneel down. I say brother, this tendon flesh of yours looks quite bluffing, but at a glance, it's just too much protein powder. It's not useful to look at. Tu Wu still care about what he said. The great pain made his forehead sweating, desperately struggling to yank out his right hand, but no matter is not moving. No point. Meng Hang shook his head and kicked Tu Wu in the chest. His tiny giant-like body instantly flew out, flying dozens of meters in the air before falling heavily into the forest, splashing up a puff of smoke. Patting the dust in his hands, Meng Hang didn't bother to check on Tu Wu's condition and continued to advance in the direction of the bone demon. Numb. Completely numb. The crowd outside the arena was dead silent, and even the voices cheering for Meng Hang had disappeared. Everyone's mouths were wide open as they stared blankly at the battle between the fields. Even Zhao Sampang was no exception. How was it possible for such terrifying power to erupt from a skinny body? Lu Zhaoliang wiped the cold sweat from his head. The battle was so frightening to watch that it felt like his heart was about to jump out. After a pause, he asked Zhao Sampang, City Lord, you are very knowledgeable, do you think there is a possibility? I'm only saying it's possible, ha. This Meng Hang in front of me is a 5th-order transformation demon beast transformation, otherwise I really can't understand how he could possibly use such a powerful force when he's not a strength ability person. Zhao Scatterpole glanced at him in an unfavorable manner and said, why don't you go ask him when he comes out? Lu Zhaoliang recalled Meng Hang's terrifying kick just now and hurriedly shook his head like a rattle. The bone demon continued to walk forward aimlessly. At this point it had already absorbed an unknown amount of blood, and its entire skeleton was covered by a thin layer of flesh and blood. Just then, its empty eyes looked not far away, and its huge bone blade slowly raised. Nguyen hummed Meng Hang's songyu at the same table as he walked, his heart both joyful and angry. Ever since the parting meeting that day, that bad guy had actually never contacted her again. Originally, Nguyen thought that she would be able to see Meng Hang today, but the college entrance exams are almost over, and she didn't even see Meng Hang's shadow. Thinking about what was on her mind, Nguyen suddenly lurched in her steps and looked at the not too far away place in shock. Looking at the nearly 10-meter tall humanoid skeleton, Nguyen was creeped out for a while. She wanted to turn around and run away, but her legs were so weak that she couldn't move no matter how hard she tried. Looking at the bone demon already raising its bone knife at her, Nguyen closed her eyes in horror and shouted, "Meng Hang, save me!" Nguyen subconsciously shouted out Meng Hang's name. But she knew that there was no such coincidence in the world, and Meng Hang wasn't her Prince Charming who could immediately appear at a critical time. Disheartened, she had closed her eyes and waited for death. Just in the nick of time, she seemed to actually hear Meng Hang's voice coming from the side. "Kazuna, Flower Tree Realm Descent. Is this Meng Hang's voice? Impossible, it must be because I'm too nervous and hallucinating," Nguyen thought bitterly. Only after waiting for a while, she realized that she was still standing unharmed in her original position, and only then did she open her eyes slowly with some doubt, only to see that in front of her, there was a Dao figure standing in front of her. Although this figure was not considered strong, at this time for Nguyen, it was incomparably tall, giving her a great sense of security. Meng Hang? I'm not dreaming," Nguyen asked with some disbelief. "Well, you are dreaming. This place is dangerous, so hurry up and leave and continue dreaming in another place," Meng Hang lightly teased, but his eyes didn't move away from the bone demon. A few seconds ago, just as he followed Zhao Sanpang's guidance to this place, he happened to see the scene of the bone demon wielding a sword at Nguyen. Why did this little ninny come here? Meng Hang's face changed drastically, and his hands quickly formed seals, making use of the Kazuna Flower Tree Realm Descent technique, only to see countless thick vines break out from underneath the bone demon's feet and continue to climb upwards along with its body, wrapping itself around its arm, narrowly stopping this blade. In an instant, the bone demon will be bundled as tightly as a dumpling. Nguyen's eyes widened as he looked at the bone demon wrapped in vines incredulously and asked Meng Hang, "You saved me?" Meng Hang nodded rightfully. "Who else could it be if not me? But aren't you an awakened pupil arts ability, and what is this tree vine's ability?" "Oh, second awakening," Meng Hang said indifferently. Nguyen was at a loss. Second awakening could be said to be 1 in a million. Why in his mouth was it as simple as drinking water? The crowd outside was also talking excitedly when they saw this scene. "Good guy, this kid is actually still a wood system ability user. Why haven't I seen him use this move before? Isn't the key wood system a healing attribute ability? What the hell is this giant vine?" But it might be a mutation. After all, we don't understand the world of geniuses. "That's not right. My son was in the same school as him. How come I heard that he awakened an E-rank pupil ability? What kind of freak is this? What else is there that he won't know?" Strength completely abuses power department ability users, speed is also comparable to the speed department, and now he's actually using the wood department. I'm already numb. Even if he uses all the 5 faculties of gold, wood, water, fire and earth in a moment, I'm not surprised. Zhao Sanpang was also dumbfounded. He was the one who knew Meng Hang better than everyone present, and was even more shocked because he knew. When did this kid awaken his wood system ability again? It's already awesome for someone's wood system ability to summon an arm-thick vine. What the hell is this bucket-thick vine of yours? What he didn't know was that Meng Hang had only wanted to entangle the bone demon in his haste, so he had only summoned the vine based on the bone demon's size. As long as Meng Hang, who possessed pillar cells, was willing, even summoning vines that were several times larger would be easy. The pupil arts ability that can grow, this mutated wood ability, oh yeah, and that foul space ability. Hiss! Zhao Scatterpond furtively sucked in his breath. Cloud Water City seemed to have produced an extraordinary monster. Perhaps. Maybe the demon clan's suffering will be resolved in his hands one day, or maybe. Zhao Scatterpole thought somewhat whimsically. The bone demon's eyes flickered with ghostly flames, and he struggled to break the vines he had gotten on his body. However, the thick vines were very sturdy, so no matter how hard he tried, it was useless. Right at this moment, the ghostly green fire in its eyes flourished, and its entire body was wrapped in this ghostly green flame. Ow! The bone demon hissed to the sky, and a tremendous amount of power poured out, and the vines wrapped around its body shattered inch by inch. And it directly churned all of the surrounding dozens of meters of trees to pieces, and even the nearby demonic beasts and the students who had mistakenly entered this place weren't spared. Seeing this scene, Meng Hang's face colored as he tugged on Nguyen and quickly retreated backward. Nguyen powerlessly allowed Meng Hang to drag her backward. Looking at the wood chips flying in front of her, like a scene of doom, her whole body was paralyzed and her face was extraordinarily pale. How could such a terrifying monster be something the two of them could deal with? Dodging this horrifying blow, Meng Hang threw her to the ground. Said, "Hurry up and run, I won't have the energy to take care of you in a real fight later." The paralyzed Nguyen looked at Meng Hang incredulously and asked, "You're going to deal with it? Are you crazy? That's a 5th order bone demon. Even if the city lord came, he wouldn't be able to deal with it, let alone you being a senior." Student Nguyen, hurry up and leave, don't get in the way of Meng Hang's strike. Right at this moment, Zhao Sanpong's stern voice rang out from the score counter on Meng Hang's wrist. City lord? How come even you? Alright, no more nonsense, hurry up and leave. Nguyen opened his mouth and wanted to say something more, but in the end, he did not say anything. Forced the fear in his heart to slowly stand up, worriedly looked at Meng Hang and quickly fled backwards. At this time, the bone demon had already broken free from the bindings of the vines, and a hint of coldness actually emanated from his empty eyes. With one step, it actually came directly in front of Meng Hang. Previously, the crowd had seen from the display that the bone demon had been moving forward unhurriedly, and no one had thought that his speed was actually so fast. The bone demon lifted his enormous bone blade and instantly slashed down. The air around the blade began to distort, as if the blade tore through space. Nguyen, who was escaping, still couldn't let go of Meng Hang, and took one step and turned back 3 times, just in time to see this scene, and couldn't help but change his face drastically. Meng Hang, quickly dodge. The people who were paying full attention to this battle also had cold sweat on their heads at this time, and some of them could no longer bear to watch any longer and covered their eyes. Only Zhao Scatterpole's face not only remained unchanged, but his eyes even revealed a brilliant light. His fists were clenched tightly and his entire body trembled as if he was expecting something. Come out, hurry up and use that move. Ever since that day when he had seen Meng Hang's 100-meter-tall Susanoo, although he hadn't said anything on the surface, he was incomparably longing to see that scene again in his lifetime. Which ability person didn't long for great power? Kazuna, wood dragon technique. Meng Hang's face remained unchanged, his hands quickly pinched, and a huge wooden dragon instantly formed, rushed out of the sky, and bit down on top of the rapidly descending bone knife. The dragon's mouth steadily bit down on the bone knife, and its body smoothly wrapped around the bone demon's body. And just as the bone demon was wrapped around the wooden dragon, the 2 groups of ghost flames in its eye sockets turned strangely lighter by a few points. The original ordinary white bone could become a bone demon because it had been resurrected by absorbing the aura within the ancient battlefield for countless years, coupled with the pouring of blood. The bone demon that was resurrected again had no previous memories and was a completely new being. And the ghost fire in its eyes was the spiritual power generated after absorbing the spiritual chi, which was also the root of their resurrection. At this moment, the ghost fire in its eyes became faint, indicating that its spiritual power was being lost. This is precisely one of the horrors of Chicken's wooden dragon technique. As long as you are entangled in the wooden dragon, you can absorb the opponent's chakra. Only after Meng Hang used this move, the absorption of chakra turned into absorption of spiritual energy. The bone demon, whose spiritual wisdom had just begun to open up, also sensed a crisis, knowing that if it continued like this he would probably dissipate again, and didn't dare to let the wood dragon absorb anymore. The entire body of the ghostly green fire flourished. The next moment, the bone demon's entire body unexpectedly appeared countless huge bone spikes. Suddenly appeared densely packed bone spikes. Instantly the wooden dragon stabbed 1,000 holes. Taking advantage of this opportunity, bone demon will hands will be free, hard to tear the wooden dragon into 2 halves. Seeing that his wooden dragon technique had been cracked like this, Meng Hang still didn't panic. Instead, he watched the scene with great interest. TSK, worthy of being a 5th-ranked bone demon, actually able to crack the wooden dragon's art that utilizes 30% of the power of Jubilee cells just like that. It was so hard to be able to open up. Meng Hang wanted to try all of the legendary gradual cells jutsu. That's why he only used 30% of his power anymore, and he was afraid that one move would give the bone demon seconds. Then I'll show you something more powerful. After saying that, Meng Hang's face was solemn, and his hands once again formed seals quickly. Coming. Seeing Meng Hang posturing to amplify his moves, the long-awaited Zhao Sanpong's eyes once again erupted with a refined aura, his body trembling violently. Lu Zhaoliang, who was on the side, noticed the difference and his face changed greatly as he cried out in a loud voice. It's bad, the city lord is having epilepsy. Quickly go find a wooden stick and stuff it into the city lord's mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue. After shouting, he did not forget to hug Zhao Sanpang. Zhao Sanpang, you too armut, when did Laozi ever commit sheepishness? As soon as he broke away from Lu Zhaoliang, he said with an ugly face. Fuck off, Laozi that is excited. Hurry up and watch the big screen, next you will see a scene you will never forget. Kazuna Woodman's art. The crowd only saw smoke and dust suddenly rise from Meng Hang's location, and the scene that followed almost made them stare out of their eyes. They only saw a big Buddha with an obese figure, angry eyes, and a huge dragon surrounding his body rise up from the ground. This Buddha was nearly 50 meters tall and towered into the clouds, and the originally huge bone demon seemed like a toy in front of it. And at this moment, Meng Hang was standing on top of the head of the great Buddha, steady as an old dog, looking down on the bone demon below. Crap! The crowd let out a gasp. What the hell is this? Don't tell me that this is a great Buddha that was visualized with wood-based supernormal abilities. Unreasonable, how did a wooden auxiliary system's ability become so heaven-defying in his hands? What realm is this kid in? Even the spiritual power of a Huan-rank powerhouse may not be able to support such a huge Buddha. Secret technique, it must be another secret technique. What a euphemism, just say hanging directly.
Ordinary hanging is no longer enough to describe him, this is a true immortal hanging. Zhao Scatterpole pointed at the screen with horror, his mouth open and closed, looking at the big screen for a while, looking at the crowd for a while, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't make a sound. The crowd looked at the city lord as if he had two arms, somewhat helpless. Just now it was you who reminded us that we would see an unforgettable scene in a while, how come now you are more surprised than us? How do the people know? Zhao Scatterpang just now was thinking that Meng Hang would summon a 100-meter high Susanenahu, who thought that this kid actually has another card. Looking at this huge wooden Buddha, Xiao Sanpang wanted to cry. Mom, I want to go home, this world is too crazy. Crap, what is that? The students of the ancient battlefield looked at the wooden Buddha in the distance in horror and couldn't help but scream out in shock. Due to the fact that the body of the great Buddha was simply too huge, even the forest that covered the sky could not hide his terrifying figure. Monster! Monster! Monsters have appeared in the ancient battlefield, run! The candidates were creeped out and fled towards the edge of the city, not caring about the exam. Meng Hang stood atop the head of the great Buddha and smiled cheaply at the bone demon. I don't know if you've ever heard of a palm move that falls from the sky. The bone demon below tilted his head, and didn't know if he heard Meng Hang get to speak. Meng Hang didn't care if he heard it or not, and controlled the great Buddha to raise its palm. As soon as this huge palm was raised, a large shadow directly appeared on the ground. The palm that covered the sky came down with a roar, generating wind pressure that blew the entire forest with a rustling sound. Boom! The great Buddha slapped his palm on the bone demon with a deafening roar, and the entire ground trembled with it. When the palm was lifted, the entire forest had disappeared in one big swath. If someone were to look down from above, they would realize that the disappearing forest was none other than a huge palm print. The bone demon crawled out of the ground with great difficulty. At this time, its entire body bones were densely packed with countless cracks, and when it moved, it also dropped bone slag from its body downwards. The ghost fire in its eyes was like a candle in the wind, which could dissipate at any time. At this time, it also knew that it was not a match for the great Buddha in front of it, and turned around to escape. Its little wisdom told it that as long as it could escape from this monster in front of it, and then devour all the creatures in this space, not only would it be able to recover from its injuries, but its own strength would also increase by a large margin. Seeing the bone demon that turned to flee, Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and sneered. Sun Monkey still wants to escape from Rulai's five-finger mountain. With that said, the great Buddha moved his hands in unison, alternately smashing towards the bone demon. Boom! 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 It was like thunder roaring, clearly audible throughout the ancient battlefield. The ground shook violently like an earthquake. Some students stumbled on their feet and mumbled in confusion. An earthquake this? I don't know how long it took, but the earth stopped shaking and the deafening roar gradually disappeared. The people outside were all petrified in place, staring blankly inside the large screen. The ground within a range of tens of meters around the feet of the great Buddha was hard smashed down by several meters, and the bone demon's figure had long disappeared. Already even the ashes could not be found. This is what manpower can do? This question arose in the minds of everyone at this moment. Glancing at the shiny 25,000 points in the kill shop, Meng Hang knew that the bone demon had indeed been resolved by himself. Not caring about the surprise of the huge sum of money arriving, he hurriedly controlled the great Buddha to place himself on the ground. He estimated that with the unreliability of the system, who knew when the pillar cell effect would disappear? If the same as last time, he fell from the air, then there is really no place to cry, to know that there is no U-rank masters around to continue their own. As expected, Meng Hang's feet just touched the ground, a sense of weakness came like a tidal wave, and his legs went limp, directly collapsing on the ground. At the same time, the great Buddha disappeared into thin air. Meng Hang lay powerless on the ground, feeling the double depletion of his physical and mental strength, and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Driving a hang is fun for a while, but afterwards it's a crematorium. Based on the principle of saving as much as he could, Meng Hang resolutely refrained from using his rejuvenation fluid. Anyway, in addition to himself in this neighborhood, everything that gasped for breath was either absorbed by the bone demon or had long since fled far away. Meng Hang wasn't afraid that there would be a demonic beast that would come out to sneak up on him now, and he would just take this opportunity to properly pit Zhao Sanpang again. Not long after, the end of the examination arrived, and all the candidates from the ancient battlefield were teleported out. The light of the teleportation array flickered, and the candidates once again returned to the outside world. Countless candidates first looked around in confusion, and after confirming that they had really come out, they directly collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and some girls even directly covered their faces and cried, "Dad, you don't know, just now a dozens of meters of Buddha appeared inside. You are unaware of how terrifying he is, and you don't know who he was attacking, knocking the entire ancient battlefield straight to the ground. Just burn high incense, you almost won't see your son again." Some students were tearfully describing the horror of the scene in colorful detail to their parents, but they couldn't hide the fear in their eyes. The middle-aged man he called Dad listened breathlessly to his son's description,
his forehead veins rippling. Thinking of Meng Hang's divine bravery standing on the great Buddha at that time, and then looking at his son's wimpy behavior, he finally couldn't hold back and directly gave his son a slap on the head. "Look at that wimpy look of yours, don't you dare learn from others, Meng Hang," said the student, pointing in Meng Hang's direction. The student took a look at Meng Hang, who was paralyzed on the ground, and shouted indignantly, "Dad, why are you turning your elbow outward? Look at him being too scared to get up. I can at least stand here." Middle-aged man. Seeing Meng Hang, who was paralyzed on the ground, Zhao Sanpang hurriedly ran over to check the situation. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his heartache, and with a brain, he pulled out both the spirit recovery liquid and Being Dan from his spatial ring and stuffed them into Meng Hang. "Little Meng, are you alright? See if this is enough to repair the damage the secret technique has brought you. If it still doesn't work, I'm going to go buy you a god-restoring pill even if I have to give up my entire family fortune." Meng Hang looked dazedly at the pile of things in his arms, lamenting that the sun had risen in the west today. The Iron Rooster, who had always been a dime a dozen, was actually so generous today. Based on the principle of not taking advantage of the son of a bitch, he refused everything and put it all into his storage space. Only after drying 2 bottles of spirit recovery liquid in one Being Dan did he feel his mental state was much better. Patting the dust on his body, he stood up and patted the somewhat confused Zhao Sanpang and said, "I told you that it's still you, old Zhao, who is generous, but little brother is not. I'll take these things." Zhao Scatterpole's face turned red, uglier than eating a dead fly. At this time, he still does not know that this kid before are satisfied to run a train. What selflessness, what I do not go to hell who go to hell, what secret techniques consume the life force, all fucking bullshit. But after all, Meng Hang saved so many students, helped himself a great deal, his thick skin cannot open his mouth and ask for it back. The most important thing is that he thinks he can't beat Meng Hang. Just as Meng Hang and Zhao Sanpang were talking eloquently, suddenly his eyes went black, and a faint fragrance hit his face. Feeling the softness coming from in front of him, Meng Hang froze. Is this being eaten tofu? He himself is a decent man, taking advantage of me is a different price. Hastily breaking away from the embrace, he saw that it was actually Nguyen who was looking at himself with tears in her eyes. "Meng Hang, I won't allow you to go into danger for me in the future." Zhao Sanpang. Meng Hang. The two of them were both confused. This Missy is also too capable of brainstorming, obviously for the sake of saving all the candidates. How did it become for her? The 5 people who came from the imperial capital were also in a slightly lousy shape at this time. Glancing at each other, they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even with their vision, they didn't know what the origin of that great Buddha was. Huaqiu straightened his clothes, which had been somewhat wrinkled in his escape, and resumed a bland and unperturbed appearance. When his gaze landed on Tu Wu's face, he was first stunned, then his face became gloomy. At this time, Tu Wu had long since changed into a new set of clothes, and his injuries had been recovered through pills. However, the 2 slap marks on the left and right cheeks were still there, particularly eye-catching. The teenager among the 5 named Song Lu snorted and opened his mouth to ask, "What's with these 2 slaps on your face? There's actually someone who dares to slap our young Master Tu's face. It couldn't be that those slaps from that great Buddha just now all hit you." Hearing him say that, the others followed suit and laughed. Only Huaqiu didn't laugh, but instead, with a face as cold as frost, he asked, "What's with this injury on your face?" Since the 5 of them had seized Cloudwater City's quota, they were not just representing themselves, but the imperial capital and their clans. If the 5 of them were to lose face here, no one would say what would happen to this person, but would instead say that the students of the imperial capital were just like that. So he would not allow any of the 5 of them to do something that would lose face. Hua Xiao, there's nothing to be said when the skill is inferior. Once the 4 heard this, they immediately put away their smiles and looked at him with some surprise. Tu Wu was the strongest of the 5 besides Huaqiu, and in terms of strength alone, Huaqiu couldn't catch up with him. Usually, Tugo was always arrogant and cocky, but now he would actually admit that his skills were inferior to others. "What, the other party is of the speed department, so you can't touch the other party?" Tu Wu frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Not really." These words caused the other 4 to be a bit puzzled. "Yes it is, no it isn't, what the hell is not all? He completely abused me in terms of strength." Togu continued. "You're an A-rank power faculty ability person at the beginning of the empty stage, someone can actually finish abusing you in terms of strength. Could it be that there's another S-rank power faculty person in this tiny Cloudwater city besides that Lin Luoxue?" Someone beside him asked in surprise. Tu shook his head again. "Not all of them." This time, the other 4 people couldn't stand it anymore and asked impatiently. "Asked you if you're in the speed department, you said not all. Asked you if you're in the strength department, you also said not all. You can't be that you didn't even see what kind of supernormal ability the other party had, right?" Tu Wu let out a bitter laugh, his face was full of helplessness. "Really let you right, his speed. I feel faster than the A-class speed department ability person, strength, and crushed me this A-class strength department. I feel I feel. He thought about the wording and continued. I feel that he has no weaknesses in terms of physical arts, and is strong enough to make people despair. No, is it that exaggerated? Is it because you can't beat them, you're blowing them out of proportion so you can cover up the fact that you're being abused? Matsuru said with some disbelief from the side. Upon hearing this, Toru immediately became furious. You fart, a loss is a loss, I don't care to make excuses just for the sake of my own face. After hearing Toga's words, Huachio raised his eyebrows, a look of interest appearing in his eyes. Regardless of whether it's true or not, this scene must be recovered. If the family knows that we were defeated by a student from a small city, this will affect our evaluation in the family. Several others nodded in agreement. Togu, who was the one who defeated you? Tuwu pointed at Meng Hang, who was surrounded by the crowd. That's him. Glancing at Meng Hang, who was talking to Zhao Sanpang with a bitchy face, Huachio subconsciously frowned. He didn't see exactly what was so outstanding about this person. The five of them squeezed into the crowd and came to Meng Hang's side. Huachio extended his hand to Meng Hang and said, Hello Meng Hang, my name is Huachio, I'm from the imperial capital. Meng Hang was stunned, not expecting someone from the imperial capital to take the initiative to come to him. Could it be that he's here to recover for that back-headed man? He thought so, but when he saw Huachio's right hand held up in midair, he reached out and shook Huachio's hand as well. Hello, my name is Meng Hang. It was only when the two of them shook hands together that Huachio's right hand, which had originally had a smiling face, suddenly exerted force. Feeling the tremendous force coming from his hand, Meng Hang raised his eyebrows and sighed that he was really here to get back at him. Not spoiling him either, his right hand also snapped into action. Although both of them were at the early stage of the empty stage realm, Meng Hang was confident that without opening the 8 gates of evasion, the power could also crush the teenager in front of him. After all, the SS ability to bring their own attribute bonus, coupled with the mission reward attribute points, this cannot win, then Meng Hang simply find a piece of tofu hit dead. Just as Meng Hang's hand exerted force, Huachio's smile froze, and a few drops of bean-sized sweat trickled down his forehead. This kid is so strong. He was secretly alarmed, and hurriedly pulled his hand out, pretending to casually tuck it into his pocket. If anyone looked closely they would have realized that Huachio's hand had been pinched and turned pale. Although he had suffered a dark loss in terms of strength, Huachio was not too concerned. After all, he wasn't a strength-based ability user, and strength wasn't his forte. Meng Hang secretly smiled when he saw his expression and asked with feigned curiosity. I wonder what student Hua is looking for me for. Huachio said with a serious face. You can't just let the matter of you beating up Tug go. Hee, then he also beat up our Tai Hu. Meng Hang also choked back unwillingly. That's different. Huachio said back rightfully. This sentence directly provoked the public anger of the people present, and they all cursed. What do you mean it's not the same? You noble gentlemen from the imperial capital are human beings, but we commoners are not? If you guys are so noble, how can you still have the nerve to come and steal our commoner children's quota? The field was abusive for a while, and the 5 people from the imperial capital instantly became the object of 1,000 accusations. In the face of the crowd pointing their noses in abuse, Huachio's face did not change a bit, as if the person they were cursing was not himself. In his eyes, he and these people were not from the same world in the first place, so there was no need to pay attention to what they said. Oh, then what do you want? Meng Hang asked with a smirk. Let's both have a match, and if you lose, you kneel down and apologize to Tu Wu. There's no need to be so desperate, right? Meng Hang asked in a cold voice. It's fine if you don't kneel, then let all the people present kneel for you. Heh, so what if you lose? Meng Hang asked rhetorically, suppressing his inner rage. There's no way I'll lose. Heh, what a big mouth. These words directly amused Meng Hang. One of his own wall hangers didn't even dare to say this, he dared to say in front of himself that he wouldn't lose, and he didn't know if it was Liang Jingru who gave him the courage to do so. Don't talk so absolutely, nothing in this world is certain. It's better for us to make it clear. Huachio's expression remained unchanged as he returned. If I lose, I will also kneel down and apologize to you. Good, it's happily decided. Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction. By this time, the crowd in the arena had long since stopped cursing at the 5, and were looking at the 2 with a strange look in their eyes. To be precise, they were looking at Huachio. He actually dares to challenge that little pervert Meng Hang. Looks like he doesn't know that big Buddha is. Shut up and watch the show honestly. Someone in the crowd wanted to say that the great Buddha was what Meng Hang had summoned, but was promptly stopped by the person next to him. This person instantly snapped out of it, smiled somewhat gloatingly, and stopped speaking. The 5 people of the imperial capital all vaguely felt something was wrong at this point. The crowd not only didn't get angry when they heard the content of the bet, but instead they all looked at their own few people oddly. Their eyes seemed to contain pity, celebration, and even a bit of gloating. Ruansu hesitated and whispered to Huachio. Hua Xiao, I feel that there's something odd in the way they're looking at us, otherwise let's forget about it this time. Huaqiu shook his head and said firmly, "Can't count." He was the leader of the other four. If he couldn't handle this point well, it would make his already awkward position in the family even more awkward. So he could only win today, and he also had to win incomparably beautifully, showing off the might of the Hua family's children. The two of them stood face to face, and the surrounding people consciously surrounded the two of them in the center and retreated backward. The crowd was nearly 30 meters away before they stopped. Looking at this distance, some people were still a bit uneasy and said to the people around them, "This distance, how I still have no bottom in my heart. Once this kid is in a hurry and directly get that out, then we are not all finished." The surrounding people thought about the horrifying picture of the great Buddha slapping the bone demon to death at that time. They all nodded with palpitations, and once again retreated back a few dozen meters. Alright, you won't be able to see anything if you retreat any further. That kid has something in mind. There's no way he could use that move in a place with so many people. Seeing that the crowd was still going to retreat backward, Zhao Sampang hurriedly stopped them. The remaining 4 people of the imperial capital were confused and followed the crowd as they withdrew a few dozen meters, not understanding that they were just watching a match, not a life and death struggle, so why should they be so careful? "Begin!" Zhao Scatterpole shouted from a distance. Sharing will I, open. Looking at the mysterious runes in Meng Hang's crimson eyes, Huaqiu raised an eyebrow and asked with some curiosity, "You're a pupil type ability? Being able to crush two in terms of strength, I thought you were a physical strengthening aspect of your powers." Meng Hang hemmed and hawed. "There's a lot you don't know." Saying that, he took one step and instantly arrived in front of Huaqiu. So fast. Huaqiu's pupils shrunk to the size of pinpoints. He finally understood why Tuwu said that the speed of the person in front of him was comparable to a speed ability person. Meng Hang, who had arrived in front of him, laughed coldly and threw a punch straight at his face. In the face of the attack close at hand, Huaqiu was calm and collected, a mocking smile on his face. In the next second, Meng Hang froze in place, and his outstretched fist stopped in midair. There was nothing but air in front of him where was Huaqiu's figure. How possible? Meng Hang's eyes were stagnant as he muttered and whispered incredulously. He was clear that Huaqiu disappearing in front of his eyes was definitely not something that could be done with fast speed, but rather a heaven-defying skill similar to instantaneous shift. In fact, Meng Hang was right in thinking that Huaqiu's supernatural ability was indeed similar to instantaneous shift under certain circumstances. As long as there were creatures around him, he could make both sides swap positions according to his will. The fact that he disappeared in front of Meng Hang's eyes was the activation of this ability, swapping the positions of the two of them, and in Meng Hang's eyes it was like an instantaneous shift. "Behind you!" Someone in the crowd shouted anxiously. Hearing the reminder, Meng Hang's face changed drastically, knowing that it was not good. With his feet powered up, he tried to pull away from the two of them. Nay, it was too late, a sharp longsword was already on his neck. He could even feel the coldness emanating from the long sword, and he had no doubt that if the person behind him really had the intention to kill, his own head would have already fallen to the ground. Is such a perverse psychic ability actually just an S-ranked psychic ability? Meng Hang did not turn his head and said somewhat bitterly, "Frog in the bottom of a well, is the terror of an S-class ability not something that someone like you can know? Is this the only ability you have? It's really too disappointing to me. I also don't know how that punk tool lost to you." Huaqiu's flat and unruffled, but contemptuous voice rang out behind Meng Hang. "The victory has been decided, admit defeat." Meng Hang withdrew his right arm and stood straight in place with his head lowered, not returning his words. Huaqiu frowned and directly pressed the blade of his sword against Meng Hang's neck. The sharp blade directly cut a slit in his neck and crimson blood flowed out. "What, do you want to cheat?" Meng Hang still lowered his head and didn't reply, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably, as if he was crying, and as if he was in fear. "Had ha. You're saying I lost?" Eerie laughter emanated from Meng Hang's mouth, and although he couldn't see his expression at this moment, the mere sound of this oozing laughter made Huaqiu's hair stand on end. Could it be that this kid is in bad spirits? Or couldn't stand the fact that he lost and went crazy on the spot? Huaqiu thought darkly, so he simply stopped paying attention to Meng Hang and turned his head towards Zhao Sampang. He believed that Zhao Sampang, as the titular city lord, would not favor Meng Hang in such matters. "City Lord Zhao, I won this match." The words ended abruptly. Huaqiu was shocked to realize that Zhao Sampang in the distance was looking at himself with a grim face, as if he wanted to eat himself. Looking around, he was horrified to realize that he didn't know when, but the crowd of onlookers had long since stopped talking, and were all staring at him in a sinister manner. Even his four companions were no exception. You guys, what are you guys doing?" At this point, Huaqiu really panicked, trembling and questioning the crowd while retreating backwards. Hey. Eerie laughter rose and fell through the crowd. "Tugu, Ruaner, what's wrong with you guys?" He called out the names of his companions in horror, attempting to bring them back to normal. However, it didn't do any good, as they were still staring at themselves with the same sinister expression as the crowd. What Huaqiu didn't notice was that the sky, which was originally bright and sunny, had now become dim, and the eyes of the crowd that surrounded him were radiating blood-colored light in unison. You said he lost? You said he lost? You said he... The crowd slowly closed in on him, creepy voices rising and falling through the crowd. An unsettling and eerie aura emanated from the crowd, enveloping Huaqiu. He finally couldn't resist the terrifying atmosphere and sat on his butt, looking around in shock. It's me who lost. It's me who lost. Don't come over here, guys. Ruansu watched Meng Hang walk towards his beloved in a dignified manner, while Huaqiu just stood frozen in place and didn't move at all, then realized that he must have been hit by a psychic aspect of his psychic ability. With an anxious look in her eyes, she wanted to speak up and remind him. Just as she opened her mouth, a voice not far away coldly said, "What do you want?" Ruansu turned her head to look, and it was Zhao Sanpang who was coldly gazing at her. With a cold snort, the people of Yunxue City feared him, but she didn't care about what Yunxue City lord, and was about to continue to open her mouth to remind her. Seeing that this little girl actually ignored her reminder, Zhao Scatterpole's face instantly turned cold, and a pressure belonging to the U rank poured out. Feeling this pressure, Ruansu's face instantly paled, but her mouth remained yet unconvinced as she sternly questioned. "What do you want? I'm the pearl of the imperial capital's Ruan family, and you, a tiny Cloudwater City lord, dare to threaten me." A cold light flashed in Zhao Scatterpole's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a little girl in front of him, he would have wanted to go up and slap him. "Little girl, I'm warning you, I don't care whose family's daughter you are, in Cloudwater City I, Zhao Scatterpole, am the boss. Dare to say one more word, I'll sew your mouth shut today. You. Ruansu had tears in her eyes and pointed her finger at Zhao Sanpang, but not a single word dared to come out of her mouth. Meng Hang walked over to Huaqiu's side, the hexagram in his sharpening will eye still slightly rotating. Just then, the crowd only saw Huaqiu, who had originally stayed motionless, suddenly sit down on the ground in shock, his mouth shouting loudly that he was admitting defeat, which puzzled the unknown crowd. What's the situation? How did he lose before he even fought? I don't know. Could it be that Meng Hang, this kid's kingly and domineering aura is leaking out of his side, paralyzing what's his name Hua Xiao from the imperial capital? Tai, who had been paying attention to the movements between the arenas and saw a hint of color in his eyes when he saw this scene. Other people didn't know what was going on, but he did, because when he had fought Meng Hang, he had also been unknowingly struck. Don't guess blindly, guys, he was hit by an illusion. Tai, who explained to the crowd. Illusion? No, since when does this Meng Hang kid still know illusions? Is there anything he doesn't know how to do? Young, just now I said that I wouldn't be surprised if he just awakened the 5 systems of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. I didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Seeing Huaqiu open his mouth and admit defeat, Meng Hang nodded in satisfaction and lifted the Sharingan illusion. Huaqiu only felt that after he shouted out his admission of defeat, the gloomy environment became bright again, and even the eerie and ghastly crowd resumed their lively chatter. This is... His pupils gradually came into focus, and Huaqiu's eyes cleared up. Looking around once again, at this moment, even if he was more foolish, he understood that he had just been hit by an illusion. Seeing that he was actually in such a predicament at this point, he hurriedly got up and stared at Meng Hang with an ugly face. Well, it's me who underestimated you. Let's not change the green mountains, the green water will flow forever, we'll have the chance to spar again in the future. After saying that, he turned his head and was about to leave. Wait! Meng Hang's faint voice sounded behind him. Huaqiu's footsteps lurched as he turned his head and asked through gritted teeth. I've already admitted defeat, what more do you want? Meng Hang pulled out his ears with his hand and blew on them again before looking at him and continuing. I say, Grand Duke Hua, is it your bad memory or mine that you forgot about the bet just now so quickly? Huaqiu's face was so gloomy at this time that it could almost drip water as he clenched his back teeth and said, Meng Hang, give me face, this matter ends here. I, Huaqiu, owe you a favor. What if I have to say no? Hearing this, killing intent rose in Huaqiu's eyes. I'm the second son of the imperial capital's Hua family. You have to think about whether or not you can have the life to take this kneeling from me. Ding! The system is on. Let Huaqiu off the hook and reward him with plus 5 points for his strength attribute. If you insist on letting Huaqiu kneel, no reward. Ha! Meng Hang thought that only these 2 words could express his attitude towards the system at this time. Although he was disdainful in his heart, his expression shifted rapidly. What, you're actually the young master of the Hua family. It's because I have no eyes and didn't recognize you, young master Hua. Ding! Mission completed. Reward the host with plus 5 strength attribute points. System, Tai Z, you're just stuck in a bug with Lao Z here. Seeing Meng Hang's surprised look, Huaqiu just revealed a hint of smugness, but he didn't expect Meng Hang to turn his words around and faintly said, Today you're the king of heaven and you'll have to kneel. Kid, you tricked me.
Hua Qiu's face flushed red at Meng Hang's erratic expression, but he had nowhere to vent. I'm sick of rich second-generation guys like you, capable of stirring up trouble but incapable of leveling it.
What were you thinking when you messed with me?
At this time, Ruan-Su from the distance also ran over and blocked in front of Hua Qiu, looking at Meng Hang with disdain.
Kid, don't give your face away.
The wrath of the Ruan and Hua families is not something you, a student of Cloudwater City, can resist.
And even if you're not afraid, you don't want your family to disappear somehow. Bad.
Hearing Ruan-Su's threat, Zhao Sampang's face instantly changed. When Meng Hang's family situation was first understood in detail, he knew that Meng Hang's parents were both dead, and now you're threatening him with his parents, isn't that touching the scales? Just as Zhao Sanpang expected, Meng Hang's original lazy expression instantly became hideous. The killing intent in his eyes like substance poured out and out, enveloping the young girl in front of him.
You seek death. The magic blade Thousand Blades instantly appeared in Meng Hang's hand, slashing straight towards Ruan-Su's neck. No one had expected Meng Hang to be so decisive as to strike when he said he would, so no one reacted to stop him. The exception was Zhao Sanpang, who had been observing Meng Hang's every move since Ruan-Su had spoken those words. When Meng Hang drew his sword, his figure also disappeared in place. Ding!
The sound of gold and iron clashing rang out as Zhao Sampang's long sword managed to block the blade in front of Ruan-Su's neck. A blood-red slash appeared above her green and snow-white neck.
Kid, give me face, don't be so familiar with a little girl.
Zhao Sanpang secretly laughed bitterly. Meng Hang didn't know about the Ruan family, but he did. If the pearl of the Ruan family really died here, there would be great trouble. Ruan Xiu stood frozen in place as a pungent liquid flowed out from between his legs. The substantial killing intent and the pain in her neck made her realize that Meng Hang had really wanted to kill her just now. There was no reply to Zhao Sampang's words, but neither did he strike at Ruan-Su again. Instead he coldly looked at Hua Qiu behind her again. At this time, Hua Qiu was also covered in cold sweat. Although the killing intent just now was not directed at himself, but the leaking killing intent still made him chilled. Seeing Meng Hang looking at himself again, he clenched his fists, nails embedded in his flesh, and said stiffly,
Meng Hang, let's be forgiving. Why didn't you say that just now when you asked the entire audience to kneel for me? Are you kneeling or not?
The fourth gate of the 8 gates of transported armor was fully open, and green energy burned like flames throughout Meng Hang's body, setting him off as if he were a furious Vajra. The killing intent mixed with the great deterrent force generated by the fourth gate formed an invisible dagger that viciously stabbed at Hua Qiu's heart. At this moment, Hua Qiu's face was whiter than a corpse that had been dead for a few days, and in his eyes, Meng Hang was like a fifth-ranked demon that chose to devour people. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a thud. Ruan Xiu, who was in front of him, was also unable to block the appalling pressure and fell to the ground powerlessly and softly. Seeing that his purpose had been accomplished, Meng Hang then put away the 8 doors of transportation, and the suffocating sense of oppression in the field suddenly disappeared. On the side, Zhao Sanpang wiped the cold sweat from his head, and his heart was grateful. Just now, under Meng Hang's pressure, he felt like a flatboat in the middle of the sea, and could capsize at any time. It was fortunate that Meng Hang had withdrawn his hand in time, or else he would have had to kneel as well.
Get lost, Meng Hang said coldly and turned to leave.
The crowd of onlookers had already been stunned into silence by this aura of his, and when they saw Meng Hang approaching, they made a path for him to pass. Seeing Meng Hang walk away, Tu Wu and the other 3 only then bravely stepped forward to pick up the 2 who had fallen softly to the ground and quickly left the place. Today had already been humiliating enough. They didn't want to stay here to be ridiculed. Looking at the hatred and unwillingness in the eyes of the 5 people who left, Zhao Scatterpole shook his head helplessly. Kid, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. But then thinking of his terrifying strength, he smiled to himself. If those clans are really ungrateful enough to dare to mess with Meng Hang, it's not certain who will be unlucky in the end. Alright, the main characters are gone, and the hilarity is over, so everyone hurry up and disperse. The crowd had turned into birds and beasts and dispersed. The shock that Meng Hang had just given them was just too great, and they didn't have the heart to stay here at this time.
Returning home, Meng Hang didn't even take a bath and directly laid down on his bed.
In the mountain ranges, one must remain vigilant at all times, and even sleeping was no exception. So many days counted down to one good night's sleep. Coupled with the fact that there had been 3 great battles in a row today, even though there was a replenishment from the spirit recovery liquid, there was no way to recover from that feeling of exhaustion all at once.
We'll talk tomorrow even if the sky is falling.
Thinking that, he directly covered his head and slept.
There were no words for the rest of the night. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again it was already dawn.
He got up, washed up, ate a meal hastily, and sat down again impatiently. Brother Tuanzi, open the kill shop. Love the way you walk down dark alleys alone, love the way you don't kneel.
The system's unruly and bold voice rang out in Meng Hang's head.
A string of black lines appeared on Meng Hang's brain, feeling that this system was quite capable of keeping up with the trend, and could even sing this elementary school song. Opening the kill shop, 25,000 points appeared in front of him. causing his eyes to light up with excitement. But not a moment later, the excitement on Meng Hang's face vanished. 25,000 points was certainly quite a lot, but compared to what Meng Hang wanted to exchange, it was still far from enough. Whether it was the eternal kaleidoscope writer's eye, or the pillar cells that he had been coveting for a long time, no matter which one needed 50,000 points, his own points were not good for anything. After hesitating for a moment, he first spent 2,000 points to exchange the shadow divergence technique. This skill Meng Hang but coveted for a long time, as long as the spiritual power is strong, can be divided into countless doppelgangers. After browsing for a while, a ninjutsu technique caught his attention. Upon reading the skill description, Meng Hang's entire body began to tremble with excitement. Psychic Jutsu, can summon the nine-tailed demon fox, required points, 3,000 points. Crap, 3,000 points to summon the nine tails? Meng Hang was shocked. The Nine Tails was a powerful existence in the original, even in the late era when the hanging wall was full of people, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Tai Z, this time don't blame me for not reminding you, the strength of the summon Nine Tails is associated with your spiritual power. But the good thing is that although you're only at the early empty stage realm, your spiritual power is comparable to that of the early U stage, so you can currently summon a Nine Tails of 4th stage strength. Meng Hang's eyes were odd, feeling like the sun had come out of the west today. The system that had always taken pleasure in pitting him would actually kindly remind himself, which made Meng Hang somewhat uncomfortable. But the thought flickered away, and then he was immersed in great excitement again. Without continuing to exchange for other skills, Meng Hang felt that with his current means it was completely sufficient, and too many abilities were not a good thing. It became a chicken rib. The shadow divergence technique and psychic technique cost a total of 5,000 points, and the remaining 20,000 points might as well be saved up to exchange for the eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eyes or the pillar cells in the future. When that day really came, his strength would qualitatively increase. City Lord's Mansion. Meng Hang sat on the sofa in the living room of Zhao Sanpang's house with a big grin, drinking tea with Zhao Sanpang. It's not that I'm talking about old Zhao, with the addition of yesterday, I can be considered to have saved Yunchue City twice. Zhao Scatterpole nodded helplessly. Meng Hang, I admit that you've saved countless lives these 2 times. But it's not like I'm the one who runs the university and says I want you. Then I don't care, anyway, I've shed blood and contributed to Yunchue City, you have to help me. Zhao Scatterpole gritted his teeth and said back. Right now I can only think of 2 methods. The first is to send the video replay of the college entrance exam directly to the major colleges and universities. I believe that with your performance in the ancient battlefield, it will definitely make them break their heads and break the rules. What about the second kind? The second kind actually I don't want to say, but thought that if it's you, with your jade, no enemy in the same class. Stop, old Zhao, you're getting more and more hypocritical now, hurry up and say the second method. By virtue of Zhao Scatterpole's cheeky skin he didn't feel embarrassed either, and with a hefty smile, continued. This second method can be said to be incredibly difficult, and only one person has done it in 100 years. So bullish? Upon hearing this, Meng Hang immediately became interested and straightened up, staring excitedly at Zhao Sanpang. Zhao Sanpang continued. There was once a person who was of the same virtue as you, who also missed the college entrance exam on the eve of the exam by going outside the city to chase and kill demonic beasts. Upon hearing that there was actually someone who had the same experience as himself, Meng Hang couldn't help but feel close to this person. This person is also crazy, and even ran directly to the entrance of the Imperial Capital University to block the door. He even made the bold statement that no freshman at Imperial Capital University is his opponent. Once these words came out, he instantly became the laughingstock of everyone. Everyone laughed at his self-importance. Imperial Capital University is one of the top colleges and universities. Every year's freshmen are all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Just with him, a person who didn't even take the college entrance exams still wants to kick Imperial Capital University. For a while he became a jumping clown in other people's mouths. Crap, so bullish. So did it work out in the end? Meng Hang's eyes widened in admiration for this man. He didn't think that this move was a self-imposed lack of power. Just imagine which person had this confidence to challenge Imperial Capital University in front of everyone. Oomph, did it work? Zhao Scatterpole sneered and said. More than successful, in the end, he beat all the freshmen of the Imperial Capital University without any temper, making the Imperial Capital University a laughingstock of the Dragon Kingdom for a while. That's not all, the other 3 top universities threw out olive branches to him at the same time, and just when everyone thought he would stop there, he made a decision that no one expected. Meng Hang's aura flashed, and he unbelievably picked up. He wouldn't have gone to block the gates of the other 3 colleges again, would he? Zhao Sanpang said with a bitter smile. Worthy of being a fellow genius, the thoughts are all so consistent. That's right, he didn't accept the invitations from the other 3 colleges, but instead, he directly crossed the line and challenged the remaining 3 colleges in a row. The entire Dragon Kingdom was shocked, and all eyes were on him.
His contemporaries were lucky to see him grow as dazzling as a comet, suppressing his peers. But the geniuses of the same generation as him were sad. One will accomplish 10,000 bones, countless heavenly prides became his stepping stones. In that era, the word genius belonged to him alone. Meng Hang's fists were clenched tightly, his body trembling with excitement. This was the path a truly strong person should take, a path of invincibility. So which university did he end up going to? Meng Hang asked with some anticipation, curious to know what such a genius would choose in the end. Zhao Sanpang stared into the distance, admiration in his eyes. At that time, the crowd was just as curious as you are about what such a genius would choose. Just when he was at the height of his popularity, he suddenly disappeared from the sight of the crowd, and there was no news of him for a long time. Meng Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't have been assassinated because he was too popular, right? Humph. Zhao Sanpang let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. If he really wants to die so easily, he doesn't deserve to be called a genius who suppresses a generation of heavenly pride. Among the geniuses he challenged from various colleges and universities, there is no shortage of geniuses cultivated by major lineages. His move is undoubtedly moving the cakes of those so-called lineages and slapping their faces. Various families have also sent experts to assassinate him many times, and in the end, not only did they return in defeat, but instead, they allowed him to punch the door one by one. Nyobi ah! Countless little stars twinkled in Meng Hang's eyes. Then where exactly did he end up? Zhao Scatterpole didn't answer his words right away. Instead, he smiled meaningfully. You guess. Meng Hang murmured after a moment of deep thought. Without going to the 4 major colleges, what other place would allow him to show off his skills? Thinking of this, his eyes lit up and he excitedly tapped the table. I know, he's gone to the front line to join the army. Zhao Sanpang nodded in satisfaction. You guessed correctly. When the people heard about him again, it was already a year later during the battle against the demon race at the first line. At that time, in a crucial battle between the Dragon Kingdom and the Demon Clan, he forcefully killed a Qian Order Great Demon by crossing 2 orders at the Yu Order realm, reversing the situation and becoming famous in one battle, becoming the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, and also on the Demon Clan's must-kill list. And it was only at this time that the people realized that after disappearing that year, he actually went straight to join the army, starting from a soldier of the lowest rank. After saying so much, you tell me who he is. Meng Hang anxiously rubbed his hands together. Such a heaven-defying character, he couldn't believe he hadn't heard of him. Zhao Sanpang smiled mysteriously and said, he's the city lord of Jinyuan City, one of the 5 majestic cities guarding the first line of heaven, one of the Dragon Kingdom's topmost combatants, known as Martial Emperor Zhao Shanha. It's him! Meng Hang let out a cry of surprise, a look of shock in his eyes. Although he hadn't traveled for a long time, he was still familiar with the household name Zhao Shanha. Outside the first line of heaven is the battlefield between the human race and the demon race. There were 5 majestic cities situated in the first line of heaven as if they were a heavenly moat, blocking the incoming demon race. And Zhao Shanha was the city lord of one of them, Jinyuan City, leading the Jinyuan City army to kill the demon race. Old Zhao, I've decided. I'm going to block the gate as well. A glimmer of light appeared in Zhao Scatterpole's green bean-sized eyes. Although he guessed that there was a high probability that Meng Hang would choose the second method, he still couldn't help but feel excited inside when he heard him say that. He had seen Meng Hang's strength with his own eyes, which was why he had told him about this almost impossible method. If he could see the rise of a legendary powerhouse with his own eyes, then he, Zhao Sanpang, would have no regrets in his life. Although his heart was filled with immense anticipation, his expression became grave as he looked toward Meng Hang. Meng kid, you thought this through. This path isn't that easy to walk. Not only do you have to face those geniuses who are like demons, but you also have to deal with the black hands of those moralistic families. Meng Hang's expression remained unchanged and he said without a care in the world. I wouldn't have chosen this path if it wasn't challenging. Besides, I don't believe there's anyone else who's even more demonic than me. Hearing his big words, Zhao Sanpang was first stunned, then he actually laughed out loud and nodded approvingly. Ha ha ha, yeah, who knows how many more tricks you kid has. I'm now already looking forward to watching you beat up all those demons. Also let those unrivaled lineages, big families see, who says that geniuses can't come out of small places. Oh, right. Speaking of this, Zhao Sanpang seemed to have thought of something and looked at Meng Hang. There's something I forgot to tell you. The demonic beast that Zhao Shanha missed the college entrance exam to hunt down back then was the red-blooded demon king that you killed earlier. Then again, this beast was unlucky enough to be hunted down by that kind of existence in its early years, and now that it's hard to cultivate to the 5th rank, thinking that it can walk horizontally, it stumbled upon this little pervert like you again. Zhao Scatterpole laughed somewhat teasingly. Meng Hang? The two of them chattered for a while longer. Meng Hang beautifully drank a mouthful of tea, smashed his mouth, and turned his words to Zhao Scatterpole. I say old Zhao, we've finished nagging about business, so it's time to talk about the remuneration, right? Upon hearing this, Zhao Scatterpole's heart gave a jolt,
but his face feigned confusion.
Remuneration? What remuneration? Hee, they're both foxes of 1,000 years. What kind of chatting are you playing with me? Of course it's about me helping you with that bone demon. Didn't I give you so much compensation?
Zhao Scatterpole said with some exasperation.
That was something you gave of your own accord, it's not like I asked for it. Meng Hang, don't you dare to have any more face. Hee, how many essence cores is face worth?
When Meng Hang walked out of Zhao Sanpeng's mansion, it could be said that he was in a springtime mood, while behind him, Fatty Zhao's face was as ugly as a dead mother.
Old Zhao, thank you more this time, I'll come back to see you again when I have time in the future.
Upon hearing that this little ancestor was going to come again, Zhao Scatterpole was instantly startled.
My little ancestor, you can't come.
Every time you come and don't scrape away 2 pounds of meat from my body, you won't stop, he said with tears of desire.
Old Zhao, look at what you're saying, I didn't just ask for 100 essence cores this time, are you so desperate to die like this? Meng Hang helplessly said back.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Sanpeng immediately jumped up and down in anger.
What, just 100 essence cores? 100 essence cores can be $10 million. That's what I've been saving for so many years. Meng Hang didn't care that he was screaming in bitterness here, and said goodbye to the still rambling Grand City Lord Zhao, and was about to leave.
His right foot had just stepped out, and as if he thought of something, he slowly retracted it. Turning his head to look at Zhao Scatterpole, he asked with some gossip. I say old Zhao, you are also surnamed Zhao, and Zhao Shanha is also surnamed Zhao, you two aren't brothers, right? Hearing Meng Hang say this, Zhao Scatterpole was instantly filled with black lines and looked at him with a look of a retard.
It's also thanks to you kid that you can think of it, do you think it's possible? Meng Hang nodded thoughtfully.
I just don't think it's possible to have such a bloody thing. How can a hallowed martial emperor have a relative with you? That would have to be much of a drop.
Little brat, say that again.
Zhao Scatterpole was already listening from the side, and now he just wanted to pack this brat a good beating. As soon as Meng Hang saw that he was about to have a fit, he pulled out his legs and ran, shouting as he did so. I still have some things to settle, after settling them I'll go straight to the imperial capital, so I won't come to say goodbye to you.
Little brat, who cares if you come, you better not come.
Although Zhao Scatterpole cursed with his mouth, the corners of his mouth always carried a hint of a smile. The small pond of Yunshui City couldn't keep Zhao long, so let him go to a bigger place to flutter around. Returning home, Meng Hang couldn't wait to return home and take out all of the essence cores that he had blackmailed from Zhao Sanpeng. The great self-realization breathing method was in operation, and 100 essence cores instantly turned into crumbs.
Taking a deep breath, he sucked in all the aura into his mouth like a whale sucking on a cow. Brother Unity, open the character attribute board. Host, Meng Hang. Ability, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Dual Divine Might, SS Grade. Mental Power, 50585, Empty Rank Intermediate. Strength, 178. Agility, 192. Physical Fitness, 192. Numb, Meng Hang was completely numb.
100 essence cores had allowed him to raise his spiritual power by 30,000 points, and he had actually only reached the empty stage intermediate.
It seems like he's become a big essence core eater. Where is this going to get so many essence cores in the future? Meng Hang thought tearlessly. After clearing away the fragments of essence cores on the ground, he took a look at the sky, which was already somewhat dim, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Some scores should be settled. It was late at night, and for some reason, the moon was exceptionally bright tonight. The white moon was hanging like a silver disc high above the cloudless black curtain, and the moonlight quietly poured down, spilling out all over the place. At this time, the Zheng family mansion is brightly lit, the garden in front of the villa, there are nearly 10 people in the uninterrupted patrol. From time to time, many figures could also be seen inside the house, busy and bustling. Zheng Xiuan was now wiping the sweat running down his face, urging his men anxiously from time to time. Hurry up and pack up, throw the valuable things directly into the space ring. If that little brute Meng Hang really comes to take revenge, we'll all have to be accounted for here today. After the henchman sent out to inquire about information today hurriedly came back to report that Meng Hang had appeared, Zheng Xiuan knew that those 3 losers were definitely accounted for in the mountain range. He, Zheng Xiuan, was able to get to this point from being a street punk, relying on his boldness and carefulness. Although he didn't know if those 3 people had given up the Zheng family, he definitely wouldn't trust his life to others. Especially after realizing that Meng Hang had actually been able to subdue a 4th-order dragon blood Kueox, as well as his performance at the ancient battlefield, he was so frightened that he decided to withdraw overnight. Right at this moment, a bizarre figure appeared out of thin air on top of the Zheng family's tall villa. This black shadow stood in the sound of the room, as if with the blackness of the night into one, only 2 red blankets have hidden. Behind the black shadow is the bright moon, not only did not irradiate his figure, but more profound. Just then, the black shadow suddenly turned into a flock of crows and scattered in all directions.
In the next moment, Meng Hang's silhouette flashed past the group patrolling outside like a ghost. The feet of those guards who were originally stony-faced winced in unison. I say, this big summer, why is there a sudden gust of cloudy wind blowing through? No, it's not right. I seem to have just seen a black shadow float past me. A guard said with a horrified face. Shut up, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouths apart. Patrol well, that boy called Meng Hang really dared to come, whoever can hack him to death, the family head will reward him heavily. Hearing the whispers of these two, the big man in charge said viciously. In fact, there was a moment just now when he also seemed to have seen a black shadow floating by, and his heart had been beating wildly right now. But now is a special time. If he speaks blindly and affects the family head, then he will definitely have no good fruit to eat. Opening his mouth, the big man wanted to say something, but he realized that the crowd was staring at him with a fearful look. What are you all looking at? The big man opened his mouth to ask, while he was shocked to realize that he actually did not make a sound. Along with the onslaught of endless fear, there was also a sharp pain coming from his neck. The big man touched his neck with his hand, and what met his eyes was scarlet blood. What's going on here? This last thought surfaced in his mind, and then his consciousness fell into chaos. And at the same time that the big man touched his neck, the more than 10 people present all felt a sharp pain coming from their necks. In just a few seconds' time, the 10 or so people who were originally still standing just fell to the ground without a sound, no more sound. And during this time, not a single person actually made a sound. If there were outsiders present, they would have been scared out of their wits by the bizarre scene before them. Meng Hang stepped out from the shadows and slowly put his longsword back into its sheath. With his current strength, coupled with his instantaneous steps, these mere ground stage ability users did not even notice his silhouette. No longer looking at these people on the ground, Meng Hang walked to the entrance of the villa without haste. Knock knock knock. Inside the house, Zhang Shuyuan was directing the crowd to be busy. Just then the knock sounded. When he heard the knocking, he thought that it was the people patrolling outside who had something to say, which made the already impatient man even more agitated. Hurry up with what you have to say, I'm busy here. Knock knock knock. There was no response from outside, and there were still 3 knocks on the door. Originally still impatient, Zhang Shuyuan's expression condensed, sensing a hint of something wrong. He waved his hand, signaling the crowd to stop what they were doing. Knock knock knock. The knock on the door actually sounded again once more, and now everyone sensed that something was wrong. 6 people in the crowd quickly came in front of Zhang Shuyuan and protected him behind, seemingly Zhang Shuyuan's bodyguards. Outside was silent, only the insects in the height of summer sounded from time to time. Inside the house was also dead silent, all staring nervously at the entrance. This oppressive atmosphere persisted for several minutes before a young man's voice came out from outside the door. Since the Zhang family master won't open the door for me, I can only go in myself. As soon as the words fell, accompanied by a loud bang, the door that was originally several inches thick was actually kicked out, a hard footprint out. Boom! With another loud bang, the gate could no longer withstand the huge impact from outside and flew out backwards, straight towards the crowd. Ah! Seeing the heavy iron gate slamming towards them, some of the women in the crowd couldn't help but scream out in horror. In the nick of time, one of the 6 people protecting Zhang Shuyuan, a fat man who looked like a mountain of meat and looked like he weighed 400 to 500 pounds with a chicken leg in his hand, took a step forward and blocked in front of the crowd. Bang! The iron door slammed into his body, sinking deep into the fat flesh of the fat man's body. Being smashed by the 1,000-pound iron door, the fat man's expression actually didn't change a bit. Ha! A loud shout. At the next moment, the fat man's body jerked up, and the iron door was actually bounced back hard, smashing towards the figure at the door. Good. Seeing this, Zhang Shuyuan, who was hiding behind the crowd, couldn't help but show a joyful face and shouted out, secretly saying that it was worthy of being the ability person that he had spent a lot of money to hire. Ever since that day when he lost contact with those 3 people sent out to look for Meng Hang, Zhang Shuyuan had been sitting on the edge of his seat and had sent someone to hire 6 empty stage experts directly from the outside to come and protect him. In hindsight, one is still so far-sighted. Zhang Shuyuan thought with some self-satisfaction. The iron door flew backward and smashed towards Meng Hang with a whistling sound. Meng Hang's face remained unchanged, green energy surrounded his body, and he directly opened the 3 doors. His right hand grasped forward, and surprisingly easily grabbed the iron door, which was wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds, in one hand. Seeing this, all 6 of them frowned. Surprisingly, they were able to so easily grab this nearly 1,000 kilograms of iron door with one hand. It seemed that this kid was really as uncomplicated as the rumors had it. Meng Hang casually threw the iron door outside into the garden. It was only then that the people inside the house took advantage of the moonlight to see the scene outside, and their hearts were all cold. The 10 or so people inside the garden had died silently and tragically, and hadn't made a single sound, so there was only one possibility. The 10 or so people were exterminated at the same time. What kind of speed can do this?
All 6 of them were secretly calculating in their minds. Meng Hang, we have no grievances, why did you break into my house and kill my men? Zhang Shuyuan questioned inside the house. He still fantasized that playing dumb would get him through this. The corner of Meng Hang's mouth quirked as he looked at him. Zhang family master, you really are a nobleman who forgets things. 2 days ago you sent people to sneak up on me in the mountain range. How could you forget so quickly? Didn't you want the secret art in my hands? Why are you still denying it now that I'm here? I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Shuyuan retorted with an ugly face. Seeing that he actually refused to admit it at this point, Meng Hang raised his eyebrows and sneered. You're really a shithead wearing a mask, shameless. System. Holy shit Tai Z, you're not being polite. When did you still secretly learn the hysterics behind my back? Ignoring the system, Meng Hang continued. At least you're the head of the Zhang family in Yunchuei City. At least show the vigor of a family head. I still respect you as a man. Being mocked by Meng Hang, Zhang Shuyuan's face was cloudy. He wanted to argue but hesitated to open his mouth. In the end, he crossed his heart and stopped arguing. Okay, now that it's come to this, I'm not going to hide it from you anymore. Let's open up and talk about it. Those 3 people were indeed sent over by me for the purpose of that secret art on you. But you're standing here properly now. Instead, I lost 3 air rank experts and so many of my men died outside, so it's still my loss when you do the math. Oh, so you mean I still have to apologize to you? Meng Hang said somewhat breathlessly. Zhang Shuyuan smiled awkwardly and said back. That's not so bad, or else let's just forget about it, and we won't hurt each other, what do you think? Meng Hang laughed from the bottom of his heart, and smiled brightly. He really hadn't thought that the hallowed Zhang family master would actually be so shameless. Zhang family lord, what you're saying is that attempted murder doesn't count as murder, right? Then why don't I try it now, and if I can't kill you, we'll shake hands and make peace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shuyuan knew that this matter couldn't be settled just like that, and gritted his teeth and said, I'll compensate you for the money, you name a number, no matter how much I'll put it together for you. It's not that he is timid to back down so much. He was able to make it from a punk to one of the 3 great families in Cloudwater City. His mind and means were naturally superior. But what his men had brought him today, about Meng Hang's exploits in the ancient battlefield, was just too appalling, and it was impossible for him not to be afraid. Upon hearing that there would be compensation, Meng Hang's eyes instantly lit up. He was worried about the essence cores. Now wasn't Zhang a ready-made ingrate? As one of the 3 great families of Yunchuei City, I'm sure the assets wouldn't be small. It's not a good idea to say that the essence cores to advance to the U stage will be available today. Just as Meng Hang was making a move, calculating in his mind how much he wanted to screw the Zhang family, the system's voice rang out in his mind. Not me, Tai Z, you're not thinking of agreeing, are you? Meng Hang froze, not expecting the system to ask this. What's not to agree to? I'm not losing out anyway, so I might as well blackmail some money. The system said in a serious tone that Meng Hang had never heard before. Meng Hang, you have to understand one thing, sometimes being greedy for money isn't a bad thing, but sometimes it's more important to keep your heart. Essence cores can be earned at any time, but the bottom line can't be lost. Could it be that whoever tries to kill you in the future and doesn't get it, can just use money to get rid of you? Fighting with 1 punch to avoid 100 punches, you have to let the world know that you, Meng Hang, are not soft. Let them know that if they want to make a move on you, they will have to pay a great price. Meng Hang froze as he listened to these words, and he actually heard a cold and solemn intent from the system's words. Meng Hang had never thought that an unorthodox system would actually have such a side. After a long period of silence, he suddenly smiled. After the system's persuasion, Meng Hang suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment, of being enlightened. Seeing Meng Hang smile, everyone in the room put their hearts down a little, thinking that he was agreeing to the offer to pay out money. Zhang Shuyuan was also a long sigh of relief, organizing some messy clothes. Just now the appearance of cowardice instantly disappeared, and returned to the appearance of the head of the family. From his pocket took out a cigar, signaling the person next to him to light it, and beautifully inhaled a mouthful. Little brother, how much money do you want? Just mention it. Mr. Zhang, will definitely give you a satisfactory result. How about $50 million? It's not enough for us to discuss again. And I heard that brother Meng you were disqualified from the college entrance exam? With your strength it doesn't matter if you go to that university or not. How about this, you come here and work as a bodyguard for me. I'll pay you $3 million a month. What do you think? Oh right. Saying this, he seemed to have thought of something, and dragged out 2 girls with exquisite figures from the crowd. At a closer look, these 2 young girls were actually identical-looking twin sisters. These 2 were sweet-looking, but between their knitted brows and smiles there was a sense of charm that men could not resist. Pure lust ceiling. A maid's outfit revealed the perfect figure of the duo. Zhang Shuyuan revealed a smile that all men understand and looked at Meng Hang. Little brother just graduated from high school, so I'm sure he hasn't experienced the pleasures of men and women yet, right?
I, as an older brother, will take it upon myself to give both of them to your younger brother for your pleasure tonight. He was worthy of being an old fox who had been in society for many years, and in a few words he began to refer to Meng Hang as a brother. In his heart, as long as it was something that could be solved with money, it wasn't a matter. In the end, this Meng Hang kid was just a high school student who hadn't seen the world, and would be like the rest of his men, worshipping under the attack of his own money and beauty. After hearing this, Meng Hang smiled even more happily, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. Zhang family master is really generous in his offer, saying that makes my little brother's heart flutter. But why did you have to send the three of them to sneak up on me at noon? Zhang Shuyuan, who was still talking eloquently, froze, not understanding what Meng Hang meant by this, and subconsciously asked, "What do you mean?" Meng Hang's smile remained unchanged, but at this moment, the crowd felt that his smile had gone from sunny to eerie, and the temperature in the entire room seemed to have dropped several degrees. Because sooner or later you have to die. The crowd was shocked, not expecting Meng Hang to actually say something like this at this time. The system was also shocked and exclaimed, "Crap, Tai Zi, you're kinda saying this to the end, domineering." Zhang Shuyuan's body stiffened, and the cigar in his hand fell to the ground at some point. His face went from smug to ugly again. Anyone could hear the meaning in Meng Hang's words. "Meng Hang, you've thought this through. Although you're strong, these 6 people in front of me are all late empty stage experts, even you would have to pay a small price." "Ow, let's give it a try then." Meng Hang returned indifferently. Seeing that things couldn't be reconciled, Zhang Shuyuan stopped talking and stepped back. Meng Hang swept around and saw that there were many unrelated people in the room besides Zhang Shuyuan. "Irrelevant people, hurry up and leave, don't blame me if you get hurt by mistake later." Hearing these words, the Zhang family's servants who were originally hiding in the corners and shivering were like amnesties as they ran outside. Not long after, only Zhang Shuyuan and the 6 bodyguards he had hired from outside remained in the house. Seeing that things had reached the point of no return, a man with a dry, thin figure and a grim countenance among the 6 spoke. "Kid, since you don't know what's good for you and refused Master Zhang's offer, don't blame us for not speaking the rules of the Jianghu, 6 to beat 1. Hearing that this grim man wanted to bully the few with the many, Meng Hang still had a calm face and even nodded his head as a matter of course. 6 against 1, fair enough. The moment these words came out, it confused the 6 people on the opposite side of the room. However, in the next moment, all 6 people's faces changed drastically as they looked at each other. The shadow divergence technique. Only to see Meng Hang swing his hands in a strange gesture, and the bright lights on the roof of the shed began to flicker, illuminating the entire hall brightly and darkly. Bang! 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 In the next moment, the living room that was originally filled with people because most of them had left suddenly became crowded. What the hell is this? The 6 people looked at the dozens of extra people that had strangely appeared in the house in horror. What creeped them out even more was that these dozens of people all looked exactly like Meng Hang Zhang. Such a frightening scene shocked the 6 people into a cold sweat, while Zhang Shuyuan had long been shivering and leaning against the corner of the wall. He had long since taken advantage of the chaos and wanted to run, but in order to prevent Meng Hang from sneaking in, he had changed the entire villa's doors and windows into special ones. Except for the front door, the rest of the place could not be opened either from the outside or the inside. He regretted at this moment, not only did he fail to prevent Meng Hang, but he also trapped himself here. Dozens of Meng Hang surrounded each of the 6, including Meng Hang proper, exactly 6 against 1. The 36 Meng Hang spoke in unison. 6 against 1, fair indeed. When Meng Hang had first seen the original zebra face the 5 shadows when he uttered these words, he had instantly felt his blood boiling and pushed to the limit. He didn't think that he would be able to pretend to be this pushy one day. The 6 people who were surrounded had never seen such bizarre supernatural powers, and the fact that they were being stared at by 36 pairs of blood-red eyes caused them all to be in a state of confusion. Only the grim man at the very beginning managed to keep his wits about him and shouted, "Don't be scared by his supernormal ability." Splitting out so many doppelgangers at once, then his spiritual power must have been evenly distributed to everyone. He's undoubtedly lowering his own strength by doing this. We have a better chance of winning. When the other 5 heard the man say this, they were all shaken in spirit and had a renewed sense of vigor. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, not expecting this man to be so smart that he figured out the shortcomings of one of the shadow divergence techniques in just the blink of an eye. Of course Meng Hang also knew this, but he didn't care, as long as the moves were handsome it was done. And what could they do if they figured it out? Although Meng Hang was now in the middle of the empty stage, his terrifying spiritual power was comparable to that of the middle of the U stage. Although there was only a large realm difference between the U rank and the empty rank, the difference in spiritual power was multiplied. The battle was imminent. One of the 6, the man with the mask, couldn't stand the pressure of being stared at by 6 Meng Hangs and took the lead. Spiritual power was unleashed, the void in front of his body twisted, and a huge claw slowly reached out from the black hole. Ow!
A deafening roar rang out, and then a tiger that was about 3 meters long and exuded the pressure of the king of beasts appeared out of thin air. Third grade demonic beast, Thunder Star Tiger. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, not realizing that this person was actually of the rare summoning lineage. Although her ability level could not be as high as Lin Luoxue's, if she could summon a grade 3 demonic beast, she would at least have a grade B ability. In a small place like Cloudwater City, it could also be said to be rare. Soldier against soldier, general against general, Meng Hang thought of how to deal with this summoning department opponent in front of him in the blink of an eye. Using his teeth, he bit down hard on his thumb, and blood flowed out instantly. Dipping the other 4 fingers in the blood, he slammed them into the ground. Countless complicated runes instantly appeared on the ground, forming a spell formation. Bang! A puff of smoke rose. When the smoke dissipated, a fox that was 1 meter in length, fiery red in color, with a pair of big watery eyes fluttering and flashing, appearing extremely cute, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The corner of his eye under the mask of the masked man twitched. The gigantic Thunder Star Tiger was also looking down at this little fox with its head lowered, tilting its head in confusion. As for Meng Hang at this moment, his entire body was petrified and his eyes glazed over when he saw his masterpiece. The system angrily shouted, "I say Tai Zi, do you dare to be more reliable? Are you summoning pets to raise?" Meng Hang slowed down and smiled awkwardly towards the masked man. "That buddy, sorry, first time using it, hands a bit raw, let your big cat wait a bit longer." Lei Xinghu. "You're the big cat, your whole family is a big cat." This time the 6 Meng Hangs surrounding the masked man formed seals at the same time. Bang! 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 There were a total of 6 loud bangs, and 6 nine-tailed demon foxes that were also over 3 meters long, but with 9 tails, actually appeared in the field at the same time. Crap! To say that the masked man hadn't reacted just now, he was now truly shocked. What the hell kind of supernormal ability are you? Wasn't it the split ability, and how did it become a summoning ability? And what the hell is it that you summon 6 psychic beasts at once? Looking at these 6 nine-tails in front of him, Meng Hang asked the system with somewhat strange eyes. "Brother Unity, that's not right, why don't the 9 tails I summon look intelligent?" He was immensely looking forward to that high-flying 9 tails proper, who knew that the ones that came to him were defective. The system snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "It's not that I'm saying Tai Zi, you're a toad pretending to be a frog, thinking beautifully and playing with flowers. It's that your main body trying to summon the real 9 tails is a fool's errand, let alone one summoned by just a doppelganger." Meng Hang. Crap, you're learning this hysteria pretty fast. The third order Thunder Star Tiger looked around at the 6 demonic foxes of unknown breeds with infinite scorn in its eyes. In its perception, each demon fox actually had a power that was on par with its own, not to mention the 6 that came out at this time. Its instincts drove it to flee, but it was controlled by the ability person who summoned it. The masked man's face was extremely ugly, and he now no longer dared to hope that he could defeat Meng Hang, only thinking that he could tear a rift from the encirclement and allow himself to escape. Lei Xinghu, go! The masked man pointed his finger in one direction and ordered Lei Xinghu to attack. And he followed suit, a long knife appearing in his hand as he also charged in the direction of his finger. He wanted to take advantage of Meng Hang's unpreparedness and open a passageway through the cooperation of 1 man and 1 tiger. But Meng Hang wouldn't give him a chance, and with a cold smile, he directly ordered the 6 nine tails to attack at the same time. The 9 tails opened their mouths, and energy gathered in front of their mouths, forming an extremely dense black sphere. It was clearly the legendary tailed beast Jade. Although it was only a castrated version, its power could not be underestimated. 6-tailed beast Jades were instantly formed, shooting in unison from 6 directions towards the 1 person and 1 beast surrounded in the center. Boom! Deafening explosions rang out, a small mushroom cloud instantly formed inside the villa, and the huge energy wave instantly leveled the entire villa. When the mushroom cloud dissipated, only a huge crater was left in the original place. The masked man and Lei Xinghu had long been blown to the dregs, and not a trace could be found anymore. When the sound of the explosion rang out, the other 6 people who were originally exchanging blows all stopped their hands in unison and looked in the direction of the explosion. This is a loss? The 5 people's faces were pale, looking at this scene incredulously. The exchange of hands had only come over a short period of a few minutes, and their side had actually lost 1 person. The grim man clenched his fists, knowing that today's fate was uncertain. He no longer held back. A delicate dagger appeared in his hand, his figure instantly transformed into a shadow, stabbing towards one of the Meng Hang. The 6 Meng Hangs that surrounded him all smiled faintly and whispered, "So it's a speed faculty adept." After saying that, the 6 voices took 1 step and their figures disappeared in place at the same time. These 6 Meng Hang unexpectedly used instant step at the same time. The sound of clanking golden iron resounded from time to time, and Zhang Shuyuan in the distance stared at the surface in horror. He was horrified to realize that he could only hear the sound of weapons clashing, but could not see the 2 people at all. No, it was the silhouettes of 7 people.
After only a few more seconds, when the two stood still again, the 6 Meng Hangs were still relaxed, but the grim man's entire body was already covered in large and small knife wounds. What kind of monster are you? Why are you still a speed faculty alien? The grimy man's face was livid as he shouted in terror toward Meng Hang. He was radiating a gust of coldness from the bottom of his heart at this moment, creating a wave of something called despair, detachment, summoning, speed. How could one person awaken so many supernormal abilities? Meng Hang smiled faintly, and the 6 figures that had originally surrounded the grim man instantly united into one Meng Hang. He took a gentle step forward, and surprisingly, he instantly swept past the side of the grimy man a few meters away. Ding! The sound of a knife being put away and returned to its sheath rang out. Meng Hang put his long sword away. The moonlight sprinkled down a silver glow, a splash of blood and the silver glow intertwined together, appearing to be in otherworldly harmony. The grimy man covered his neck incredulously and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Just as this side resolved the grim man, the other 3 battlefields also resolved the battle at the same time. The fat man who had initially blocked the 1,000-pound flying iron door with his body alone was at this moment being hit by 6 Meng Hang simultaneous punches to his body. But strangely enough, the fists seemed to smash into cotton, slowly sinking in without causing him the slightest damage. The fat man smiled slightly in triumph, not forgetting to nibble on the chicken leg in his hand. The 6 Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and directly opened the 3rd door of the 8 doors of transported armor. Green energy appeared and once again blasted at the fatty. A huge force poured into the fat man's body. The fat man who was still eating the chicken legs' movements lurched, a look of pain appeared on his face, and his obese body unexpectedly exploded in an instant. Blood mixed with internal organs splattered everywhere, crumbling all over the 6 Meng Hangs. The 6 Meng Hangs simultaneously looked at the filth on their bodies in disgust and directly disappeared in place, their spiritual energy returning to their bodies. There was also a big man from the strength department, who was also shattered by the 6 Meng Hang wrapped in green like with a single punch at this moment. At this point on the field, Zhang Shuyuan's 6 bodyguards were the only one left, and the only woman among the 6, just standing frozen in place without moving. The 6 surrounded her. Meng Hang's eyes, 3 hooked jade shuriken eyes, turned his head. This woman, unexpectedly expressionless face, slowly stabbed a short sword into her chest. She was even more miserable than the other 5, from the beginning to the end. She did not even use her supernatural powers, so she died in this unexplained manner. The battle came and went quickly. In just less than 10 minutes, there was actually not a single survivor among the 6 ability users. Zhang Shuyuan knelt helplessly in the distance, being stimulated by this bloody scene and vomiting furiously. It wasn't as if he had never seen ability users fight, and he had killed quite a few of them with his own hands in private, but he had never seen a horrific scene like today's, where the entire human being was blown apart. At this moment, in his eyes, Meng Hang was no longer a high school student, but a demon. A demon who could do nothing. How is it possible for someone to harbor so many powers at the same time, and still have so much mental energy to activate them all at the same time? Not to mention an empty ranked ability user, even an emperor ranked ability user he didn't believe could do it. After vomiting all the contents of his stomach, Zhang Shuyuan fell to his knees powerlessly, his eyes having become dull. In the next second, an arm rested on his shoulder, causing him to instantly shiver. Slowly turning his head, he saw Meng Hang squatting at his side, wrapping his arm around his shoulder like an old friend. Meng Hang looked towards the Zhang family head, whose eyes were filled with fear and revealed a smile that he thought was kind. But unbeknownst to him, this smile was like an evil ghost laughing in Zhang Shuyuan's eyes. Meng Hang said to him, "My clever Zhang family master Yo, did you drop this split mystic art, or this summoning mystic art, or this mystic art of increasing physique?" Zhang Shuyuan knelt beside Meng Hang, sobbing and begging. I don't want any of them." "Meng Hang, I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit on the idea of the secret arts on you. Tell me, I'll give you whatever you want. As long as you let me go, I'll give you everything I have on me." Meng Hang stood up and put away his smile, his eyes turning grim. "If you knew it would come to this, why did you have to do it in the first place? Be a good person in your next life." Hearing Meng Hang say this, a look of despair appeared in Zhang Shuyuan's eyes, which was then quickly replaced by a touch of ruthlessness. A crystal clear bead with energy still visible flowing inside appeared in Zhang Shuyuan's hand. When he took out this bead, Meng Hang's sweat hairs instantly rose all over his body. He actually felt a dangerous aura from the bead, as if the bead were to explode, he would be killed on the spot. Zhang Shuyuan held the bead and looked hideously at Meng Hang. Years of crawling and fighting made him know that he had to keep a backhand in everything he did, so he didn't bet all of his hopes on these 6 people, and spent a large sum of money to buy this soul burial bead from the black market. The soul burial bead was rumored to be formed by a Huan-ranked ability person on the eve of his or her near death, sealing all of his or her spiritual energy in the bead. As long as it was pinched and exploded at the moment of crisis, it would produce the power of a Huan-ranked powerhouse's self-destruction, instantly turning dozens of miles in a radius into an inferno. That was why no one would use the soul burial bead until the last moment,
as it would represent one's own demise along with that of one's opponent. He, since you won't let me go, let's both die together. Zhang Shuyuan laughed morbidly and maniacally, his eyes filled with viciousness. After saying that, without the slightest hesitation, he directly crushed and exploded the soul burial bead in his hand. Meng Hang's pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpoints as an aura of death enveloped his entire body. Divine might. Without being able to think about it, he directly activated his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes, and his body directly disappeared in place. Just as Meng Hang entered the foreign space, a heaven-destroying energy instantly swept outward. In an instant, it leveled tens of miles in a radius centered around the Zhang family mansion. Those household servants who were still escaping heard the loud noise coming from behind them and couldn't help but stop and look back. In the next second, a heat wave swept over the area, instantly engulfing the crowd in a sea of fire. Since then, none of the family members who came out from the Zhang family had even survived. Thankfully, the Zhang family mansion was established in the suburbs, and Zhang Shuyuan was so wealthy that he bought all the surrounding dozens of miles, and there were no more other homes nearby, so it didn't cause too many casualties. A loud and destructive sound woke up the sleeping Zhao Sanpang instantly. Seeing the rushing fire outside lighting up half the sky, he couldn't help but change his face furiously. Is this the fucking lifeless sect sneaking up on Cloudwater City again? Dare to let me have a few days of leisure. Zhao Sanpang cursed and put on his clothes as he took a step out and disappeared into the room. 10 minutes later, Zhao Scatterpole stood on top of the ruins of the Zhang family with the city protectors, their faces all unsightly. City Lord. What level of ability strikes is this to produce such a great power? Lu Zhaoliang asked with a pale face as he looked at the dozens of miles around him that had all been turned into scorched earth. Zhao Sanpang grimaced and didn't answer his question, but instead asked in return. How about it, did you find out who did it? Are there any survivors around? Lu Zhaoliang shook his head helplessly. Such a terrifying power, it directly nuked everything flat. Not to mention living people, not even an ant could be found in a 10-mile radius. Hearing this, Zhao Sanpang's face became even more somber. No need to think, it must be the work of the lifeless sect again. They bullied people too much. First they united with the demon race to attack Cloudwater City, and then they summoned a 5th-ranked bone demon to try to exterminate all the candidates at the ancient battlefield. And now they don't know what tactics they'd use to level dozens of miles in every direction. They're making a death wish, a big death wish. Zhao Sanpang clenched his back teeth and said fiercely. Let's go back first and report this matter to the top. We must uproot them this time. Saying this, he waved his big hand and turned his head away. Just as the crowd hadn't been gone for long, a certain space twisted slightly, and Meng Hang took a step out of it. Hurriedly closing his kaleidoscope sharing will eyes, he wiped the tears of blood off his face in the process. Looking at the broken walls around him, he was a moment of fear. If it wasn't for his quick reaction, plus the fact that he had this buggy divine skill of divine might, he was afraid that he would have already been accounted for here by now. In the next moment, Meng Hang's eyes narrowed, and cold killing intent erupted in his eyes. His figure instantly disappeared in place, and when he reappeared, he was already a dozen meters behind him. A purple blade aura appeared at first, and it slashed at a black shadow. The black shadow also reacted quickly, a long sword appeared in his hand, and he was able to block this fast and vicious blade. Meng kid, don't do it, it's me. Meng Hang froze when he heard this familiar voice, and hurriedly retrieved the 1,000 blades. Looking through the moonlight, it was none other than Zhao Sanpang who had gone and returned. Meng Hang looked a little embarrassed, then pretended as if nothing had happened and said, Hey, old Zhao, you also heard the explosion and came to check it out? I'm telling you, this must be the work of the lifeless sex people. This group of remnants of the devil cult who are heartless and disregard the lives of innocents deserve to die for their crimes. Old Zhao, as the Lord of Yunchue City and the parental official of the people of Yunchue City, you must not let them go. He pretended to be pained as he droned on and on to Zhao Sanpang. Zhao Scatterpole didn't reply, only waiting for Meng Hang to finish before he said with a smirk, Fooling around, keep fooling around. Meng Hang, who had wanted to continue to speak eloquently, suddenly had a blank expression. Old Zhao, what are you talking about? Back when I sent people to search for you in the mountain range, although I didn't find you, I did find a bunch of things that had been thrown down near you. Some of those things carried the Zhang clan's mark. Originally, this was something I didn't associate with you, but this kind of explosion came too weird. The lifeless sect wouldn't be idle enough to unleash such a powerful thing in such a remote place. I don't know why, but the destruction of the Zhang family made me think of you, and I had a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the Zhang clan coveted your secret technique, so they sent someone to find you, and in the end, you killed them back? Then with your boy's spirit of vengeance, you came to trouble the Zhang family, hence the explosion. Plus thinking about that perverted spatial ability of yours, I knew that if it was you, you would definitely be fine in this explosion, so I waited here for a while with the attitude of giving it a try. I didn't expect to really wait you kid out.
At this point, Meng Hang was already dumbfounded by what he had heard. He hadn't thought that Zhao Sanpang would be able to guess things 9 times out of 10 just based on that little clue. Meng Hang looked Zhao Sanpang up and down, from where he didn't see that this fat man with a bloated figure and a pair of green bean eyes was actually so smart. Slander! You're slandering! Old Zhao, I can tell you that speculation without evidence is all hooliganism. You can't just rely on your baseless conjecture and ruin a flower of the motherland. Ah, shucks. Zhao Sanpang pretended to spit towards the ground before saying, people who didn't even go to a university have the nerve to talk about the flowers of the motherland here. Old Zhao, you're not making any sense, hitting people without hitting their faces. Meng Hang still want to argue. Not right defense, but Zhao Sanpang waved his hand, signaling that he did not need to explain any further. The Zhang family has also done a lot of unspeakable things over the years, but I just suffer from no evidence, so I have delayed to lay hands on them. Being exterminated today is considered to be what they deserved, and you're counting this as solving a scourge for Yunxue City. Hearing this, Meng Hang's eyes lit up. Then is there a reward for me doing this? Zhao Sanpang's forehead veins rippled. If he didn't think he couldn't beat this kid, he would definitely directly slap him. Kid, don't stomp on your nose. It's good that I don't count this incident on you, to actually want a reward. Meng Hang could only smile sarcastically, not daring to say more. It's just that what you did this time was indeed a bit too much. A move with such great power was actually used within the city. What about injuring innocents? Next time it won't happen again. Old Zhao, I won't take the blame for this. Meng Hang hurriedly explained. This was only exploded when Zhang Shuyuan pinched an odd bead when he was dying, and it's fortunate that I reacted quickly, or else I'd be accounted for here today. Hearing the word bead, Zhao Sanpang's face changed and asked Meng Hang, you said beads? Are they the kind of beads that are crystal clear and have energy flowing inside? Meng Hang nodded. Good Zhang Shuyuan, how dare he use the soul burial bead within Cloudwater City without regard for the lives of innocent people, he deserves to die. Zhao Sanpang said fiercely. Old Zhao, you're so double standard. But I like it so much. Zhao Sanpang. Lastly, instruct you once again, this matter you know and I know, don't talk about it with others. I'll report it upwards, and say that this matter is the work of the lifeless sect. I'm not stupid, this kind of thing that degrades my honor, how could I possibly still talk about it outside? Zhao Sanpang glanced at him, unable to stand Meng Hang's deadpan behavior, and turned his head away. Hey, this is leaving no longer nagging? I'm leaving tomorrow, why don't you and I catch up again? Get lost. Zhao Scatterpole cursed and didn't look back, his figure disappearing in place. Meng Hang skimmed his lips and didn't care, but instead looked towards the place where the original Zhang family mansion was with some regret. Originally, he had wanted to go to his room to rummage around to see if there was anything from before after resolving Zhang Shuyuan, but this was good, there wasn't even a hair left for him. He actually had some regrets now that he did not agree to Zhang Shuyuan's proposal. The next day, Meng Hang's jaw dropped as he looked at the so-called train in front of him. This train was dozens of meters long, pitch black, and inlaid with huge barbs all over its body, and Meng Hang even saw the long scratches on the body. It was thought to have been caused by an unknown demonic beast attacking it on its way through the mountain range. After resolving the Zhang family's matter, he had nothing left in Yunxue City. Solely after packing his bags the next day, he greeted his neighbors and headed to the train station to prepare for his journey to the imperial capital. As soon as he entered the station and saw this train armed to the teeth, Meng Hang couldn't help but look straight in the eyes. He had the impression that the train was the same kind of green train from his previous life, but seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that the gap between the two was simply a world of difference. It's like comparing a Gundam to a toy car, there's no comparison. However, it is also thought that, Ken in the dangerous mountain range forward, absolutely has its unique characteristics. Looking at the seat number of the ticket in his hand, Meng Hang stepped onto the train and a new chapter in his life. At the same time, a video was playing at the top of the Dragon Kingdom and in the principal's office of the 4 major universities. The video was currently playing the image of the huge palm of a dozens of meters of Buddha falling down with a loud bang, smashing the 5th order bone demon into dust in an instant. The people watching the video at this moment couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, unable to believe that this was something a high school student could do. In a certain simple room in the highest power center of the Dragon Kingdom, an old man was sitting. The wrinkles on this old man's face had already drooped, and his entire body was covered in old age spots. A glance would tell him that he was already dying. However, this is such an old man, the hidden breath emanating from his body pressurized the middle-aged man beside him at the Qian rank, and he couldn't breathe. The old man leaned on his crutches with both hands and looked at Meng Hang in the video, a flash of light streaming out of his cloudy eyes. The old man watched the video over and over again before finally looking out the window and muttering, "Good, good. There are talented people in the rivers and mountains, each leading the way for hundreds of years. With such youths in the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom, an old and undead person like me can go to the ground in peace."
Upon hearing these words, Duanhe, who was originally standing respectfully by the side, instantly quit and said anxiously, "Elder Kong, what are you talking about? With your body, you'll have no problem living for another 100 years. The old man called Elder Kong laughed and waved his hand. "You don't need to comfort me either, I know my body myself. But you don't have to worry too much, my old bones will still have no problem holding on for a few more years." He then turned a stern face and said to Duanhe, "You go and notify everyone who has seen this video that they are not allowed to spread this video out anymore, or else they will be dealt with for treason. And notify that little doll Zhao Sanpang that no matter what method you use, you must plug the mouths of the people of Yunchue City and not allow the students' battle results to be leaked out." Duanhe's face changed. He didn't expect Elder Kong to actually think so highly of this student. He couldn't help but look solemn and gave a military salute. "Yes." After saying that, he turned around and left, gently closing the door of the room behind him. Elder Kong reclined on an old rocking chair, swaying gently and muttering to himself, "Little doll, there's only so much I can do for you. As for how long I can conceal it, it depends on your destiny. I hope you can grow up sooner." The reason why the one-line sky was called the one-line sky was because an endless, bottomless gully separated the Dragon Kingdom from the demon race on both sides. This was also what the people of the Dragon Kingdom called the front line, the place where they fought with the demon race all year round. As far as the eye can see, the sky here is dim, and the wind whistles all year round, like countless unjust souls wailing. The land here is also different from other places, but also presents a deep black color, and from time to time also exudes a pungent smell of blood. That's right, is the bloody flavor. Because the land here is because after countless years of human and demon blood soaking, only to become this deep black color. And right in this kind of place, there actually stood a majestic, awe-inspiring, majestic giant city that had survived for ages and stood tall. And high above the head of this majestic city hangs a huge plaque, on which 3 big words are written in a dragon's flight. Jinyuan City. At this moment, inside a dark room in Jinyuan City, there was a middle-aged man with sharp angles and a resolute face meditating with his eyes closed. Just at this moment, a knock sounded outside. "Come in," the middle-aged man said indifferently. The one who came in was a young man wearing a silver-bright armor, walking with a tiger's wind and revealing a killing aura from time to time. Only this aura disappeared cleanly when he came to the middle-aged man's side, like a sheep entering a wolf pack, not daring to utter a single breath. "City Lord, a video has just been received here, would you like to take a look at it?" The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He wasn't interested in anything other than cultivation and beheading demon clans. The men also knew his temperament, so if it wasn't something particularly important, they wouldn't easily come to disturb him. "Bring it and take a look." When the middle-aged man saw Meng Hang's hand, a brilliant light erupted in his eyes and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "From Cloudwater City? Or this year's candidates?" The youth nodded, his face also covered in shock. "Call and ask the oldest to which university he applied to this year." "Forget it, there's no need to check, just send someone to tie that kid over. What kind of university would such a good seedling go to? It's a pity that he doesn't train in the military." The corner of the youth's mouth twitched, thinking who could have such a big heart like you, directly rejecting the invitation of the 4 top colleges in the Dragon Kingdom and running over to become a soldier. That was what he thought in his heart, but on his mouth he didn't dare to say that. "City Lord, I've already confirmed with that person, this kid is called Meng Hang, and because he missed the college entrance exam due to hunting demonic beasts in the mountain range, he was disqualified from the entrance exam." "Oh?" The middle-aged man first stared blankly, then his cold face unexpectedly revealed a meaningful smile. "Good boy," has the demeanor of the old man back then. "Being cancelled from the entrance exam is just right. You go directly to Cloudwater City and ask for someone from Jiaolao. Just say that I want this Meng Hang. Also, the video mustn't be exposed, don't let the old guys from the other 4 cities know about it, and then cut them off halfway and snatch them away." The same thing was still playing out in the offices of the principals of the 4 major colleges in the Dragon Kingdom. "What? This kid has been disqualified from the college entrance exam? Quick, there's no time to lose, you set off immediately now, no matter what conditions are offered, you must recruit that kid to our school, the speed must be fast." What they didn't know was that the protagonist of this matter had already embarked on the train to Imperial Capital. At this moment, Meng Hang was sitting on his seat, looking at the cell phone of a big monk with a scar on his head next to him with a dumbfounded look on his face. It wasn't that he wanted to intentionally peek at the privacy of other people's cell phones, it was just that this monk had been holding his cell phone and looking at it since he got on the train, revealing a demented smile from time to time. This made Meng Hang a little curious, so he glanced at it with some curiosity. It is this glance, let directly petrified on the spot, only to see this big monk open a certain sound, fast downward slide. This is not the most critical. The most critical is that every short video that he slides, are beautiful women in revealing clothes, are dancing a hot and powerful dance in front of the screen. Good lord, this number was raised by this monk. Meng Hang thought somewhat breathlessly. Just then, a leisurely voice came from the seat opposite Meng Hang. Master, do you have 3 veggies a day? Meng Hang raised his eyes and looked, and sitting across from him was a white, chubby, somewhat adorable little fatty. Only this little fatty at this time is also looking straight at the opposite monk's cell phone. Hala is lying out. The monk who was looking at the beautiful woman was mesmerized by the words. He froze, locked the screen of the cell phone, put his hands together at the little fat man, and hit a Buddha's name. Amitabha Buddha. The poor monk has been studying Buddhism for many years, but I can't believe I've never heard of the 3 vegetables. I don't know what is the explanation for the 3 elements in the little monk's mouth. Seeing the monk put his cell phone away, the little fat man also withdrew his gaze and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Master does not know. It is also because I saw you that I had the feeling. These 3 veggies are vegetarian food, vegetarian dishes, and vegetarian people. Meng Hang, who was listening with interest at the side, heard this and the corner of his mouth twitched. Vegetarians can be okay, but it does fit the image of the monk just now. The big monk also had a black line at this time, knowing that he had just been seen brushing the video of a beautiful woman. However, his face skin was also thick, immediately turning into a virtuous appearance again. Little monk, this is something you don't know. I cultivate the Buddhist red dust Tao. Poor monk's cultivation is not in the mountains, but in the red dust. Seeing all the thousands of temptations in the red dust, I return to my own immobility, and only in the end can I cultivate the right fruit. If I hadn't seen your demented expression just now, I would have almost believed it. Meng Hang thought secretly. I just saw that you, little monk, were also staring daggers at my cell phone just now, mesmerized by the temptations inside. I wonder how many years little monk has been single? The bald monk asked rhetorically. I'm 18 years old, there's still a month to go before I turn 19. Both the monk and Meng Hang were dumbfounded, not understanding what the little fatty meant by this answer. Scholar, I am asking how old you are. The bald monk repeated again. Right, I'm mother-born solo, never had a girlfriend since I was a child. My age is the number of years I've been single. The little fat man's eyes looked at the sky, his eyes were all despondent, and he continued with a long sigh. I cannot master you that thought height, you know how I was over these years. Dots fall to the ground, children and grandchildren into mud. The bald monk's eyes unexpectedly revealed a flash of light and blurted out. If you change your left hand for your right hand, it's like repudiating your wife and marrying her again. The two looked at each other in surprise, and both their eyes were emitting a light that outsiders could not understand. This kind of light is called sympathy and hatred. Meng Hang had already gone numb from listening on the side, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching. How could he not expect that he could actually meet Wulong and Fengxiao at the same time while riding a train? Oh yeah, it's you. Right at this moment, Meng Hang slapped his thigh and pointed at the bald monk. This sudden movement of his startled the other two. The bald monk asked in a somewhat timid and tentative manner. This young monk recognizes me? Meng Hang laughed and said, Crouching Dragon, no, master. You're really a nobleman. Have you forgotten that you even told me back then that you wanted to gather money to remodel the golden body of your own temple's Buddha? The big monk recalled for a moment, then also slapped his thigh. You're the kid who brought the 18,000 yuan dagger alive to 20 yuan. He then covered the backpack in his hand and looked warily at Meng Hang. Scholar, I can tell you that things like betting on spiritual weapons are all about buying and leaving, but there's no such thing as a return. Meng Hang said with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Where are you talking about, master? Using $20 to open a low-level spirit weapon. I can't thank you enough. How could I possibly return it? What? You actually opened a spirit weapon from that trash? The big monk was dumbfounded at this point, with a lifeless look on his face. Seeing him like this, Meng Hang laughed and didn't add insult to injury, instead digressing. Introducing myself, I'm Meng Hang. Master, you're not setting up a stall in the ghost market to make money to remodel the Buddha's golden body. Where are you going? Hearing Meng Hang ask this, the expression that was still painfully clear changed instantly and actually revealed a hint of excitement. I, Maitreya Buddha, the poor monk's dharma name is Dason. Monk Meng doesn't know, the Yao family in Jiangling City discovered an ancient battlefield a few days ago, and the Qian family poured in to explore it, and even Yao Yushu, the pearl of the Yao family, followed them in. Who knows that there was an accident inside? This ancient battlefield even had the presence of foreigners. Yao Yushu was careless for a moment and was attacked by the foreigners and was seriously injured. The Yao family went through a lot of trouble to find out that there is a heavenly treasure called nirvana grass in the ancient battlefield that can cure her injuries. However, nirvana grass is too rare, and the Yao family didn't find it even after exhausting their family's efforts. So the Yao family issued a bounty, inviting people with abilities from all over the world to enter the ancient battlefield to look for it, and the person who finally finds the nirvana grass, the Yao family will offer 500 essence cores as a reward. Not only that, Yao family head Yao Tiansheng personally said that as long as he can save his daughter, he will recruit him as the Yao family's son-in-law. The Yao family has only one daughter, Yao Yushu. Whoever can marry her will not only get a beautiful woman, but will also inherit the Yao family's huge fortune.
Once this news came out, the entire Dragon Kingdom's ability users were sensational, all rushing towards the Yao family.
That's why poor Monk also wants to go and join in the fun. Yao Yushu? It's that Yao Yushu who awakened SSS class ability, claimed to be a closed moonflower in a beautiful country, and was known as the juxtaposed lotus alongside Yunchue City's Lin Luoxue? Little Fatty let out a cry of surprise, his eyes were colorful and full of admiration. Monk Yushan nodded. That's right, it's her. Holy shit, take me one, if I can marry Yao Yushu, I'll have no regrets even if I die. Little Fatty was already so excited that he couldn't help himself, he couldn't wait to grow wings and fly to the Yao family right now. At this moment, Meng Hang was also rubbing his hands together in excitement. He wasn't excited because he had the chance to marry a beautiful woman, but because of those 500 essence cores. He had always regretted returning empty-handed last night, and now that he had this opportunity, he naturally couldn't let it go. The three of them had a discussion and finally agreed to go to the Yao family together. After talking, Meng Hang learned that the little fatty's name was Ni Hao. Although he looked unassuming, he was a student who would soon enter the Imperial Capital University. Meng Hang and Monk Xiaoshan were surprised to learn that he was actually a student at Imperial Capital University, not realizing that they could meet this kind of heavenly talent in a random car ride. Ni Hao waved his hand indifferently and said, I don't know what's going on this year, demons from all over the world are popping up one by one as if they were springing up after the rain. I'm just in existence at the bottom. The two of Lin Luoxue and Yao Yushu are not to be mentioned first, but the Yi family, the first family in the Imperial Capital, has produced an SSS rank speech spirit ability. It's claimed that words follow the law, and a single word can determine a person's life or death. A pair of twins from the Lingnan Shao family are known as the Black and White Irregulars, SSS ranked ability to hook souls. The King of Hell wants you to die on the third night, who dares to keep someone until the fifth night. Shi Yen of the Northern Shi family, with a spring and autumn brush in his right hand and a black and white inkstone in his left. Write spring and autumn on the spring and autumn brush, and argue black and white on the black and white inkstone. With a stroke of the brush, he paints with heaven and earth, it's so dashing. There's also Lin Yi of the Northwest Lin family. With the empty stage realm, he can use his spiritual power to control hundreds of flying swords, and the world is shocked by a single word from his sword. Of course, these are the top demons that are now known. How many more are not exposed, that's unknown. Right now, the four major universities are about to go crazy, going all over the country to snatch people, afraid that if they are one step late, these geniuses will be snatched by other schools. Ni Hao spoke for nearly half an hour, listening to Meng Hang and Monk Daishan's scalps go numb. Especially Meng Hang, who now had a dry mouth and sweaty palms. Good guy, Xiao, Lin, sure, ye most cannot be messed with. The four major surnames actually give all together. I also said that I want to pick over the four major academies, how come so many demons suddenly came out? Meng Hang's scalp was a little numb when he thought about competing with these demons. Is there any in here that are some kind of parents who died and scum who got retired? Meng Hang weakly asked. Little Fatty and Ni Hao looked at him somewhat strangely, not understanding why he was asking. That's something I've never heard of. Meng Hang patted his chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. It was good that there wasn't. It seemed that he was still the protagonist and wouldn't be pitted in the gutter by the so-called sons of Qi. Lousy has a system, lousy has a hang-up, who am I afraid of? System. Hee kid, now remembering how good I am. The three of them chatted for an unknown amount of time again, and midway through, they switched to other schedules of trains, and it took a day and a night before they arrived at Jiangling City. When the train arrived at the station, the sky was already bright. The three of them stretched their tired bodies and directly took a taxi to the Yao family. When Meng Hang's trio got off the train, they were immediately stunned by the scene in front of them, only to see that the front door of the Yao family was densely packed with people, and a person dressed as a butler was receiving the crowd as they walked in one after another. Fortunately, the Yao family was big enough, otherwise the gate would have to be trampled down by the crowd. This time, the number of admirers actually reached hundreds of people, enough to see the influence of the Yao family. When the crowd stood still in the garden of the front yard, a middle-aged man around 40 years old, with the air of a long-sitting superior coming out of his high position, walked up to the crowd, and was thought to be the Yao family's head, Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang pressed his hands downward, signaling the crowd to be quiet. First of all, thank you all for coming. I'm sure you've all heard about my daughter's matter. Time is running out, so I, Mr. Yao, won't nag you all any further here. Waving their hands, the two Yao clan Imperial Spell Formation Masters carved out a huge and complicated spell formation in an open space. The duo then took out dozens of essence cores from their spatial rings and placed them on the various nodes of the spell formation in a certain order. After the essence cores were all placed, the spell formation suddenly glowed with a blinding light. Alright, there's no time to lose, everyone go in. There was no lack of ability users here who frequented ancient battlefields, so they were not surprised by this scene and stepped into the development in 2s and 3s. But the bumpkin Meng Hang was different. He had been in this world for so long,
and only now did he realize that in addition to ability users in this world, there was actually this kind of spellcaster. Holy shit, so handsome. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide and exclaimed in shock. With a gaze of looking at an idol, he stared at those two dead on, straight to the point of making those two uncomfortable. The crowd also looked as if they were looking at the second arm, casting contemptuous glances towards this side. Monk Daishan and Ni Hao covered their faces and leaned to the side for fear of letting others know that they and Meng Hang knew each other. When all the people walked into the teleportation array one after another, Meng Hang was still staring at the two array masters, and only then did the two of them helplessly drag Meng Hang into the teleportation array. The originally noisy room suddenly became quiet, leaving only the butler and Yao Tianshang. Seeing that there were no more outsiders, Yao Tianshang's face instantly turned cold, and a cold smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Right at this moment, the space around him fluctuated, and a woman wearing a lotus root-colored gauze shirt took a step out. The woman's figure was slim, and her long hair was gently held by a silver-colored ribbon. At a glance, the woman seemed to have a light cage of smoke and haze around her, not a person in the dust, but more like a fairy in the sky. This person was precisely Yao Yushu, who was known as the Parallel Lotus with Lin Luoxue. At this moment, there was not a trace of the rumor that she was seriously injured and about to die. When Yao Tianshang saw her appear, he didn't show the loving attitude of a father to his daughter, but instead had a respectful face. Holy maiden, my subordinate still feels that this matter is too reckless. The Dragon Kingdom is now besieging the holy sect with all its might, and now it's doing something like this. Not only will it expose this important stronghold, but it will also make the higher-ups of the Dragon Kingdom even angrier and increase their efforts to besiege the sacred sect, which will really do more harm than good. Yao Yushu, who was known as the Holy Maiden, playfully blinked her eyes, the corner of her mouth hooking up into a nice-looking arc. Could it be that if I don't do this, the Dragon Kingdom won't decimate us? Besides, the descent of the God's envoy requires a large amount of sacrifices, it can't be helped. The strongholds and identities can be replaced again if they are exposed, but the matter of the divine messenger cannot be lost. That's why all of these people must all die. At the end of her words, the smile on her face ceased, leaving only a chilling killing intent. Yao Tianshang's face flinched and he didn't dare to say anything more. When Meng Hang stepped out of the teleportation array, he realized that the other two had already disappeared, and none of the people who had gone in before them had been seen. It was thought that this teleportation array was a randomized teleportation, and everyone was teleported to a different place. Raising his eyes to look, above the boundless yellow sand were endless skeletons. It was unknown how many thousands of years these skeletons had existed here, and most of them had weathered beyond recognition. The sky was shrouded in the endless color of blood, and crows hovered in the sky, occupying most of the sky. Meng Hang looked at this apocalyptic scene and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The ancient battlefield that hadn't been developed yet and the one entered in the college entrance exams weren't on the same level at all. The ancient battlefield in the college entrance exam was simply like a playground for children's entertainment. Not daring to be careless, Meng Hang held the 1,000 blades in his hands and walked forward. Without taking a few steps, he only felt his ankle tighten, as if he was being held by something. Looking down, it was actually a white hand bone. Without hesitation, the blade flashed and directly chopped off the arm with the arm attached. Ka-chow, ka-chow. A crisp sound rang out, and the skeleton that had its arm chopped off unexpectedly slowly stood up. It was clearly a second-order bone demon. Although its left arm was chopped off, its right hand held a bone knife, and it looked like the loss of an arm hadn't affected it much. Meng Hang's face was unchanged. He had killed fifth-order bone demons, let alone this second-order bone demon. Instant step was launched, and in a single step, he arrived in front of the bone demon, and with a horizontal slash, he directly cut it off at the waist. The next moment, Meng Hang frowned. The bone demon with only half of its body left actually didn't die, and actually relied on one of its arms to crawl toward Meng Hang. Meng Hang's sword came out like a dragon and once again cut off its neck. This time, the bone demon didn't get up again, and the ghostly flames in its eyes flickered twice before completely dissipating. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed. He didn't think that a second-order bone demon would be so difficult to deal with. What if the densely packed skeletons in front of him all came back to life? Ka-chow, ka-chow. Just as he thought of this, the sound of bones rubbing together came again. No way, still coming. Meng Hang's eyes glazed over in disbelief as he looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a gigantic skeleton that was nearly 5 meters tall, with a ragged armor still draped over its body slowly climb up. Meng Hang's face was unsightly. There was still an end to this. I just killed a second-order bone demon, and here comes a fourth-order bone demon. What, I killed your son, and after beating the little one, here comes the old one. Don't say old, today as you call all the family, today I also let your family neat and tidy, the ashes are all for you to raise, see how you still make trouble. With a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, Meng Hang raised his sword and charged towards it. The resurrected fifth-order bone demon didn't seem to see Meng Hang, and raised its head to the sky to let out a silent hiss. Although Meng Hang didn't hear any sound, he saw a layer of ripples spreading in all directions with the bone demon as the center. Meng Hang's brows furrowed slightly, and although he didn't understand why it was acting this way, a bad feeling arose in his heart. Ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-chow. One after another, this kind of loud sound came from around them. The next scene directly caused Meng Hang's scalp to go numb, and a chill went straight to the sky from his tailbone, only to see the white bones that were originally on the ground. At this point it was as if they were being shouted awake in their slumber. Densely packed army of skeletons stood up. Meng Hang even saw that some of the skeletons with incomplete limbs picked up a section from the broken limbs on the ground and planted it on themselves. At this time, he couldn't wait to smack himself in the mouth, really crow's mouth. Now it's good, not only is the family here, this is the 18 generations of ancestors being called out. Not daring to stay, Meng Hang turned his head and ran. If it was just a few dozen, or even hundreds of them, Meng Hang would be able to kill them in a pile of skeletons. But now that there were thousands of them, they could drown Meng Hang with a mouthful of spit from each of them. Of course, that's if they can still spit. A spectacular scene appeared in the ancient battlefield, with one person running in front, and uncountable waves of skeletons chasing after them. And the crows in the sky like dark clouds looked down greedily. It was as if they were waiting for Meng Hang to die so they could eat his flesh and drink his blood. On the desert, a fat man and a thin man with two abilities were working together to kill a third-order wind-striped scorpion. The tall and thin man wiped the sweat from his head and said to the side, "I haven't even seen a shadow of a foreigner in half a day, but I ran into this thing. If we are stung by its poisonous needles, even the great immortals won't be able to save us." Fatty also nodded with palpitations. "It's fortunate that the two of us rendezvoused early, or else it really wouldn't have been easy to deal with this beast." Just as the two of them were sitting on the ground resting, they suddenly saw a silhouette in the distance running fast towards the side. "Hey, Slim, do you see that there is a person running towards us? Well, it is estimated that he is being chased by some demonic beast. Nowadays, anyone who dares to enter the ancient battlefield simply does not know how to die. Oh, it's not because the Yao family gives too much. How many people don't want to try their luck? Crap, what's that behind us? Run!" The two were originally still gloating there, mocking Meng Hang's lack of self-importance. But the next moment, when they saw the white torrent behind Meng Hang like a tidal wave, they were so scared that they lost their colors. "Kid, I'm warning you, no more running towards us, or I'm not done with you." The duo yelled in Meng Hang's direction, and pulled their legs out to flee desperately into the distance. Meng Hang didn't care about this, and ran straight in this direction. As the saying goes, when you meet a bear in the forest, you don't need to run faster than it, you just need to run faster than the person next to you. Jiaoxing. "Dude, I'm really sorry." After saying that, Meng Hang directly opened the 8 doors of transportation and sprinted at full speed. The duo who were running at full speed only felt a green light float past them, and when they came back to their senses, they actually found that the kid had actually run in front of them. Couldn't help but open their mouths to curse. "Little bastard, don't let our brothers meet you again, or we won't stop with you." Looking at Meng Hang, who hadn't even turned his head back, and seeing the army of skeletons in hot pursuit behind him, the two of them glanced at each other, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. "We can only use that move." The next moment, a bizarre scene happened. A fat and a thin two people even merged into one, turning into a deer like non-deer, horse like non-horse. The head also has a bull's horns of the 4 unimaginable. Although the two have been chanting good shame, but the speed of the feet cannot be slow. For hooves of a breeze floating up, in the blink of an eye is dozens of meters away, in a short while will be the skeleton army fell in the distance, and then there is no silhouette. Meng Hang, who pitted the two of them, is now standing in front of a forest, hesitant. It was a forest, but the trees here were black, with dry bark like an old man's skinny hand, which was particularly ominous. Moreover, there is not a single leaf on the tree branches, only the empty branches grow upwards recklessly. What made Meng Hang hesitate was not these weird trees, but what was on them. As he looked around, there were hundreds of black-colored crows with bloodshot eyes perched on each tree, all staring at him wistfully. It was as if as long as he dared to take another step forward, these crows would be immortal with him. Meng Hang roughly estimated that there were at least hundreds of hectares of this forest, which meant that there were at least hundreds of thousands of these crows inhabiting this forest. Looking at the crows occupying half of the sky, and then looking at these in the woods, he swallowed deeply and said to himself, "What the hell is this ancient battlefield? Why don't we just call it the Crow World? I can't afford to mess with it, but I can't afford to hide from it." Saying that, he turned his head and was about to walk in the other direction. Ding! System opens. "Hey, I say brother Unity, we are so familiar with each other, there is no need to be so polite." "Ahem, the process should still have to go," the system said with some embarrassment. "Then can you not go through the process?" Meng Hang had some ominous premonitions that the system was absolutely no good coming out at this time. "Can't." "Come on, then you say it." Meng Hang rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Successful seizure of the Dark Crow Emperor's egg, rewarding host pillar cell.
failure deprived the kaleidoscope writer's eye. Meng Hang's mouth grew as he looked at this mission, his eyes filled with shock. This rewards the pillar cells to yourself? Meng Hang was originally still worried about when and how he would be able to save up 50,000 killing points, but he didn't expect the system to release it directly into the mission. However, when he saw the quest he had to do, his originally excited face immediately fell. Although he didn't know what the Dark Knight Crow Emperor was, just by looking at the ravens roaming the sky in front of him, he knew that what's his name egg was definitely not good enough to capture. Gritting his teeth, Meng Hang's face showed a ruthless color. He is ruthless to others, also ruthless to himself, in order to pillar cell, this time spell. No longer hesitating, instant step was launched, directly transforming into a shadow and rushing towards the woods. Originally was perched on the branches of the crows to see this scene, the eyes of the red light flourished. Instantly, the entire forest seemed to vaporize a black smoke. The group that was originally hovering in the sky also seemed to have been stimulated by something and desperately rushed towards Meng Hang without stopping. Crap, the world is ending. When someone saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs went weak and they cried out in shock. In an instant, the ability users who had entered the ancient battlefield all saw this horrifying scene and moved away from the place where the crows were swooping. In a corner of the ancient battlefield, Yao Tianshang and the so-called Yao Yushu looked at the sky in shock. Yao Yushu muttered, "The Dark Knight Doom Crow that never initiates attacks, why is it suddenly berserk today?" Yao Tianshang, who was on the side, said, "Holy Maiden, do you want my subordinates to go and check? You think you have a long life?" Yao Yushu said coldly, "A single Dark Knight Doom Crow is nothing, but with this close to hundreds of thousands of them attacking together, the consequences are unimaginable. And don't forget, these beasts also have a dark attribute natural skill, Dark Devouring. If we really piss them off, it's those 5 from the first line of heaven that will have to run when they come. Then let these beasts make such a mess?" Yao Tianshang asked with some anxiety. "As long as it doesn't affect the Saint Sun's descent, what if they destroy the entire space?" The crows rushed towards Meng Hang in a desperate manner, and each crow exuded a thick, inextricable darkness around its body, connecting together to directly form a dark cloud. And where the cloud passes, everything is swallowed clean. Meng Hang, who had rushed into the forest, looked at this scene with a pale face, knowing that he had really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Divine might. Not caring about any side effects, he directly unleashed his kaleidoscope writer's eye. Using his line of sight to directly mark the farthest place his eyes could see, he took one step and directly stepped into the foreign space. And just as he disappeared, countless crows rushed towards his previous position. When the swarms of crows flew by, the trees at the location where he stood disappeared without a trace as if they had been erased by someone with an eraser. When Meng Hang stepped out again, he was standing at the position marked by his Sharingan eye before. Looking at the crows that turned around and flew back, he took another step out and once again entered the foreign space. Crap, Unity, are you spot on or not? Do you have that what's his name egg or not? Meng Hang in the foreign space wiped away the tears of blood flowing out of his eyes and poured down 3 more bottles of rejuvenation liquid in a row before panting and asking the system. "Believe in you, brother Unity, get eternal life, just don't worry about it. Okay, anyway, if I have anything? We are both finished together, I will believe you once," he said and returned to the real space again. This time when Meng Hang walked out of the alien space, his eyes suddenly lit up and stared at the branches of a huge tree in the distance, only to see that this withered tree, which was 10 or so thick and towered into the clouds, had a huge bird's nest right on top of it. And in the bird's nest, there was a crow with bloodshot eyes, many times larger than the other crows, staring coldly at Meng Hang, the uninvited guest. And around it, thousands of Dark Knight Doom crows were circling, like faithful guards against outsiders. Although the Crow Emperor's eyes were icy cold, it had no intention of rising to attack Meng Hang and remained motionless in its nest. Meng Hang's eyes narrowed, and he found that there was a huge black-colored egg underneath it. This must be the Dark Knight Crow Emperor's egg as stated in the system quest, and it seemed that this group of beasts reacted so dramatically to his entry into the woods in order to protect this egg. The Crow Emperor looked at Meng Hang with murderous intent in his icy eyes. This egg that he had laid had actually produced a hint of mutation, and had made himself, the Crow Emperor, tremble before he was even born. So in order to ensure the infallibility of his child, no matter what this human in front of him was for, as long as he trespassed on his territory he had to die. Then a hint of disdain surfaced in its eyes. Surrounded by hundreds of thousands of his own people, this human is really want to snatch his own egg, so what, only looking for death. At this time, the crows chasing after him were already getting closer and closer to Meng Hang, but this time he didn't have a trace of anxiety. Instead, the corners of his mouth hooked up into an arc. Divine might. Only this time, the attack wasn't launched at the Crow Emperor, but instead focused on the giant egg beneath it. In the next moment, a distortion appeared in the space beneath the Dark Knight Crow Emperor. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor only felt an emptiness underneath it, and when it looked down, it realized that the egg that was hatching underneath it was no longer there. Gone? It's gone? It was a bit confused at this moment, not understanding how a good egg could be gone just like that. G.A. A roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. It must be this human in front of him. The Darkness Crow Emperor fluttered his enormous wings and slowly flew up, endless darkness permeating his body, the great dark sky surging towards Meng Hang. All of the early crows of this ancient battlefield had become crazy at this point, charging towards Meng Hang in a desperate manner. Seeing that the egg had already been absorbed by himself, Meng Hang also disregarded the fact that he could no longer see anything because of the overuse of his kaleidoscope sharing will eye, and once again used his divine might. Just in the nick of time when the endless darkness had already surrounded him and the crows were about to touch him, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. As Meng Hang entered the foreign space, he finally could no longer support himself and fell to his knees with a plop. The tears of blood in his eyes were flowing downward uncontrollably, and at this moment, he only felt a glimmer of light shining in, but he couldn't see anything. Meng Hang smiled bitterly, knowing that this pair of eyes were about to fail due to overuse of the kaleidoscope sharing wheel. Despite this, Meng Hang smiled faintly, not panicking at all. Brother Tuanzi, this Dark Crow Emperor's egg has arrived, so you can give me the reward. Got it, Tai Z. Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward host pillar cells. Meng Hang only felt a tingle throughout his body, and his eyes, which were already close to blindness, became bright again. Holy shit, is that so magical? He blinked his eyes and looked around incredulously. Meng Hang rubbed his hands together excitedly. This is the legendary pillar cell, with it then wouldn't he be invincible? Thinking that, he clapped his hands together. Kazuna no Jutsu. In an instant, a large Buddha of tens of meters appeared out of thin air. Meng Hang stood on top of the great Buddha. His face was filled with a color of excitement that he couldn't hide. Afterward, as if he thought of something, the kaleidoscope sharing will eyes in his eyes opened. In an instant, the Buddha was wrapped in light blue energy, forming a layer of blue armor. Clad in armor, the wooden man's right hand clenched in the air, and a light blue long sword appeared in his hand. With a gentle wave forward, space unexpectedly began to distort, precisely the spatial ability of divine might. At this moment, Meng Hang was ecstatic and couldn't even close his legs in happiness. With the powerful restorative power of pillar cells, my kaleidoscope sharing will eyes can also be used without limitations. You're thinking about fart eating, Tai Z. Just when Meng Hang couldn't contain himself with excitement, the system's words poured over his head like a pot of cold water. Even with the pillar cell, the kaleidoscope sharing will eye is not the eternal kaleidoscope sharing will eye after all. Unleashing divine might still has damage to your eyes, just not as much as before. With the current you can only use it for 5 minutes without interruption. What? You can only use it for 5 minutes? Meng Hang originally thought that this book could already have a grand finale, and that he was already standing at the top of the human pyramid, but he didn't expect the system to actually give him such a show. Then why is it that the original Beltland can be used indefinitely, but I can only use it for 5 minutes? Meng Hang retorted. Then why don't you say that the ability of someone else's godly might of Band Earth can only be used for 5 minutes? Meng Hang bristled, surprisingly powerless to retort. Explain here. I know that Bandu can only use it for 5 minutes because he only has one sharpening will eye. But after all, it is a homoerotic novel. Even Kishimoto only dared to let Kakashi use the trial version of the dual divine power once. I this really dare not write too contrary. By the system this pot of cold water poured down, his excitement has lost most of it, and no longer continue to experiment with the new ability he obtained. Disarming his Sharingan eyes and woodman's art, Meng Hang walked over to the blackened egg. As he approached, he realized that although the egg's shell was like ink, if he looked closely, he would find that there was a hint of gold-colored vertical lines on it. Meng Hang's mood began to churn a bit again, and excitedly asked the system, Brother Tuzi, is this a pet for me? Crows were ominous representatives in the eyes of the world, but Meng Hang was influenced by the skunk, and not only did he not hate crows, he was even satisfied with his pet. I say Tai Z, can we have some future? I'm letting you go through all the trouble to get it here, how can I just let you catch babies? The system said helplessly. Then what are you asking me to snatch him for? He. The system let out a long sigh and explained to him in a serious tone. Although you have a lot of means now, they are all dependent on my help, so think carefully about whether you ever awakened your powers during the awakening ceremony in the first place? Meng Hang opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he didn't. I also didn't think that a rare species like the Doom Crow would appear in this space, and that it would actually produce a Fae in an egg. As long as you absorb the essence from the egg, you can awaken the Fae ability that belongs to you, rather than relying on me to give it to you. If I'm not around one day, at least you won't be left without the means to defend yourself because of it. Hearing this, Meng Hang's brows furrowed into a Chuan character. What do you mean by this? Did something change and you want to put your kid's fart? Lousy is fine, just saying possible. May understand. Hearing the system's denial, Meng Hang only slightly put down his heart. Although the system had not spared him much during this period of time, his ability to get to where he was today was all thanks to the system's help.
Therefore, he had already treated the system as a flesh and blood friend rather than a cold golden finger.
Returning his attention back to this egg, Meng Hang asked with some curiosity. How am I supposed to absorb this thing? Is it like the rumors, put your hands on the eggshell, what catalyzes the internal force?
Get. Where did you even hear about these unreliable things?
The system impatiently interrupted him. There's not that much to talk about, just eat it directly. Eat it? Meng Hang's eyes widened. How to eat it? Fry it and eat it, or boil it? You fucking eat it directly raw. This time, the system was completely rendered speechless by Meng Hang.
Meng Hang was embarrassed for a moment, scratched his head, and without any further delay, his fist blasted towards the eggshell.
Bang!
With a loud bang, Meng Hang looked at his fist in confusion and then at the still intact egg, somewhat incredulous. Although he didn't use his full strength, this punch would not be able to be withstood by an average second-ranked demon beast, and the egg in front of him actually did nothing.
I still don't believe it today.
Saying this, he used his entire body to blast out once again.
Ka-chow.
This time, the eggshell finally couldn't withstand Meng Hang's immense strength, and began to split apart inch by inch, and the transparent egg white spilled out from it. Meng Hang took a look at it, how could he afford to waste it, and hurriedly came forward and started sucking on it crazily. Instantly a fishy sweet flavor filled his mouth. Hiccup! I don't know how long it took, but Meng Hang patted his already rounded stomach and stood up, and burped. I say brother Tuanzi, it's not that I'm bragging, such a big egg is the only thing I can eat in one gulp. If you were to put it on someone else, you'd have to choke on 2 bites, all this essence could be wasted, and what's the point of absorbing the essence?
Listening to Meng Hang boasting here, the system laughed disdainfully. Who told you that you need to give it all to eat?
There's a strand of black essence in here, that's the most important part of the entire egg, and the key to obtaining supernatural powers.
So just pick out that strand of black essence and eat it. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang instantly became furious. Nima, why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask me either. You just wanted to think about pitting the old.
Before Meng Hang finished cursing, the next moment his face changed wildly, his body unconsciously bowed, and finally collapsed on the ground and kept convulsing. At this time, Meng Hang only felt a burst of indescribable pain throughout his body, as if someone holding a blade piece by piece to cut down his meat, and then after the end of the residual flesh and blood on the bones and then a little bit removed. And he was awake throughout this process. Meng Hang wrapped his arms around himself and curled up on the ground. He now didn't even have the energy to ask the system what was going on, he could only grit his teeth and hold on. And just as he was dying in the alien space, the crowd outside had also found the place where the nirvana grass grew. In the desert, there was a village with a strange construction, and the houses in the village were all made of huge stones. At this moment in the village, the shouting and killing sounds shook the sky, and the energy of the colorful glaze was being exerted outward like no money was needed. As for the people and horses fighting on both sides, on one side were the hundreds of ability users who had entered this place, while on the other side were monsters with double heads and green faces and fangs. Although these monsters weren't as numerous as the ability users, they were all incredibly powerful and their bodies were so hard that ordinary supernatural abilities couldn't hurt them at all. Everyone, step it up, slaughter this group of 2-headed green flames and you'll be able to get the nirvana grass, someone said while releasing their own alien energy. It's easy for you to say, each of these monsters has a strength of more than the second rank, how can they be dealt with so easily? An alter egoist who managed to dodge the attack said in a lousy manner. Right at this moment, a wind blade chopped through, directly cutting the second-order twin-headed green flame demon in front of this person into 2 halves. A cold youth then walked out, disdainfully glanced at the man beside him and said with a cold snort, "Humph, a bunch of trash. You can't even beat a bunch of second-order foreign races, and you still dare to come here to grab the grinding grass. Don't end up dying without even knowing how." After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to that person and chopped out another wind blade, attacking towards the other foreign races. The face of the person who was taunted by the cold youth turned green and purple, wanting to open his mouth to retort, but not daring to open his mouth. That cold youth was clearly an air-ranked ability, not something he could deal with as an earth rank. Moreover, there is no such thing as killing innocents here. Once that young man accidentally slipped and chopped himself up with a wind blade, then he really had no place to talk about it. The battle was in full swing, but no one realized that no matter which side someone died a horrible death, there is a light black mist floating out of its body, floating in a certain direction. The war was getting more and more tragic. The human side, relying on the advantage of having more people, soon slaughtered the 2-headed green flame demon clan basically into thin air. And behind a small hill, a monk with a ring scar on his head and a chubby little white fatty were peeking their heads out and secretly watching. I said, Master Shan, if we don't get on the field, we won't even be able to have soup in a while. Ni Hao said anxiously. He didn't come here to play in the mountains, he was still fantasizing about getting the nirvana grass and holding on to a beautiful woman. Mangekyo Shan smashed his mouth and shook his head.
It's not right, it's not right. For some reason, the poor monk's heart is always unsure. It feels like something is about to happen. It's better to wait and see. Hearing him say this, Hao had no choice but to catapult his head and wait a little longer. The field at this time only less than 10 heads of the two-headed green flame devil. The crowd will surround them in the middle of the eyes without the slightest pity. Not my kind, their hearts will be different. Against foreign races and demonic beasts, only kill them all. Being surrounded in the center of the 10 two-headed green flame demon knew that they could not escape. Their mouths angrily muttered a language that the people around them did not understand, and then together they raised their voices to the sky and roared. What are these beasts talking about? Someone asked strangely. Who cares? Hurry up and finish them off so we can go in and find the nirvana grass. Hearing this, the crowd didn't delay any longer, and all of them used their own skillful techniques to blast towards this group of foreigners, splashing a burst of smoke and dust. Not long after, when the smoke dissipated, only a pile of flesh and mud remained on the ground. After resolving these foreigners, the crowd didn't rush into the village to look for nirvana grass, but instead stood on the spot and looked at each other warily. The Yao family only needed one nirvana grass. While there were so many people here, only one person could get the nirvana grass. The atmosphere in the field became subtle and incomparable. No one dared to be the first to act for fear of being sneak attacked. Dang! Dang! Knock! Just as the crowd was having their own thoughts, loud footsteps came from the distance, and the ground began to vibrate with them. The faces of the crowd, who were originally still at war, changed wildly as they looked in the direction where the sound came from. Only to see a monster that was nearly 30 meters tall, with 2 heads and 4 arms, with the same appearance as the two-headed green flame demon, only with 2 extra arms walking out. When the crowd saw this monster, they all changed color in horror. 5th rank 4-armed green flame demon. Someone recognized this monster and cried out in horror. They also stopped looking for any nirvana grass and turned their heads to run. The 4-armed green flame demon looked at the tragically dead clansman in front of him, and a tyrannical color appeared in its eyes. Killing my clansman, you all deserve to die. This monster even spat out human words. One of the forearms pinched in the air at the person who turned to run away, only to see that person who hadn't run a few steps yet had his footsteps lurched, and without even shouting out a miserable scream, he instantly turned into a blood mist. Run! This scene looked at the crowd present scalp numb. Do not know who in the crowd shouted. The crowd scattered in all directions to run. The 4-armed green flame demon looked at the crowd that scattered like birds and beasts, and an endless killing opportunity appeared in its eyes. Each of the 4 huge arms pinched out a magic seal, and one of the heads unexpectedly spat out a roaring green flame from its mouth. This monstrous green flame blazing high temperature as if nothing cannot be burned, the entire space began to distort up. The crowd had originally fled in all directions, with a hint of luck in their hearts that this 4-armed green flame demon would chase and kill people in other directions, but feeling the high temperatures coming from behind them, they knew that this beast didn't want to let any of them go. Some people with a clear mind knew that if they fled any further, they would only be engulfed by this flame, so they simply stopped running. All stop running. If we keep running like this, we will only die, a competent-looking man said. When the others heard this, they hesitated and stopped. They weren't stupid and knew that in this situation, joining forces together might still have a chance of survival. Is there an earth or water ability person? Cast a shield first to ensure that the others can fully utilize their supernatural abilities. Yes, I am. I can too. A dozen people stepped forward and said, Earth system on the outside, water system on the inside, we must block this flame. The lean middle-aged man shouted loudly, as if he had become the leader of the crowd. These few people didn't hesitate. The water-type alien among them mobilized his spiritual power first, and under the joint efforts of several people, a huge wall of water instantly appeared in front of the crowd. Earth system, go! The lean middle-aged man shouted once again. As soon as the words fell, a huge earth wall appeared before the water wall. Seeing that 2 defense barriers had been formed, the middle-aged man let out a slight sigh of relief. Brothers, whether or not we can escape this today depends on now. Don't hold back, use all your skills. In the next moment, ice cones, fireballs, and wind blades rained down from the sky, blasting towards the 4-armed green flame demon in the distance. The huge 4-armed green flame demon looked at the attacks coming towards him, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes, and surprisingly, he didn't even dodge. Boom boom boom. Explosions exploded on its body, raising a small mushroom cloud. The crowd looked at the monster shrouded in smoke, and a look of hope appeared in their eyes. However, in the next second, the look of hope in their eyes turned into despair, only to see the 4-armed green flame demon walk out of the smoke intact, without even a trace left on its body. At the same time, the green-colored flames filled the earth wall before it. When the roaring flames came into contact with the earth wall, the nearly 2-meter-thick earth wall unexpectedly melted like a liquid. The crowd watched the scene as their faces changed again. Before they could react, the flames continued to sweep forward. Under the scorching heat of the endless heat, the second defensive water wall also instantly evaporated and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The crowd saw so many people join hands to create the barrier was actually so easily broken, which still have a trace of resistance idea, just inspired the morale instantly disappeared, once again turned into birds and beasts scattered. Unfortunately now also want to run has been too late, four-armed green flame devil another head deep breath, and then vigorously spit out. The surrounding wind was instantly gusting, and the green flame used the wind to burn even more vigorously. The ability person running at the end was engulfed by the sea of fire in an instant, and after a miserable scream, there was no more sound. At the same time, a green-colored spark splashed up and collapsed on a desperately fleeing ability user in front of him. In the next moment, the spark was like landing on a haystack, directly igniting into flames. This ability person's face changed greatly, and he desperately slapped at his body. Unfortunately, it was useless, and the fire grew bigger and spread to this body. At this point, this ability person had already panicked, and yanked on the person in front of him, crying out in supplication. "Help me, please help me, I don't want to die." The face of the person tugged in front of him instantly turned pale, he couldn't even protect himself, how could he care about others? "Let go! You let go!" Seeing the flames immediately spreading to his body, this person's face twisted as a vicious color emerged. A long knife appeared in his hand, and with one slash, he chopped at the arm that was tugging at him. Ka-chow! The arm broke with a sound. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late, as the green flame had already spread along the arm to his body, instantly turning this person into ashes as well. In a matter of minutes, the flames that were originally screams mixed with cries for help became dead silent. These nearly 100 ability users were all buried in the flames just like that. The green flame was still burning, and a black mist floated out from it, then converged towards a certain place. The two people hiding behind a small hill in the distance had already been scared out of their wits, and hid behind the hill, not daring to utter a single breath, fearing that they would be discovered by the four-armed green flame demon. Ancient battlefield. In front of a huge altar. Yao Tianshang and Yao Yushu stared at the altar with grave expressions, only to see countless black mists converging into the spell formation in front of the altar. Yao Tianshang opened his mouth and said, "Holy Maiden, we've already sacrificed the souls of hundreds of capable people, why is this spell formation still not moving? Is it possible that the holy sect's canonical records are wrong?" Yao Yushu also furrowed her pretty brows and was just about to speak when her eyes lit up in the next moment, casting her gaze above the altar. Seeing her movements, Yao Tianshang also hurriedly turned his attention back to the altar, only to see that after the formation on the altar had absorbed the soul force of these hundreds of people, a silvery-haired youth with crystalline jade horns on his eyebrows and an extremely handsome face slowly appeared in silhouette. As more and more soul power was absorbed, this figure gradually became solid, and in the end, his entire physical body descended into this space. As he descended, a mighty pressure swept over him, pressuring Yao Tianshang and Yao Yushu, who were not far away, to raise their heads. The silver-haired youth slowly opened his eyes and surveyed a circle of the rambling desert, his brows furrowed. "I didn't expect the legendary ancestral star to be such a barren world." He then clenched his fists and shook his head in disgust again, muttering, "The power of the rules here unexpectedly suppresses my strength, and I can only utilize 1/3 of my strength. Greetings to the divine envoy." Not far away, Yao Tianshang and Yao Yushu kneeled down on one knee and respectfully bowed deeply to the youth in front of them. Only then did the silver-haired youth notice the duo, skimming over them with indifference in his eyes. "Are you the ones who summoned this seat here? God Emperor, the two of us are from the Lifeless sect, and have specially summoned God Emperor down to the realm. My subordinate is the rudder master of the Lifeless God sect, Yao Tianshang. And next to my subordinate is none other than the Holy Maiden of the Divine sect, Yilingxian." "Oh?" The silver-haired youth let out a light eep, not caring about any Lifeless God sect's helmsman, but instead casting his gaze towards Yilingxian. "You are this generation's Holy Maiden?" Yilingxian raised her white and flawless jade neck and looked at the silver-haired youth with a light smile. "Back to the God Emperor, my youngest daughter is the current generation Holy Maiden." With this smile, her stunningly beautiful and clear face revealed a hint of flirtatiousness, as if she had mistakenly fallen into the mortal world and was tainted with a hint of dust, and even the silver-haired youth who was looking at her was dumbfounded. There was a flash of strange light in the silver-haired youth's eyes, but the next moment as if he thought of something, his expression became solemn again. "Since you are the contemporary Holy Maiden, there is no need for you to perform this great honor to me, quickly get up." Saying this, he gently supported Yilingxian with his right hand, and an invisible force helped Yilingxian up. Yao Tianshang, who was still kneeling on the side, saw that the divine envoy had already helped the Holy Maiden up, and stretched his hand forward as well, waiting for the silver-haired youth to help him up as well. But who knew that the silver-haired young man was putting his hands behind his back and didn't even look at him? This Yao Tianshang directly froze in place, embarrassed. Standing is not, kneeling is not. The silver-haired youth with his hands behind his back didn't care about the embarrassed Yao Tianshang. In his eyes, in addition to the special identity of the Holy Maiden, the rest of the world are all ants, not worth the energy he invested. His eyes looked into the distance, sensing the terrifying aura of the 5th-rank 4-armed green flame demon. The corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Oh, there's still one more mole cricket that's still relatively powerful, just so I can test my current strength. Saying that, he took a step and disappeared in place. Seeing that the divine messenger had already left, Yao Tianshang then stood up and said with some unhappiness, "Holy Maiden, this divine envoy didn't take our holy sect seriously at all. Can he really help us grow the holy sect?" Lingxian beckoned, signaling him to attach his ear. Actually, Yao Tianshang only felt a warm breath coming from his ear. Feeling the holy maiden's exhaling breath, at this moment, he was a bit apoplectic. Although on the surface the two had been showing themselves as father and daughter, but in fact the two were only in a superior and subordinate relationship, which man could be unmoved by a sometimes innocent, sometimes charming siren like her. Although he was respectful to Lingxian on the surface, he had already fantasized countless times in private about the scene of riding this high and mighty saintly maiden on his crotch. Stinking bitch, one day I will definitely get my hands on you, Yao Tianshang secretly thought. Actually, you can die. Yao Tianshang froze for a moment, then his face changed drastically. Puff! In the next moment, a pair of crystal clear, soft and boneless delicate hands had been inserted into his heart. When Lingxian's right hand was taken out again, there was already a thumping heart in his hand. Yao Tianshang covered the wound in his heart, his eyes were wide open with disbelief. Why? Cluck cluck cluck. Lingxian used her other hand to slightly dip a bit of blood on this bloody heart before gently pointing it on top of her own vermilion lips, and her originally clear face was suddenly flooded with a hint of bizarre demonic color. Only then did she let out a delicate laugh. People don't do it for themselves, you'll never know what it's like to be a dowry for someone else, so I'm going to defy all odds to become stronger. And anyone who stands in my way will have to die. Saying this, a hint of helplessness flashed through her wintry eyes. Stinky bitch, I want. With a plop, Yao Tianshang, who still wanted to say something else, died in this way without living. Lingxian threw away the heart that was no longer beating in his hand, licked the smear of blood on his lips, and looked towards the direction where the silver-haired youth had disappeared, the corner of his mouth revealing an intriguing smile. You don't want to let me down. She took one step and her figure disappeared in place as well. At the same time, there was a twist in space, and the silver-haired youth who reappeared had already arrived in front of the 4-armed green flame demon. Seeing that it was actually a 2-headed, 4-armed monster, the silver-haired youth raised an eyebrow. Oh, I didn't realize that the ancestral star still had the remaining species of the green flame demon clan that ranked 98 in the 108 god pillars. The 4-armed green flame demon also discovered the silver-haired youth in front of it at this time, and a trace of scorn was unexpectedly revealed in its tyrannical eyes. For some reason, it felt a sense of oppression from its soul from the other party's aura. The silver-haired youth looked at the 4-armed green flame demon actually looking down at itself. His face revealed a color of displeasure, but he still said indifferently, "Remembering that you are a descendant of the Green Flame clan, I will now give you a choice, submit or die." Upon hearing these words, the 4-armed green flame demon, who was still somewhat fearful, once again became furious. Aside from the gang of crows that represented ominousness, it was the master of this space, and the mole in front of it dared to threaten itself. "Griffin, don't think for yourself," the 4-armed green flame demon said in a jarred voice, and all 4 arms were launched at the same time, slapping towards the silver-haired youth. Looking for death. The silver-haired youth snorted coldly, and a flash of anger surfaced in his indifferent eyes. As a royal clan in the 108 god pillar himself, he had condescended to accept a bottom-ranked 4-armed green flame demon, and the other party was so ungrateful that they even dared to take a shot at themselves. Looking at the 4 huge arms glowing with green flames slapping towards him, the silver-haired youth took a step out and stood directly in front of the 4-armed green flame demon in the air, pointing a finger at the center of its brow. Compared to the 4-armed green flame demon, the silver-haired youth's size was not as big as one of its fingers. But when such a small silver-haired youth pointed a finger at its forehead, the 4 arms of the 4-armed green flame demon slapped out, 4 arms lurched, and the whole person froze in place. The silver-haired youth withdrew his right hand and slowly landed on the ground. When he landed on the ground, the 4-armed green flame demon's huge body unexpectedly shattered like a broken mirror, breaking apart inch by inch, and directly exploding in the next second. Blood and flesh splashed in all directions, turning into a rain of blood and falling. And the silver-haired youth stood right where he was, surprisingly without a trace of blood on his body. "Giving you a chance you don't hit the mark," the silver-haired youth sneered and said indifferently. Just as he turned around and was about to leave, his footsteps were suddenly retracted again and he looked in a certain direction. And in this direction, at the back of the small hill, Monk Daishan and Ni Hao were covering their mouths with their hands, not daring to utter a single breath. "Oh, there are actually 2 mole crickets hiding." With a flash of his figure, the silver-haired youth came directly in front of these 2, staring at them with interest. "Ha, little fatty, look at this moonlight tonight, it makes me want to recite a poem."
The bright moonlight in front of the bed, suspected to be frost on the ground. Touchy, 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 the poor monk is actually a little homesick, why don't we go home here? Mangekyo pretended not to see the silver-haired youth, shook his head and recited 2 lines of poetry, then said to Little Fatty.
Little Fatty looked up at the sky in a contemplative manner.
Master is right, the moon is bright in the hometown, the moon here is no more beautiful than the beauty of the hometown, we'd better hurry out and go home to enjoy the moon. After saying that, the 2 of them turned around and were about to leave. Don't leave if you've come, it's better to go down and accompany that 4-armed green flame demon. The silver-haired youth had an ancient well in his eyes and said to the duo who turned around to leave. Little Fatty, do it. Knowing that he couldn't muddle through, Mangekyo shouted at Ni-Hao while he himself ran to the side. In comparison, Ni-Hao was able to get into God's capital university, and with his mid-air state strength coupled with his SS-level psychic ability, he still had real skills in him. He himself was only an E-ranked ability of the Earth rank, so he can only add to the chaos, so he might as well stay on the sidelines and see if there was a time for a sneak attack. Ni-Hao didn't hesitate at the moment of life and death, and his SS ability Dragonization was unleashed. The whole body is covered with scale armor, the original white chubby and somewhat cute face also protrudes forward, mouth grows a mouth of sharp teeth. He became a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a dragon's head and body. After the transformation, Ni-Hao's strength and speed increased several times, and his feet exerted themselves, like a cannonball rushing toward the silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth raised an eyebrow, obviously a little surprised by Ni-Hao's transformation, and muttered,
"Oh, there's an ancient demonic beast bloodline in your body, so you can transform?
It's a pity that the power of the bloodline is too thin, it can only go so far." Saying that, he again stretched out his right hand to lightly point towards Ni-Hao. Although this casual strike of his looked weak, Ni-Hao, who was charging forward, only felt a wave of creepiness. The intuition of the transformed beast told him that if he was hit by this finger, he would absolutely fall here. At that moment, he didn't dare to hesitate, and with a sharp stop, his body quickly retreated backward, trying to dodge the strike. But what made his scalp numb was that no matter how he retreated, that light finger was like a maggot in his bones, rapidly approaching in front of his eyes until it immediately pointed at his forehead. It's over. Cold sweat instantly flowed out of Ni-Hao's forehead, knowing that today was going to be a disaster. The words were split into 2. Meng Hang woke up in a daze, and only after a brief moment of disillusionment did he remember what had happened before, and with his mouth open, he started cursing at the system. Devouring the Lord, you're devouring the Lord. Cub Seed, you come out and look at me straight, old me won't stop with you. Hey, Tai Z, you can't look at the sky with your bare ass and have eyes without a pearl. I did everything I could to get you to awaken your powers, but in the end I got a scolding from you. Pull yourself together, why didn't you tell me that awakening this what alien ability is so dangerous? Old me almost hung up just now. Meng Hang said in a bad mood. And la, as the great and omnipotent system, how could it possibly put the host to death? The system explained unhurriedly. Why do you think I got the pillar cell as a reward this time? It's not because of its perverted repairing ability. Without the wood attribute power of the pillar cell, I wouldn't have dared to let you devour the Dark Knight Crow Emperor egg. The dark attribute energy contained within it would have devoured the cells in your body. But with the pillar cells it's different, while the dark attribute destroys the cells, the wood attribute will also repair your cells. So I have 50%, 80% confidence that you will be safe and sound. Hearing 50%, Meng Hang's forehead veins rippled, knowing that the system was punking him again. However, he didn't say anything else, and was vaguely grateful to the system. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and in the face of huge benefits, half the odds could already make someone break their head and go for it. Stretching his arms, without the unforgettable pain from earlier, Meng Hang let go of his heart. But when he saw himself in a black robe, he froze. He remembered that he was clearly wearing a set of sportswear. How did he turn into a black robe in this moment of time? Meng Hang had wanted to take out a mirror from his spatial ring to look at himself, but a flash of light gave him a better idea. Both hands formed a seal. The art of shadow separation. A person who looked exactly like Meng Hang appeared, and the 2 of them stared wide-eyed, looking each other up and down. Looking at his opposite self, he was dressed in a black robe, his fine hair had become black and shiny, and his appearance hadn't changed much, with sharp corners and a high nose. But I don't know why, with this black robe, it always felt like I had a gloomy temperament, like a villain. Hey, a villain is a villain. Good people don't live long, scourges last 1,000 years, it's good to be a scourge. He reassured himself. Then looking at himself across the room, the corner of his mouth hooked into an intriguing smile. Hey, brother Unity, how many kill points for the art of color seduction? System. Fuck off to the side, you kid is playing quite perverted. We're taking the small and fresh route. Meng Hang laughed and didn't care, originally he was just joking. Brother Tuzi, open the character attributes. Host, Meng Hang. Abilities, Kaleidoscope Sharingan Dual Divine Might, SS Grade, Dark Knight Doom Crow,
SSS grade, blood limit, Kizuna, SSS grade. Mental power, 520,585, empty class intermediate. Strength, 354. Agility, 398. Physical fitness, 405. Meng Hang nodded with satisfaction. Not only had he obtained the Jubilee cells, but he had also awakened his own psychic abilities. This trip to the ancient battlefield could be said to be a great harvest. It's also time to go out. I don't know how Monk Goodness and Little Fatty are doing, he muttered as the kaleidoscope sharing will eyes appeared in his eyes and took a step out of the alien space. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor, who had lost his own egg, was leading his flock of crows in a frenzy to search for Meng Hang's traces in the woods. After searching round and round, he still couldn't find a single shadow. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor didn't believe that the person who had stolen its egg could still run out of this space. Just as it was about to lead its people to expand its range and search throughout the ancient battlefield, somewhere in the forest space warped in Meng Hang, dressed in black robes, walked out. The blood-red pupils of the Dark Knight Crow Emperor, who was circling overhead with its crows, contracted violently as it looked toward the place where Meng Hang had appeared. G.A. With an angry roar, the commanding hundreds of thousands of crows swooped down towards Meng Hang. Hearing this roar, Meng Hang, who had just walked out, was startled. Looking up, the crows swooped towards him. This time, Meng Hang was no longer panicked, his heart moved freely, and a golden vertical pupil appeared in his blood-red sharpening will eye. At the same time, behind him, darkness filled the air, spreading in all directions. Wherever the darkness passed, all objects were swallowed without a trace. The full-speed swooping flock of doomed crows lurched. For some reason, they actually felt the suppressive power of their bloodline from the human in front of them, making them not dare to continue their attack. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor hovering in the sky also felt this bloodline suppression. A look of panic appeared in its eyes, followed by endless rage. It instantly understood that this human in front of it had absorbed its own offspring and gained that trace of returning power. G.A. G.A. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor both angrily and anxiously urged the crows to continue their attack, but no matter how much it urged them, the crows were always hovering in midair, not daring to take another step forward. Looking at the crows in the sky, Meng Hang blessed his heart and shouted, "Come here!" An irresistible force in the bloodline enveloped the crows, causing them to involuntarily rush towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang stood still, allowing the hundreds of thousands of Dark Knight Dune crows to rush towards him. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor in the sky let out a cold laugh in its heart as it watched him take this path to death. Unfortunately, the next moment, it froze in place. When the crows touched Meng Hang's body, it was like a drop of water falling into a lake, a river merging into the sea, and it just logically merged into his body. At this moment, Meng Hang's body was like a black hole, facing the torrent formed by hundreds of thousands of crows and integrating them into his body. The Dark Knight Crow Emperor in the sky was completely flustered when he saw his people desperately integrating into that human's body. It cried out desperately to the crows, sending out orders to recall its people. But to no avail, it was as if Meng Hang was now the supreme being of the crows, and his commands could make them fight to the death. The Dark Crow Emperor wanted to come forward to stop him, but whenever he tried to get close to Meng Hang, a power in his bloodline prompted him to merge into Meng Hang's body as well. So it didn't dare to get close, and could only hover anxiously in the sky. The black waves continued to surge towards Meng Hang's body, and after 5 minutes, there was not a single early crow in the sky, except for the Dark Knight Crow Emperor. At this moment, Meng Hang was wearing a black robe, and behind him, wisps of darkness surged, and the aura around him became even more sinister. He looked at the Crow Emperor hovering in the sky and said indifferently, "A family has to be neat and tidy, so you come in too." After saying that, the red light in his eyes flourished, and his kaleidoscope shell and eyes opened, marking the front of the Crow Emperor in the air, only to see his body flicker, like an instantaneous movement into the air. Behind his back, he unexpectedly extended a pair of black wings like the wings of a demon. The wings slowly flapped, and Meng Hang floated in the air like this. When the Dark Knight Crow Emperor saw that this human had actually come to his side, as a fifth-ranked demonic beast, it didn't even think about attacking in the first place, but instead turned its head to run. Meng Hang snorted coldly. "Humph, still trying to run." Darkness quickly filled out behind him, like a giant black net, covering towards the Dark Knight Crow Emperor. In just the blink of an eye, it, which had just flapped its wings twice, was instantly enveloped in endless darkness and dragged towards Meng Hang's body. At this moment, Meng Hang's body was like a gourmand's, it would not resist, and the closer the huge Dark Knight Crow Emperor got to his body, the smaller it became, until it was completely swallowed up by his body. Heaven and earth became clear again, and the darkness that could devour everything disappeared without a trace. Meng Hang hovered in midair and muttered to himself, "It's also time to go see how Monk Goodness and Little Fatty are doing." After saying that, his upright body unexpectedly exploded suddenly, transforming into a sky full of crows that flew off into the distance. Unlike before, although the flock of dune crows that Meng Hang had transformed into also had bloodshot eyes, there was an additional runic mark in the pupil of each dune crow. It was precisely the kaleidoscope writer's eye. the silver-haired youth pointed out with one finger, and it looked like he was going to point at little Fatty's brow. Right at this moment, the sky suddenly became dark, as if there was a dark cloud covering the sky. Gaga! Gar! As the sky darkened, the cries of countless crows resounded in the sky. The silver-haired youth frowned, somewhat disturbed by these raucous cries. At that moment, the finger that was pointing out lurched and looked up into the sky, only to see that the sky at this time was hovering with densely packed crows, covering up the sky. The silver-haired youth's face immediately changed, and he said with some exasperation, "How can there still be this kind of thing that should have gone extinct long ago here?" But then put his heart down. As long as this group of beasts didn't provoke them, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack themselves. Seeing that the silver-haired youth's attention was attracted by the flock of crows in the sky, Anihao looked delighted and turned around, about to flee backwards. "Griffin, where can you run to?" The silver-haired youth's cold voice suddenly came from his ears again and was accompanied by a sound of breaking air. "Little fatty, be careful." Seeing this scene from afar, Mangekyo Sharingan's face changed drastically and he reminded in a loud voice. Unfortunately, his reminder was still a step too late. The silver-haired youth's speed was too terrifying, catching up to Anihao in just the blink of an eye. Seeing that this finger was about to pierce through the back of his head, Jashan knew that it was already too late, but he still rushed this way regardless of his life. And right at this moment, the kaleidoscope sharing will eye in the eyes of the Earl Crow in the sky turned slightly, and the little fat man who had already shown his face in despair unexpectedly disappeared strangely into place. "Ha!" The silver-haired young man who had landed a finger lightly eeped, somewhat puzzled as he glanced around, but other than seeing the monk Daishan, who also had a dazed look on his face, he didn't see his figure. He then looked towards Goodness and said with interest, "I didn't expect that this seat would also have moments of looking away. You actually have such a means." Saying that, the void then grabbed a hand towards monk Daishan. At this time the good monk also froze on the spot, do not understand what the situation. Hearing the silver-haired youth's words, he hurriedly waved his hand. Just before he could open his mouth to explain, a huge suction force came from the silver-haired youth's hands, making him involuntarily walk towards the silver-haired youth's body. Right at this moment, countless dark night doom crows in the sky once again chirped and turned into a black torrent that swooped down towards the middle of the silver-haired youth and Mangekyo Sharingan. As the crows landed, they unexpectedly coalesced into a black-robed youth in the form of Meng Hang. Only this time, unlike the previous illusions created by the use of the Sharingan eye, this time his body was truly coalesced from the crows. This bizarre scene directly scared the startled Goodness to sit on his butt on the ground, while a touch of surprise also appeared in the indifferent eyes of the silver-haired youth. The black-robed Meng Hang stood not far from the silver-haired young man, a cold aura drifting out, similarly staring at the silver-haired young man with an indifferent look. The paralyzed monk Daishan stared at the black-robed youth in front of him with an odd look. It was clearly Meng Hang's looks, but his aura was completely different. For some reason, the black-robed youth in front of him gave him a chilling feeling. So he hesitated for a moment, and still asked with some uncertainty, "Meng, Monarch Meng Hang? Grandfather is here." Mangekyo Sharingan's face darkened, only feeling that this one sentence made the airy and chilly Meng Hang instantly break down and turn back into that dangling brat. He had some unkind thoughts about disliking him back, but when he thought of his current situation, his face turned ugly again. "Caster Meng, why are you here? Now is not the time for jokes. Now that Caster Anihao is nowhere to be found, and this person in front of us isn't something we can deal with. I personally saw him kill a 5th-ranked 4-armed green flame demon in seconds." "Oh yeah, gotta release that little fatty." Meng Hang nodded indistinctly. The space beside Mangekyo Sharingan twisted, and Anihao, who had already regained his person, fell to the ground on his butt. His eyes looked around in confusion. Just now, in the nick of time, Anihao's eyes blinked and he realized that he had come to an unfamiliar space. Originally, he thought he had come to the netherworld, but before he could recoil, he actually returned to the real world. "What's going on here?" Anihao asked as he looked at Daishan beside him who was staring at him with wide eyes. He. Monk Daishan was so shocked by the fat man who had disappeared and then suddenly appeared that he couldn't speak, pointing at himself for a moment, then pointing at him, and finally pointing at Meng Hang, the last sentence not coming out. Meng Hang didn't look back at Anihao, but instead raised his eyebrows and looked at the silver-haired youth with interest. Although he didn't know what a 4-armed green flame demon was, an existence that could kill a 5th-order being in seconds must be very powerful. Looking at the jade horn on the silver-haired youth's brow, Meng Hang cocked his head and asked with some curiosity, "Good lord, what kind of species are you, with horns on your head? Could it be a cross between a human and a cow?" Hearing this, the silver-haired youth was furious as his entire body rippled with veins, and his face lost its indifference and became incomparably hideous. "Humble human, this seat is the royal clan in the 108 God Pillar, the Jade Horn clan. You, a humble human, actually dare to humiliate this seat like this. Jade Horn clan? What the hell?" Meng Hang had only heard of the demon race, but he had never heard of any Jade Horn race. Seeing his confused appearance,
The silver-haired youth smiled disdainfully. Of course you, a humble human, haven't heard of the 108 God Pillars. Soon enough, when the 108 God Pillars descend on the ancestral planet, you will bow down to our glory. Saying this, he paused before continuing. It's a pity you won't be able to see that time. Meng Hang ignored the austere killing intent in the silver-haired youth's words, instead turning his head to look at the two behind him. Have you guys ever heard of any Bullhorn clan or any 108 God Pillar? The duo simultaneously shook their heads in confusion. When the silver-haired youth saw that Meng Hang, who was confronting him, was not even putting himself in his sights, revealing such a big break in front of him, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Regardless of whether this black-robed youth was artistically bold or truly stupid, since he dared to ignore him, then don't blame him for being merciless. In fact, what the silver-haired youth was unwilling to admit within his heart was that ever since Meng Hang had appeared, he actually had a vague sense of fear in his heart. But his condescension wouldn't allow him to admit the weakness within his heart. Die! The silver-haired youth repeated his old trick, pointing a finger at Meng Hang's chest. Watch out! The two of them, Duoshan and Nihao, suddenly changed color at the sight, and shouted out in alarm at the same time. Unfortunately, they were still a step too late. The silver-haired youth's finger, along with his arm, went straight through Meng Hang's chest. The two of them showed a look of despair and closed their eyes, unable to bear to see the scene of Meng Hang's tragic death. After all, they're still mole crickets. The silver-haired youth snorted coldly in disdain, and the trace of scorn in his heart instantly disappeared as well. Just before he finished a sentence, the next moment he was frozen in place with his jaw dropped. It was only then that he realized that the arm he had passed through Meng Hang did not even have a trace of blood, as if it had passed through the air. The two of them also realized that something was wrong and looked at Meng Hang in shock. Meng Hang slowly turned his head, the corners of his mouth rising, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Griffin? Are you talking about me? At this point, the silver-haired youth's eyes were no longer indifferent. Instead, he was showing a hint of panic, but his mouth was still speaking harsh words. Playing God. Quickly pulling his arm out, his 5 fingers were like hooks, emitting a faint fluorescent light, once again pulling out towards Meng Hang's heart. Meng Hang stood in place, his expression unchanged, and just watched as an arm hardened and pulled out towards his heart. In the next moment, the fluorescent arm once again penetrated his body, not causing him a single bit of damage. The silver-haired youth's heart was in turmoil, and his body shape exploded back, instantly arriving dozens of meters away from Meng Hang, looking at him with an unbelievable face. Kid, what kind of ability is this? Meng Hang's mouth corners rose, obviously smiling, but gave the silver-haired youth an eerie feeling. Go down and ask King of Hell. Meng Hang had always implemented the guideline that villains die from talking too much, and even though he already looked like a full-blown villain on the outside now, he didn't want to end up like one. Divine might. The kaleidoscope sharing while I was unleashed, looking directly at the silver-haired youth's head. As space distorted slightly, the silver-haired youth's pupils contracted violently, and an aura of death enveloped his entire body, causing sweaty hairs to explode all over his body. Just in the nick of time, the jade horn on his forehead suddenly lit up with a brilliant light. As if enlightened, the silver-haired youth instantly reacted, his head tilting back violently. Just as his head tilted back, the divine might effect was also unleashed, and the space in front of the silver-haired youth distorted, while he just barely dodged the divine might's attack. Seeing that the silver-haired youth actually dodged the divine might's attack, Meng Hang's eyes stared, and although there was no expression on his face, in his heart, he set off shockwaves. From the beginning of obtaining the kaleidoscope sharing wheel, this move of divine might could be said to be unbeatable, and no one had ever been able to dodge this strike, but he didn't expect to be defeated on this silver-haired young man's body today. Jade Horn Clan? Meng Hang secretly read this name over in his heart, and really began to pay attention to what the silver-haired youth said about the royal race. The silver-haired youth who had dodged this strike was covered in cold sweat. If it wasn't for his racial talent, he would have almost fallen in the gutter and fallen here. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile, as if everything was under control. So it's a rare spatial system ability? I guess your body vaporization just now also utilized this spatial ability, teleporting the part of yourself that was attacked to a different space. That's why you didn't suffer any damage, right? And that little fatty was also saved by you unleashing your supernatural ability and teleporting him into an alien space. Hearing the silver-haired youth say this, Meng Hang was a bit surprised, not expecting him to have discovered his ability so quickly. Meng Hang hadn't said anything yet, but the duo behind him went numb from hearing it. I'll go, what kind of perverted ability is this? With this ability, wouldn't it be invincible? Little fatty said with a shocked face. Monk Daishan also pretended to fold his hands. I didn't realize that Monk Meng was so deep in hiding. What era is it that you still like to pretend to be a pig and eat tigers? A string of black lines appeared on Meng Hang's forehead as he listened in front. When did Laozi pretend to be a pig eating a tiger? It's just that I didn't have the chance to make a move.
He looked at the somewhat complacent silver-haired youth in front of him and let out a cold snort under his breath, somewhat disbelievingly unleashing his divine might once again. The space in front of the silver-haired youth distorted once again, while this time he was much more subdued. At the same time that the jade horn on his forehead issued a warning, his body transformed into a residual shadow, easily dodging the divine might strike. Seeing this, Meng Hang stared at the silver-haired youth's forehead jade horn with some curiosity and sighed in his heart. With the warning of this strange jade horn, one's divine might attack is considered null and void? As if the silver-haired youth had seen through what Meng Hang was thinking in his heart, he couldn't help but sneer. Humble human, this is a symbol that only those with the noble jade horn clan bloodline can possess, and the might therein is not something you can comprehend. Today, I'll let you see the difference between a noble royal clan and a lowly bloodline like yours. With that said, the jade horn glowed brightly, and his aura rose and rose, pressuring the two behind Meng Hang to turn red and gasp for air. The silver-haired youth's feet moved, and his figure directly whistled out, his speed unexpectedly several times faster than before. Seeing him rush towards him, Meng Hang also subconsciously blasted out a fist. However, he didn't expect the silver-haired youth with the jade horn bonus to be so fast that he actually blinked and came in front of him, and blasted his own body with a single punch. The silver-haired youth's punch was so powerful that the air generated by the wind from his fist could barely skim over the tops of Shan's and Ni Hao's heads, and even the small hill behind them was directly blown out into a gully that was nearly 100 meters in length. The two of them shrunk their necks and slowly turned their heads to look back. When they saw the scene behind them, they immediately turned pale and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Crouching. 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 Good guy, fortunately the two of us are lucky to have a big life, any shorter and we all have to go drink manhwa soup together. Ni Hao patted his chest, fearfully said to the side of the Dushan. Dai Shan revealed a smile that was worse than tears and said, "You're wrong, the poor monk is really dead, but he's also going to the western heaven to pay homage to Buddha Rulai." Saying this, he did not forget to touch the top of his head. The next moment he let out a miserable scream. "It's over, my old man's hair was blown away." This scream scared Ni Hao next to him, then he reacted and said furiously, "Is your brain scared? Where would a monk like you get hair? I see." With this lesson, the two of them no longer dared to stay behind Meng Hang and ran out 100 meters away in a puff of smoke. Meng Hang stared at the body pierced by the arm, his heart bursting with fear. He hadn't expected the other party to be so fast, the only thing he had seen in his life out of all the enemies he had encountered, leaving him unable to react. Fortunately, his divine might was a passive skill that would actively transfer a part of his body to the divine might space when he was attacked. At the same time, the fist he had handed out had only just blasted into the silver-haired youth's face at this time and penetrated through. The two of them just brushed past each other and once again stood face to face. The silver-haired youth did not get annoyed because his attack missed again, instead, the smile on his face became even brighter. "Ah, kid, I finally know the weakness of your special ability. Whenever you want to attack, or absorb and release other objects, your body must be solid and cannot be vaporized." Seeing that his divine might was completely seen through, Meng Hang shrugged unconcernedly. "So what if you can see through it? You still can't hurt me all the same." The silver-haired youth wasn't annoyed either and said, I don't believe that your powers can be used without limit." Saying that, his body glowed with a great deal of light, and a rain of light appeared in a 100-meter radius of the sky, enveloping Meng Hang underneath, and smashing down with a loud bang. Feeling this destructive power, Ni Hao's forehead oozed with cold sweat, not daring to slow down. He directly dragonized and tugged the still-dazed great monk to turn his head and run for his life. Boom boom boom. The rain of light fell and the ground rumbled, not giving Meng Hang a single chance to catch his breath. The silver-haired youth stood in the air, looking down on Meng Hang, who had been penetrated by the rain of light, like a victor. Griffins are just that, even if their abilities are heaven-defying, in the face of absolute strength, they can only be a shrunken head turtle, passively beaten. Meng Hang tilted his head and looked at the silver-haired youth who was condescendingly looking down on him, his body's gloomy aura emanating as he said in a displeased manner, "The last one who dared to speak to me with that tone of voice already knelt down and apologized to me. And who gave you the courage to dare to speak to me like that?" When the silver-haired youth in the air heard this, he laughed angrily and sneered. "Dead to the world, actually your mouth is still so hard. In a moment, after your ability fails and I beat you into a sieve, I will definitely cut off your mouth to see if it's still so hard. Oh, then let's see whose mouth the water cuts off in a moment." Meng Hang said indifferently, then clapped his hands together. Kizuna. Woodman's art. The earth trembled violently, and a huge Buddha slowly rose from the ground. Ni Hao, who had already run hundreds of meters away, looked at the giant Buddha, and the 1,000 words in his heart finally converged into one sentence. Crouching. 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 Where the hell did Meng Hang pop out as a pervert? The monk Daishan on the side was no less shocked than him, even more so, and with a plop, he knelt down on the ground, folded his hands together, and said reverently, "Presiding senior brother,
I didn't expect that I would actually be able to see the true Buddha in my lifetime. Then clenched his teeth and whispered, what more to give Buddha a gold-plated body, how dignified to directly invite this great Buddha back. The great Buddha gently waved his right hand, and the rain of light in the sky flew backward, and all of them bombarded the silver-haired youth in the air. The silver-haired youth's face changed greatly, and a ray of light was sent out from the jade horn, forming an energy shield that enveloped him. The rain of light from the sky bombarded on it, emitting a deafening sound, but never shattered the energy shield. The situation changed too quickly. One moment the silver-haired youth was looking down on Meng Hang, the next second it became Meng Hang looking down on him. Watching the silver-haired youth eat his own words, surrounded by his own attacks, Meng Hang said indifferently, young man, I told you not to talk to me like that. The water here is too deep for you to grasp. It's still me who has to be the one to act like this. After a few minutes passed, such as rain like light rain only slowly dissipated. At this time the silver-haired youth only had the effort to tilt his head to look at the nearly 50 meters high wooden man. His eyes were indescribably shocked. Why would you, a human with a spatial system ability, still use a wood system ability? And why is that wood system ability of yours so strong? Even for the Greenwood clan that was born from the essence of grass and trees, most of them couldn't possibly perform such a terrifying wood-type ability. The silver-haired youth who had come back to his senses chattered at Meng Hang. Where was the high cool demeanor he had at first? Meng Hang looked down on him condescendingly, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc as he said indifferently, an open life doesn't need an explanation? Saying that, he controlled the wooden man to slap out. The huge palm brought up a whistling hurricane, causing the surrounding yellow sand to fill the sky. The silver-haired youth was just like a baseball, directly slapped out 100 meters away and ruthlessly smashed on the ground. With a loud bang, a huge deep pit unexpectedly appeared on the ground. The duo of Deshawn and An Hao had been dumbfounded as they watched the battle in front of them that had surpassed their perceptions. An Hao had humbled himself by saying that his SS powers were not worth mentioning and that he was at the bottom of the list, but that was relative to those demons. In fact, he still had a trace of arrogance within him. The tens of billions of people in the Dragon Kingdom, how many can awaken SS psychic abilities, and how many can take the God's capital university? It was only when he saw Meng Hang, who was about the same age as him, today that he truly knew what it meant to be a demon, and could no longer use common sense to speculate. Said you can't grasp it, you still don't believe me. Meng Hang looked out over the deep pit of smoke and dust and said indifferently, cough cough, it seems like I've really been underestimated. In the smoke and dust, the silver-haired youth slowly stepped out, his flowing silver hair having become disheveled, and traces of blood appearing on his flawless features. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, and seeing the blood on his hand, his brows furrowed as he continued. If it wasn't for the suppression of me by the power of the rules of this world, wouldn't it be possible for a lowly human like you to injure me? Egu, you don't even need to draft your bragging now. With Meng Hang around, the fat man had a bottom in his heart, and seeing the silver-haired youth who was already in such a sorry state but still pushed his luck, he finally couldn't look away and opened his mouth to taunt. Humph, frog at the bottom of the well. Originally, I didn't want to perform that move, the image after transforming is too ugly. But it doesn't matter, as long as you all die, who knows? The silver-haired youth snorted coldly, then looked at Meng Hang. I admit that you're strong amongst humans, but before the noble bloodline, you're still an ant. After saying that, without looking at Meng Hang's reaction, a ray of light shot out from the jade horn of his forehead and shot straight into the sky. The light seemed to be a key, opening the door connecting the two spaces. The sky began to distort, and a spatial tunnel like a black hole was revealed. Excitement appeared on the silver-haired youth's face, and his hands opened up as if he wanted to embrace something. In the next moment, a huge pillar of light was cast directly from the black hole, enveloping him. As the pillar of light enveloped him, the jade horn on his forehead began to grow larger, and the silver-haired youth's entire body began to swell. In an instant, a monster of the same size as it appeared in front of the wooden man. This monster had a one-horned head, thick limbs, and a thick layer of scale armor on its body. It was like a giant rhinoceros cloaked in crocodile skin. Meng Hang rubbed his chin with his right hand and looked at the monster in front of him with interest. So it's not a crossbreed with a cow, but a crossbreed with a rhinoceros. The fat man who was still chattering and taunting him covered his mouth in horror and muttered, "It's all the rage to drive a Gundam now." Meng Hang also stopped talking, although his expression was slightly playful, his heart was on alert. He actually felt a hint of threat from this monster. The wooden man made a Vajra Luohan shape, and with one fist, he blasted at the opposite monster with a one-horned head. The rhinoceros-like monster on the opposite side also stomped its front hooves twice and charged towards the wooden man. In the next moment, the wooden man and the rhino's front horn collided together. The immense force generated by the two behemoths caused the ground to shatter by inches and start sinking. The rhinoceros-like monster only took 2 steps backward, while on the contrary, the entire arm of the wooden man summoned by Meng Hang was shaken by an unnamable force and directly exploded. The duo who saw this scene from afar instantly turned pale.
They had thought that Meng Hang's wooden man was already perverse enough, but they hadn't expected it to be so unbeatable in front of the monster that the silver-haired youth had transformed into. The monster that had taken 2 steps back spat out human words at this point, and the voice of the silver-haired youth came out. Griffin, in front of absolute power, any means you have are still so unbeatable. Now I'll give you a choice, submit to me, submit to the great Jade Horn clan, and when the 108 God Pillar descends, I'll grant you eternal life. At this moment, his words were filled with an exalted flavor, as if he was a higher power granting a precious opportunity to a roadside beggar. Meng Hang was not alarmed by the fact that the wooden man had fallen to his knees, but instead, he pulled out his ears impatiently. Told you not to talk to me in that tone, why don't you listen? Saying that, the wooden man's flush arm and broken place countless vines scrambled to reach out, such as a group of snakes-like intertwined, growth, and finally formed a brand new arm. When the rhinoceros monster saw this scene, his eyes narrowed, then he let out a cold laugh. Worthy of being a wood system ability, recovery is so fast, but what can it do? It's just a pointless struggle. Noisy! Meng Hang had completely lost his patience and was unwilling to ink with this middle-aged youth who felt self-satisfied. Both eyes kaleidoscope sharing will eyes turned at the same time. In the next moment, the green wooden man's feet glowed blue and quickly scurried upwards. In the blink of an eye, nearly 50 meters of the wooden man was enveloped in blue light, forming a set of blue armor, and a long blue sword appeared in his hand. The aura of the wooden man wearing the armor rose, and a ferocious aura swept across the scene. Come on, let's try again this time, Meng Hang said with a smile on his face. Feeling the terrifying aura coming from the wooden man, the monster transformed by the silver-haired youth finally stopped being calm and roared in anger. Why? Why do you still have a bottom card? My hallowed king clan doesn't even have so many means. What gives you, a humble human, so many heaven-defying abilities? Hearing him say this, Meng Hang actually looked at him with some pity in his eyes. Poor child, who let you meet me? Who cares what kind of bullshit royal family you are? How much more powerful can you be than this hanging ratio of mine? Of course, this could only be thought about in one's heart. It was impossible to say it in front of the silver-haired youth. No longer caring about the silver-haired youth's shock, the wooden man held the azure-colored long knife in his hand and slashed down. The target was precisely the rhino monster's enormous jade horn. Just as the silver-haired youth had seen Meng Hang's flaws, Meng Hang had also seen that all of his might depended on this jade horn. So Meng Hang was going to break its foundation and see how he could still jump around. The silver-haired youth, who had been a bit panicked, was overjoyed when he saw that Meng Hang's attack was actually on the jade horn that he was most proud of. The reason why the Jade Horn clan was able to become a royal clan could be said to be all due to the natural power of the jade horn on top of his head. Not only did the jade horn bestow him with infinite power, it was also incredibly sturdy in its own right. He had yet to see any attack that could destroy his jade horn. The huge blue blade flashed by, and the space began to distort wherever the azure blade passed. In the next moment, the long blade collided with the jade horn. There was no imagined earth-shattering power or deafening sound. The long blade was as if it had sliced through a thin sheet of paper, and was then slowly retracted by the kitsune with the Susanagome on it. Silver-haired young man transformed monster forward momentum suddenly stopped, froze in place motionless. Meng Hang was now expressionless on top of the wooden man's head. The good, and I how two people froze in place, staring at the front with their mouths wide open, do not know what they saw. At this moment, time seemed to stand still, and all was quiet in the field, without a single sound. Plop! A huge jade horn was thrown up high and then landed heavily on the ground. This loud bang broke the silence of the field. A gale rose up and clouds flew up, a fierce wind whistled past, rolling up yellow sand all over the sky. Ah! A heart-rending scream. The rhinoceros-like monster desperately shook its head as countless rays of light flooded from its body and floated away into the sky. The rays of light floated in the air like daytime fireworks. It was very beautiful. When the light dissipated, the huge rhinoceros monster instantly shrunk, once again turning into a silver-haired youth. The silver-haired youth's entire body was powerless and limp on the ground. His entire body's strength was drained. A head of shiny silver hair turned a withered white color, and countless wrinkles appeared on his handsome face. In just the blink of an eye, he turned from a youth into a dying old man. The silver-haired youth collapsed on the ground, the colors of confusion, shock, and horror on his face changing with each other, and finally turning into an unbelievable hiss. How is it possible? How could I possibly lose at the hands of a humble human like you? Meng Hang laughed, and a pair of demonic wings unfolded behind him. With a slight flap of his black wings, his black robes fluttered and he transformed into a black residual shadow, dodging directly in front of the silver-haired youth from above the wooden man's head. Dead to the world, still barking here. Meng Hang gently picked his forehead with his long knife. The sharp tip of the knife directly cut through the silver-haired youth's neck, and there was crimson blood flowing out. Feeling the vague pain coming from his neck, the silver-haired youth reacted to the fact that he had become a lost dog, and his eyes revealed a look of horror. You can't kill me. I am the divine son of the Jade Horn clan. If you kill me, the Jade Horn clan will not let you go in the future. As long as you let me go, I promise that I'll forget about today's incident and will give you endless benefits in the future. Meng Hang skimmed his mouth, a look of disdain in his eyes. He was most annoyed by this kind of person who brought up the forces behind him to pressure people whenever it came to this kind of time. Previously, that Hua Xiao said he was the second son of some imperial capital Hua family, and now there was some Jade Horn clan young lord coming out. He felt that since both sides were fighting for life and death, they should listen to heaven's fate, and in the end, they would have no regrets even if they were defeated at the hands of the other side. Even if one day he, Meng Hang, lost under someone else, his skills were not as good as the others, he would have no complaints if he died under someone else. You'd better go down and pretend with the king of hell, let him give you a good berth in your next life. With murderous intent in his eyes, he raised his long knife and slashed at the silver-haired youth's neck. Right at this moment, Meng Hang's complexion violently contracted, and he surprisingly realized that the air around the silver-haired youth had begun to distort. It was as if it was the effect of when one's own divine might was exerted. This scene directly caused his entire body to explode in sweat, and the movement of swinging his sword was also slightly lurched. And just within the half-second of his hesitation, the silver-haired youth's figure instantly disappeared. In the next moment, a stunningly beautiful woman with a beautiful, youthful, and moving appearance, but when looked at closely, she was charming from the bone and wearing a thin veil slowly appeared. And the silver-haired youth also appeared beside her. When the little fat man in the distance saw this woman appear, his eyes instantly straightened, and his saliva involuntarily flowed out. Even Monk Daishan was chanting Buddha's name incessantly with his mouth, his eyes half closed and half open, secretly glancing at her. At this moment, Meng Hang's heart turned over in shocking waves, and he almost lost his voice and screamed out. It wasn't that he was also shocked by this woman's stunning looks, but rather by his psychic ability. Spatial system heterokinesis. How is this possible? Meng Hang secretly exclaimed in shock that this woman's ability was actually so similar to divine might. His eyes instantly became sinister as he stared dead at the woman of unknown origin in front of him and asked, "Who are you?" The woman on the opposite side smiled charmingly and said, "I didn't expect to meet a dual system alien with spatial system and wood system here." Although she was outwardly bland and unperturbed, the shock in her heart was no less than Meng Hang's. Her ability was an SSS-grade spatial system ability, and originally she thought that her spatial system ability was already perverse and powerful enough. She didn't expect to meet someone today who not only possessed the spatial system ability, but also utilized the wood system of the auxiliary system in such a horrifying manner. The fact that she hadn't actually heard of someone with such a perverted ability before made her heart skip a beat. Ever since the silver-haired youth and Meng Hang had fought, she had used a secret technique to hide nearby and peek. Yilingxian had a premonition that if this man was not removed, he would surely be a great danger to the holy sect in the future. The silver-haired youth was instantly delighted to see that the visitor was Yilingxian and shouted, "I order you as the divine envoy of the lifeless sect to take me away immediately." He no longer had the luxury of hoping that this so-called holy maiden could defeat Meng Hang. He only wished to hurry up and escape from here. Yilingxian smiled charmingly. "Good God, Emperor, slave will send you on your way." After saying that, her luxuriant jade hand directly penetrated the silver-haired youth's chest. The silver-haired youth looked down at his pierced chest, then looked up at the woman in front of him, incredulously saying, "You will be in a noble position in the future, why are you doing this?" Hee, at that time, I'm still me. After saying that, her right hand pulled out, and along with it, a drop of blood with a golden glow coalesced at her fingertips. Seeing this, the silver-haired youth finally realized her purpose and roared, "You're actually doing this for the royal bloodline in me." Before he could finish, Yilingxian directly snapped his neck. Everyone present was shocked, not expecting this woman in front of them to be so ruthless in her methods. Meng Hang also smacked his lips, lamenting that the most poisonous woman's heart, the prettier the woman, the more so. However, he thought of something in the next moment and instantly became furious, angrily saying, "Stinking woman, you dared to rob me of my points." He didn't care what kind of great beauty Yilingxian was, if she dared to rob his own head, then he couldn't let her go. Woodman Vajra stared at Yilingxian angrily, his long sword already raised high at her. Seeing this, Yilingxian slightly changed color. She had just seen the power of a huge wooden man strike. "My lord, if you kill the little lady, you won't be able to get out." Oh. Meng Hang frowned slightly, and the wooden man behind him stopped moving. Seeing that Meng Hang did not continue to strike, Yilingxian was secretly relieved and continued, "How about this, as long as you promise to let my daughter live, and guarantee that you won't make a move against me even after you get out, I'll take the three of you out of this ancient battlefield, how's that?" Meng Hang thought for a moment and randomly smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Alright, I guarantee on my honor that as long as you send us out, I definitely won't move a hair on your head. But you have to tell me what this drop of golden essence blood is for." "Good, the gentleman is quick, the young lady trusts you as a person." This drop of golden essence blood is the essence of the Jade Horn clan's entire bloodline.
As long as I refine this drop of essence blood, I will be able to obtain the bloodline of the Jade Horn clan.
Oh, I didn't realize that this world had such a bizarre ability.
Meng Hang raised his eyebrows and said with some surprise. The two of them then looked at each other and smiled, tacitly agreeing that neither of them would mention what the lifeless sect the silver-haired youth had just said.
Everything was as plain as day. Right, I still don't know what your name is? Meng Hang asked.
My little girl's name is Lingxian. Your Excellency is courteous in this compartment.
Lingxian owed a slight bow and said to Meng Hang.
Meng Hang also nodded at her, and although he was smiling on the surface, in his heart, he was a few more points wary of this woman. This woman in front of him was definitely not simple, and he, who possessed divine might, naturally knew the terror of spatial system abilities. Moreover, the scene where she killed the silver-haired youth without changing her color, Meng Hang had clearly seen it in his eyes. This was definitely a ruthless character just like himself. Lingxian took out a delicate jade bottle from his storage space and carefully placed the golden blood in his hand into it.
Meng Hang watched this scene with interest and thought of something else, asking with some curiosity. By the way, what exactly is the origin of the Jade Horn clan? And what is that so-called 108 God pillar? Mr. Meng, the slave even told you the secret of her trip, can't you leave some secrets for others? With her pitiful eyes with a hint of grudge, if it were any other man, his soul could be hooked out by this glance. Meng Hang smiled faintly and didn't look deeper. After all, he had no interest in the secrets of the dead. After the two agreed, Lin Luoxue began to carve the spell formation on the ground, while Meng Hang walked towards Monk Daishan and Nihao, who were still frozen in front of him. Looking at the two of them, Meng Hang shook his hand in front of them. Snap!
There was a crunching sound. Meng Hang looked at the little fat man who slapped the back of Monk Shan's head in shock and wondered if he had been scared silly. Ouch! The still-dazed Dushan cried out in pain from the slap and opened his mouth to curse.
Little brat, what are you slapping me for? Does it hurt?
You fucking bullshit, I'll slap you to see if it hurts.
It hurts, that means it's not a dream.
The little fatty rubbed his fleshy face vigorously, still somewhat unable to accept the scene he just saw. His words made goodness angry and questioned. You want to know if you're dreaming, why don't you pinch yourself and hit me for what?
I'm afraid of pain.
Little fatty returned as a matter of course.
Meng Hang. Daishan. Although he was talking to the duo, Meng Hang's attention was still on Lingxuan's side.
Seeing that she had already finished carving the spell formation and was in the process of inlaying essence cores onto it, Meng Hang brought the two of them closer. Fatty was only focused on being surprised just now, and only then did he remember that there was another absolute beauty here, and ran his ass over to Lingxian.
Hello this fairy, my name is Nihao, I wonder what you call yourself?
Lingxian covered her mouth with a delicate smile and said, This brother, the little woman can't afford to be called a fairy, just call me Xianer.
AI. Okay, Xianer.
Nihao's eyes rolled up at her call of Xianer, with a look of lust. Next to him, Meng Hang shook his head helplessly when he saw the fat man's rotten appearance. Lamented the good worthy of being a monk, determination is still strong, not also like a teddy in love, see a beautiful woman to rush up. Just when he turned his head to look at the good, Meng Hang hard not to slap himself twice. Only to see the good mouth straight staring at Lingxian, saliva has been linked into a series of downward dripping. Lingxuan's technique of carving the spell formation was incomparably skillful, and in not much time, a complete spell formation had already taken shape. With a great burst of light, the four of them stepped into the formation and disappeared into this space. After a moment of dizziness, Meng Hang only felt his feet sink, knowing that he had been teleported out.
Meng Hang didn't say anything, the long knife appeared directly in his hand, and he slashed at Lingxuan's position.
This knife was decisive and ruthless, aiming straight for her vitals.
What? Meng Hang swore to use his personality as a guarantee? Did he have that thing?
Meng Hang had learned from the silver-haired young man shouting just now that she was someone in the lifeless sect, and that her status was definitely not low, and that she was even involved in that what's-her-name Jade Horn clan. This woman had ruthless methods and odd abilities, and if he didn't get rid of her this time, he might even bring himself some trouble in the future. Meng Hang didn't have the habit of letting the tiger return to the mountain, and definitely didn't wait for tomorrow if he could solve it as early as possible. Now that the light of the spell formation hadn't dissipated, he, the old sixth, naturally wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity. And at the same time, Lingxuan's feet touched the ground at the same time, a piece of talisman paper with a plain and unadorned appearance appeared in her hand. Without a moment's hesitation, spiritual energy was poured into it, and her figure directly transformed into a white light and disappeared in place. Crap, so fast.
Meng Hang was a bit confused. Before his own sword arrived, that bitch ran away?
At this time, Lingxian murmured soft words from the sky. You're so uncivilized, Gongzi, the words you uttered actually went back on your words.
To be able to kill such a weak woman like slave, what about the promise of a personal guarantee?
I will come back to you one day to talk to you by candlelight, you must wait for me, sir.
Is this a fixation on me?
Meng Hang smacked his lips and muttered, not putting too much stock in the miss. As long as she didn't want to die and dare to tease him again, she could run away once, but not twice. The light of the teleportation array had just dissipated at this time, and only then did Fatty and Dushan come to their senses from the dizziness of teleportation. Little Fatty looked at Yi Lingxian, who turned into a stream of light and exclaimed,
"Flowing light 1,000 miles talisman."
Seeing that Fatty actually recognized this thing, Meng Hang hurriedly asked,
"Flowing light 1,000-mile talisman? What is this thing?"
Fatty looked at Meng Hang as if he were a hick, finally finding some confidence in him, and said smugly,
"You don't even know this. The flowing light 1,000 miles talisman is a one-time life-preserving talisman paper.
As long as one infuses spiritual energy into it, it can instantly transform into a stream of light and appear 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. It can be said to be a good thing that is essential for preserving one's life. It's just a pity that it's a disposable consumable, and the price is still ridiculously expensive. A single flowing light 1,000-mile talisman is sold for 800 essence cores, ordinary people can't afford to buy it at all, and it's still on the market without a price.
Even I didn't get one."
Meng Hang counted with his fingers, 800 essence cores was $80 million, and he couldn't help but stare in disbelief. This was not using talisman paper to save his life, it was clearly smashing money to save his life. Then he reacted and looked at Fatty with golden eyes.
"Is your family rich?"
Looking at Meng Hang, who looked like he wanted to eat people, the Fatty was so scared that he hastily took a few steps back.
Average.
The three of them looked at the large Zhao family, which was now empty, and all three of them couldn't help but be silent for a while. When they came, there were still hundreds of people bustling about, and now only the three of them were left to come out alive. After some discussion, Hao didn't have the heart to wander any further, preparing to go directly to the imperial capital to prepare for the start of the school year. Meng Hang also didn't get any benefits and was a bit disinterested, also ready to move on to the imperial capital. For some reason, after coming out of the ancient scene, he always felt that Monk Dushan looked at him with particularly ambiguous eyes, just like the way he looked at Fatty when he knew that Fatty's family had money.
Looking at him gave him goosebumps all over his body.
Buddha, the poor monk is fortunately not in trouble, so let's also go with the two of you to the imperial capital to see what's going on."
Meng Hang asked somewhat strangely. "Master, you're not gathering money to remodel the golden body for your temple Buddha?"
I already have a better way." With a slight smile, Yushan said to him with a look that Meng Hang could not understand.
"Since entering the ancient battlefield, I've observed that Scholar Meng was born with wisdom roots, so how about converting to our Buddha?"
Hearing this, Meng Hang had a head full of black lines and hastily refused. Just kidding, he hadn't had a girlfriend yet, the beauty of life hadn't been felt yet, how could he possibly go and become a monk?
Let's forget it, I'll just continue to be a layman."
Having heard Meng Hang say this, Daishan didn't dwell on it too much and just looked at him with a meaningful look. Just like that, the three of them once again boarded the train to the imperial capital. The imperial capital's Hua family. Hua Chou cowered and knelt on the ground, not daring to look directly at the middle-aged man sitting in front of him. Sitting opposite him was a middle-aged man with an appearance of around 50 years old, wearing an expensive suit with his hair meticulously combed back. This man was none other than the head of the Hua family in the imperial capital, which could rarely be rivaled by any other than the three great families, Hua Hongzhen.
"I heard that you knelt to someone in Cloudwater City?"
Although Hua Hongzhen's tone was unperturbed, Hua Chou, who was kneeling on the ground, looked as if he had been subjected to some kind of horrific shock, and his body trembled even more.
"Dad, listen to my explanation."
"Pa!" Before he could open his mouth to explain, a loud slap had already slapped him on the face. Hua Hongzhen suddenly went berserk, his veins rippling all over his body as he stared angrily at his indomitable son in front of him. As a descendant of the hallowed Hua family, you were actually scared by an unknown kid to kneel down in front of so many people.
The face of the Hua family has been disgraced by you.
The roar of Hua Hongzhen's voice echoed in the huge villa, and the servants of the family were all standing on the side trembling, not daring to utter a single breath. But Dad, if I didn't kneel down at that time, he really might have killed me,"
Hua Chou desperately defended.
Upon hearing this, Hua Hongzhen became even more angry, and his right hand, which had already been lowered, was once again raised. Right at this moment, a young man who looked 7 times similar to Hua Chou, but with a much more steady demeanor, unexpectedly walked out at this time. It was as if he didn't see the furious Hua Hongzhen, but instead looked directly at Hua Chou and said coldly,
"My stupid brother, you're at least an S-ranked ableist, and you'd actually lose at the hands of a student from a third-tier city. Has the Hua family's cultivation of you all these years been cultivated into a dog's stomach?"
Upon hearing these words, Hua Chou's face that was originally facing the fear of Hua Hongzhen instantly turned red.
"Hua Yang, you don't need to blow cold air here. I can guarantee that even if you met him, it's not certain if you can win against him.
Naturally, he hadn't seen Meng Hang kill a bone demon in seconds during the entrance exams, but at this point, for the sake of face, he could only say this now. Hee hee, then I'll be sure to get a good lesson then. What kind of existence is someone who can scare you to your knees? Hua Yang let out a cold laugh and deliberately increased his tone on the word kneel. You. Alright, what a behavior. Seeing his two sons going toe-to-toe, Hua Hongzhen angrily shouted, interrupting their conversation. All of you go down first. Holding back the crowd, he sat on the sofa with an ugly face. Shadow 3. When the crowd had all retreated, Hua Hongzhen called out to the silent room. At the same time, a dark shadow came to him and knelt down on one knee. Family Master. Hua Hongzhen said to the black shadow with a murderous look on his face. You go to Cloudwater City to check on that brat named Meng Hang. Daring to humiliate the Hua family, I don't want to hear this person's name again in the future. Yes. The black shadow replied softly and was just about to retreat when he called out again. Right. After resolving that brat, hang his head at the head of Cloudwater City, the shame of the Hua family must be repaid with blood. Understood, family head. Hearing Hua Hongzhen's bloody words, the man called Shadow 3 was not half surprised and still replied flatly before disappearing into the room. Looking at the disappearing black shadow, Hua Hongzhen nodded gently. For a family to be able to stand in a place like the imperial capital, there was naturally their sordid side. And this black shadow just now, was one of the dead guards that the Hua family had trained since childhood, specializing in solving the family's unseemly matters. For a high school student, he thought that sending out the third Shadow 3 ranked among the deadly servants was already giving that kid face. Meanwhile, as one of the few Ruan families that could compete with the Hua family in the imperial capital, Ruansu was lying on top of an old man with a head of silver hair and a pearly blossom, crying. Grandpa, at that time, if it wasn't for that city lord of Cloudwater City stopping me, that bastard really wanted to kill me with a knife. Grandpa, you have to do it for me. After listening to Ruansu's cries, Wan Hong's body began to tremble with fear as he wrapped his arms around her. Ruansu, as the pearl of the Ruan family, had gathered thousands of favorites since she was a child. Even he himself could not spare a single word to scold her, and now he was actually almost killed by an unheard of kid. How could he not be furious? Ruan Xiong. Ruan Hong roared, like a furious lion that had gone berserk. A tiger-backed, tower-like man walked out and came to his side. Go to Cloudwater City and bring back that brat's head. And find out all the connections of the 18 generations of that little brat's ancestors for me, leave no one behind. Upon hearing these words, the burly man named Ruan Xiong hesitated and said, Master, the crime is not as bad as the family, isn't it a bit wrong to do this? Bullshit. Ruan Hong's beard and hair flared angrily as he looked at him angrily. He actually dared to touch the jewel of my Ruan family. If Suer really has the slightest mishap, I'll make everyone present at that time bury her with him. Now just letting that brat's family be buried with him is already me being merciful. Ruan Xiong sighed darkly and stopped speaking, silently retreating. Seeing Ruan Xiong retreat, Ruan Hong changed back to a kindly look and said to his granddaughter in his arms, Alright Suer, don't cry, I've already sent someone to take out the anger for you. Well, I knew Grandpa was the best. Ruan Su lying in Ruan Xiong's arms no longer sobbed, instead, a hint of smugness appeared on her face. At this time, Meng Hang didn't know that the Ruan and Hua families had already sent their experts to Yunchue City to find trouble with themselves. He was currently staring wide-eyed at the train with the duo of Yushan and Ni Hao. I say you too, can you not look at me with such monster-looking eyes? Meng Hang said somewhat helplessly. It was as if these two hadn't heard him, still staring at Meng Hang with complicated eyes. Due to the fact that what happened in the ancient battlefield was simply too sudden, they hadn't reacted from their shock for a moment. The more the duo thought about it now that they had returned to their senses, the more alarmed they became, as if they were dreaming. Meng Hang, tell me the truth, how old are you this year or not? Are you or aren't you some 1,000-year-old monster manifested into existence? Meng Hang returned with an innocent face. What's with that? I'm only 18 this year, just like you, I just graduated from high school this year. You fart. Upon hearing this, Ni Hao became even more agitated. With your perverted strength, your high school grades must be heaven-defying. How come I didn't see you on the list? I remembered the wrong time for the college entrance exam because of something. I didn't make it to the exam and was disqualified. Meng Hang said this and his face became a little embarrassed. What? Ni Hao, Duoshan, and the two of them let out a gasp at the same time. You can even forget about something as big as the college entrance exam? After the shock, it was the turn of goodness to speak. Hey, is this a genius, not even bothering to take the college entrance exam? Meng Hang's mouth twitched, thinking that he had clearly said that he had misremembered the time, so how did it become that he didn't care to participate in the college entrance exams? Mangekyo Sharingan continued. To have such strength at such a young age, people say that geniuses are forced out, and I wonder what you've been through, Monk Meng. Ni Hao shook his head. That's not necessarily true, I just had a cesarean section. When Meng Hang heard this, countless Chow Nima ran wild in his heart, and he hastened to stop it.
Stop! Fatty, that's not a good thing to say.
Fatty also reacted at this time, and quickly waved his hand, smiling sarcastically.
Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue.
Actually, I agree with Master Yushan's words. In fact, I was forced to awaken my SS-class psychic abilities. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang and Yushan both showed an interested look in their eyes and hurriedly asked after them.
Fatty looked out the window and began to reminisce.
Back then, when I was only 8 or 9 years old, third uncle took me to the mountain range to make a break for it. Who knew that just as the two of us were chasing a second-ranked bell deer, a fourth-ranked bloodthirsty tyrant bear suddenly appeared. At that time, the two of us were scared out of our wits. My third uncle was only an empty-ranked ability user, and I was even a child who hadn't awakened my supernatural abilities.
Then how did you guys end up running out?
Mangekyo Shan's eyes were glowing, clearly interested in the matter.
By the arrow in my hand. Fatty replied in a loud voice. Good, good.
I didn't expect that Scholar and I was so capable at that young age, to be able to shoot a fourth-ranked demonic beast with just a bow. A hero is a young man. Monk Daishan clapped his hands and was a bit overwhelmed with excitement. These words, however, made Meng Hang, who was on the side, sweat.
He wondered if Monk Daishan hadn't gotten over the shock of the ancient battlefield, and he believed such words. Quickly tell us the exact process. Monk Daishan couldn't wait to urge Fatty to continue on.
Fatty cleared his throat and continued. I ended up running out. It's just a pity for my third uncle who had 2 arrows in his knee.
Silence. Silence is another Kanchiao.
The original excited face of Dushan's face became incredibly ugly, and he took off his shoes and huffed at the fat man's face. If he didn't know at this point that Fatty was teasing him, then he really was a fool. Fatty hurriedly held his head with both hands and begged for mercy.
Don't fight, master. I just want to ease the atmosphere.
There were no words along the way. After a day of traveling, the three finally arrived at the imperial capital. After getting off the bus, it was already night. Looking at the imperial capital with tall buildings and neon lights decorating the city with incomparable splendor, Meng Hang was staggered. Worthy of being the imperial capital, the degree of prosperity is indeed not comparable to Yunchuei City. Calling a car, Meng Hang and the two of them followed an eye to a villa area. Back on the train, Meng Hang already knew that Fatty was a big dog. Being able to have a villa in a place like the imperial city, one could imagine that Fatty's family was definitely not ordinary. The villa had 3 floors up and down, with a small garden outside. When Meng Hang walked in, he found that although the house was empty, the furniture inside was cleaned up without a trace of dust. Hey, Fatty, why don't you see your family at this late hour?
Meng Hang asked somewhat strangely.
Hi, this house is a spare. If anyone in the family comes to Imperial City on business, there is also a place to stay,
Fatty said indifferently.
Meng Hang shook his head. He didn't understand the world of the rich. In order to have a place to stay for errands, he actually bought a villa directly. Looking at the gorgeously decorated big bio, Meng Hang couldn't help but ask. This villa has to be a few $1 million, right? How much? Fatty stared at him with some disbelief. Brother, I'll give you $50 million. See if you can buy me a villa like this in the Imperial City. Upon hearing this, Meng Hang's eyes directly glowed. Fatty, if I were to kidnap you right now, how much money could your family take to ransom you? Brother, let's not joke around like this. Fatty was really a bit scared at this point. With Meng Hang's strength, if he really wanted to kidnap himself, he felt that he wouldn't be able to last a single move in Meng Hang's hands. After joking around with the fatty, and finally scaring him to death and begging for forgiveness, Meng Hang was satisfied and picked a room to rest in. After taking a comfortable bath, Meng Hang crossed his legs on the bed and practiced. Unfortunately, after only half an hour, he helplessly opened his eyes again. He hadn't even gotten half a piece of essence core from the Yao clan's trip. Without the essence cores to provide spiritual power, he only felt as if his current cultivation was like a turtle crawling, and his improvement was too slow. A horse cannot get fat without night grass. Meng Hang rubbed his chin, thinking about how to earn essence cores. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly slapped his hands together in excitement, and the light in his eyes shone brightly. How did I forget about this ability? Thinking of this, he also stopped cultivating and fell back to sleep. Early the next morning, Meng Hang came early and greeted the two before heading out. Master, go to the Heaven's Mansion Trading House. Hailing a car on the road, Meng Hang went straight to the Heavenly Mansion Trading House. That's right, the method he came up with last night was to pull the wool over the Heavenly Mansion Trading House once. The first time he went there, since Meng Hang had just awakened his psychic abilities and was strapped for cash, even unopened spirit weapons weren't something he could afford. Although he was still strapped for cash now, at least the spatial ring still had the $500,000 from the 3 people who had picked up the bodies and sneaked up on him in the mountain range. Although $500,000 wasn't much, it should be enough to buy an unsealed spirit weapon. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Meng Hang also didn't expect the villa to be so far away from the Tianfu trading house, and the cab traveled for almost an hour before arriving at the place.
He immediately handed the driver's master 200 yuan before walking towards the Tianfu trading house. Worthy of being the imperial capital's Tianfu commercial bank, the grade of the decoration is not known to be a few grades higher than that of Yunshui cities. Meng Hang had walked to the front door, but he did not realize that the villa was so far away. It was just that Meng Hang had walked up to the main entrance, but there was still no one to receive him. This caused his brows to furrow slightly. The automatic sensor door opened, and Meng Hang only saw 5 or 6 beautiful sales clerks in professional attire gathered in front of a young man who was dressed in a famous brand and was very avant-garde. Young Duan, what do you think of the trapped dragon sword that was just opened today? It's an intermediate grade spiritual weapon that can perfectly conduct spiritual energy and utilize 100% of your supernatural power. And it's not expensive either, it's only $8 million, it's not a drop in the bucket for you, young Duan. The youth shook his head disdainfully and snorted. An intermediate spirit weapon? Ask around, when did I, Duan Ning, ever buy such trashy goods as an intermediate spiritual armament? Another sales clerk beside him hurriedly stepped forward and said to the youth, Young Duan, she's new here, don't be so familiar with her. How about you take a look at this gold silk in her armor? It's woven from the silk spat out by the 4th-ranked heavenly phoenix Xian Forgotten Silkworm, and it's invulnerable to water and fire. The most crucial thing is that as long as you wear it, you can withstand the full force of a 4th-ranked expert. If it wasn't for young Duan Yu coming today, I wouldn't have even bothered to take it out. Oh, this gold silk in her armor is quite interesting. How much is it? $20 million, just $20 million. Fine, put it away for me. Duan Ning said indifferently, not even blinking. Young Duan, take a look at this spirit weapon in my hand. Young Duan, this is an elixir that can increase your physique. When the other few receptionists saw this, they immediately got excited and scrambled to sell him what they were holding. They all knew in their hearts that as long as they could sell an item in the hands of this eunuch, then they wouldn't have to worry about the rest of their lives. I want to buy something. Meng Hang stood at the door for nearly 5 minutes, and seeing that there was still no one to pay attention to him, he could only open his mouth and say. The crowd froze and turned their heads to look at Meng Hang. It was then that they realized that there was also a handsome-looking, but somewhat gloomy black-robed teenager standing at the door. When they saw Meng Hang's costume, a hint of disdain was revealed in their eyes. Since they were able to work in the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Bank, their vision was naturally unique. After looking up and down, they could roughly tell a person's family status from their clothing and temperament. What era was it? This teenager in front of them was still wearing such old-fashioned clothing, and it didn't look like it was a famous brand. Temperament-wise, the crowd knew Meng Hang was a country bumpkin when they saw him looking at the various treasures on display at the counter with both eyes glowing. If it was on a normal day, they would still force a smile and go forward to deal with it. But today, it was rare for a god of wealth to come, so how could they possibly miss this opportunity to deal with that country bumpkin? One of the sales clerks said coldly, take a look first, I'll make you an offer if you see which one you like. Good. Meng Hang laughed and wasn't angry. Originally, he wasn't a rich young master, so it was good to casually look around himself first. He didn't look at the unsealed spirit weapons either. These could easily be millions or tens of millions of dollars, not something he could afford to buy right now. He came straight to the area of the unsealed spirit weapon cabinet, and there were nearly 100 spirit weapons on the counter. Meng Hang secretly sighed, worthy of being a heavenly mansion trading house. Previously, when he had circled around the Cloudwater City Ghost Market, most of them were imitations, whereas here, they were all genuine unsealed spirit weapons. And whether or not they could open intact spirit weapons depended on everyone's luck. Of course, Meng Hang didn't come here to gamble on luck, but his sharpening will eyes were able to see the spiritual energy in the spiritual weapons. The pupils turned from black to red, and the 3 hooks of jade slowly emerged. Meng Hang used his sharing will eyes to glance through the pile of spiritual artifacts, and instantly saw a few spiritual artifacts that were flickering with a shimmering light. There! He raised an eyebrow, knowing that the $200 for the taxi would not be spent in vain. Picking up one of the long swords encased in crystals, he asked the shopkeeper who was still surrounding Duan Ning, how do I sell this sword? Glancing at the place, one of the shopkeepers impatiently returned. 500,000. $500,000? Meng Hang let out a gasp of surprise, to think that back then, he had bought a low-grade spiritual weapon from Mangekyo Sharingan for a huge sum of $20. He didn't expect that when he arrived here, a spiritual weapon that hadn't even been unsealed would be sold at such a high price. Can it be cheaper? He said with some embarrassment. He still wanted to keep some money to take a taxi back. Put! Came a sneer. Where did the beggar come from? Are all the Heavenly Mansion merchant houses so low-end now that such beggars can be let in? Meng Hang raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction the voice came from. Duan Ning, who was surrounded by the stars in the center, was looking at him with a sneer on his face. The other shopkeepers were a bit embarrassed. They hadn't wanted to interject. After all, the visitor was a guest, and they were the shopkeepers here. If they opened their mouths to mock as well, and the higher-ups knew about it, they would definitely not have any good fruit to eat. But then they thought that as long as they pleased the Duan young man in front of them, and casually bought an item in their hands, then they would admit to being dismissed. Besides, as long as they hurry to get rid of it, they won't necessarily be found out by the people above, so someone hurriedly catered to Duan Ning and said to Meng Hang, "I say this customer, this is the Heavenly Mansion Trading House, you think you're an outside street vendor, and you're still haggling. If you can't afford it here, go out and turn left, the most famous ghost market in the imperial capital is right there, it's a better match for your status." Hearing this, Meng Hang frowned slightly. A clay bodhisattva still had 3 more fires in him, let alone him, Meng Hang. A grim aura spread toward the few people in the distance. The people who were still looking contemptuous only felt their bodies go cold, a chill rising from the bottom of their hearts. Duan Ning also shivered, and the mockery in his eyes turned into fear, but he still colored and said towards Meng Hang, "Kid, what do you want? I can tell you that I'm a member of the imperial capital Duan family, so don't mess around." Hearing this, Meng Hang shook his head helplessly, lamenting that while there wasn't much else in the imperial capital, there was a lot of this family. Just as he wanted to educate this what's-his-name Duan young man on how to speak, he suddenly thought of the purpose of his visit today, and withdrew the foot that had stepped out again. "Take peace as a value, take peace as a value," he recited silently in his heart, and the grim expression on his face turned into a sarcastic smile. When Duan Ning saw the change in Meng Hang's expression, he thought it was because he was afraid of his family's strength, and suddenly became condescending again. "Kid, I've seen too many of your kind who want to get rich overnight by luck. If you can open intact spirit weapons today, this young master will buy as many as you open. And it's still double the market price." "Really?" Meng Hang's eyes lit up and he said with some excitement. This young master is bad at everything, just not money. But I'll also make a deal with you, if you can't open it today, you'll have to take a detour whenever you meet me in the imperial capital in the future. Don't let you get in my way." "Ha!" Meng Hang pursed his lips and sneered. "Tell you what, Duan Xiao, I don't need you to pay double the price either. As long as I pick 2 unsealed spirit weapons in a row, if both of them open up complete spirit weapons, you can just buy them at the original price. But when you see me in the imperial capital in the future, you have to say, 'Master, you're here.' Once for every time you see me. You stinking beggar are also worthy of letting this young master call you master?" Duan Ning roared with some anger. "What, you don't dare? Bullshit, there's still nothing this young master doesn't dare to do." Duan Ning ganging his neck and directly drilled into Meng Hang's provocation. Seeing that things were getting a bit heated, the shopkeepers on the side hurriedly all came over to persuade the fight. "Young Duan, you have a distinguished status, why bother with him? That's right, betting with him is not worth your weight in gold." Hearing the persuasion of the crowd, Duan Ning also calmed down a bit. "There is no benefit to winning, but if you lose, the money is fine, but the loss of face is a big deal. I don't know who rumored that the second youngest master of the Hua family was scared by a high school student from a third-tier city and knelt down on the spot, which had already become a laughingstock in the imperial capital's family circle. As soon as Meng Hang saw that Duan Ning hesitated, he secretly said that it was bad, and hurriedly added more fuel to the fire and continued to taunt. "Is that all the young master of the Duan family has, not even daring to make a bet?" Sure enough, at his provocation, Duan Ning's face instantly turned red. Don't look at his appearance as if he was provoked, but he actually wasn't stupid. To be able to open a complete spirit weapon twice in a row was like an ordinary person winning the $5 million lottery twice in a row. The probability was basically 0. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to accept Meng Hang's conditions. "Kid, you don't have to provoke me. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, this bet has to be made." "Good." Meng Hang shouted loudly and directly threw out the crystal-wrapped longsword he was holding in his hand, landing steadily in the hands of a shopkeeper. "I'll take this one, go open it for me." Saying that, he threw another $500,000 from his spatial ring over as well. The clerk who received the longsword had an ugly look on his face, but having reached this point, he could only take one step at a time. Taking the longsword to the machine that specializes in breaking down crystals, he carefully sliced off the outer crystals one layer at a time. Not long after, a long sword that was glowing with a cold light already appeared. "Let me try." Duan Ning snatched the long sword from the clerk's hand and directly poured his spiritual energy into it. In the next moment, the long sword glowed with a great deal of light, and a faint layer of spiritual energy was instantly attached to the sword. A low-grade spiritual weapon. The crowd let out a cry of surprise, staring incredulously at Meng Hang. Low-ranked spiritual weapons weren't that much of a rarity in the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Bank, but it was rare to be able to open a complete spiritual weapon by picking just one. Duan Ning said with an ugly scowl on his face. "Don't be complacent, kid. You're just lucky this time. Don't forget that we're betting that we'll be able to open a spiritual weapon 2 times in a row. Young Master Duan, you should first give me the money for this low-ranked spirit weapon first.
Upon hearing this, Duan Ning coldly snorted in disdain. We'll count it together in a bit, a mere low-rank spirit weapon. Duan Ning, don't put it in my eyes yet. You're not bad, I'm bad. I only have $500,000 in my pocket. I can't continue to buy it if you don't give me the money. Meng Hang said helplessly with his hands spread out. You! Duan Ning was furious. Dare I say this is treating himself as an ATM. How much for a low-ranked spirit weapon? He asked the shopkeeper next to him. Normally, he didn't even look at this kind of trash, so naturally, he didn't understand the price of a low-ranked spirit weapon. Young Duan, 1 million for a low-ranked spirit weapon is enough, a shopkeeper said with a trembling voice. Duan Ning sneered and casually threw $1 million to Meng Hang. Meng Hang took the money and again subsequently threw $500,000 of it to the shopkeeper before turning his head to continue picking. The red aura in his eyes flickered once more as he looked towards the pile of unsealed spirit weapons. When he first came here, Meng Hang had wanted to keep a low profile and flow slowly, not to pull the wool over his eyes all at once. But now that it had come to this, he wasn't going to save any face for the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, and directly picked a spiritual weapon with the most radiant light from within. This time, the one he picked was an iron rod that was rusty on the inside, and the patterns carved on it were no longer visible. Duan Ning finally smiled in relief when he saw the iron rod that Meng Hang handed over. Ha, I told you that you were just lucky the first time. Anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that although there's no way to tell if a sealed spirit weapon still has spirit from the outside, but over the years, those who gamble on spirit weapons have summarized a rule: the better the appearance of a spirit weapon, the higher the chance of opening it with a spirit. Look at this iron rod you picked out. It's too heavy even for a fire. After listening to his long-winded speech, Meng Hang impatiently snapped his ears and said, which so much nonsense, is a mule as a horse drive out not know? Don't turn back until you hit the south wall. Duan Ning snorted coldly and directly handed the iron rod to the clerk. The clerk's face was also pleased when she saw this rusty iron rod, knowing that it was impossible to open a complete spiritual artifact from this trashy cargo. Before long, she handed the cut iron rod to Duan Ning. Duan Ning received the iron rod and stared gloatingly at Meng Hang. Kid, in the future, you'll have to take a detour when you see me. Where did you get all that nonsense? Meng Hang finally couldn't stand his inkling and chided Dashang. With this chiding, the aura on his body wasn't angry and intimidating, and Duan Ning's hand holding the iron bar trembled. You, I'll let you die clearly today. Duan Ning's face turned pale. He really didn't dare to ink anymore, and after putting down a harsh word, he infused his spiritual energy into the iron rod. In an instant, light flowed throughout the room, and the rust on the iron rod began to fall off, revealing the formation that had been dusted off for 1,000 years. The iron rod was pitch black, and a lifelike five-clawed golden dragon hovered over it, as if it was about to fly out the next moment. A high-grade spirit weapon. Feeling the spiritual pressure coming from the iron rod, a sales clerk covered his mouth and exclaimed incredulously, how is that possible? At this time, Duan Ning's face turned even paler, and his eyes were filled with incredulity. He didn't believe that someone could open a complete spirit weapon twice in a row. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must have gotten lucky. If you're capable, you can pick another one. Duan Ning shouted hysterically. Meng Hang also didn't expect to actually be able to open a high-grade spirit weapon on his own, and the excitement on his face was a bit uncontrollable. Beauty, I don't know how much a high-grade spirit weapon costs. This time, there was no need for Duan Ning to ask. He asked the clerk with both eyes glowing. High-ranked spiritual weapons are around $50 million. Once he heard the amount of money, Meng Hang directly widened his eyes and said impatiently to Duan Ning, you give me this money first before saying anything else. He was now not seeing a rabbit without a hawk, and the money was only solid when it came into his hands. Duan Ning gritted his teeth and this time didn't give cash directly, but threw Meng Hang a bank card. There are $50 million inside. If you have the ability to open it again, if you can still open it, I'll still take it. Okay, Duan Gongzi atmosphere. With $50 million in hand, Meng Hang was all smiles. His tone of voice was much better. Not long after, he picked out another ancient bronze mirror. This time, he didn't bother wasting time letting the clerk cut it, and with his right hand, he directly pinched the crystals on the outside of the copper mirror, and then poured his spiritual energy into it. The room was once again filled with light. Middle-ranked spiritual artifact. Duan Ning's voice was a little broken, his voice filled with incredulity. You were able to find out which of the sealed spirit artifacts had spirituality in them. How is there such an ability in this world? Opening a complete spirit artifact once or even twice might still be considered luck. But to be able to open it for the third time, even the most idiotic person would know that there was definitely something fishy in it. Fine, I'll admit it today. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. He didn't want to stay even for a moment now, only wanting to hurry home and tell the elders of his family about this amazing discovery. To be able to recognize the perverted ability of still having spirituality in an unsealed spirit weapon, if he could be recruited by their Duan family, the Duan family would surely rise to the next level. He was now already imagining his father praising himself. Wait! As soon as he saw that Duan Ning was about to leave, Meng Hang hurriedly called out to him. You haven't paid this money yet, and you want to leave? I'm short of this amount of money from you? Duan Ning looked toward the store clerk next to him when he finished speaking. $8 million for a middle-ranked spirit weapon. This clerk was about to cry, knowing that he was in trouble today. I don't have that much money in my hand right now. Can I give you the essence core? Duan Ning flipped through his spatial ring and realized that he hadn't brought that much money with him when he went out today, so he could only ask Meng Hang with a stiff upper lip. Meng Hang hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. He had come here originally to run for the essence cores, and it was certainly better to be able to give the essence cores directly. Receiving the 8 essence cores handed over by Duan Ning and handing him this copper mirror, Meng Hang said indifferently, when you meet me on the road in the future, you know how to call me, right? Duan Ning was still expecting to recruit Meng Hang into his clan and didn't want to make the relationship too stiff. He could only give an awkward smile and didn't say anything, turning his head away. Young Duan, that gold silk inner armor you promised me to buy just now hasn't been bought yet. At this time, a sales clerk anxiously ran to the door and dragged Duan Ning to cry. She now knew that this matter would definitely become a big deal, and only wished to earn this commission so that she wouldn't have to worry about it for the rest of her life. Duan Ning's eyebrows stood up and directly gave her a slap, knocking her to the ground. I'll buy if I want to, I won't buy if I don't want to, I still need you to remind me here. After saying this, he also ignored the sales clerk who was crying on the ground and turned his head away. Meng Hang watched this scene with interest, without a hint of intention to go forward to stop. He didn't despise snobs, after all, who didn't like money? But as a shopkeeper of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, he actually couldn't treat his customers the same, which made Meng Hang look down on them. So he, who had always considered himself to be careful, was still happy to see the store clerk get a bit of a lesson. Alright, that's over with him, I'm going to keep picking then. As soon as he heard Meng Hang's words, the others who were still squatting on the ground to appease the pearly whites who were crying suddenly froze in place, staring up at Meng Hang in disbelief. Sir, you still want to open? What? There's still a rule in the Heavenly Mansion Trading House that there's a limit to the number of spirit weapons you can gamble on? No. It's just that we can't make the call on this matter right now. I need to ask our supervisor. They knew that the matter had now become a big deal, and it was impossible to hide it, so they could only ask the supervisor who had gone out to do the job to come back. Alright, I'll keep picking mine, you guys call if you should. After saying that, Meng Hang started picking again. Since he had already torn his face off, he would make things worse and earn enough in one go. Seeing that he was determined to pick again, several sales clerks didn't dare to delay and hurriedly went to the backstage to call the supervisor. And at this time, in Ni Hao's villa, an old man around 50 years old was nodding his head at Ni Hao. Young master, why didn't you notify me when you came to the imperial capital, so I could send a car to pick you up and give you another reception? Ni Hao waved his hand indifferently and said indifferently, no need to trouble elderly that much, I came with a friend this time, and it was already too late to get off the bus, so I didn't inform you. The person called elderly wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the ringing of the cell phone in his pocket. He stepped aside and carefully picked up his cell phone, as if he was afraid of disturbing Ni Hao. Just after listening to 2 sentences, Elder Li's face changed and his voice grew a few points louder uncontrollably. Someone dares to cause trouble at the Tianfu Trading Company? What? There's actually someone who can see through the spirituality inside a sealed spirit weapon? I see, you guys must treat him as a guest, take as much as he's willing to take, I'll go back immediately. There was sweat pouring out of Elder Li's forehead in a hurry. He was well aware of how much of an impact this would have on the Heavenly Mansion trading firm if they could keep such a wunderkind in their midst. A clerk on the other end of the line hung up the phone apprehensively, silently praying in her heart that this matter would never wear out. She only mentioned Meng Hang's special psychic ability and the non-stop purchasing of spirit weapons to the supervisor, and didn't say a word about them mocking the customers. Elder Lu, what's wrong? Seeing Elder Lu hang up the phone, Ni Hao asked with interest. Young master, the store clerk called and said that there's a young man who can actually see through unsealed spirit weapons. Now relying on this psychic ability, he's raiding the store for spirit weapons. This person's supernormal ability is not trivial to the family. As long as we can recruit him, we will have an absolute advantage in the future when we compete with other merchant houses in the ancient battlefield. I'll go back to meet that teenager now. Ni Hao released a flash of color in his eyes after hearing that. There's still such an ability. I'll go and take a look too. Since the discovery of spirit weapons, he hadn't heard of anyone being able to see through a sealed spirit weapon, which made him incredibly curious, so he planned to go and take a look as well. Just as the two of them were heading out, Mangekyo Sharingan, who had been listening to their conversation from the side, finally couldn't sit still. As the largest merchant house in the Dragon Kingdom, the Heavenly Mansion Merchant House could be said to be rich. This little fatty in front of him was actually the young master of the Heavenly Mansion Trading House. Killing him would not believe it. Dragging the fatty aside, he stammered and asked, You're the young master of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company? Yes. And I how nodded rightfully. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't I say so? Did you say it? Then I probably forgot. And I how scratched his head and said perfunctorily. After a moment of stalemate, Mangekyo finally accepted the fact that he was the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion trading firm. By the way, you guys just said that someone can see through unsealed spirit weapons? Reacting from his shock, he then realized that there was something even more shocking. He had also sold unsealed spirit weapons in the ghost market back then, and knew well that that thing could shield the probing of spiritual power, and to try to directly probe the spirit weapon inside through the crystal outside could be said to be simply impossible. The imperial capital is really a place of hidden tigers and dragons. Monk Daishan sighed with emotion, packed up a bit, and also followed Ni Hao forward to see which immortal had such an ability. Meng Hang crossed his legs and sat boldly on the sofa, drinking the fine dragon well that the clerk made for him. On the table in front of him were the 5 spiritual weapons that had been cut out, and upon inspection, all of them were middle-rank spiritual weapons. A few sales clerks stood beside him, neither accepting nor not accepting the money for the 5 spirit weapons that Meng Hang handed over. They wanted to say something to Meng Hang, but when they saw him sipping his tea in a relaxed manner, they didn't care about them at all, and knew that Meng Hang was still holding a grudge over the previous incident. That's right, Meng Hang was that careful. Right at this moment, a sharp breaking sound came from the doorway, followed by a figure walking in a flurry of wind. Meng Hang raised an eyebrow, knowing that the steward here had arrived, and he no longer deliberately took his posture and stood up. It was only when he saw the 2 people following behind the visitor that the words he had just wanted to say were stiffly held back. Why are you guys here as well? Ni Hao and Monk Daishan saw Meng Hang in the room, and were also dumbfounded, asking in unison, Meng Hang? Why are you here too? Then thinking of something, Ni Hao asked incredulously, Brother Meng, don't tell me that you're the one who's been scavenging here on the strength of your supernatural ability of being able to see through unsealed spirit weapons. Being poked and prodded by his friend in public, Meng Hang was a bit embarrassed, but he was even more curious as to why this little fatty and Monk Daishan had come here, and how they knew about him. Ha ha ha. Recently, my hands are a bit tight, so I'm going to come here to make some money. You're making money here all the way to the home of the Ni Master. Monk Daishan bloated from the side. What the hell? The Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company is your family's? Meng Hang was truly shocked this time. How could he not have expected that this ordinary-looking fatty was actually the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion Trading House? Fatty, I didn't expect you to hide quite deeply. Each other. Brother Meng, you're also hiding quite deeply. I didn't expect you to not only be so strong, but also have this kind of perverted ability. Tell me what else you don't know how to do. Ha, it's just a way to make a living. It's not an extraordinary ability. Meng Hang laughed and played a sloppy game. Elder Lu, who hadn't interjected since he came in, had an expression on his face that went from puzzled to shocked to full of surprise, when he finally opened his mouth to speak. Today is also really a day when the great water washed over the Dragon King's temple, and a family doesn't recognize a family. I didn't realize that little friend is actually good friends with my family's young master. That's great. I heard that little friend is strapped for cash? It just so happens that our Heavenly Mansion Trading Company is still short of a big shopkeeper. Do you think you'd be interested in working for us? The price is fine, 100 essence cores per month. What do you think? If it's not enough we can discuss it again. Meng Hang glanced at the clerk who had long since turned ashen as he sneered. The Heavenly Mansion Merchant Bank is a big family, so a country bumpkin like me can't afford to climb up to it. Hearing these words, Ni Hao and Elder Lu frowned, both hearing something in his words. Lu Lao coldly looked at the store clerk at the side and angrily rebuked. What's going on? Hurry up and tell me clearly. A few sales clerks were shivering from Lu Lao's yelling and no longer dared to hide, telling Meng Hang exactly what happened from the moment he entered the door. When they finished speaking, not only was Lu Lao's face unsightly, even Ni Hao's gloominess was on the verge of dripping. At this moment, Ni Hao's temperament changed, and without his usual easygoing appearance, he became serious. Elder Lu, my Ni family has trusted you with the management of the Imperial Capital's merchant bank, and you've cultivated this kind of shopkeeper? If this kind of thing happens a few more times, won't the reputation of my Heavenly Mansion merchant bank stink in the Imperial Capital? He then coldly said to the several shopkeepers. All of you, get out of here right now and don't let this young master see you again. Lu Lao lowered his head without arguing and looked apologetically at Meng Hang. This matter is indeed my failure to discipline my men. I hope that young Master Meng will not take it personally. For the matter of joining the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, please also consider it. We will definitely not treat you poorly. Meng Hang waved his hand and said,
Thank you for your appreciation, Elder Lu. I came to the imperial capital because I have things to do, and it's impossible for me to stay for long, so let's forget about this matter. Hearing Meng Hang say this, Elder Lu was about to say something else, but was interrupted by an Hao at the side. Alright Elder Lu, since Meng is unwilling, then we shouldn't force him. He knew that Meng Hang had that terrifying strength at such a young age, and with this ability, he definitely wouldn't be willing to stay in one place all the time. All the talking was useless. At this time, Hao glanced at the 5 spirit weapons placed on the table and said with some curiosity, Brother Meng, are these the spirit weapons you picked out by virtue of your ability? Meng Hang was a bit embarrassed, pitting people to his own brother's head, lacking some words. He smiled sarcastically and said, These are the only ones in that pile of spirit weapons that still have intact spirituality, and since it's your family's property, I don't want it. Don't, aren't you slapping me in the face? Hao hurriedly said. There's no reason to take back what the Heavenly Mansion trading house has sold. You should buy whichever one you want. It's all on my head today, even if I'm making amends to Brother Meng for today's events. Meng Hang shook his head in rejection. Pro brothers know how to settle accounts, and although he was greedy for money, a gentleman loves to take what he can get. Hao wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Meng Hang. Fatty, there's no need to say anything. If you insist on treating me, then I can only one not to buy. Seeing Meng Hang's attitude so resolute, Hao could only give up. At this time, the monk Dai Shan on the side finally recoiled and stared at Meng Hang with an unkind face. Meng kid, tell me honestly, did you use this same ability before you went to my stall to pick that dagger in the first place? Meng Hang's eyebrows quirked, not expecting Monk Yushan to suddenly ask about this. As soon as he saw his expression, Du Shan instantly understood what was going on. Stretching out his hands, he angrily pinched Meng Hang's neck. Little bastard, you spit out the money you pitted me with. Meng Hang handed these 5 middle-ranked spiritual weapons over to Elder Lu and made up another $2.5 million in capital. He roughly calculated that with the previous sale to Duan Ning, his net income today was 95 million. Meng Hang's hands shook involuntarily as he held the 950 essence cores that had all been exchanged for essence cores. Terrifying. Terrifying. The only thing that was a pity was that the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Guild couldn't come back in the future, or else he would have been able to top out at the Emperor rank in minutes with his essence cores. After carefully storing the nuclei, Meng Hang and Hao returned to the villa by car with the two of them. At the same time, Duan Ning rushed home in a hurry, and without even knocking on the door, he barged straight into Duan Ruohai's room. Dad! I'm telling you, I made a big discovery today. Duan Ruohai, who was sitting on a chair and was reading a newspaper, looked at his adventurous son, frowned, and sternly lectured. As a son of the Duan family, as such a big man, can you be steady? You loiter outside every day, spending money like water. What can you discover? Before Duan Ning could even wait to speak, he was inexplicably scolded and said with some aggression, But I really did make a major discovery today. Duan Ruohai glanced at his own untalented son and said with a cold snort, I'd like to hear what discovery you can make. Duan Ning's eyes glowed as he spoke about what happened today at the Heavenly Mansion Merchant House. When Duan Ruohai heard that he actually made a bet with someone and had to call them master when he lost to them, his forehead veins rippled and he almost huffed with a slap. But in the end, he still controlled his inner rage, intending to listen before deciding how to teach this untalented rebellious son a lesson. When he heard that the first unsealed spirit weapon picked by that kid had spirituality, he was also slightly stunned, but not too surprised. After all, there were still plenty of people who were lucky. However, when he heard that 2 consecutive complete spirit weapons had been opened, his expression finally became somewhat solemn. After hearing that 3 consecutive times were successful, Duan Ruohai finally couldn't control his inner shock and crushed the newspaper in his hand. There's actually such an ability under the heavens. Good. Good. Ninger, you deserve to be my Duan Ruohai's son, good. Duan Ruohai was ecstatic. If Duan Ning wasn't lying, as long as he recruited that brat into the Duan family, then the Duan family would definitely be able to win the top spot in this year's weaponry gambling conference, and thus the spiritual treasures Mystic Realm's output of spiritual weapons would be able to be accounted for by their Duan family. Seeing his father actually praise himself so much, Duan Ning was so moved that he was about to cry. Since he was a child, nothing he had done had satisfied him, and today was the first time he had complimented himself so much. Duan Ruohai took out his cell phone, dialed a phone number, and said with a grave expression, Check for me, an hour ago, in and out of Tianfu Merchant Bank, a teenager around 18 or 19 years old. I want to know his current whereabouts as soon as possible. Alright, Duan family master. The person on the other end of the phone faintly replied back and hung up the phone. Duan Ruohai signaled his son to sit down, and the two of them waited here for news to come back from there. He had his eyes on the nose and his nose on the heart, with an old-fashioned look. Only his right hand gently clicked on the chair handle from time to time, showing that his heart wasn't as calm as it appeared to be. Time passed bit by bit, the room was terrifyingly silent.
Nearly 10 minutes later, the cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Luoxue opened his eyes with a huff and sought to pick up his cell phone and answer it.
How's it going? He couldn't wait to ask.
Found out, after that brat walked out of the Tianfu trading house, he returned to his villa in the suburbs with 2 friends. And one of his 2 friends is the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion trading firm.
The person on the other end of the phone said this point blank and didn't say any more.
Lin Luoxue's eyes narrowed as his brain raced, his experience over the years allowing him to taste a hint of something wrong. Being able to tell that there was no unsealed spirit weapon's supernatural ability, the Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, the Duan family.
Thinking of this, he was enlightened.
Wasn't this the Heavenly Mansion Merchant House looking for someone to play a game, wanting to join forces to pit them against the Duan family? Looking at Duan Ning next to him, who was still waiting for news with an expectant face, Lin Luoxue was furious and slapped him.
Splat! This slap directly blindsided Duan Ning. Dad, what are you doing? Lin Luoxue said angrily. You still have the nerve to say what for? Being sold and still counting the money for you here. If it wasn't for me keeping an extra eye out and looking for someone to check it out, I would have to be brought in by you too. This matter need not be mentioned again in the future. Returning to his room, Meng Hang greeted the 2 and dove headfirst into his room. Taking out all of the essence cores in his spatial ring, he ran his breathing technique, and wisps of mist drilled through his nose. I don't know how long it took, but when Meng Hang opened his eyes again, he realized that the sky outside had completely darkened. Taking a long breath, relying on these 950 essence cores, he finally broke through to the late empty stage. Gulp gulp. Feeling the hunger in his belly, Meng Hang looked at the wall clock. It was actually around 12 o'clock in the second half of the night. He let out a bitter smile. It was already so late, no wonder he was hungry. Originally, he wanted to go to the refrigerator to find something to eat, but found that the table had actually left rice for him. Meng Hang smiled faintly, a warm current flowed through his heart, and he ate with great gusto. And at this time, Yunshui City. The night was dark and windy, and everyone had already entered dreamland.
Downstairs in Meng Hang's dilapidated house, a black shadow flashed past, easily leaping onto the 3rd floor windowsill.
It is not known what means was used to gently push the locked window open.
Shadow 3 like a ghost silently touched into the room, and casually closed the window again. The room was out of reach, but he didn't care. He, who had been engaged in assassination for years, actually didn't like sunlight, and darkness was his home turf. When he opened Meng Hang's bedroom door, he frowned. The quilt on the bed was neatly folded, as if no one had slept there for a long time.
Where can one go at this late hour? Shadow 3 thought with a frown.
And just then, he suddenly heard the sound of the door being slowly pushed open. A cold light flashed across his eyes, and he thought it was Meng Hang coming back. This little brute came back so late, he must have gone somewhere to wave. Ruan Xiong gently pushed the door open. Naturally, this broken door in front of him couldn't possibly block him. Don't look at his tiger's back, but he actually didn't make a single sound when walking on the old floor. Ruan Xiong breathing evenly. He has done too many such things for the Ruan family, this time just to kill an unknown high school student, so at this time his heart a little pressure is not. The same quietly pushed open the bedroom door. Ruan Xiong's killing intent is revealed. The heart silently said, "Kid, who told you to mess with someone you can't afford to mess with? Pay attention in your next life." But at this moment, a cold light flashed, straight to his neck.
The pupils of Ruan Xiong's eyes shrunk and he quickly retreated backwards.
Unfortunately, despite his quick enough reaction, his neck was still cut with a line of blood.
There's an ambush.
Ruan Xiong's heart was shaken and he instantly unleashed his special ability, his body becoming pitch black as if it were golden iron. At this time, the opposite Shadow 3 was also surprised in his heart.
He was an assassination expert?
In this environment, he was able to dodge his own surefire strike. This kid was definitely not simple. Thinking about this, both of their hearts were filled with killing intent. Since they had already been discovered, there was no need to sneak around. Both of them struck almost simultaneously. Shadow 3's figure was like a ghost, his body swayed from left to right, and he even transformed into 3 black shadows, rushing towards Ruan Xiong from 3 directions respectively. There was only a wrong name, there was no wrong nickname. The reason he was called Shadow 3 was because he walked in the darkness like a shadow and could manifest 3 identical versions of himself. Ruan Xiong's face was gloomy, knowing that the incoming person was not easy to deal with. His right hand transformed into a palm into a claw, which still had a metallic luster on it, and grabbed towards one of the black shadows. When he pinched the head of the black shadow with his right hand, the black shadow unexpectedly dissipated instantly. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the face of one of the 2 remaining black shadows as his dagger stabbed out, pointing straight at Ruan Xiong's back heart. Ding! When the dagger touched his body, it unexpectedly made the sound of gold and iron clanking together. Seeing that the strike was ineffective, Shadow 3 did not continue to attack, but split back. After the 2 stood still, they looked at each other in all directions. Because the room was too dark to see each other's expressions, but both could feel each other's gravity.
At this point, Shadow 3 also knew that the person coming was definitely not Meng Hang, but someone else. And just like himself, he was a U-rank expert. The room was just too small, and his hands were tied up, afraid that he would accidentally tear down the entire building, and then lure the Cloudwater City Lord to the room. In fact, as U-rank experts, they weren't afraid of Zhao Sanbian, but if they revealed their identities as a result, it would have an impact on the family behind them. After all, Zhao Sanbian represented the Dragon Kingdom. The two looked at each other, and both understood each other's thoughts. Without any nonsense, they both took a step out and flew through the air, rushing towards the mountain range outside of Yunchue City. With the speed of the two, it was only a few minutes before they arrived in a forest in the mountain range. From the time the two met until this point, they did not say a single word. They knew that it was useless to say more. If they said too much, they might even reveal their identities, so it was better to see the truth under the hand, and in the end, the winner would have a way to make the one who fell on the ground speak. Despite this, they were still secretly a little shocked in their hearts. They didn't expect that an unheard of high school student would have a U-ranked expert protecting him behind his back. This student was not as simple as imagined. Seeing that there were no more scruples, the duo's aura flourished, and their aura as U-ranked ability masters was revealed without a doubt. Shadow 3 once again split into three, and the dagger in his hand also had threads of black mist surrounding it. He was actually a dark attribute ability person. Ruan Xiong no longer hid his strength either, and under the illumination of the moon's afterglow, his entire body glowed with a metallic luster. With a wave of his arms to the sides, his two arms unexpectedly turned into two machetes glowing with eerie cold light. Looking at the opposite man in black turning into three shadows rushing towards him, Ruan Xiong knew that he couldn't beat him in terms of speed, so he just stayed put and responded to all changes with no change. Seeing that the opposite strong man actually wanted to resist his own attack, Shadow 3 let out a cold laugh in his heart. The three black shadows struck at the same time, the daggers in his hands transformed into three poisonous snakes, stabbing towards Ruan Xiong. Ruan Xiong saw that it was the same trick again and couldn't help but snort coldly. Your methods are no more insidious, but what's the use of not being able to break through your own defense? Ha! With a loud shout, Ruan Xiong's body actually stretched out three long knives, stabbing straight at the black shadows in three directions. It turned out that the machetes on both arms were just a blindfold. In fact, his entire body was able to extend long knives. He already didn't know how many experts he had pitted with this trick. Shadow 3 also didn't expect the strong man in front of him to have this kind of tactic, and in a moment of inability to react, he was directly penetrated by the long knife through his body. And at the same time, the dagger in his hand that had a dark mist filling it was not subject to resistance like before. With the addition of the dark attribute, Ruan Xiong's gold and iron-like body was easily pierced through, and it was three black shadows piercing through at the same time. This time, the three black shadows transformed by Shadow 3 were surprisingly all solid. In an instant, both of them were seriously injured at the same time, with blood spurting out of their mouths. The two figures separated at the same time, both staring at each other in shock. They both thought that they could take down the other, but they didn't expect the other's methods to be so bizarre that they were able to injure themselves so badly. Both of them knew that there was no point in fighting anymore today, and with a scornful look at each other, each of them turned their heads and disappeared into the darkness. From the beginning to the end, they did not say a word. Shadow 3 moved at high speed through the forest, and only after taking out a turquoise medicinal pill from his spatial ring and hastily swallowing it, did his pale face improve. Finally stopped at a tree, looked around and realized that there was no danger before taking out a special phone from the spatial ring and calling. The phone was connected. Over there came Hua Hongjin's low voice. Things settled? I'm sorry, family head, I missed this time. Hua Hongjin was stunned. For so many years I've explained things to you and rarely have I missed. This time against a high school student you actually missed? Shadow 3 weakly returned. That kid's identity is not simple. There are experts behind him to protect him. Even I was injured by the expert behind him. Hua Hongjin on the other end of the phone looked grave and thought for a while before saying, there is something fishy about this matter. You come back first, don't make any more moves so as not to scare the snakes. Yes. After Shadow 3 replied dryly, he hung up his cell phone and his figure disappeared into the forest. On the other hand, Ruan Xiong also stopped at a tree and weakly dialed Ruan Hong's phone. Elder, missed. That kid's identity is not simple. He actually sent a U-ranked expert to ambush his home. And this U-ranked ability person has strange methods, not an ability person that a normal family can cultivate. Ruan Hong on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time before speaking. I see, you come back first. This matter will be discussed in the long run. The two families sent out experts to assassinate Meng Hang, and surprisingly, it ended in such a dramatic scene. When Meng Hang opened his eyes again, it was already dawn. The two of them, Fatty and Monk Jiashan, were eating at the table. When they saw Meng Hang come out, they greeted him and asked him to come and eat with them. And Hao said with some indignation, this world is so unfair. I start getting up at 6 a.m. to cultivate. It's almost 9 o'clock and you just got up. Why is there such a huge gap in strength between the two of us? Meng Hang smiled faintly and didn't explain. After all, an enlightened life didn't need an explanation. When the three of them finished eating, Hao wanted to suddenly remember something and said to Meng Hang and Mangekyo Sharingan, "Tonight, the Imperial Capital's gentry are holding a party at the Imperial Capital Hotel, and I've been invited to attend as well, so the two of you should go with me as well." Mangekyo Sharingan waved his hand and refused. That kind of place poor monks can't get used to going to. It's better to honestly meditate and recite sutras at home. Meng Hang also shook his head in rejection. Although there was no lack of easygoing people like Hao amongst the second generation of the rich, he had encountered more of the high and mighty like Hua Qiu and Duan Ning, so he was really too lazy to deal with those pretentious people. Seeing that both of them weren't going, Fatty hurriedly said to Meng Hang, "I don't come to the Imperial City often either, and I'm not familiar with those people, but it can't be helped. A family son like me always has to socialize and meet some people. If Master Yushan doesn't go, then he won't go. Brother Meng, you have to accompany me today. Besides, with your ability to not get into college, you can also take this opportunity to make more friends with some people in the family, which will also help in the future." Meng Hang originally wanted to refuse, but couldn't resist the fat man's soft words, and in the end, he could only reluctantly agree. Around 4 p.m., the packed-up Fatty called Meng Hang to go out with him. When Meng Hang came out wearing his black robe, Fatty said somewhat helplessly, "Brother Meng, the places we're going to this time are all rich kids from the top families in the Imperial Capital. You're just going to wear this." Meng Hang shrugged indifferently. Since he had somehow put on this black robe of unknown material, he had found that this black robe was invulnerable to fire and water, and its smooth texture did not shed a single speck of dust, which also saved him the trouble of washing it. So now he also got used to wearing it everywhere he went. "Fatty, if you want to feel that this outfit is a disgrace to you, then I won't go." When Fatty heard this, he hurriedly explained, "I don't mean that. I, Fatty, am that kind of snob." When the two of them walked out of the villa, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing this luxury car worth $10 million, Meng Hang couldn't help but joke, "Dog Dato, I really should have tied it up for you in the first place." The fat man also knew he was joking and laughed dryly twice and said back, "What's the use of being rich again? It's not something I earned myself." The two of them smiled at each other and got in the car to head to the Imperial Capital Hotel. The Imperial Capital Hotel is located in the center of the Imperial Capital, a total of more than 80 floors, more than 300 meters high, from the top overlooking the entire Imperial Capital. Can come here to consume are the top tycoons. When Meng Hang got out of the car, he saw that the people coming in and out were all dressed in designer labels, and finally realized why Fatty wanted him to change his clothes. When Meng Hang and Hao walked in, the people who came and went looked at Meng Hang, who was dressed in a black robe, with strange eyes. There was an unconscious look of contempt and disdain in their eyes, not understanding how such a person could also enter the Imperial Capital Hotel. Fatty also noticed the contempt shown in the eyes of the people around him and comforted Meng Hang. "Dog's eyes look down on people, Brother Meng, don't care about their eyes." Meng Hang smiled and shook his head. "Let them look if they want to, I'm not missing a piece of meat." Taking the elevator to a luxuriously decorated private room on the top floor, they heard some talking and laughing inside before they even entered. When the waiter pushed open the door and invited the two in, the voices in the room suddenly stopped, and their eyes all looked towards the door. Seeing Hao walking in front of them, a young man with yellow hair stood up with a smile. He was the organizer of this party and the only person here who knew Hao well. "Ah, Hao, you're finally here, you've kept me waiting. Today you must punish yourself with 3 cups. Yellow hair said as he walked to the door, enthusiastically grabbed Fatty's shoulder and yanked towards an empty seat. "Let me introduce to you all. This is the young proprietor of the famous Heavenly Mansion Merchant Company, Hao." As soon as the crowd heard that it was actually the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion trading firm, their faces were overflowing with enthusiastic smiles as they greeted him, all as if they hadn't seen Meng Hang behind him. Just then, Yellow Hair finally noticed Meng Hang following behind him and said in a cold voice, "The bodyguards are waiting outside, why do you still want to get on the table?" Hearing this, Meng Hang hadn't reacted much yet, and Fatty first looked solemn. Brother Jiang misunderstood, this is my good brother, not some bodyguard. Yo, I say and I shall, this is where you're wrong. The people that young Jiang invited today are all famous figures in the imperial capital. You bringing this person dressed like a bumpkin here, isn't it your intention to hit us in the face? The one who opened his mouth to speak was no one else but Duan Ning, who had a one-sided relationship with Meng Hang at the Tianfu trading house yesterday. He didn't expect to meet Hao and Meng Hang here today. He had been harboring a grudge ever since he heard his father say that yesterday's incident was the result of the Heavenly Mansion trading house and Meng Hang teaming up to screw him over. He hadn't expected that the enemies would meet again today. And after hearing the fat man personally admit that Meng Hang was his friend, he was even more certain that it was the duo teaming up to pit themselves. That was why he opened his mouth to ridicule the duo. Hearing Duan Ning say this, The remaining people also chimed in. Duan Xiao has a point. What kind of status are we all in? He came in dressed like a cosplayer. What qualifications does he have to sit with us? That's right. What era is this? Still wearing a black robe, playing the villain here. I also don't know if he'll laugh. Ha ha ha. Sneering laughter came from the crowd at the table at once. When Fatty heard their ridicule, his face immediately sank. Although he usually had a harmless face, but don't forget that he was the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion trading house. He was also pampered since childhood, born with a golden key, and also had a playboy side. He also did not look at who was the first to speak, pointed in that direction and started cursing. Put your mother's fart, it's not your turn to taunt my friend here. Meng Hang didn't have much of a reaction, and only raised his eyelids to look towards the person who had spoken. When he saw that the person speaking was Duan Ning, he raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I didn't expect the imperial capital to be so small that I would still meet you here. Did you forget about our agreement yesterday? The people present were all stunned, not expecting the country bumpkin in front of them to actually recognize Duan Ning, and couldn't help but cast a puzzled look at Duan Ning. Hearing Meng Hang say that, Duan Ning's face became very ugly. Don't think I don't know that yesterday's incident was you and I how ganging up on me. Meng Hang frowned, not understanding what he was talking about. But then after a little thought, he understood the key. This was because he saw that he and Fatty were too close, and Fatty was the young proprietor of the Heavenly Mansion Trading Company, so it was no wonder that Duan Ning thought that he and Fatty had teamed up to pit him. Fatty naturally already knew about Meng Hang and Duan Ning's bet at the Heavenly Mansion Mercantile yesterday, and understood what he meant at this point, so he couldn't help but be furious. My old man's family fortune is so rich that I don't care about pitting you for that too broken money? Duan Ning was also angry at this time and choked. If you two aren't the ones doing the pitting, then how can this kid cut out complete spirit weapons 3 times in a row? Hearing this, the people watching from the side were all stunned. Someone could see through the spirituality in an unsealed spirit weapon? How was this possible? Being at the top of the pyramid, they could be said to have seen a lot, but they had never heard of anyone with such a perverse ability. That's why they all thought that cutting out 3 complete spiritual weapons in a row was orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. Yellow Hair fought for Duan Ning and said, It's not that I'm saying, and I shall, you can be considered to have a big family, so why go and join forces with others to pit Duan Xiao? At this moment, Ni Hao was as if he was a showman meeting a soldier, unable to speak his mind, his entire face was suffocated in red. But when he saw Meng Hang, his eyes lit up as he thought of a way. Whether or not we're teaming up to pit him, let Meng Hang try it once more and we won't know. And just as the crowd watched things unfold with interest, one of them looked out of place. He hadn't taken his eyes off Meng Hang since the moment he walked in. The face of the man Ni Hao had brought over gradually merged with the face of the man who had made that man's reputation. It was clearly the same face, but the difference in temperament was extraordinarily large, which made him momentarily unable to tell if it was the same person or not. Could there really be 2 people under the sky that look so much alike? So just as the others were watching, his gaze stayed on Meng Hang. And just as Ni Hao called out the word Meng Hang, his face instantly turned pale. The scene in Cloudwater City was like yesterday again, floating before his eyes. The teenager with the blood-red pupils, the teenager who scared himself to his knees just by being full of killing intent, the teenager who had caused him to lose his reputation, the teenager who had become a shadow of his psyche. It's him. It's really him. Hua Qiu couldn't control his whole body trembling, his heart couldn't stop shouting, why is he here? Plop! A loud bang brought the crowd's attention to this side. The crowd only saw that at some point, Hua Qiu, the second youngest master of the Hua family, fell to the ground with a pale face and a head full of cold sweat, looking at Meng Hang with a terrified expression. At this time, Meng Hang was also attracted over by the sound, and when he saw the appearance of the person sitting on the ground, he also couldn't help but smile and say, What a narrow road, not only did I run into Duan Xiao today, I actually managed to run into you as well. The crowd, who were already confused by Hua Qiu's actions, were even more confused when they heard Meng Hang's words. What exactly was this strangely dressed youth? Not only did he know the young masters of the 2 top families, but judging by the situation, there was something else in it that they didn't know about. Hua Qiu's face was filled with panic as he pointed at Meng Hang and trembled. Why are you here? I apologized outside of the entrance exams in the first place, so why are you still haunting me with your ghost? Wow. The entire room was in an uproar. The matter of Hua Qiu kneeling to someone in the college entrance exam had already spread throughout the circle of the rich second generation in the imperial capital. Coupled with what he said to Meng Hang at this moment, it wasn't hard for the crowd to guess that Meng Hang was the one who made him kneel at that time. Crap, this kid is the one who forced Hua Xiao to kneel back then. I thought that kid was some kind of 3-headed, 6-armed guy, but now I see that he's nothing more than that. Hua Xiao is at least an S-class psychic. I don't know what he was thinking, but he actually knelt down to him. And at first the spirited Hua Xiao, now see him how like a mouse saw the cat, to scare into this.
Meng Hang also did not expect that he would leave such a serious psychological shadow on this high and mighty Hua Xiao. After such a long time, he still had such a big reaction when he saw himself. Just then a young man wearing an expensive suit with polished leather shoes and gold-rimmed glasses walked over to Hua Qiu and gently helped him to his seat. He then looked at Meng Hang and said with a smile, "Logically speaking, this matter is an internal matter of the Hua family, I shouldn't interfere. But the matter of you forcing Hua Qiu to kneel not only slapped his face, the Hua family's face, but also the face of our entire circle of imperial capital family sons. Now people from other cities are saying that the family descendants coming out of our imperial capital are embroidered pillows, not useful. If you had honestly stayed in that small, third-tier city of Cloudwater City, I probably wouldn't have made a point of going after you. But since you dared to come to the imperial capital today, then don't blame me for stepping in to teach you a lesson." Hearing the glasses man say this, the organizer of this meal, Yellow Hair, hurriedly came out to round things up. It wasn't that he wanted to intercede on behalf of Meng Hang out of the goodness of his heart, but the owner behind the Imperial Capital Hotel had quite a big background. If he really smashed the restaurant here, he, the organizer, could not absolve himself of the blame. Moreover, this man with glasses was the son of the Yi family, one of the 3 largest families in the imperial city, and although it was only a sideline, the camel was bigger than the horse. If Meng Hang was really as powerful as the legend said, and injured the glasses man again, he wouldn't be able to shrug it off. "Yi Xiao, after all, this is the hotel owned by that person. If we smash this place, I'm afraid we can't explain it." The man with glasses who was called Yi Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Of course I know that this place is owned by that person, even I wouldn't dare to be too reckless here. But don't forget my ability, do I still need to make a move to deal with him?" As soon as Yellow Hair heard this, it suddenly dawned on him, and he slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "Why did I forget about your ability?" Yi Yan stared at Meng Hang with a bland face and said, "Kid, today I'll tell you clearly that you have to accept the challenge even if you accept it, and you have to accept it even if you don't. It's true that I can't keep an Aishao as he is the young treasurer of the Heavenly Mansion Merchant House. But if you don't accept, today I can guarantee that you won't be able to walk out of this door." Hearing him say that, Meng Hang smiled, and smiled brightly. As far as he could remember, it seemed like the ones that dared to threaten themselves didn't have a good end. The 5th Order Red Blood Demon King that had threatened him at the beginning was now, to put it mildly, reincarnated as a loach. There was also this Hua Xiao in front of him who was sitting on a chair, not daring to look directly at himself. Meng Hang was just about to open his mouth to agree when the fat man stepped out and blocked him in front of him, looking coldly at Yi Yun. "I don't care which family's young master you are, aren't you a little bit disregarding my Heavenly Mansion trading firm, actually daring to threaten my friend in front of me?" Yi Yun lifted his gold-rimmed glasses and returned without showing any weakness. "My surname is Yi, and I don't need to say anything about the family surname Ji in the imperial capital, I'm sure brother and I also knows. Although I'm not a direct descendant of the Yi family, you shouldn't forget that this is the imperial capital, not in your home base." Hearing that this person was a member of the Yi family, Hao showed a hint of gravity on his face, but had no intention of backing down. Just then a large hand patted his shoulder and pulled him back. Meng Hang looked at him expressionlessly and said faintly, "I agree to the match. But it's best to change the place, it's not good to break someone's things here." Yi Yan shook his head and said disdainfully, "There is no need. I'm still confident in dealing with you without destroying things here." Meng Hang laughed, not only at the arrogance of the night young man in front of him, but also at what Brother Unicorn was saying in his head at this moment. Crap, he's really jumping far over the dung in the thatched pit. I haven't seen such a pretentious person. Tai Zi, you don't hit him with a face full of peach blossoms, don't say I know you. Okay, Li United Sun brother, you see well. The two stood still, the rest of the people stepped back, leaving enough room for them. Meng Hang was also not polite, his sharpening will eyes directly opened. Seeing the blood red in Meng Hang's eyes, Yi Yan raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. Nor did he see any movement from him, Meng Hang only felt his head sink, as if there was an additional voice in his consciousness. This voice was like a loud bell that shook Meng Hang's head. When the people on the side saw Meng Hang's expression, a hint of excitement appeared in their eyes and they whispered, he got hit so quickly. Yi Xiao's S-rank skill of mind control is not that good of a defense, any of your abilities are no more bullish when your spirit is controlled, you can only obediently listen to his commands. At this time, a trace of anxiety also appeared in Fatty's eyes. Originally, he was extremely confident in Meng Hang and thought that defeating this so-called Yi Xiao was nothing more than a breeze. However, he did not expect Yi Yun's ability to actually be capable of something so bizarre as to directly attack Meng Hang's spiritual world. Yi Yun looked at Meng Hang like an emperor, and his mouth snapped. Kneel. The voice came out and Meng Hang only felt a voice like that of a godlike deity appear in his mind and echoed within. Kneel. 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 Meng Hang's eyes started to get confused and his legs couldn't help but start to bend. Seeing Meng Hang get hit so quickly, sounds of disdain rose from the side. What the heck, I was expecting him to have some kind of undercard,
but he actually couldn't even withstand one move under the hands of Night Young. I really can't figure out how Hua Xiao lost to him in the first place with this kind of goods. At this moment, Hua Qiu was also dumbfounded. He was about to lose? In fact, his heart was still a little bit expectant, looking forward to Meng Hang's complete abuse of Yi Yun in public. There was a comparison, so that his own face that he had lost in the first place wasn't too ugly. But now he completely despaired. If Meng Hang lost so dryly, that really only meant that he was just a waste. Not only would outsiders' mockery of him not dissipate, it would instead increase with each passing day. The corner of Yi Yun's mouth hooked up into a smile. As long as he could make Meng Hang kneel down to himself in public and retrieve face for the circle of Kyoto's family descendants, then his status among the crowd would soar. Even if he didn't rely on the Yi family, he would still be famous in the imperial capital. Right at this moment, Meng Hang, who had already bent down half of his body, suddenly gave a start. His head slowly lifted up as he sneered at Yi Yun. Happy? Just teasing you. In fact, when that spiritual attack from Yi Yun rushed into Meng Hang's spiritual world, it only affected him for a split second. For Meng Hang's boundless spiritual world, this one impact was simply like a gravel on the seashore, instantly swallowed by the waves of his spiritual power. When Yi Yun saw Meng Hang's appearance, he instantly knew that he had actually been pretending and had not been under his mental control, and with a slight change in his face, he wanted to launch his mental control again. Unfortunately, it was too late. How could Meng Hang fall twice in the same position? The hooked jade in his sharpening will eye that looked at Yi Yun turned slightly, and Yi Yun instantly stiffened in place, his eyes empty. This time it turned into Meng Hang looking down on him like an emperor, his mouth saying majestically, "Kneel down." At this moment, Yi Yun felt that the entire world was spinning and twisting, making him unsteady on his feet. Countless mixed murmurs came from his ears, like the demons of hell tempting him in his ears, and like a high heavenly god commanding him majestically. Kneel! Kneel! Plop! Without a hint of hesitation, Yi Yun knelt straight in front of Meng Hang. The scene was silent, and a pin could be heard. The crowd's eyes widened and their jaws dropped to the ground. Shouldn't it be the kid in the black robe kneeling? How did Yi Yun kneel? There was something odd about this brat. And Hao was also dumbfounded at this moment. Brother Meng, didn't you tell me that you're a dual faculty alien of the spatial and wood faculties? What the hell is this spiritual faculty? There was only one person in the entire room whose expression was different from the crowd. Naturally, it was still Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu lowered his head, his shoulders kept shrugging, and under the shadows was a face that had laughed until it was twisted. He shouted madly in his heart. See, you've knelt down for him too. In the future, let's see which one of you still dares to mock old me. At the same time, he was also mocking Meng Hang. You think this is in your little third-tier county? Here, it's a dragon you have to coiled, it's a tiger you have to lie down. Which one here is not either rich or noble, with a deep background? You actually dared to make the Yi family's children kneel in public, then where in the imperial capital is there still a place for you? At this time, Yi Yun had already come to his senses, but still froze and knelt in place, his eyes full of unbelief. He did not believe that he would lose in his best skill of mind control. Yi Yun's face swelled red, his forehead veins bursting, and he roared in defiance. Destroy him for me. With these words, the air in the room became frozen, and all the sons of the worldly families present stared wistfully at Meng Hang. Although their bodyguards were waiting downstairs, having been trained by their families since childhood, their strength was not comparable to ordinary people. Looking at the surrounding rich family kids who were all unsuspecting and ready to make a move, Meng Hang's face sank. His black robe was windless, and a cold aura spread out from his body, enveloping the entire room and causing everyone present to shiver. He looked around the room and said coldly, "Since none of them want to leave, then I'll stay." Fatty walked over with a sweaty head, a worried look appearing on his face. Only at this time, he wasn't worried about Meng Hang, but about the group of people who were preparing to make a move on Meng Hang. Fatty held his arm as he whispered quietly in his ear, "Brother Meng, you have to be merciful, or else this entire building shall not be demolished by you." The atmosphere between the scene became heavy, and both sides were on the verge of a fight. Just then, a lazy voice came from outside the door. "Yo, I'd like to see who's the son of the family today, with such a big row, actually causing trouble in my hotel." Upon hearing this voice, the faces of the people present all changed, and they all put their auras away. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the crowd, Meng Hang was extremely curious as to who the visitor was that could scare them into this state. Turning his head, he found that it was a tall woman wearing a cheongsam. Although she was wearing light makeup, her knitted brows and smile looked extremely graceful and luxurious. At a glance, she looked to be around 30 years old, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes revealed her true age. Yellow Hair came in front of this woman and said with a smile on his face, "Aunt Yun, what wind blew you here?" The woman called Aunt Yun glanced at him and said, "If I don't come here, my little store will be demolished by all the little ancestors." Yellow Hair hurriedly explained, "Aunt Yun, see what you're saying, we're just sparring between friends, sparring. Borrowing our two guts, we wouldn't dare to make a move on you. Don't you think so? After saying that, he did not forget to make a wink to the crowd. The crowd chimed in. That's right, it's just a sparring match. Aunt Yoon snorted coldly. It better be. Alright, since it's alright, pack up and hurry. Hearing him say that, Yi Yun did not say a word and walked out with a gloomy face. Walking next to Meng Hang, he still didn't forget to give Meng Hang a cold look. When the others saw that Yi Xiao had all left, they also followed in silence. When all the people left, Meng Hang saw that a bite of the food on the dining table hadn't been moved yet, and couldn't help but shake his head in regret. It just so happened that he hadn't eaten yet, and not caring about that Aunt Jin next to him, he casually found a stool and sat down, and began to feast. Cluck cluck cluck. A soft laugh came from behind him. The woman called Aunt Jin sat down next to Meng Hang and looked at him and said, "This food is cold, I'll have the kitchen make another one for my brother." Meng Hang waved his hand indifferently as he took a big bite. "Don't bother, I'll just deal with 2 bites. Meng Hang then looked at her somewhat strangely and asked, "Are you the owner of this hotel here?" Aunt Jin smiled without saying anything, only nodding silently. Seeing her admit it, Meng Hang's eyes instantly lit up. "Auntie, why don't you change my bowl of kanji? I was born with a bad stomach and can only eat soft food." Crap! The fat man behind him saw Meng Hang actually molesting this aunt in public, and was so scared that his entire body went numb. Taking a step forward, he hurriedly covered Meng Hang's mouth, which was stuffed full of food, with his hand. "It's not that I'm saying, brother Meng, you can't plug your mouth even if you eat." Aunt Yun used her slender fingers to gently tap on Meng Hang's forehead, pouting. "You little immodest. But this look of yours is practically identical to that negative man back then." Back then, he also stood across the street, one person facing the many sons and daughters of the family without a hint of retreat. Thinking of this, her originally smiling eyes turned sad. Also having no desire to chat any longer, Aunt Yun stood up and said to Meng Hang and the two of them, "I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. In the future, if you have nothing to do, come here to sit more. Aunt invited you to eat." "Hey, okay," the two replied in unison. Yi Yun and his party came downstairs and prepared to leave in their own luxury car. Before getting into the car, Yi Yun coldly turned his head and said to the crowd, "I don't want a single word of what happened today to be revealed. You all know the Yi family's methods. Especially if this matter is known by Brother Yi, none of us will have a good time." The moment everyone heard the word Brother Yi, their faces all changed in unison, and they were actually 3 times more fearful than hearing about the Yi family. When Meng Hang had eaten and drunk enough, the two of them also left by car. In the car, Meng Hang asked with some curiosity, "Fatty, what exactly is the identity of that Aunt Yun that can make that group of arrogant and domineering male children so fearful?" Fatty let out a long sigh and looked at Meng Hang with grudging eyes. "You don't even know what someone's status is, and you dare to molest them. She's the previous generation's eldest daughter of the Yun family, one of the 3 great families in the imperial capital. That's not the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing is that she's also the old flame of the one from Jinyuan City." Crap! Meng Hang's entire body was crispy after hearing this, and he hurriedly sat up straight to look at Fatty. "Don't tell me that the one from Jinyuan City you're talking about is Jinyuan City's city lord Zhao Shanhe." Fatty nodded helplessly. Meng Hang only felt his entire body go numb. He had actually molested Martial Emperor Zhao Shanhe's old flame. If this were to be known by others, they wouldn't dismantle themselves. Meng Hang hurriedly pulled the Fatty and gossiped. "Quickly tell me how it really happened. Actually, this matter is not a secret in the imperial capital." Fatty shook his head and began to narrate to Meng Hang. Back then, Zhao Shan's matter of blocking the school gates at the imperial capital university was a big deal. The various clans couldn't sit still either, so they sent assassins to assassinate him, and basically all of them returned with no success. Until one time an assassin took advantage of Zhao Shanhe's momentary carelessness and seriously injured him. In the end, it was Aunt Jin who secretly saved him, and the two of them formed a relationship. "In the end the two got married?" Meng Hang asked nosily. Fatty shook his head back. "Falling flowers are intentional, flowing water is heartless." At that time, Aunt Yun, who was a beautiful woman, was not married to him, but that person already had a person of interest. So since then, Aunt Yun has been guarding this imperial capital hotel and has never married. Although the two didn't end up together, the various families were still afraid of Zhao Shanhe's existence, so no one ever dared to mess with Aunt Yun easily. Meng Hang nodded indistinctly, not realizing that legendary martial emperor Zhao Shanhe was actually still a great lover. Far away within the city lord's mansion of Jinyuan City on the first line of heaven, Zhao Shanhe, who was studying the sand table, suddenly sneezed. "TND, which asshole dared to badmouth me behind my back?" Yi Yun returned home and directly locked himself in his room. After this incident, he would be just like Hua Qiu, losing his reputation and becoming a joke amongst the rich kids of the imperial capital. But he did not dare to report it to the family yet. The other Hua Qiu was at least a direct descendant of the Hua family. The Hua family would not do anything to him. But Yi Yun, was different. He was just a sideline with a humble status. Don't look at him outside as a fox and a tiger, mixing it up. But within the family, he was just a dispensable person. If this matter was known by the people in the family, he would most likely be expelled from the family. Yi Yun's fists were clenched tightly, his nails were deeply embedded into his flesh, his expression was extremely hideous. Meng Hang, you must die. Saying so, he opened his computer and entered a string of complicated URLs into the web page. After landing on this URL, a deep black background appeared on the page, and the two big words Dark Pavilion stood out on it. This was the dark web used by the Dark Cabinet to receive tasks, and the Dark Cabinet as the #1 assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom was extremely mysterious. They are secretive and never accept tasks offline. If someone wanted to post a reward, they could only log on to the darknet to operate. The Dark Grid would dispatch the appropriate assassin to carry out the mission based on the amount of the bounty. The Dragon Kingdom had been trying to find out information about the Dark Pavilion based on the IP of the Darknet for so many years, but unfortunately, they all came up empty-handed. Yi Yun operated the computer, wrote Meng Hang's address appearance in detail, and finally clenched his teeth and marked the reward amount of $80 million. Click to publish. In just a few seconds, Yi Yun realized that the task he had posted had already been picked up. He smiled coldly and muttered to himself with a grimace on his face. Meng Hang, you're dead this time. As long as the Dark Pavilion accepts a mission, it's death or death. With nothing to say along the way, Meng Hang and Ni Hao returned home, so they each went back to their rooms to cultivate. It was late at night, nearly 1 o'clock or so, and there were two mysterious figures outside Fatty's villa talking in low voices. Master actually sent us 2 U-ranked experts to protect the young master. There's a bit of a big deal about it. You can't say that. The person who was protecting the young master earlier inexplicably disappeared at the ancient site, which scared the old master. Now that the world is getting more and more chaotic, the old master is also afraid that the young master will have a slip-up. And just as these two were talking, they didn't realize that in the darkness, a figure was quietly approaching them. And this figure didn't realize that on the roof of the villa, there was a crow with blood-red pupils and a hook jade inside staring at him coldly. When the black figure appeared, Meng Hang, who was practicing cross-legged in his room, raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. Meng Hang wasn't stupid, and after offending so many family descendants in a place like the imperial capital, how could he not take precautions? That's why he split a crow from his body and watched every move in the neighborhood from the roof day and night. In fact, the duo who had spoken earlier had already been discovered on Meng Hang's first night here. After figuring out that these two were Fatty's bodyguards, they hadn't paid much attention to them. It wasn't until tonight that this strangely traveling figure caught Meng Hang's attention. Opening his eyes, Meng Hang sneered and muttered. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years before it's too late, a villain takes revenge from early to late. It's also unknown whether this killer was found by the Hua family, or that Yi Yun from the Yi family. But it doesn't matter which side sent it, come one let him die one. Killing intent rose in Meng Hang's eyes. The black shadow approached the two bodyguards outside the villa like a ghost. It was as if he had become one with his surroundings, his heartbeat slowly calming and his breathing slowly weakening without giving away a single trace of killing intent. It was only when he was 5 meters away from the two bodyguards that he stopped. The black shadow raised his right hand, his fingers moved slightly, and 2 silver wires, unnoticeable to the naked eye, appeared from his fingertips. And like swimming snakes, they strangled towards the necks of the two bodyguards. And just as the silver wires immediately cut off both of their heads, the kaleidoscope-sharing will eyes in the eyes of Earl Crow on the roof of the room turned slightly, and the space around this assassin began to distort, and along with the silver wires in his hands, they suddenly disappeared in place. Meng Xing inside the room also sneered and disappeared into the room. Hey, did you feel something coming towards the two of us just now? One sensed the abnormality and asked the other. The other bodyguard was instantly alert and looked around the room, realizing that there was no abnormality before saying, "Don't make a fuss, with us 2 U-ranked ability users, how can we not know that something is approaching?" Un looked at the surroundings in horror, not understanding that 1 second he was outside the villa on an assassination mission. Why would he come to this inexplicable place in the next second? Dark Grid had a strict hierarchy. They divided the rank of killers into 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. The ranking was based on the points they received after each successful kill. His current ranking was Un in the 12 earthly branches, and as long as he did a few more missions, his ranking would be promoted to Noon, while the original killer Noon would be demoted to Un. In the evening, Un was searching for a suitable mission on the darknet until he saw the mission posted by Yi Yun and his eyes lit up. The person being rewarded happened to be in the imperial capital and the high reward of $80 million excited him. So without hesitation, he took on the mission. But at this moment, being inexplicably transported to this space, he was really a bit flustered. Right at this moment, a teenager with a black robe and blood-red pupils appeared in front of him out of nowhere. Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. He could already tell that this teenager was the person who was rewarded in the mission. Kid, is this your mess? Un asked coldly. I say, do you have any manners, running up to someone else's door? Don't you know to register yourself first? Meng Hang didn't answer his question and instead choked back. Un coldly smiled. I have nothing to say to dead people.
Saying that, a silver wire suddenly shot out at Meng Hang.
Meng Hang's pupils shrank. The dynamic vision of his Sharingan eyes was at play at this point.
He only saw a silver wire that was several times thinner than a fish line, coming towards his neck at high speed. The long knife appeared in Meng Hang's hand, and with lightning speed, he slashed towards the silver thread.
Ding!
Meng Hang retrieved the long knife, and the silver silk was flicked to the side. He frowned slightly, not realizing that such a thin piece of silver silk was actually so sturdy that even the 1,000 blades had no way to cut it. And at this time, the Un on the opposite side was even more stunned. The silver silk attack in his hand was extremely fast, coupled with the fact that it was unsearchable by the naked eye itself. There was no way for ordinary people to notice it. It can be said that he can mix in the dark cabinet to this position today, all rely on this supernatural ability of his.
Kid, don't be complacent, this is just the beginning.
Wei roared with some annoyance, then countless silver wires transformed into silver light, bursting out from in front of him and stabbing towards Meng Hang. He was confident that as long as one of the silver wires Meng Hang didn't block, the silver wires would be able to cut off his neck. Meng Hang's face was unchanged, and the long blade in his hand was already being wielded in a dense manner. With the perverted dynamic potential of his Sharingan eyes, he could anticipate where each silver wire was coming at and pick them off one by one.
After several minutes, Un finally stopped striking and instead looked at the opposite teenager with a horrified face. How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible for you to block each and every one of my heavenly silkworm silks?
Meng Hang didn't answer him, only saying in an ancient and unperturbed manner,
since there are no other means, it's my turn to strike.
After saying that, he was about to carry his sword towards the killer in front of him.
Wait, Un said in alarm. Don't you want to know who asked me to kill you? If you let me out, I'll tell you who asked me to strike. No, are all of you assassins so unprofessional nowadays? I haven't even pressed the issue yet, and you're telling me yourself.
In Meng Hang's impression, this kind of assassin should be like what he saw in the TV dramas in his previous life, with poison in his mouth, and as long as the mission fails, he will directly take the poison and kill himself without saying a word, not leaving the opponent a single chance to torture himself.
Meng Hang shook his head and said,
it's a pity, I don't believe a single punctuation mark of the words coming out of your mouth.
I'll ask myself in a moment.
Hearing him say this, Un, who was still face-shocked, suddenly calmed down. It was then that he became more like a cold and ruthless killer. I was going to try to get out of you where this place is, but since you brat won't take the bait, then don't blame me for being ruthless in a while and use my means to make you talk.
Do you think you're relying on your ability to block my silver wire off? Actually, I let you see it on purpose.
Kid, next I'll let you experience the terror of my ability. Saying that, his right hand pulled.
The countless suspects scattered on the ground began to twist like snakes.
In the next moment, blood splattered. One person stood still and did not move, while the other had already collapsed on the ground, blood constantly spilling out from his body.
How is this possible?
Not having fallen to the ground, this time there was not a hint of camouflage in the horror that flowed from his eyes. The silver wire that should have been wrapped around Meng Hang's body was actually tightly strangled into his flesh and blood at this time. Fortunately, he wanted to keep Meng Hang alive and ask how to get out of this space, so he didn't kill him. Otherwise, at this moment, Wei would have already been dismantled by his own silver silk.
Tell me, how did you do it?
A begging look appeared on the Yuan's face as he asked weakly. He was not willing. He had been an assassin for more than 10 years, but he never thought that he would end up losing to his own abilities. If he didn't ask what was going on, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. The color of blood flashed in Meng Hang's eyes as he said faintly, you will never understand the terror of the Sharingan eyes. In fact, when he hadn't struck, Meng Hang had realized with his Sharingan eye that each of the silver filaments he shot out had its clear destination. And after all the silver threads were formed, he realized that they would bind himself firmly. Even though these silver threads wouldn't harm Meng Hang in the slightest, he decided to do the same to him. So he ejected each of the silver wires that shot out in the direction he had calculated, and routed them back. The end result was that when unpulled the silver wire tight, not only would it not hurt Meng Hang, but it would bind him to himself.
After listening to Meng Hang's explanation, Un smiled bitterly and said, what a horrible ability.
After saying this, his mouth moved slightly, and he wanted to take the poison to kill himself. But Meng Hang, who had prepared for this, how could he do as he wished, and directly used his Sharingan eyes to control his spirit.
After 10 minutes, Dang Wei's eyes once again became clear.
He instantly realized that he had already told all of his secrets to the black-robed teenager in front of him.
Why? Why do you still know illusion magic?
He had been engaged in assassination for so many years and had never seen such a perverted teenager. The teenager in front of him was so powerful that he was able to crush himself no matter which aspect,
making him unable to give birth to a trace of resistance. Moreover, he had a premonition that the black-robed teenager dealing with himself at this moment hadn't used all his strength at all. Frustrated. A feeling of frustration that had never existed before. As I said, you will never experience the horror of the Sharingan eyes. After saying this, Meng Hang swung out his sword without a moment's hesitation and decapitated his head. After resolving this assassin, Meng Hang didn't rush back to real space, instead he sat on the ground, rubbing his hand over his chin, thinking about something. From the mouth of this assassin in front of him, he had learned that he was from an assassin organization called the Dark Pavilion, and that he was one of the 12 earthly fiends of the unseen. Moreover, the Dark Pavilion relied on the Darknet to receive missions, and for the sake of concealment, the employers were anonymously posting missions on the Darknet. Just as the employer does not know who the assassin is who receives the mission, the assassin also does not know the identity of the employer who posts the mission. The employer only needed to hit the money on an intermediary platform on the Darknet, and if the killer failed the mission, a killer with a higher ranking than him would pick it up again until the mission succeeded. When he heard that the bounty was actually $80 million, both of Meng Hang's eyes let out a different kind of luster. He was currently thinking about how he could hack this $80 million. Meng Hang pondered on the ground for a long time, and finally slapped his hands together and thought of a good way. Without any further delay, he ripped off the Yuan's clothes and mask and went straight back to his room. Meng Hang made a seal with both hands and used the shadow divergence technique to summon an identical version of himself. He then had his doppelganger lie down on the bed and cover the quilt, while he changed into Yuan's assassin's clothing and put on his mask. Meng Hang took out his cell phone and turned on the camera function, found the right position to set it up, and started recording the video. He took one of the daggers he had found in his unspace ring in his hand and slowly walked towards the doppelganger on the bed before slitting the doppelganger's neck throat without hesitation. After doing so, Meng Hang then imported the video into the computer in the room and logged into the Darknet according to the URL in the unspoken words, transmitting the video to his employer. By now it was already around 1 o'clock in the second half of the night. Yian still did not go to sleep but kept wandering around the room, his eyes going to the computer from time to time. Meng Hang had become a thorn in his heart. If Meng Hang was not resolved, Yian felt that he would continue to have trouble sleeping and eating like this. Ding! Just at this moment, a message alert came from the computer's Darknet. Yian couldn't wait to click on the message bar. The video that caught his eyes was in a dark room, a man wearing a nightclothes with a mask on his face, walking step by step towards the bed. And the person lying on the bed was none other than Meng Hang, who he had bumped into at the hotel at night. The Dark Pavilion killer raised the dagger in his hand and cut Meng Hang's throat without hesitation. And that's where the scene ended. Meng Hang certainly would not be foolish enough to let him see the next image of the doppelganger disappearing. Yian could not help but rub his hands together in excitement when he saw that the assassin had indeed cut off Meng Hang's head. Good. Worthy of being a renowned Dark Pavilion, the strike was just clean. A beggar from Cloudwater City dares to offend me. And right at this moment, the message of mission confirmation popped up in the chat box. Yian naturally didn't dare the Dark Pavilion's money, or else the next person to suffer an endless pursuit would become himself. Meng Hang, who had been waiting in front of the computer, could not help but rejoice when he saw that face confirming the completion of the mission. Taking out the anonymous bank card found in the unspace ring, he clicked to check the balance. Seeing the shiny $120 million reflected in his eyes, Meng Hang almost drooled. Good lord, is being an assassin all this lucrative? Anyway, there are still a few days left before the start of the school year at Imperial University. Should I go work part-time as an assassin and earn some money as well? Throwing the useless things back into the Divine Might space once again, Meng Hang laid down on the bed and continued to take a nap. As for this assassination tonight, except for Meng Hang, no one in the villa was aware of it. On the second day, the light of day dawned. Yian opened his eyes and let out a deep breath, feeling that his mood had never been soothed before. He couldn't wait to take out his phone and dialed his friends one by one, inviting them to go to the Imperial Capital Hotel again tonight. He wanted to announce the fact that Meng Hang was dead in public by then, letting them know his Yian's methods and at the same time gaining face for himself. Oh yeah, how did I forget about him? He had to find Ni Hao and let him know that standing on his side was the right choice. Yian's eyes lit up and he directly dialed Huang Mao's phone. As soon as the phone was connected, Yellow Hair's bitchy voice came from the other side. Yi Xiao, what are your orders? Is it that you want me to find someone to deal with what's called Meng Hang? Don't worry, Yi Xiao, I've already contacted the people, just waiting for your order. Yian smiled meaningfully and did not explain, but said with a smile, today, I will also be hosting a banquet at the Imperial Capital Hotel. You invite the young master of the Tianfu trading firm, Ni Hao, as well. What, still have to go to the Imperial Capital Hotel? Yellow Hair thought he had heard wrong. Last night's matter. Before Yellow Hair could finish, he was rudely interrupted by Yi Yun. Which is so much nonsense, I have something important to announce tonight. Yellow Hair didn't dare to refute, and hurriedly agreed. Okay Yi Xiao, I'll go and do it now. Just after hanging up the phone, the Yellow Hair on the other end of the phone had an odd look on his face. This pussy was stimulated yesterday, stupid, right? He actually still has the face to ask us to go eat today. Isn't this nakedly hitting his own face? Although he said so, his hands didn't stop, and immediately afterward, he dialed the phone to Fatty. When Meng Hang walked out of the room, he was seeing Fatty by himself talking to himself. To actually have the face to ask me to go to dinner, that's more than not normal in the head. Meng Hang asked with interest. This early in the morning, who are you saying has a brain problem? Seeing Meng Hang come out, Fatty's eyes lit up and gossiped as he pulled him to his side and said, Brother Meng, I'll tell you something interesting. That Yi Yun who made you give the whole kneeling down last night, actually wants to host a banquet at the Imperial Capital Hotel tonight, and also named me to go. Do you think he was too stimulated last night and got intermittent amnesia? Otherwise a normal person, how could he come up with this kind of netherworld operation? I finally understand a saying from him, a tree without skin will surely die, a person without face is invincible. Hearing Fatty say this, Meng Hang's eyes flashed with an intriguing light. Oh, there's still this? Then I must go and take a look tonight as well. He was now basically certain that the Dark Pavilion assassin from last night was the one he had spent a lot of money on. At this moment, Meng Hang not only wasn't angry, but was somewhat grateful that he had sent him money. Worthy of being the young master of the Yi family, it's generous. To kill such a small minion as me, he actually spared a huge sum of $80 million. I also don't know if I can still pull some more wool out of this rich second generation's hands. Meng Hang rubbed his chin and had already begun to think about how to pit Yi Yun again. Okay, let's go and take a look tonight, and learn what else that Yi Jr. can pull off. Fatty said with a sense of chaos. 6 o'clock in the evening. It was still the private room in the Imperial Capital Hotel. At this time, besides Fatty and Meng Hang, the people who were present last night had basically arrived. The crowd looked at the spirited Yi Yun, all of them were dumbfounded. Looking at his appearance, it was not like he had publicly knelt down to Meng Hang yesterday, but rather like Meng Hang had knelt down to him. Yi Yun's appearance completely gave them a whole lack of confidence. Could it be that we remembered wrongly last night? Hua Qiu, in particular, was in a daze. The same was all about kneeling to Meng Hang. Look at himself, ever since that incident, he was in a state of despair. Then look at the other person, Yi Yun, it was as if nothing had happened, instead he had become more confident. Is this the gap between people? Some people rise to the challenge, while others just fall flat on their face when they encounter difficulties. Hua Qiu let out a long sigh and said darkly, I am not as far as Yi Yun. Yellow Hair, who had not said anything, finally could not hold his tongue at this time and opened his mouth to ask Yi Yun. What big happy event did Ji Xiao meet, so happy? Quickly share it with your brothers. Yi Yun laughed, and without any hurry, he found out the video he downloaded from the darknet yesterday from his cell phone, and showed them one by one. When the crowd saw the video, the moment the throat of the person on the bed was cut down, their pupils could not help but shrink. They all recognized that the person on the bed was Meng Hang, who Yi Yun had given Anita last night. This video looked like it was taken last night. How could they not expect Yi Yun to strike so quickly, not even waiting for a night to finish the person off? All of them, in the bottom of their hearts, placed a not to be messed with label on Yi Yun. Huang Ma was the first to react and said to Yi Yun in a tone of both shock and admiration. Can I Yi Xiao, this nighttime has not passed and you have solved the people? Little brother will have to learn more from you in the future, revenge doesn't last overnight. Yi Yun pushed his golden glasses and said smugly. It's just a self-righteous mole cricket. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants in the imperial capital just because he has some skills? What's the point of him being strong? It's all about strength and background. He's a little punk who dares to come to the imperial capital and run wild. Of course I have to teach him a lesson. It's just that this lesson is a bit big. I hope he can understand this in his next life. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yi Yun held his glasses and laughed wildly, living like a Sven scum. Just at this moment, a faint voice came from behind him. Oh, who do you say you want to give a little lesson to? When Yi Yun heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice, he first froze, then his limbs slowly stiffened at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he only felt a chill running down his back. He slowly turned his head and looked at Meng Hang in horror, his teeth trembling as he let out a cackling sound. Impossible, how could you possibly be standing here? Are you a fucking human or a ghost? The people present were also staring blankly at the doorway. They had seen Meng Hang's throat being cut in the video with their own eyes. At this moment, Fatty's face was so gloomy that it was almost dripping with water. When he walked to the door, he had already heard Yi Yun's yelling just now and instantly understood what was going on. Yi Yun had dared to send an assassin to his house to kill people and then even made a feast here. This was not putting the Tianfu Merchant Company in his eyes at all. Yi Yun, don't think that just because you are a member of the Yi family that you can act recklessly. You actually dared to send assassins to my house to kill people. Do you really think that my heavenly mansion trading firm is a vegetarian? However, despite his anger and loud rebuke, the crowd still acted as if they did not hear him and just stared blankly at Meng Hang next to him. Meng Hang slowly walked towards Yi Yun, and with every step he took, Yi Yun took a step back with a pale face. Until he hit the corner of the wall and couldn't retreat, he sat on his butt on the ground. Yi Yun stared straight at Meng Hang in horror. What are you going to do? This is the Imperial Capital Hotel. If you dare to strike here, Aunt Yun will not let you go. And if you hurt me, the Yi family won't let you go either. Meng Hang looked at the mad-like Yi Yun and slowly bent down to look straight into his eyes. It's a pity, just a little bit short. If the assassin you found was that much stronger, I would have died in his hands. Fortunately, an Ihao's bodyguard was so strong that he saved me in the nick of time and gave me a 5 turns rejuvenation pill, which pulled me back from the ghost gate. Hearing about the 5 turns rejuvenation pill, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air in unison. Legend had it that this pill could give life to the dead and flesh to the bones. As long as there was still a breath left in the body, no matter how badly injured one was, one could be brought back. I didn't expect that the young proprietor of this heavenly mansion merchant company would be so generous as to directly take out a 5 turns rejuvenation pill to save him. The fat man at the doorway was also listening at this time but was dumbfounded. When did I have that kind of perverted elixir? If I want to have that kind of stuff, wouldn't it be good to keep it for myself? Meng Hang coldly looked at Yi Yun, who was already scared to tears, and the long knife in his hand was already slowly sheathed, chopping towards him without hesitation. The people present were scared to tears by Meng Hang's move. No one had expected him to be so ruthless, saying that he would take action as soon as he did. And let's not forget that Yi Yun was a son of the Yi family, and this was also the Imperial Capital Hotel that all families had to retreat from. Does he not have any scruples at all? At this moment, this thought surfaced in the minds of all the people. Kid, you seek death. The yellow hair in the crowd reacted the fastest. He had the best relationship with Yi Yun. Naturally, he couldn't just watch Yi Yun die in Meng Hang's hands. A flying knife flew out of his hand, chopping at Meng Hang with lightning speed. Meng Hang felt the sound of breaking air coming from behind him and didn't turn around. The long knife in his hand turned and swung backward, directly blocking the flying knives that yellow hair threw at him. After circling in the air for a few times, the flying dagger flew back in front of yellow hair again, and even floated in the air. Meng Hang slowly turned around and coldly looked at yellow hair. What, you want to fight me too? Yellow hair felt the eerie coldness coming from Meng Hang's body, and his face was extremely ugly. But with things having come to this, it was impossible for him to stand by and watch, so he could only forcefully endure the trace of fear that had arisen in his heart and said through gritted teeth, "Kid, today, let the great master learn just how much ability you have before you dare to be so rampant." Saying that, the flying dagger suspended in the air once again turned into a cold light and chopped towards Meng Hang. Looking at the flying knives flying towards him, a hint of disdain flashed in Meng Hang's eyes. With this kind of tactic, he would just stand still and let yellow hair hit him tomorrow, and he wouldn't suffer a single injury. It was only that Divine Might's ability was just too heaven-defying, and he didn't want to expose it too early at the moment. Right at this moment, the crowd only saw Meng Hang's eccentric black robe unexpectedly begin to wriggle, and a crow with blood-colored pupils just drilled out of the black robe. This weird crow fluttered its wings twice in the air and flew straight towards the flying knife that was moving at high speed in the air. The crow transformed into a black lightning bolt and met the flying dagger in just the blink of an eye, and easily held the incomparably sharp flying dagger in its mouth. With the flying dagger in its beak, the crow made a U-turn, flew back to Meng Hang and landed on his shoulder, looking coldly at the crowd as Meng Hang did. With such a bizarre ability, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air once again, and involuntarily took 2 steps backward. What kind of ability is this? Someone murmured in a low voice. It should be the summoning department. Another person returned unconfidently. But didn't he just use a spirit faculty ability yesterday? Why did he cast a summoning faculty's ability again today? How many skills has he awakened? Monster, this is a monster. No wonder Hua Xiao lost in his hands back then. Yellow hair's face was unsightly. The flying dagger that he had harnessed with his spiritual power had actually lost contact with him right at the moment the crow had articulated it, and no matter how much he summoned it, the flying dagger didn't have a single reaction. Meng Hang looked at yellow hair and sneered. Finished? Don't you tell me it's over. You're not too hardy here. Being mocked by him, yellow hair was furious, and 10 flying daggers appeared out of thin air in his 2 hands. These 10 flying daggers transformed into 10 silver-colored swimming fish, circling several times in the air towards Meng Hang. Meng Hang still stood still, but the black robe on his body wriggled again. This time, not 1 crow appeared, but 10. These 10 crows flew straight toward the 10 flying daggers, and without dropping a single one, they took them in their mouths and flew back to Meng Hang's shoulders. At this time, Meng Hang's demonic flames were overwhelming. Just like a bird holder? Unfortunately, at this time, yellow hair couldn't get this laugh, and just looked at Meng Hang in horror. The 10 instinctive flying daggers had lost contact with him,
causing him to take a heavy hit to his mental energy and his face to turn pale. At this time, Meng Hang was dressed in a black robe, the color of blood in his eyes, staring coldly at Yellow Hair, living the image of a villainous demon king. And the 11 crows on his shoulders, their eyes were also glowing with the color of blood, their eyes unblinking as they stared at Yellow Hair, staring him straight into his heart and liver.
If I said I didn't want to go, then don't go at all. After Meng Hang said this, the flying daggers in the crows' mouths unexpectedly reversed and flew back in unison towards Yellow Hair. And looking at the speed, it was actually several times faster than before. Due to the speed of the flying daggers, Yellow Hair surprisingly did not react and just froze in place. Seeing that the 11 flying daggers were about to pierce through his body, and just then a lazy voice rang out. My good brother, I'm here to eat. No matter what grudges you have, you can't strike out and hurt people here, yo. At the same time the voice rang out, a whirlwind unexpectedly blew in the room, easily rolling these 11 high-speed flying knives to the ground. Meng Hang turned his head to look. The person who spoke was no one else but the owner of the Imperial Capital Hotel, Aunt Yun. Seeing her arrival, the crowd let out a long breath. Yellow Hair also seemed to see a savior, rolling and crawling to run behind Aunt Yun, shouting, Aunt Yun, you have to save me, he's going to break the rules of the Imperial Capital Hotel and kill me here. Aunt Yun did not pay any attention to him, but looked deeply at Meng Hang and shook her head slightly. The meaning was self-evident. Alright, then I'll give Aunt Yun face today. After saying that, Meng Hang also ignored the crowd's reaction and walked straight towards the door. Fatty also blared fiercely at the people around him and followed him out. The two of them walked downstairs before the fatty said angrily, Damn, I said that after something like that happened yesterday, Yi Yun actually still has the face to invite me to dinner today, and specially called me up. It turns out that this son of a bitch is a weasel paying homage to a chicken, he's not well-intentioned. You too, brother Meng, you didn't tell me about such a big thing. Meng Hang shrugged helplessly and said, It wasn't a big deal in the first place, I'm not standing here properly. Besides, I wasn't sure at the time who exactly was looking for the killer. By the time Meng Hang and his duo left, the private room became silent. Aunt Yun, this kid broke the rules of the Imperial Capital Hotel, and you're just going to let him go? Yellow Hair said with some reluctance. It's not your turn to interfere when I do something. Aunt Yun coldly glanced at him. With just this glance, Yellow Hair only felt chilled and no longer dared to say a word more. This small store of mine can't accommodate all of you great Buddhas. In the future, it's better if you don't come to my place to eat. After saying that, Aunt Yun turned her head and left, not caring about the ugly faces of the people present. Yi Yun stood up, his face became sinister as he said to the crowd. He was preparing to leave us all here just now. If it wasn't for Aunt Yun's hand, probably none of us would have been able to walk out. This matter can't just be left alone, Meng Hang, he must die. Last night's mission in the Dark Pavilion had already cost him all his savings. He knew that it was now impossible for him to find another Dark Pavilion killer with his own manpower, so he had to unite all of the people in front of him to deal with Meng Hang. Yellow Hair, who had almost died at Meng Hang's hands just now, was the first to express his approval. I agree with what Ji Xiao said. I also agree. The person who spoke was Hua Qiu. His current feelings towards Meng Hang were extremely complicated, with fear and even more jealousy. What made Meng Hang, a mole from a third-tier city, possess such terrifying strength? On what basis could he crush their imperial capital Heaven's pride? Seeing that two people had already stated their attitudes, the others chimed in. Right, this matter can't be finished so easily. If Meng Hang doesn't die, all of us in this circle of the imperial capital will lose face. Right now, Meng Hang was like a fishbone in their throats, making it difficult for them. But how should we deal with him? Mobilize the family forces? Never. Yi Yun hurriedly stopped it. His greatest fear right now was being known by the family, so of course he could not agree to mobilize the family forces. We can only think of a way to get rid of him ourselves, and we have to settle this matter beautifully. Then what do we do? Someone asked. Yi Yun smiled wryly and said, I have the Dark Pavilion's Darknet here. The assassin who assassinated Meng Hang yesterday was someone from the Darknet. Unfortunately, with the funds I have at hand, the strength of the assassin I hired is not enough to take out Meng Hang. So now we need everyone to work together, take out their savings and post a mission on the Darknet again. As long as the bounty is enough, I believe that even a Huan-ranked assassin can be hired. Everyone's faces changed when they heard the word Darknet. As the most mysterious assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom, the Darknet was never seen by a dragon, and it was not expected that Yi Yun actually had a dark grid for the Darknet. That's not right, the dark grid never stops until they complete their mission. Since their assassination yesterday was unsuccessful, they should have sent another assassin to assassinate Meng Hang again, and there is no need for us to issue another mission. One of them said doubtfully. Hearing this, the corner of Yi Yun's mouth twitched. He felt even more stifled at the mention of this issue. The premise that the Dark Pavilion will continue to pursue is that the person who issued the mission did not confirm that the mission was completed. But Meng Hang didn't know what means he used and actually made me mistakenly think that he was dead, so I've clicked to confirm the completion of the mission. In this situation, the Dark Pavilion won't recognize that the quest isn't complete, so we can only reissue the quest. It dawned on the crowd. Without further delay, they came together in one of Yellow Hair's private villas to discuss the specifics. It had to be said that this group of rich second generation was really rich. A few people took out their own private money and actually came up with more than 200 million. Yi Yan looked at the huge amount of money in front of him, a sinister color appeared in his eyes. Meng Hang, this time I'll see if you die. Saying this, he directly logged into the darknet and released the mission again with a $200 million bounty. After Meng Hang returned to the villa, he opened the darknet and browsed. He dared to confirm that the gang of rich second-generation people wouldn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin, and would definitely go back to the darknet to release the mission. Boy, this is the darknet. The fat man next to him stared at the darknet with a curious expression. He had been longing for this legendary website for a long time, but unfortunately he had never found it. It was like the kind of website that single men often browsed in the dead of night. I believe everyone has heard of this site, but there are always people who can't find the URL and are anxious to scratch their hearts. Well, knows what it's all about, and good people live in peace. As expected, not a moment later, a mission to assassinate him was refreshed on the darknet. When he saw that the bounty was $200 million, his eyes went straight. Boy, this bunch of dudes are actually so rich, I'll have to kidnap them otherwise. Fatty, who was engrossed in browsing the darknet, heard him say this and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. With his understanding of Meng Hang, he really dared to do this. Brother Meng, stop it, this is the imperial capital. It's those big families that want to strike out to exterminate someone, they'd have to do it privately and secretly. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom won't let them off the hook. Seeing Fatty's nervous appearance, Meng Hang could only laugh dryly and say, just kidding, just kidding. I'm such an honorable person, how could I do something like that? The corner of Fatty's mouth twitched as he sneered. I also don't know who just came here on the first day and tried to tie me up. Right at this moment, Meng Hang's eyes lit up and realized that the mission to assassinate himself had already been taken. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he said to Fatty, Fatty, send more bodyguards to patrol the entrance tonight. But if you really find something wrong, you don't have to raise your voice to warn. Then how good would it be if I simply removed the people? Meng Hang shook his head. That would be too fake. Fatty said somewhat breathlessly. I say brother Meng, is this considered fishing for enforcement? And at the same time as the mission was released, in a hidden cave in a mountain range outside of Imperial Capital City, a sweet-looking loli with blonde curly hair and wearing a black gothic loli outfit was eating a lollipop while looking at the darknet on her computer. Her petite body was sitting on a stool, her two small white legs swaying back and forth, and in her hand she was holding a puppet with empty eyes that was extremely bizarre. If one looked closely one would realize that what was sitting underneath her was not a chair at all, but a living breathing human being. If not due to gasping for air, body slightly undulate, as if really like a dead thing in general. This person's appearance, however, was extremely horrifying, with both eyes and mouth sewn shut with stitches, lying motionless on the floor. Lori looked at the computer, licked the lollipop in her hand, and said to a person in the darkness behind her whose figure could not be seen. See, yesterday's assassination mission was a miss, and that punk actually told the target of that mission called Meng Hang his account number on the darknet. Today that employer has once again released a 200 million bounty for us to assassinate him again. I'm a bit moved by the 200 million bounty, or else let's go for a walk and do this mission by the way. People are going crazy suffocating in this cave. The little lowly bodhisattva's big eyes stared at the silhouette in the darkness and said in a milky voice. The silhouette in the darkness favored her with a glance, but still shook his head. This is not in accordance with the rules. If none of the 12 earth branches complete the mission, only then can the 10 heavenly branches make a move. Let Z go this time. If he misses again, it won't be too late for the two of us to make a move. After obtaining our Dark Pavilion's darknet account, even if no one issues a mission, that kid must die. Little Lori disappointedly touched the motionless, dead-like man underneath her and said regretfully, Z, that kid's strength is average, but his ability is extremely suitable for assassination. With him out of the way, it looks like I won't be able to get out again this time. What a pity, people haven't changed their toys for a long time. Hearing these words, the man underneath her seemed to have thought of something horrifying, and his body involuntarily trembled. Feeling the shaking coming from underneath her, the originally sweet and cute blonde loli's face suddenly became eerily hideous. Why don't you listen? Why are you moving? Don't you know that stools don't move? As soon as the words fell, the man unexpectedly exploded alive like this, blood splattering all over the room. The waning moon was like a hook. A dark cloud covered the moon again, making tonight extra gloomy. For some reason, there were extraordinarily many crows in the trees tonight, and a few ominous chirps came from time to time. It made this night seem even more bizarre. A figure with a masked face appeared not far from Fatty's villa. The man glanced at the crows on the tree, hemmed and hawed, and muttered grimly to himself. The crows are reporting mourning, a good omen. Looks like someone is going to die tonight. He looked at the entrance of the villa where dozens of people were taking turns patrolling, and couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smile. You guys think that you can spot me with just these losers? After saying that, his figure unexpectedly and strangely blended into the shadows of the ground. Meng Hang lay on his bed tossing and turning. Looking at his watch, it was already 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Just when Meng Hang thought that the Dark Pavilion killer was still a bit self-aware and wouldn't come back to assassinate himself in this situation where he had already spooked the snakes, the doom crow on the tree spotted the killer's silhouette. The corner of Meng Hang's mouth lifted slightly, sighing with emotion that the people of the Dark Pavilion had really done right by putting a few extra crows out on sentry duty tonight, and had actually come. Nor did he teleport the person to the Divine Might space, but obediently closed his eyes and waited for the killer to come. The room was incomparably dark, unable to reach out. A black shadow just slowly crawled out from the ground and wordlessly stood in front of Meng Hang's bed. Z looked at Meng Hang, who was huffing and puffing on the bed, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cruel smile. He didn't become an assassin because he earned money, but simply because he liked it. He liked to see his target being pierced through his body without a sound. The warm blood was so sweet that it made him linger. Ka-ching! The sound of a dagger piercing through the body and nailing it to the bedboard rang out. This is dead? Z was a bit unresponsive. Someone who was able to take out of the 12 heavenly deities actually died in his own hands so easily. Although he was confident in his assassination ability, he also thought that it would take a little more effort this time. Seeing as has had too many successful missions lately, he drifted a bit, letting people discover the trail, which led to his miss. And just when he was a bit dazed, an extremely impatient voice rang in his ears, causing him to only feel a coldness from his tailbone, straight to the back of his head. Meng Hang was lying on the bed, realizing that after the dagger had stabbed into his body, this killer in front of him was actually frothing here, which made him wake with extreme impatience. I say buddy, this professional quality of yours isn't as good as the last one. You don't know to pull out the murder weapon even after you've used it up? Z froze and looked at the dagger in his hand. It was indeed stuck in the chest of this teenager in front of him. Then who was talking? The next moment he finally realized that something was wrong. Although the teenager in front of him had his body pierced through, there was not a trace of blood flowing out. Z finally reacted at this moment. His body form stormed back, pulling away from Meng Hang. Meng Hang stood up from the bed without haste and looked at the black shadow in front of him and said indifferently, "Are you the assassin who came to kill me today? I wonder what means you have, but don't let me down." Z narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the teenager in front of him and said, "No wonder, would die at your hands. You are indeed a bit eccentric. But it's a pity, you must die here today." Don't look at the expressionless surface of his face, but in fact, his heart had already been in waves. Meng Hang's abilities were truly odd and made him extremely fearful, so he came up and used his own bottom card, only to see Z clasp his hands together and let out a low cry. Shadow kill. Countless spikes formed from shadows quietly formed behind Meng Hang and quickly stabbed at him, and Meng Hang stood frozen in place as if he hadn't noticed. At the next moment, the spikes formed by the black shadows, without any doubt, stabbed into Meng Hang's body, directly stabbing him into a sieve. At this time, in the room next to Meng Hang's, Fatty and Master Jiashan were using their ears to stick to the wall, eavesdropping on the movements on this side. Hearing the commotion coming from Meng Hang's room, Fatty finally couldn't sit still and wanted to go forward to help. Monk Daishan hurriedly pulled the Fatty back and asked, "What are you doing? What else can I do?" "Of course I'm going to help Brother Meng." Monk Hishan shook his head helplessly and continued, "With a fight of their level, how can you help if you go? Besides, it's not like you don't know Meng Hang that brat's tactics. It's already good enough not to scare that killer to death. You can only help if you go." Hearing him say that, Fatty sat down on the bed disheveled. He had always thought that he was also a genius, but ever since he met Meng Hang, he felt more and more that he was too weak.